Welcome to BookyRookie. Discover the classics like never before with BookyRookie. Dive into the world's greatest books through easy-to-understand summaries, top-quality translations, and immersive audio. Stream with BookyRookie, learn, and give back. www.bookyrookie.com. You're about to listen to Dracula by Bram Stoker. Love it, have thoughts, or want to read the book? Check us out at www.bookyrookie.com. You're about to listen to Chapter 1. On the 3rd of May, I left Munich at 25 minutes past 8 in the evening. It was the first day of May. I was supposed to reach Vienna early the next morning at 6:46, but my train arrived an hour behind schedule. From what little I could see of Budapest from the train and during a brief walk, it seemed like an extraordinary city. I didn't venture far from the station since we were late and needed to leave on time. Crossing the Danube over a Grand Western Bridge, I felt as if I was transitioning from the west into the east, entering a region steeped in Turkish history. Departing on schedule, we reached Klausenberg after dark. I spent the night at the Hotel Royal. For my evening meal, I enjoyed a chicken dish seasoned with red pepper that was quite delicious, but made me thirsty. I made a mental note to obtain the recipe for Mina. The waiter informed me it was called paprika Händel, a local specialty available throughout the Carpathians. My basic German proved invaluable. I would have struggled without it. While in London, I had some free time and visited the British Museum. There, I researched Transylvania through books and maps, thinking that understanding the area would be beneficial in my dealings with a nobleman from there. I discovered that the region he mentioned lies in the easternmost part of the country, bordered by Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina, nestled in the Carpathian Mountains, one of Europe's most remote and unknown areas. I couldn't find a detailed map like our Ordnance Survey maps, but I learned that Bistritz, the town Count Dracula mentioned, is relatively well known. I'm recording my notes here to jog my memory when sharing my experiences with Mina. Transylvania is home to 4 main ethnic groups: Saxons in the south, with the Wallachs, descendants of the Dacians, Magyars in the west, and Szekelys in the east and north. I'll be among the Szekelys, who claim descent from Attila and the Huns. It's possible, as the Huns were there when the Magyars took over in the 11th century. I read that the Carpathians are a hotbed for every known superstition, likened to an imaginative vortex. If true, my time there should be quite fascinating. I must remember to inquire with the Count about these superstitions. Despite the comfort of my bed, my sleep was restless, filled with odd dreams. A dog's howls persisted under my window throughout the night, possibly disturbing my rest, or perhaps it was the effect of the paprika. I found myself downing all the water in my carafe, still left wanting for more. As dawn approached, I finally fell into a deep sleep, only to be roused by persistent knocking at my door, indicating I had finally achieved a sound slumber. For breakfast, I had more paprika, along with a maize flour porridge known as mamaliga and a delicious eggplant stuffed with force meat called implatata, which I noted to try and get the recipe for later. My meal was rushed as the train was set to leave just before 8. However, after hurrying to the station at 7:30, I ended up waiting over an hour in the carriage before we moved. It struck me that trains seem to grow less punctual the further east one travels, making me wonder about the reliability of trains in China. Throughout the day, the journey was slow, but the scenery was stunning. We passed small towns and castles perched on steep hills, reminiscent of illustrations in ancient manuscripts. We traveled alongside rivers and streams, their wide, stony banks hinting at the potential for massive floods. Stations were lively with diverse crowds, some dressed like the peasants back home, while others donned more eye-catching attire. Women wore pretty outfits that became less flattering up close, with full white sleeves and big belts, from which strips fluttered like ballet costumes, though they were modestly covered by petticoats underneath. The Slovaks stood out the most, dressed in their oversized cowboy hats, baggy dirty white trousers, and wide leather belts studded with brass nails. Their high boots, long black hair, and thick mustaches made them look like they'd stepped out of an old Oriental tale of bandits, though I heard they were quite harmless and lacked assertiveness. As twilight darkened, we arrived at Bistritz, a town with a turbulent history, evident from its appearance. Situated near the frontier, with the Borgo Pass leading into Bukovina, it had endured much strife, including devastating fires 50 years prior and a 3-week siege at the start of the 17th century that claimed 13,000 lives due to war, famine, and disease. Upon Count Dracula's direction, I found myself at the Golden Krone Hotel, delighting in its antiquated charm, as I was keen to absorb the local customs. Upon my arrival, an amiable elderly woman in traditional peasant garb greeted me with a knowing nod, signaling she was expecting an English gentleman. She conveyed a message to a man in white shirt sleeves, who quickly returned with a letter from Dracula himself, extending a warm welcome and instructions for my travel to his castle. The 4th of May revealed that the Count had prearranged my coach seat through a letter to my host. However, when I probed for more details, my host feigned a lack of understanding of my German, which seemed improbable given our prior communications. He and his wife exchanged glances filled with trepidation. He reluctantly admitted the letter contained money, but professed ignorance about Count Dracula or his castle, firmly declining further discussion as the departure time loomed, shrouded in mystery and unease. Before my departure, the landlady, in a state of agitation, came to my room, her speech a jumble of German and an unfamiliar language, questioning my need to leave. Despite my efforts to explain my urgent business, she persisted, inquiring if I was aware of the significance of the day. Confused by her insistence, I admitted my ignorance, prompting her to continue, her demeanor betraying a deep concern. On the brink of St. George's Day, a sense of foreboding hung in the air, with superstitions whispering that malevolent forces would soon hold sway. The woman before me was visibly troubled, her distress clear as she urged me not to venture out, pleading with a fervor that bordered on the ridiculous. Despite this, I couldn't shake a sense of unease, but my commitment to my work was unwavering. I gently attempted to ease her worries, assuring her of my necessity to proceed. In a gesture of deep concern, she offered me a crucifix from around her neck. I hesitated, torn between my English churchman beliefs, which frowned upon such symbols, and not wanting to dismiss her heartfelt offering. Reading my hesitation, she placed the rosary around my neck, invoking my mother's memory, and left with tearful eyes. As I waited for the notoriously late coach, I penned these thoughts, the crucifix resting against me. Whether it was the old lady's fears, the eerie local lore, or the crucifix itself, I felt a disquiet I couldn't shake. Should this diary find its way to Mina before I do, it carries my farewell. At last, the coach approached. By the morning of May 5th, the dawn's gray had given way to a bright sun high above the horizon. Wide awake and with no call to rise, I took to writing to pass the time. Keen to dispel any notions of overindulgence at dinner, I noted my meal of robber steak, a simple fare of bacon, onion, and beef spiced with red pepper and served in a manner reminiscent of London street food. Accompanying the meal was golden meaty ash wine, its unique tang on the tongue not unpleasant. I partook of only 2 glasses, ensuring a clear head. Upon boarding the coach, I noticed the driver in conversation with the landlady, their glances in my direction suggesting I was the topic. Passers-by joined in, their pitying looks unsettling. Overhearing unfamiliar words repeated among the multilingual murmurs, I consulted my dictionary. The meanings Satan, hell, witch, werewolf, vampire were far from reassuring. I made a mental note to inquire about these local superstitions with Count Dracula. As I began my journey, the large group that had gathered outside the inn made the sign of the cross and pointed at me with 2 fingers. I struggled to find someone who would explain their actions, and only after learning I was English did one fellow traveler tell me it was to protect against the evil eye. This was unsettling as I was embarking on a trip to meet a stranger in an unfamiliar place. However, their kind and sympathetic demeanor moved me. I'll always remember the last view of the inn yard, with its colorful crowd all making the sign of the cross, framed by the wide archway and the lush oleander and orange trees in the center. Our driver, dressed in wide linen drawers known locally as gotza, snapped his large whip over the 4 small horses that raced side by side, and we began our journey. As we traveled, the stunning scenery quickly distracted me from any spooky thoughts, though understanding the languages spoken by my fellow passengers might have kept them at bay. The landscape before us was a verdant, sloping terrain filled with forests and dotted with steep hills adorned with tree clusters or farmhouses. The area was alive with a mix of fruit blossoms from apple, plum, pear, and cherry trees. As we passed, I noticed the green grass beneath the trees dotted with fallen petals. The road weaved through the middle-land hills, disappearing around bends or obscured by pine woods that seemed to reach down the slopes like fiery tongues. The road was rough, but our pace was feverish. I didn't understand the rush, but the driver was intent on swiftly reaching Borgo Prund. I learned that this road is usually in excellent condition during the summer, but hadn't been repaired post-winter, which is unlike most Carpathian roads. Traditionally, they're not kept in great shape to prevent giving the Turks any ideas about foreign troops, which could trigger a war that always seemed imminent. The hills of the Middle Land gave way to the grand slopes of the Carpathian forests, reaching up to the high mountain steeps. The afternoon sun lit them up, highlighting the range's vibrant colors, with shadows casting deep blues and purples, and the mingling of grass and rock creating shades of green and brown. The jagged rocks and pointed crags stretched into the distance, fading where the snowy peaks stood majestically. Occasionally, we could see the white flash of waterfalls through the mountain rifts. As we curved around a hill's base and a snow-capped peak appeared directly in our path, my companion gestured towards it and said, "God's seat," while crossing himself with respect. As our journey continued without end, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows around us. The contrast was stark as the snowy mountain peak clung to the sunset's glow, radiating a soft, cool pink. We occasionally saw Czechs and Slovaks, their traditional clothes adding a splash of color to the landscape, although it was marred by the noticeable presence of goiter among them. Crosses dotted the roadside, prompting my companions to make the sign of the cross as we zoomed past. Now and then, we spotted a local, deep in prayer at a shrine, oblivious to our passing. The countryside presented a tapestry of new sights, like hayricks nestled in trees and weeping birches that stood out, their white trunks gleaming against the fresh green leaves. The occasional lighter wagon trundled by, its serpentine design navigating the uneven road, often carrying a group of peasants in their distinctive attire, Czechs in white sheepskins and Slovaks in colored, their long staves with axes at the ready. As evening set in, the chill of night began to take hold. The dimming light blurred the edges of the forest, with oak, beech, and pine merging into a dusky haze. In the valleys, dark firs stood in contrast to the lingering patches of snow. Sometimes, the dense pine wood seemed to close in on us, their grayness casting an eerie spell that harkened back to the ghostly visions from earlier that evening. The steepness of the hills occasionally slowed our horses to a crawl, despite our driver's urgency. I was keen to walk as we do back home, but the driver wouldn't have it. He warned me off, half-jokingly suggesting that I might encounter more than I bargained for before the night was through. The only break he took was to light his lamps, a brief pause in our relentless drive forward. As dusk settled, the passengers' agitation grew, and they persistently nudged the driver for greater speed. He responded by relentlessly whipping the horses and shouting to spur them on. A pale gray light appeared in the distance, hinting at a gap in the hills. The coach swayed alarmingly on its leather springs, and I clung on for dear life. The road became smoother, and our pace seemed to soar. Towering mountains loomed closer, signaling our entry into the Borgo Pass. Passengers began offering me gifts with a fervor that brooked no refusal. The gifts were odd and varied, each presented with genuine warmth and a blessing, accompanied by the same superstitious gestures I'd noticed earlier, a mix of protective signs against evil. As we sped on, the driver and passengers peered out into the night, clearly anticipating something, but despite my inquiries, no one would clarify. The collective excitement persisted until we saw the pass open up ahead. Dark clouds churned above, heavy with the promise of a storm. It felt as if we had crossed into a thunder-laden atmosphere. I kept watch for the vehicle meant to meet me, but all remained shrouded in darkness, save for the flickering light from our lamps, which illuminated the steam from our laboring horses. The sandy road stretched before us, empty and white, to the passengers' relief and my own disappointment. As I pondered my next move, the driver checked his watch and muttered something about the time, then informed me in broken German that there would be no carriage for me after all. I was to continue on to Bukovina and return either tomorrow or the day after. While he spoke, the horses became frantic. Amidst the passengers' screams and a flurry of cross gestures, a black caleche pulled by 4 magnificent horses appeared. The tall driver, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, only his bright eyes visible, addressed our driver, noting our early arrival. Our driver's response was hesitant and quiet. The Englishman was in a rush, which probably explained why he was encouraged to continue to Bukovina. The stranger couldn't be fooled, though. He was well aware and boasted of his swift horses. His smile revealed a firm mouth framed by strikingly red lips and teeth that gleamed like ivory. One traveler quietly recalled a line from Berger's Lenore, suggesting that the dead have a swift journey. The peculiar coachman seemed to catch the reference, grinning knowingly. The passenger, disturbed by this, averted his gaze and made the sign of the cross. Swiftly, my luggage was transferred to the carriage, and I stepped down from the coach with the coachman's firm assistance. His grip was astonishingly strong. Without a word, he directed the horses, and we were soon enveloped by the darkness of the pass. Looking back, I could see my former companions making the sign of the cross in the lamplight, their figures silhouetted against the steam from the horses. The coachman urged his horses forward, and they sped off toward Bukovina, disappearing into the night. A sense of unease and isolation washed over me, but I was soon wrapped in a cloak and a rug. The coachman offered warmth, mentioning in perfect German that his master, the Count, had instructed him to ensure my comfort and that there was plum brandy under the seat if needed. I didn't drink any, but it was reassuring to know it was there. I felt awed and somewhat scared, wishing for another option rather than this mysterious journey into the night. The carriage raced along a straight path, then turned abruptly onto another. It felt like we were circling the same area, so I made mental notes of landmarks and confirmed we were indeed retracing our path. I didn't dare ask the coachman about this for fear of being ignored or worse, if there was an ulterior motive to delay us. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I lit a match to check the time. It was almost midnight, which sent a shiver down my spine, perhaps due to the superstitions surrounding that hour and my recent experiences. Anxious anticipation filled me as I waited to see what would happen next. A mournful howl erupted from a distant farmhouse, setting off a chain reaction of barks that spread across the countryside. The wind carried the eerie chorus through the pass. The horses grew restless at the sound, but the driver calmed them with soft words. They settled down but couldn't shake the terror, sweating and shivering as though they had just escaped a scare. Suddenly, the mountains echoed with a more chilling howl, the howl of wolves. It sent a shiver down my spine and made the horses panic. The driver's strength was the only thing stopping them from running wild. After a bit, my ears got used to the noise, and the horses calmed down enough for the driver to get out and comfort them. His whispers and strokes worked wonders, and soon they were steady, though still shaking. With the horses under control, the driver hopped back on his seat, and we took off at speed. We turned down a narrow road to the right, entering a world of trees and towering rocks. The wind whistled and moaned, the tree branches clashing above us. The temperature dropped, and snow began to dust everything white. Despite the shelter of the trees, the dog howls grew fainter while the wolf cries seemed closer than ever. Fear gripped me, and the horses felt it too. But the driver remained unfazed, scanning the darkness as we pressed on. Abruptly, to our left, a dim blue glow caught my eye. The driver noticed it too and immediately slowed the horses. He leaped down and vanished into the shadows. Unsure of what to do, especially with the wolves' cries drawing nearer, I hesitated. As I pondered my next move, the driver reappeared and silently resumed his place. We continued on our way. I must have dozed off because the scene replayed in my dreams, turning into a haunting nightmare. At one point, the blue light came so close to the road that I could see the driver's actions despite the surrounding darkness. He moved quickly toward the source of the light, which was so weak it barely lit its surroundings, and arranged some stones in a pattern. There was a peculiar sight when he stood between me and the light. It seemed to pass right through him. This was startling, but I dismissed it as a trick of my strained eyes. Then the blue flames disappeared, and we hurried through the night, the howling wolves following us as if encircling us. Eventually, the driver ventured farther away than before, and during his absence, the horses grew more agitated, snorting and screaming in terror. Though the wolves had stopped howling, I couldn't see why the horses were so scared. Then the moon broke through the clouds, revealing a circle of wolves with gleaming teeth and hungry stares. They were even more frightening in the eerie quiet than when they were howling. I was paralyzed with fear, realizing the full horror of the situation. Suddenly, the wolves started howling again, as if the moonlight stirred them. The horses thrashed and looked around in panic. Trapped by the wolves, they had no escape. I tried to call the driver, thinking our best chance was to break through the wolves. I pounded on the carriage, hoping the noise would drive the wolves away on one side and clear a path for the driver. Somehow he appeared, commanding the wolves with a powerful voice. As he gestured, the wolves retreated, giving us a moment's respite before we were plunged back into darkness. Regaining my sight, I noticed the driver getting back into the carriage while the wolves had vanished into the night. The whole experience felt so eerie and otherworldly that it left me petrified, too scared to even utter a word or make a move. Time dragged on as we continued our journey in near total darkness, the clouds having shrouded the moon. Our path mostly led us upwards, with the occasional swift drop, but we kept climbing. Out of nowhere, I realized the driver had stopped the horses in the yard of a massive, dilapidated castle. Its tall, dark windows emitted no light, and its crumbled ramparts cut a ragged silhouette against the sky lit by the moon. You're about to listen to Chapter 2. On the 5th of May, I must have dozed off because I surely would have noticed arriving at such an extraordinary location if I were fully awake. The courtyard seemed vast in the dimness, with several shadowy paths leading away beneath large rounded archways, making it appear larger than it might actually be. Daylight has yet to reveal its true size to me. When the carriage came to a halt, the driver leapt down and offered his hand to help me step out. Once again, his immense strength was apparent, his grip feeling as firm as iron, strong enough to crush mine if he wished. He then removed my luggage, placing it beside me as I stood next to a grand door, ancient and studded with hefty iron nails, within a protruding stone archway. Even in the faint light, I could tell the stone was intricately carved, though worn by time and the elements. As I pondered my next move, the driver climbed back into his seat, flicked the reins, and vanished down one of the dark paths with the carriage. I remained still, unsure of what to do next. There was no bell or knocker in sight, and my voice seemed unlikely to penetrate the thick walls and darkened windows. The wait felt interminable, and I was beset by doubts and fears. What sort of place had I come to, and who were these people? What kind of daunting adventure had I embarked on? Was this normal for a solicitor's clerk sent to discuss the purchase of a London property with a foreigner? Solicitor's clerk indeed. I had just become a fully qualified solicitor before leaving London, having passed my examination. I began to question whether I was awake, rubbing my eyes and pinching myself, half expecting to wake from a terrible dream to find myself at home with dawn creeping in. But the pinch confirmed my reality, and my eyes were not deceived. I was truly awake in the Carpathians. All that was left to do was wait for morning. As I resigned myself to this, I heard heavy footsteps from behind the door and saw the flicker of an approaching light through the cracks. The sound of chains rattling and heavy bolts sliding back followed. The turning of a key echoed with the screech of long disuse, and the massive door swung open. There stood a tall, elderly man, his face clean-shaven except for a long white mustache. He was dressed entirely in black, without a hint of color. In his hand, he held an old-fashioned silver lamp, its flame burning freely, casting long, wavering shadows in the draft from the open door. The old man gestured for me to enter with a polite movement of his right hand, his English perfect but accented strangely. Upon my arrival at his residence, he greeted me with open arms but did not approach me. He stood still, as if his welcoming gesture had turned him into a statue. Once I crossed the threshold, he quickly came to me and firmly shook my hand. His grip was so strong it was painful, and his hand felt as cold as ice, more like that of a dead man than one that was alive. He wished me well again, inviting me to come and go as I pleased and to leave behind some joy. The firmness of his handshake reminded me of the coachman, whose face remained unseen, leading me to question if they were the same person. To confirm, I inquired about his identity, and with a polite nod, he introduced himself as Dracula, welcoming me, Mr. Harker, to his home. He offered me a place to rest and a meal, as the night was cold. Dracula took the initiative to carry my bags before I could offer to do so myself. Despite my protests, he insisted, explaining that it was late and his staff was unavailable, so he wanted to tend to my needs himself. He carried my luggage through a long corridor and up a winding staircase, our footsteps echoing on the stone floor. We reached a room prepared for supper, with a freshly stoked fire that added warmth and light. He then showed me to my sleeping quarters, a well-lit and heated bedroom with a roaring fire in the fireplace. He left my bags and told me to refresh myself and join him for supper once I was ready. The warmth of the fire and Dracula's polite welcome eased my doubts and fears. Realizing how hungry I was, I quickly got ready and joined him in the dining room. There, supper was waiting. Dracula gestured towards the table, inviting me to eat as I wished. He excused himself from joining me, as he had already eaten. I gave him a sealed letter from Mr. Hawkins, which he read with a serious expression before showing me the contents with a smile. One part of the letter brought me a sense of joy. Regrettably, due to a persistent battle with gout, I am unable to travel for the foreseeable future. However, I am pleased to inform you that I have a trustworthy substitute to send in my stead. This young man, brimming with energy and skill, has proven his loyalty through years of service. He is known for his discretion and silence. He will be at your service during his visit, taking directions on any matter you require. As I sat down to a splendid meal provided by the Count, I enjoyed an excellent roast chicken, complemented by cheese, a salad, and a bottle of fine old Tokay wine, of which I savored 2 glasses. While I ate, the Count inquired about my travels, and I shared my experiences with him bit by bit. After finishing my meal, at the behest of my host, I settled into a chair by the fire and lit a cigar he had offered me. He apologized for not joining me in smoking. This gave me a chance to study him more closely. He had a very distinct look, with a strong aquiline nose, a high forehead, and bushy eyebrows that nearly met in the middle. His hair was thick in some areas, but sparse around the temples. Although his mustache obscured much of his mouth, I could see that it was set in a rather stern expression, with strikingly white and sharp teeth. His lips were unusually red, showing a surprising vitality for his age. The tops of his ears were pointed, and his chin was broad. Despite his thin cheeks, his overall appearance was one of extreme paleness. Initially, I had only noticed the backs of his hands as they rested on his knees in the light of the fire, appearing quite pale and delicate. But upon closer inspection, I saw that they were actually broad with short fingers and, oddly enough, had hair in the center of the palms. His nails were long and sharply pointed. When the Count's hands touched me, I couldn't help but shudder. Whether it was his breath or something else, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, which I struggled to hide. The Count seemed to notice my discomfort and, with a smile that revealed his protruding teeth, he returned to his seat across the fireplace. We sat in silence, and as I glanced out the window, I noticed the first faint light of dawn. A peculiar calm had settled over everything, but then I heard the sound of wolves howling in the valley below. The Count's eyes lit up as he remarked on the beautiful music they made. He seemed puzzled by my reaction and added that city dwellers like me might not understand the feelings of a hunter. Then he stood up. As the Count's story unfolded, he welcomed me to his home without approaching, standing motionless as if his gesture had turned him to stone. It was only after I stepped inside that he moved to shake my hand with a firm, painfully strong grip, his hand as cold as ice. He introduced himself as Dracula and offered me the freedom to come and go as I pleased, urging me to leave behind some joy. His handshake was reminiscent of the coachman's, who had remained unseen, sparking my curiosity about their connection. Dracula then insisted on carrying my bags, despite my protests, claiming the lateness of the hour and the absence of his staff as reasons for his personal attention. He led me through corridors and up a staircase, our footsteps echoing, to a room where supper awaited by a freshly kindled fire. After showing me to my bedroom, he invited me to refresh myself and join him for supper once ready. The fire's warmth and Dracula's polite demeanor momentarily eased my apprehensions. Realizing my hunger, I prepared quickly and met him for supper, where he gestured to the table and excused himself from eating, having already dined. I presented him with a sealed letter from Mr. Hawkins, which he read with a serious face before smiling and sharing its contents, bringing me a sense of joy. "You must feel exhausted. Your room is prepared, and tomorrow you can sleep in as much as you like. I'll be out until the afternoon, so rest well and have pleasant dreams." He showed me into my octagonal bedroom with a polite gesture. I'm lost in a world of amazement. Doubts and fears swirl in my mind, and I entertain bizarre thoughts that I'm afraid to admit even to myself. I pray for strength, for my sake and for those I hold dear. May 7th. The morning is here, but I've had a restful day and night. I woke late on my own, and after getting dressed, I found a cold breakfast waiting, with coffee still warm by the fireplace. A note from D informed me not to wait for his return. I enjoyed the meal heartily. When finished, I looked for a bell to alert the servants, but found none. Despite the wealth evident in the gold tableware and the luxurious, ancient, yet well-maintained fabrics, the house lacks certain basics like mirrors or a servant in sight. I had to use my own small shaving mirror. The silence of the castle is only broken by the distant howling of wolves. After eating, sometime between 5 and 6 o'clock, I searched for reading material. Finding none in the dining room, I discovered a library filled with English books and periodicals, none very recent. The collection covered a wide range of topics, all related to England. While I was browsing, the Count came in. He greeted me warmly, hoping I had slept well. Then he continued on. He was pleased I had found my way to him, convinced there was much to pique my interest. He gestured to his books, his faithful companions that had provided him many hours of joy. He had dreamt of London since he first thought of moving there, his love for England growing with each page he turned. Yet, his knowledge of English was limited to what he'd read, and he looked to me for guidance in conversation. Despite my assurances of his fluency in English, he humbly admitted his limitations, aspiring to blend in seamlessly with Londoners. He didn't want to be singled out as a foreigner. He aimed to maintain his dignity, just as he did as a noble in his own land. He expressed his intent to master English intonation through our conversations and urged me to correct even his slightest mistakes. He apologized for his absence earlier, citing pressing matters. I offered to assist him and inquired about the freedom to explore his castle. He welcomed me to roam freely, except where doors were locked, hinting at hidden reasons behind such restrictions. He acknowledged the strangeness I might encounter, given the differences between Transylvania and England. He assured me of a restful night in my prepared room and the liberty to sleep in. With a polite gesture, he showed me to my bedroom, leaving me to ponder the mysteries of his world. This sparked a lot of discussion. It was clear he was eager to chat, so I asked him about several events I had experienced or observed. At times, he would dodge the topic or feign misunderstanding to change the subject. However, typically, he was quite open in his responses to my inquiries. As I grew more confident over time, I questioned him about the previous night's peculiar occurrences, such as the coachman's pursuit of the blue flames. He shared with me a local belief that on a certain night each year, when evil spirits roam free, a blue flame marks the spot of hidden treasure. He was convinced that treasure was buried in the area we had passed through, a land steeped in history and bloodshed from battles among Wallachians, Saxons, and Turks. Curious, I wondered how such treasure could remain undiscovered when there were clear signs. His smile revealed sharp canine teeth as he explained that the locals were too superstitious and fearful to venture out on that night, and even if they did, they wouldn't know what to do in the daylight. I had to agree, admitting that I wouldn't be able to locate those spots again myself. Our conversation then took a different turn. Eventually, he expressed a desire to learn about London and the house I had found for him. After excusing myself, I went to my room to retrieve the necessary papers from my bag. I heard the clinking of china and silverware from the next room and noticed the table had been cleared and the lamp lit, as darkness had set in. The lamps were also on in the study, where I found him engrossed in an English Bradshaw's Guide. When I joined him, he cleared the table of his reading materials, and we dived into various plans and documents about his new residence. He was incredibly curious, asking countless questions about the area and its surroundings. It was clear he had done his homework, as he seemed to know more about the neighborhood than I did. When I mentioned this, he simply responded with a knowing look. Necessity compels me to be alone when I visit, without my friend Jonathan Harker by my side to offer guidance and support. He'll be far away in Exeter, likely engrossed in legal paperwork with my other friend, Peter Hawkins. We delved into the details of buying the Purfleet estate. After I explained the situation and secured his signature on the necessary documents, I prepared a letter to send to Mr. Hawkins. He was curious how I found such a fitting property, so I shared my notes with him. I stumbled upon the place by chance on a side road in Purfleet, where a worn-out sign announced it was for sale. Enclosed by a towering, ancient stone wall, the estate, known as Carfax, likely a twist on the term Cotter Face, sits on roughly 20 acres. The thick walls, rusted iron gates, and dense trees give it a rather somber look. A dark pond, fed by springs, adds to the estate's gloom. The house itself is a patchwork of different eras, with parts dating back to medieval times, characterized by thick stone walls and scarce, iron-barred windows. It's expansive, with an old chapel close by, though I couldn't get inside. I did, however, manage to take some photographs of it. Nearby, there's a large, recently established private lunatic asylum, but it's hidden from view within the estate grounds. He seemed pleased that the house was both ancient and large, as he comes from an old lineage and couldn't bear living in a new building. He mused about the importance of history and how quickly time passes, expressing a preference for the old chapel where his ancestors could rest undisturbed. He spoke of his love for solitude, shadows, and the cold wind whistling through the broken parts of his own castle, a stark contrast to the joy of youth and the allure of sunshine and sparkling waters. His words painted a picture of a man who had spent many years grieving and found comfort in the dark and quiet, yet his expression seemed at odds with his sentiment, casting a somewhat unsettling aura around him. He soon excused himself and left, urging me to organize my documents. His absence lasted a bit, and I took to examining the nearby books. An atlas caught my attention, frequently open to the map of England. It showed tiny circles at specific locations, one near East London, likely marking his new property, and others at Exeter and Whitby on the Yorkshire coast. Nearly an hour passed before he came back. He remarked on my continued reading and suggested taking a break for supper was ready. He guided me to the dining room, where a splendid meal awaited. Although he had dined earlier, he kept me company, making conversation as I ate. Following the meal, I smoked, and he stayed, filling the time with endless questions. Despite the night's length, I didn't complain, feeling obliged to comply with his hospitality. The previous day's rest had left me alert, yet the early dawn's chill crept over me, a feeling often associated with the change of tides, a time when it's said the dying often pass away. Suddenly, a rooster's crow pierced the morning silence. He swiftly rose, noting the time, and chided himself for keeping me up. With a swift bow, he departed. I retired to my room and drew the curtains, seeing only the dawn's gray light. Closing them, I recorded the day's events. On May 8, I worried my writing was too detailed, but given the oddity of my surroundings, I found some comfort in it. I longed for safety or wished I'd never arrived. The nocturnal life here weighed on me, and without anyone to talk to except the Count, I felt a growing unease. I clung to the facts, hoping to keep my imagination in check, for if it took over, I'd be lost. I had to remind myself of my current situation. Having only managed a brief slumber, I awoke with the realization that more sleep wouldn't come. Rising, I prepared to shave by the window where my mirror hung. As I started, a sudden touch on my shoulder and the Count's morning greetings caught me off guard. I hadn't noticed his approach, despite the mirror's view of the room. My surprise caused a small nick on my skin, which I initially ignored. I greeted the Count in return and peered back into the glass, puzzled at how I'd missed seeing him. He stood near, yet his image was absent from the reflection. Only my own figure appeared, amidst the room's entirety. This absence of his reflection was unnerving, adding to the discomfort I felt around the Count. I then noticed a trickle of blood from the nick and set the razor aside to search for a plaster. The sight of my blood seemed to ignite a wild fury in the Count's eyes. He lunged for my throat, but recoiled when his hand brushed against my crucifix. His anger vanished as quickly as it had flared. He warned me of the dangers of a cut in this land, then condemned the mirror as a vain trinket. With a strong motion, he opened the window and hurled the glass out, where it shattered below in the courtyard. He left without another word, leaving me to ponder how I'd managed to shave now, with only my watch case or the metal-bottomed pot as alternatives. Alone, I breakfasted, the Count nowhere in sight. His absence during meals was peculiar. Post-breakfast, I explored the castle, finding a southward room with a breathtaking view. Yet the castle felt like a prison, with all doors locked and no exits save the windows. The Count's brief departure later that day gave me a chance to peruse the books, including an atlas marked with circles in England. His return was followed by supper, where he kept me company and filled the evening with questions. Despite the length of the night, I didn't protest, feeling obliged to his hospitality. The dawn brought a chill, and with the crow of a rooster, the Count excused himself. I retired, recording everything, aware of the strangeness around me and the unease it brought, clinging to facts to keep my imagination at bay. You're about to listen to Chapter 3. Discovering myself trapped sparked a frantic reaction. I ran up and down, testing doors and looking out windows until I realized my situation was hopeless. Reflecting on that moment, I seemed as crazed as a trapped rat. Once I accepted my powerlessness, I sat and pondered my next move. Still thinking, I've reached no solid decision. One thing is clear, sharing my thoughts with the Count is futile. He's aware of my captivity, and since he's responsible, he'd likely mislead me. I must keep my knowledge and fears to myself, staying alert. I'm either overreacting or in real trouble, and if it's the latter, I'll need all my wits. Just as I settled on this, I heard the front door close, signaling the Count's return. He didn't immediately enter the library, so I cautiously retreated to my room and found him tidying up. This confirmed my suspicion of no other servants in the house. Watching him set the dining table later, I was convinced. This realization was unsettling. If he's alone, he must have been my coach driver. The thought is chilling, especially considering his control over the wolves. Why did the locals at Bistritz and the coach passengers fear for me? What's the significance of the crucifix, garlic, wild rose, and mountain ash they gave me? I'm grateful for the crucifix. It brings comfort and strength. It's curious that an object I've learned to view skeptically now offers solace. Is it the object itself or the memories of kindness it represents? I'll have to ponder this later. For now, I need to learn more about Count Dracula to possibly understand my situation. Tonight, I might steer the conversation to get him to reveal more about himself. I must tread lightly to avoid arousing his suspicions. As the clock struck midnight, I found myself deeply engaged in a conversation with the Count. I had sparked his interest with questions about the history of Transylvania, and he became animated on the topic. He recounted battles and events as though he had witnessed them firsthand. This personal connection, he later clarified, stemmed from a nobleman's pride in his lineage. Their triumphs and tribulations were his own. When discussing his family, he adopted the royal we, giving his words a regal air. His storytelling was captivating, brimming with the nation's past. The Count paced the room, his excitement tangible, tugging at his thick white mustache and gripping objects with a force that seemed as if he could crush them. He shared insights into his ancestry which I'll do my best to remember, as they reveal much about his heritage. We Skellies hold a sense of pride, rightfully so, as our blood carries the legacy of valiant peoples who fought with the ferocity of lions for dominance. In the swirling mix of European ancestries, our Bookyrook ancestors brought with them from Iceland a combativeness bestowed by gods like Thor and Woden. Their warriors, known as berserkers, unleashed such fearsome force along the coasts of Europe, and even Asia and Africa, that folks believed werewolves had descended upon them. When they arrived here, they encountered the Huns, whose battle rage had scorched the earth, leading the fading nations to believe they carried the witch's blood, those exiled from Scythia who had consorted with devils in the wastelands. But what sorcerer or witch could compare to Attila, whose lineage courses through our veins? He gestured to his arms in emphasis. It's no surprise we were conquerors, filled with pride, successfully repelling the onslaughts of thousands from Magyars, Lombards, Avars, Bulgars, and Turks at our borders. It's no mystery that when Arpad and his forces carved through the Hungarian heartland, they found us already settled at the frontier, where we completed the Honfoglas. And as the Hungarian tide rolled eastward, the Skellies were hailed as kin by the triumphant Magyars. For centuries, we were entrusted with defending the frontier against the Turks. And indeed, more than that, we tirelessly kept watch, for as the Turks say, water sleeps, but the enemy is sleepless. Who else but us from the four nations joyfully accepted the bloody sword or rallied faster to the king's banner at the call to arms? When the disgrace of Kosovo occurred, where the flags of Wallach and Magyar fell to the crescent, it was one of our own who, as voivode, crossed the Danube and defeated the Turks on their turf. Such was a true Dracula. Yet, it was tragic that his own disloyal brother, after his defeat, sold his people to the Turks, marking them with the stain of servitude. Was it not the same Dracula who inspired another from our lineage to lead his troops across the Great River into Turkeyland time and again? Even when pushed back, he returned, over and over, even if alone from the blood-drenched battlefield where his forces lay vanquished, for he believed in his inevitable victory. Some claimed he was self-centered. Nonsense. What use are peasants without a leader? How can a war end without a mind and heart to steer it? Once more, after the Battle of Mohacs, when we cast off the Hungarian oppression, those of Dracula descent were among the leaders, for our spirits could not tolerate anything less than freedom. Ah, the Skellies, with Dracula at the core of their being, their intellect and their swords, can claim a heritage that upstarts like the Habsburgs and Romanovs could never match. The era of martial glory may have passed. Blood has become too valuable in these times of ignoble peace, and the tales of grand lineages are now just stories to be told. As dawn approached, we retired for the night. This diary entry, it seems, must end at daybreak, much like the tales of the Arabian Nights or the apparition in Shakespeare's Hamlet. May 12th. I'll start with the bare essentials, facts that have been checked against books and figures, leaving no room for doubt. These shouldn't be muddled with experiences that rely on what I've observed or remember. Yesterday, when the Count left his room, he began by probing me with questions about legal matters and business dealings. I had spent a wearisome day buried in books, and to distract my mind, I reviewed some of the subjects I had been studying at Lincoln's Inn. The Count's questions followed a particular pattern, so I'll try to record them in order. They might prove useful to me one day. He was curious whether a man in England could engage the services of multiple solicitors. I informed him that while it's possible to hire a dozen, it wouldn't be wise to involve more than one in a single transaction, as they can't all act simultaneously, and switching between them could harm his interests. He grasped this concept quickly, and then inquired if there would be any real difficulty in having one solicitor manage banking and another handle shipping, especially if specialized local assistance was needed far from the banking solicitor's base. I urged him to clarify, wanting to avoid any misunderstandings, and he obliged. He explained that a friend, Mr. Peter Hawkins, who lives in the shadow of the beautiful Exeter Cathedral, far from London, would purchase a property for him through me. He chose someone distant from London to ensure that only his interests were served and to avoid any local biases that might arise from hiring someone based in the city. He then wondered if it would be simpler to ship goods to various ports by consigning directly to someone in those locations. I assured him that it would indeed be straightforward, as solicitors have an agency system allowing local tasks to be completed locally on a solicitor's instructions, meaning a client can have his wishes fulfilled by just one solicitor without further hassle. He pondered whether he could direct these matters himself, to which I confirmed that it was common practice, especially among business people who prefer not to have all their affairs known to one person. He nodded in approval and continued to inquire about the logistics of making consignments, the required procedures, and potential complications that could be avoided with careful planning. I shared my knowledge on these topics as best as I could, and he left me with the impression that he would have been an exceptional solicitor, given his attention to detail and foresight. For someone who had never been to the country and didn't seem to engage much in business, his insight and sharpness were astounding. After he had gathered all the information he needed, and I had confirmed everything I could with the available books, he abruptly stood up. Since my initial correspondence with our friend Mr. Peter Hawkins, I had penned no further letters to him or anyone else. A touch of bitterness tinged my admission of this fact, as I hadn't found a chance to communicate with anyone. The suggestion to write came from a friend who, with a firm pat on my shoulder, encouraged me to reach out to Mr. Hawkins and others, hinting that I might mention my extended stay with him for the upcoming month. The idea of remaining for such a duration chilled me, and I questioned if this was truly his wish. His response left no room for argument. He insisted on my stay, reminding me that the arrangements made by my superior were to accommodate his needs alone. Despite the discomfort it caused me, I had no choice but to agree, considering Mr. Hawkins's interests above my own. All the while, Count Dracula's presence and piercing gaze served as a stark reminder of my constrained freedom, making it clear that any semblance of choice was merely an illusion. When the Count handed me paper and envelopes for writing, his intentions were unmistakable. His subtle yet commanding demeanor suggested that my letters should stick to business matters only, likely to reassure my friends of my well-being and anticipation of returning home. The thinness of the paper and his scrutinizing smile, revealing sharp teeth beneath his lip, were clear indications that my words would not be private. I resolved to write only superficial messages and save my true thoughts for secret notes to Mr. Hawkins and Mina in shorthand that would confound the Count. After composing my letters, I occupied myself with a book while the Count busied himself with his own correspondence. Once he left, I couldn't resist glancing at the letters he had prepared, lying face down on the table. Under the circumstances, I felt justified in seeking any means to protect myself. Among the letters, one was addressed to Samuel F. Billington in Whitby, another to Herlutner in Varna, and others to Coutts and Company in London and to bankers Klopstock and Billruth in Budapest. Two of them were unsealed, and I was about to peek when the door handle turned. Hastily, I returned the letters to their place and resumed my reading just as the Count re-entered with yet another letter in hand. He carefully stamped all the letters. Then, before leaving, he paused at the door, expressing hope that I'd find everything to my satisfaction, and left me to my thoughts. I received a stern warning from a concerned friend. He implored me with utmost seriousness to refrain from sleeping anywhere else in the castle besides these rooms. The castle's ancient walls, filled with memories, could provoke unsettling dreams for those who chose their resting places unwisely. He emphasized the importance of returning to my chamber or these rooms if sleep threatened to overtake me, to ensure my safety. His advice concluded with a chilling gesture, reminiscent of washing hands, which left me with no doubt about the seriousness of his words. I pondered whether any dream could surpass the eerie and perplexing atmosphere that seemed to be tightening its grip on me. Later, I found myself agreeing with his words more firmly, convinced that my fear of sleeping elsewhere was unwarranted as long as he was absent. I had positioned a crucifix above my bed, hoping to ward off dreams and secure a peaceful rest, and there it would stay. After he departed, I retired to my room. Soon after, the silence led me to venture out and ascend the stone stairs to a vantage point looking southward. The immense, open landscape offered a fleeting sense of liberation, starkly contrasting with the oppressive darkness of the courtyard. From this lookout, I felt the weight of my confinement and yearned for a breath of fresh air, even if it was the cool night air. This nocturnal life was beginning to take its toll on me, eroding my nerves. My own shadow startled me, and I was haunted by all sorts of dreadful thoughts. The fears that plagued me were not unfounded in this cursed place. I gazed out at the expansive view, now illuminated by the soft yellow glow of the moonlight, so bright it was almost like daylight. The distant hills softened in the light, and the valleys and ravines were steeped in velvety darkness. The sheer beauty brought me some solace. Each breath seemed to carry peace and comfort. As I leaned out from the tall, stone-mullioned window, my attention was caught by a movement of floor below to my left, where I presumed the Count's chambers were. The window I stood at, though worn by weather, remained intact, but it was clear it had been a long time since it had been opened. I discreetly stepped back into the shadow of the stonework, peering out with caution. What unfolded before my eyes was the silhouette of the Count emerging from the window. His face remained unseen, but the distinctive shape of his neck and the familiar movements of his back and arms betrayed his identity. Above all, the hands were unmistakable, having been the subject of my close observation on numerous occasions. Initially, my interest was piqued and I found a hint of amusement in the situation, as the smallest things can capture a prisoner's attention. However, my amusement quickly turned to disgust and fear when I witnessed the Count's entire figure ascend the window and begin his descent along the castle wall, facing downward. His cloak billowed around him like vast wings. At first, I doubted what I was seeing, suspecting a play of moonlight or shadows, but as I continued to watch, I realized it was no illusion. I could see his fingers and toes clutching the stone edges, worn smooth over the years, and using every bump and crevice to move swiftly downward, much like a lizard on a wall. What kind of being was this, appearing as a man? The dread of this ghastly place was overwhelming. Fear gripped me, a terrible fear, with no means of escape. I was surrounded by horrors too terrifying to contemplate. May 15th. Once again, I witnessed the Count exit the castle in his peculiar, lizard-like manner. He descended sideways, about 100 feet down and to the left, then disappeared through some opening or window. When he was out of sight, I leaned out, straining to see more, but the distance was too vast for a clear view. Knowing he had left, I seized the chance to explore areas of the castle I hadn't dared before. I returned to the room, grabbed a lamp, and tested every door, finding them locked with new-looking locks, as I had anticipated. I descended the stone stairs to the main hall where I had first come in. I could slide the bolts and unhook the chains with ease, but the door was still locked, the key missing. That key had to be in the Count's room. I had to stay alert for an opportunity to retrieve it and make my escape. Continuing my investigation, I checked various stairways and passageways, trying each door. A few small rooms near the hall were unlocked, revealing nothing but old, dusty, and moth-eaten furniture. However, I eventually came upon a door at the stairway's top that seemed locked but yielded slightly to pressure. Upon pushing harder, I realized it wasn't locked. The hinges had sagged, and the door was scraping the floor. Not wanting to miss this chance, I pushed with all my might and managed to enter. I found myself in a castle wing further right than the rooms I knew and one story lower. The windows revealed that this suite of rooms extended southward, with the corner room's windows facing both west and south. There was a steep cliff on both sides. The castle, perched on a massive rock, was nearly invulnerable on 3 sides. Large windows were placed out of reach from any projectile, ensuring light and comfort that a guarded position couldn't offer. To the west lay a vast valley, and beyond, towering jagged mountains rose, peak after peak, with ash and thorn trees clinging to the stone crevices. This area must have housed the ladies of the past, for the furnishings seemed more comfortable than any I'd seen. The windows lacked curtains, and the moonlight pouring in through the diamond panes made even the colors visible, softening the thick dust layer and somewhat concealing the wear of time and moths. My lamp felt feeble against the moon's glow, but its presence was comforting in the eerie solitude that chilled my heart and made me shiver. Despite the dread, this place felt better than the rooms tainted by the Count's presence. I tried to calm my nerves and soon felt a peaceful quietude wash over me. There I sat at a small oak table, where perhaps in days gone by, a lady might have penned a love letter with great care and blushing cheeks. Now, I was jotting down recent events in my diary in shorthand. It was a clash of eras, modern efficiency against ancient mysteries that refused to be extinguished. Later on the morning of May 16th, I find myself praying for my sanity to hold. The comfort of feeling secure is a distant memory. As I continue my stay here, I cling to the single hope that I won't lose my mind, though I sometimes wonder if I haven't already. If my mind is still intact, it's maddening to realize that among the horrors lurking here, the Count is the least terrifying to me. It's to him I look for protection, as long as I am useful to him. I beg the merciful God to keep me composed, for losing that would truly be a descent into madness. I'm starting to understand things that once puzzled me. I never fully grasped what Shakespeare meant in Hamlet until now, as I feel my own mind might be slipping away. In these moments, I turn to my diary for comfort, hoping the routine of recording my thoughts will calm my nerves. The Count's cryptic warning scared me when he said it, and it scares me even more now. He has a terrifying power over me, and I dread doubting his words in the future. After writing in my diary and putting it back in my pocket with the pen, I felt drowsy. Remembering the Count's warning, I decided to ignore it, finding a strange satisfaction in doing so. The urge to sleep was strong, and with it came a stubbornness that often accompanies tiredness. The gentle moonlight was calming, and the open space outside offered a sense of freedom that was refreshing. I chose not to return to the oppressive rooms that night, opting to sleep here instead, where noble women once spent their days singing and living gracefully while worrying about their loved ones at war. I moved a large couch to a spot where I could gaze upon the beautiful scenery to the east and south. Not minding the dust, I settled down to sleep. I must have dozed off, I hope so, but what followed felt so vivid that now, in the bright morning light, I struggled to believe it was all a dream. I wasn't by myself in the room, which looked just as it had when I first entered. My footprints were visible in the dust on the floor, highlighted by the bright moonlight. Across from me, bathed in that same light, were 3 young women of evident grace and fashion. I doubted my own eyes, suspecting a dream, for they cast no shadows, even with the moon behind them. They drew near, examined me, and then exchanged whispers. 2 had dark hair and shared the Count's sharp, prominent noses, their eyes a deep, almost crimson hue against the pale moon. The third was the image of fairness, with cascading golden locks and light blue eyes that felt strangely familiar, tied to some vague, unsettling memory I couldn't place. All 3 had dazzling white teeth that stood out against their red lips, creating an eerie beauty. A mix of desire and fear stirred within me, a dangerous wish for their red lips to meet mine, a thought I regretted noting for fear it might someday hurt Mina. They laughed together, a sound musical yet chilling, reminiscent of a masterful play on water glasses. The fair one playfully shook her head while the others encouraged her, suggesting she should be the first to approach, with the promise of shared kisses from me. Laying still, I peeked through my lashes, filled with a mix of dread and excitement. The fair woman leaned over me, her breath brushing against my skin, sweet yet with an underlying bitterness. I kept my eyes down as she knelt, her posture exuding a predatory delight. As she bent closer, I saw her tongue glide over her shining lips in the moonlight, her head inching toward my throat. She paused just as I felt her hot breath and the tingling anticipation of her touch. The sensation of her lips near the sensitive skin of my neck and the graze of her teeth sent a shiver through me. I closed my eyes, succumbing to the ecstasy, my heart pounding in weight. In that fleeting moment, a surge of sensation hit me like a bolt of lightning. I was keenly aware of the Count's presence, enveloped in a tempest of anger. As my eyes sprang open, I caught sight of his powerful grip on the delicate neck of the beautiful woman. He pulled her head back with a strength that seemed superhuman. Her blue eyes were ablaze with rage, her white teeth gnashed in fury, and her cheeks flushed a deep red with passion. The Count's wrath was beyond anything I could have imagined, not even in the darkest pits of hell. His eyes burned with a ferocious glow, the red in them sinister, as if fueled by the fires of the underworld. His face was ghostly white, and the lines on it were as taut as steel wires. His bushy eyebrows, meeting over his nose, now looked like a bar of molten metal. With a swift movement, he flung the woman aside and gestured to the others to keep their distance, his command as forceful as the one he'd used on the wolves. His voice, soft yet piercing, seemed to slice through the air and resonate in the room. He warned them about touching or even looking at the man he claimed as his own. He threatened them with his wrath if they dared defy him. The beautiful woman retorted with a scornful laugh, suggesting the Count was incapable of love. The others joined in, their laughter void of joy, sounding like the cackles of soulless beings. The Count's gaze then fell upon me, studying my face before he whispered a promise. He assured them that they would have their chance with the man once he was finished with him. He then dismissed them, insisting there was work to be done. One of the women inquired about their feast for the night, referencing a bag on the floor that seemed to contain something alive. The Count confirmed with a nod. A woman eagerly opened the bag, and I thought I heard a muffled cry like that of a stifled child. They gathered around the bag, and I watched in horror. Then, as I looked on, they vanished along with the bag. They didn't pass through a door or by me. They simply melted into the moonlight and out the window, their shadowy figures visible for a moment before fading away completely. Overwhelmed by terror, I lost consciousness. You're about to listen to Chapter 4. I woke up in my bed, puzzled if I hadn't been dreaming. The Count might have brought me here. I tried to figure it out but couldn't be sure. There were clues, like my neatly folded clothes, which I don't do, and my unwound watch. I always wind it before bed. These could mean my mind was off, and I was definitely shaken. I need to keep looking for proof. One good thing, if the Count undressed me, he was in a rush since my pockets were untouched. My diary, which he would have found confusing, was still with me. If he had found it, he would have taken or destroyed it. The room that scared me now felt safe, a refuge from the terrifying women who wanted my blood. On May 18th, I had to see that room in the daylight to know the truth. The door at the top of the stairs was shut tight, the frame splintered as if forced. The bolt wasn't drawn, but it was locked from inside. It might not have been a dream. I have to act on this guess. On May 19th, I felt trapped. The Count sweetly asked me to write 3 letters about leaving soon, starting the next day, and then that I'd left the castle and reached Bistritz. I wanted to resist, but couldn't risk it since I was at his mercy. Disagreeing would make him suspicious and angry. He knew I knew too much and couldn't let me live. I had to play along to buy time, hoping for a chance to escape. I saw that same fury in his eyes that he had when he threw that woman away. He told me the letters would ease my friend's worries and promised to hold off on sending the later ones. I had to agree or risk more suspicion. I asked when to date the letters. He thought for a moment and said the first should be June 12th, the second June 19th, and the third June 29th. Now I knew the time I had left. I prayed for help. On the 28th of May, I glimpsed a ray of hope for escape, or at least the possibility to send a message home. A group of Scani, who are gypsies native to this region and related to gypsies worldwide, set up camp in the castle courtyard. They often live outside the law in Hungary and Transylvania, numbering in the thousands. Typically, they align themselves with a noble or boyar and adopt his name. Known for their fearlessness and lack of religion, they are deeply superstitious and speak various dialects of the Romani language. I seized the opportunity to write letters home, aiming to persuade the Scani to post them. I had already initiated contact with them from my window, exchanging gestures and nods, though their language remained a mystery to me. After composing the letters, I addressed one to Mina in shorthand, asking Mr. Hawkins to reach out to her. I detailed my predicament, but spared her the darker aspects that I could only guess at, fearing it would terrify her. I managed to pass the letters to one of the men, along with a gold coin, through the window bars. He accepted them with a heartfelt gesture, tucking them into his hat. That was all I could do. I retreated to my study to read, and the Count did not disturb me, so I recorded these events. Later, the Count entered and, with his smooth demeanor, revealed he had intercepted the letters. He calmly destroyed an unsigned letter, which seemed to offend him, in front of me. However, he offered to send the letter addressed to Hawkins, apologizing for breaking the seal by mistake and providing me with a new envelope to readdress it. Once he left, I heard the soft click of the lock, confirming my confinement. Hours later, the Count's return woke me from a nap on the sofa. He greeted me cheerfully, suggesting I get some rest in bed as he had work to do. Despite the despair enveloping me, I managed to sleep undisturbed, finding a strange peace in my exhaustion. On the morning of May 31st, upon waking, I decided to carry paper and envelopes in my pocket for writing whenever the chance arose. But to my dismay, I found every piece of paper missing, along with my notes on travel, my railway memoranda, and my letter of credit, everything of use if I were to escape the castle. I pondered over this for a while before searching my portmanteau and the wardrobe where I had placed my clothes. My traveling suit, overcoat, and rug had all vanished without a trace, hinting at some sinister plan afoot. On the morning of June 17th, as I sat on my bed, deep in thought, I heard the sound of whips cracking and horses' hooves on the rocky path outside the courtyard. Filled with joy, I rushed to the window and saw 2 large carts, each pulled by 8 strong horses, enter the yard. The Slovak drivers, with their wide hats and dirty sheepskins, carried long staves. I tried to leave my room to join them, only to find my door locked from the outside. I called out to the men from the window, but they only looked at me and pointed. The leader of the skeiny said something to them, and they all laughed, ignoring my pleas from that point on. The carts carried large, square boxes that seemed empty by the ease with which they were handled. After unloading, the Slovaks received some money, spat on it for luck, and returned to their horses. Soon, the sound of their whips faded into the distance. Before dawn on June 24th, after the Count left early and locked himself in his room, I dared to climb the winding stair and peer out the south-facing window. I intended to keep watch, sensing that something was happening. The skeiny were busy with some task within the castle, as I occasionally heard distant sounds of digging. Whatever they were doing, it was surely part of some cruel scheme. Less than half an hour into my watch, I saw someone emerge from the Count's window. To my horror, it was the Count himself, wearing the suit I had traveled in and carrying the dreadful bag taken by the women. It was clear he was up to no good, planning to be seen in my clothes, so any misdeeds he committed would be blamed on me. The thought of such injustice continuing while I'm confined here, like a prisoner without legal rights, fills me with anger. I decided to keep watch for the Count's return and spent a long time stubbornly staring out the window. Eventually, I noticed small, dust-like specks dancing in the moonlight. They swirled and clustered together, creating a calming effect that slowly enveloped me. I settled into a more comfortable spot to better enjoy the spectacle. Suddenly, a distant howling of dogs from the unseen valley below jolted me. The sound grew louder, and the dust motes seemed to dance more wildly. I felt a primal urge stirring within me. My instincts and even my soul were fighting to respond. I was becoming entranced. The dust sped up its dance, the moonbeams vibrated, and the specks began to form ghostly shapes. Fully alert now, I screamed and ran from the place, sensing the shapes were the 3 ghostly women I was doomed to encounter. I felt a bit safer in my own brightly lit room, away from the moonlight. Hours later, a sharp cry from the Count's room pierced the silence, then nothing but a chilling quiet. My heart pounding, I tried the door, but it was locked. I could only sit and weep. Outside, a woman's anguished cry caught my attention. I rushed to the window, peered through the bars, and saw a woman with wild hair clutching her chest in distress. She leaned against the gateway and seemed to beg for her child's return, her emotions raw and violent. Though I couldn't see her, I heard her hands pounding on the door. Above, the Count's voice echoed, calling out and being met by the howling of wolves. They soon filled the courtyard, but the woman's cries ceased, and the wolves left as quickly as they came, seemingly satisfied. Despite knowing the fate of her child, I couldn't feel sorry for her. It was better for her to be dead. Desperate, I wondered what to do, how to escape this nightmare of fear and shadows. On the morning of the 25th of June, no one can truly appreciate the morning until they've endured a night of suffering. The way the morning sunlight hit the top of the great gateway opposite my window was a sight to behold, reminding me of a dove finding refuge. My fear seemed to evaporate like mist in the warmth of the sun. I knew I had to act while I still felt the courage that daylight brought. The night before, I had sent off one of my delayed letters, the first in a series meant to erase all traces of my existence from the world. I pushed the thought aside and focused on action. Night has always been a time of danger and fear for me. I've never seen the Count in daylight, which makes me wonder if he's awake at night while everyone else sleeps. If only I could enter his room, but the door is always locked, leaving no entry for me. Yet, there might be a way if I'm brave enough to try it. I've seen the Count crawl from his window, so why shouldn't I follow his example and enter through the same window? The risk is high, but my need is even greater. I'm prepared to take the chance, knowing the worst outcome could be death. But death for a man is different from that of a calf, and perhaps the afterlife still awaits me. I pray for help in my endeavor. If I don't make it, farewell, Mina, my dear friend and mentor, and farewell to all, especially Mina. Later the same day, I managed to return to my room with God's help. I must record every detail while it's fresh in my mind. With my courage at its peak, I went straight to the south window and climbed onto the narrow stone ledge that encircles the building. The stones were large and the mortar had worn away over time. I removed my boots and carefully made my way along the perilous path. I glanced down once to ensure the height wouldn't overwhelm me, but then I avoided looking down again. I knew roughly where the Count's window was and headed towards it, taking advantage of any handholds I could find. I didn't feel dizzy, probably too filled with adrenaline, and before I knew it, I was standing on the windowsill, trying to open the sash. Sliding in feet first, I was tense, but discovered the room was empty. It was sparsely furnished with dusty items that seemed untouched. I searched for the key but couldn't find it. The only remarkable thing was a pile of ancient gold coins from various empires, all covered in dust as if they'd been buried for centuries. There were also old, stained jewels and ornaments among the treasure. In one corner, a hefty door caught my attention. With no keys in sight, either for this room or the outer door, my main goal, I knew I had to keep looking or else all my efforts would go to waste. The door was unlocked, leading me down a stone corridor to a spiral staircase that descended sharply. I took careful steps downward, the dim light coming only from small slits in the thick walls. At the base, a dark passage stretched out, filled with a chilling, musty smell of freshly turned soil. As I moved forward, the scent became thicker and more overpowering. Eventually, I pushed against a partly open, heavy door and entered what was once a chapel, now in ruins and used as a burial site. The ceiling was damaged, with steps leading to vaults in two spots, and the soil had been recently moved, placed into large wooden crates, clearly the ones brought by the Slovaks. The place was deserted, and I searched for another exit but found none. I examined every inch of ground, unwilling to miss any detail. Venturing into the vaults was terrifying, but I did it anyway. Light barely made its way in here. I checked 2 vaults and found only broken coffin pieces and dust. But the third held a startling find. In one of the 50 large boxes on a mound of the newly dug earth lay the Count. Whether he was dead or asleep, I couldn't tell. His eyes were open, lifeless yet not glazed over like those of the dead, and his cheeks held a faint warmth. His lips were as red as always. But there was no movement, no pulse, no breath, no heartbeat. I leaned closer, searching for any sign of life, but found none. He hadn't been there long. The earthy smell hadn't had time to dissipate. Next to the box, its lid had holes scattered across it. I thought he might have the keys on him, but when I went to look, I met his lifeless gaze. Even in death, they held such a look of hate that I ran from the place. I escaped the Count's room through the window and climbed the castle wall once more. Back in my room, I collapsed on the bed, gasping and trying to gather my thoughts. June 29th. Today's date matches my last letter, and the Count has done something to show it was real. I watched him leave the castle through the same window wearing my clothes. As he scaled the wall with ease, I wished for a weapon to stop him, but I feared ordinary means wouldn't work on him. I couldn't stay to watch him return, scared of encountering those eerie sisters. I went back to the library and read until sleep overtook me. I woke up to the Count staring at me with a sternness that could chill anyone to the bone. Tomorrow marks the day when my friend and I must go our separate ways. He'll return to the beauty of England while I embark on a venture that might end in us never crossing paths again. His letter to home is on its way, and though I won't be here, everything will be set for his departure. In the morning, the Skaney will arrive with their own tasks, followed by some Slovaks. Once they leave, my carriage will take him to the Borgo Pass to catch the coach from Bukovina to Bistritz. I hold on to the hope of spending more time with him at Castle Dracula, but I have my doubts about the Count's intentions. I decide to challenge his honesty, as calling his actions sincere feels like a misuse of the word when referring to such a creature. I question why I can't leave tonight, and he responds that his coachman and horses are out. I offer to walk, eager to leave immediately, but he counters with a question about my luggage, which I'm willing to abandon and retrieve later. The Count rises, embodying the essence of politeness, and insists that I should not wait against my will, despite his sadness over my sudden wish to depart. He leads me with a lamp through the house, but we're interrupted by the howling of wolves nearby. It's as if they respond to his gesture, much like an orchestra to a conductor's baton. We reach the door, and to my shock, it's unlocked, though no key is in sight. As the door opens wider, the wolves' howls intensify, their fierce appearances becoming visible through the gap. I realize any resistance against the Count would be futile with such creatures at his command. I'm struck by the thought that this might be the moment of my demise, to be devoured by wolves at my own suggestion. In desperation, I plead for the door to be shut until morning, hiding my tears of bitter disappointment. The Count swiftly closes the door, the sound of the bolts echoing in the hall. We return to the library in silence. I retreat to my room, the last image of Count Dracula being his triumphant, mocking farewell gesture. As I settled into my room, ready to rest, I was sure I heard hushed voices at my door. Creeping up to it, I strained my ears and caught what I believed to be the Count's voice, commanding someone to return to their place, to be patient, as the night belonged to him and the next would be theirs. This was followed by soft, mocking laughter. In anger, I flung the door open to find the three dreadful women outside, their lips glistening as if they had just feasted. They cackled wickedly at my sight and then vanished into the night. Distraught, I knelt in my room, pondering if my end was drawing near. Would tomorrow be the day? In search of divine assistance, I prayed for myself and my loved ones. The morning of June 30th dawned, and I might be penning my final words in this journal. I had slept until the early hours and awoke with a resolve to face death with courage, should it arrive. The air shifted subtly, signaling the arrival of daybreak. The crow of a rooster filled me with relief. I was safe for now. Elated, I dashed down to the hall. The door was unlocked, offering me a chance at freedom. My hands shook as I worked to unfasten the chains and slide the heavy bolts aside. But the door wouldn't budge. Despair gripped me. I tugged and rattled the door, but it wouldn't give. It had been locked after my encounter with the Count. Overcome with a desperate need for the key, I decided to risk everything and climb the wall to the Count's room once more. Facing death seemed a lesser evil than what awaited me here. Without hesitation, I scaled the wall to the east window and descended into the Count's chamber. It was deserted, as I had expected. No key was in sight, but the pile of gold was still there. I moved through the door in the corner, down the spiral staircase, and through the dark corridor to the old chapel, intent on confronting the monster I was searching for. The large chest hadn't moved and was against the wall as before. Its lid was propped open, nails in place but not yet hammered in. I knew the key was with the body inside, so I lifted the lid and leaned it against the wall. Horror seized me then. There was the Count, looking younger somehow, with dark iron gray replacing white hair and mustache. His face was fuller, his skin beneath the white now flushed with a ruby glow. His lips, redder than before, were wet with fresh blood trickling down from the corners of his mouth to his chin and neck. His eyes, deep and burning, were surrounded by swollen flesh. The creature appeared engorged with blood, lying there like a leech sated with its feed. I recoiled at the thought of touching him, but I had to search for the key or face doom. I feared becoming a feast, much like the three horrific women. Searching the body revealed no key. The Count's face wore a mocking smile that nearly drove me to madness. This monster, if unleashed in London, could create a legion of semi-demons. The thought was unbearable. Without a weapon, I grabbed a shovel and struck at the creature's face with all my might. But as I swung, the Count's eyes met mine, paralyzing me with their dreadful gaze. The shovel merely gashed his forehead before slipping from my grasp. The blade's flange knocked the lid closed, hiding the ghastly sight from me. The last image I had was of the Count's blood-stained face, grinning with an evil that could dominate the darkest depths of hell. Pondering my next step, I felt my mind ablaze, and a sense of despair grew within me as I waited. From afar, the sound of a gypsy tune approached, sung by cheerful voices, accompanied by the rumble of heavy wheels and the snap of whips. It was the skeiny and slow vox the Count had mentioned. I glanced one last time at the box holding that dreadful creature, then darted to the Count's chamber, ready to bolt the moment the door opened. My ears on high alert, I heard the key grind in the lock below and the massive door swing open. There had to be another way in, or someone had a key to the locked doors. The echo of many footsteps grew fainter in a corridor. I spun to head back to the vault to seek a new way in, but a sudden gust slammed the stairway door shut, sending a cloud of dust into the air. When I tried to push it open, it wouldn't budge. Trapped again, the net of doom tightened around me. As I jot this down, I can hear the tramp of feet and the thud of heavy loads below, likely the earth-filled boxes. The pounding of hammers follows, they're sealing the box. Then, the heavy footsteps return, with lighter ones trailing. The door closes, chains rattle, a key grinds and withdraws, another door creaks open and then shuts. Listen. Outside, the heavy wheels roll, whips crack, and the Skeny's chorus fades into the distance. Now I'm in the castle with those terrible women. Ugh. Mina is nothing like them. They're devils from the pit. I won't stay with them. I plan to climb the castle walls, taking some gold in case I need it. I must escape this dreadful place. Then, it's home I go. To the fastest train, away from this cursed land where evil walks. But I take solace in God's mercy, greater than these fiends, and the cliff is steep. At its base, a man can rest in peace. Farewell to all, especially Mina. You're about to listen to Chapter 5. May 9th. Lucy, my dearest friend. Please excuse my delayed response. My job as an assistant schoolmistress has kept me quite busy. I yearn for our seaside chats and dream building. To keep pace with Jonathan's studies, I've been buried in work and diligently practicing shorthand. My aim is to support him once we're married, capturing his thoughts in shorthand and transcribing them with my improving typewriter skills. We exchange shorthand letters, and he maintains a travel journal in it. When we're together, I plan to keep a similar diary, not a cramped weekly one, but a journal for my thoughts whenever they strike. It's meant for my eyes only, unless something share-worthy for Jonathan emerges. It's really just a practice space. I aspire to emulate lady journalists by conducting interviews, crafting descriptions, and recalling conversations. They say with practice, one can remember a day's happenings or conversations. Time will tell. I'll share my plans when we meet. Jonathan sent a quick note from Transylvania. He's in good health and will return in a week. I'm eager for his stories and wonder if we'll ever explore foreign lands together. The 10 o'clock bell signals it's time to finish. Farewell for now. With love. Mina. P.S. I'm eager for your news. It's been too long, and I'm curious about the tall, handsome man with curly hair I've heard whispers about. 17, Chatham Street. Wednesday. My dearest Mina, you accuse me quite harshly of being a poor letter writer. I've sent you 2 letters since our last meeting, while I've only received 2 from you in return. Moreover, I have little news to share. The city is quite delightful at the moment, with frequent visits to art galleries and strolls and horseback rides in the park being the highlight of my days. Regarding the tall man with curly hair, he was indeed the one accompanying me at the last concert. It seems someone has been spreading stories about him. His name is Mr. Holmwood, and he visits us often, getting along splendidly with my mother as they share many common interests. We've also met a man who would be perfect for you if you weren't already committed to Jonathan. He's quite a catch, being attractive, wealthy, and well-born. He's a doctor, too, and impressively clever. Imagine this, he's only 29 and manages a huge lunatic asylum all by himself. Mr. Holmwood introduced us, and since then, he's been a regular visitor here. I find him to be one of the most determined yet calm individuals I've ever encountered. His composure is remarkable. I can only guess at the influence he must have over his patients. He has this peculiar way of looking someone directly in the eyes, as though he's trying to decipher their thoughts. He often tries this with me, but I like to think I'm not so easily read. I often study my own reflection, trying to interpret my own expressions. It's a challenging exercise, more so than one might expect if they haven't tried it themselves. He tells me I present an intriguing psychological study, and I tend to agree. I don't care much for fashion to describe the latest trends to you. To be honest, I find dressing up rather tiresome. That's a bit of slang, but it's true. Arthur uses it all the time. There, I've said it all. Mina, we've shared every secret since we were kids, sleeping and eating together, sharing laughter and tears. And now, even though I've spoken, I wish to say more. Oh, Mina, couldn't you have guessed? I'm in love with him. I blush as I write this, for even though I believe he loves me, he hasn't said so in words. But oh, I do love him deeply. It feels good to express this. I wish we were together right now, cozy by the fire, chatting as we used to do. I'd try to convey these feelings to you. Writing this to you is a challenge. I fear if I stop, I might destroy this letter, and I don't want to stop because I so desperately want to share everything with you. Please write back immediately and share your thoughts on this matter. Mina, I have to end this letter now. Good night. Include me in your prayers, and Mina, pray for my happiness. Lucy. P.S. This is a secret, so good night once again. L. My dear friend, isn't it strange how when it rains, it truly pours? Old sayings do hold some truth. Here I am, on the brink of 20 come September, and not a single proposal had I received until today. And now, in a single day, I've been flattered with not 1 but 3 proposals. Imagine that. 3 in one day. It's quite overwhelming. I genuinely feel for 2 of the gentlemen who offered their hearts. Oh, Mina, the joy is too much for me to contain. Yet, in our happiness as engaged women soon to be settled, we must keep this a secret from the other girls. They might start expecting a parade of suitors and feel slighted if they don't receive a half-dozen proposals on their first day back home. Some can be overly self-assured, after all. But we, Mina, we know better than to indulge in such vanity. Now, I must share the details of the 3 suitors, but remember, it's our secret. Of course, we can confide in Jonathan and Arthur. A woman should share everything with her husband, right? It's only fair, and fairness is something men appreciate in their wives, even though we women sometimes fall short of that ideal. The first suitor approached me just before lunch. Remember the one I mentioned? Dr. John Seward, with his strong jaw and intelligent forehead? He tried to appear nonchalant, but was clearly nervous. He nearly sat on his silk hat, which is not something a man does when he's composed, and then there was the way he fiddled with a lancet. It nearly made me scream. He was quite direct, expressing his affection despite our brief acquaintance and picturing a life brightened by my presence. He began to say how dismal his life would be without my affection, but seeing my tears, he stopped, calling himself a brute for adding to my distress. Then, hesitantly, he asked if my heart was already spoken for. He was so courteous about it, not wanting to pry, just hoping for a chance if my heart was free. Feeling it my duty, I hinted there was someone else. That was all I revealed. Then he stood, looking solemn and strong, and as he held my hands, he wished me happiness and offered his steadfast friendship. It's so painful, Mina, to see a good man walk away heartbroken, knowing you're the cause of his pain, and that despite his kind words, you're leaving his world. I'm filled with such sorrow, even amidst my happiness. Evening. Lucy. P.S. This stays between us, so good night once more. Arthur had just left, and I found myself feeling more cheerful than before, ready to continue sharing the events of the day. After lunch, my second visitor arrived. He was a delightful gentleman from Texas, with such a youthful and vibrant appearance that it was hard to believe he had traveled extensively and lived through numerous adventures. His tales reminded me of Desdemona and the perilous stories Othello whispered to her. It made me think that perhaps we women marry in the hopes that a man will shield us from our fears. I've come to realize what I might do to win a girl's affection if I were a man. But then again, I'm not so sure, because while Mr. Morris captivated us with his stories, Arthur never resorted to such tactics, and yet there was a certain charm to him. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Mr. Quincy P. Morris found me by myself, which seems to be a common occurrence, a man finding a girl alone. But that's not always the case, as Arthur had tried to orchestrate such moments twice, with my eager assistance, and I'm not embarrassed to admit that now. I should mention that Mr. Morris doesn't always speak in colloquialisms. He reserves his use of American slang for times when it won't offend anyone, as he's actually quite well educated with impeccable manners. However, he knew I enjoyed his slang and would indulge in it when we were alone, and it wouldn't cause any dismay. His slang seemed to be tailor-made for his stories, and I wonder if he made it up to fit the narrative. I'm not sure if I'll ever speak in slang myself or if Arthur would appreciate it since I've never heard him use any. Mr. Morris sat beside me, exuding happiness and good spirits, though I could tell he was a bit anxious. He took my hand and sweetly expressed his feelings, though I knew he wasn't quite serious. He suggested we journey through life together, which was a charming proposal, but I had to gently decline, explaining that I wasn't ready for such a commitment. He accepted my response with grace, hoping for my forgiveness if he had been too forward on such an important occasion. His seriousness made me reflect on my actions, even though I felt a thrill at being the object of a second proposal that day. Before I could respond, he began to profess his love passionately, laying his heart bare before me. His earnestness made me realize that a man can be both merry and serious, and his fervor was something I might have cherished had I been unspoken for. Lucy, known for her sincerity, found herself in a heartfelt conversation with a man who trusted her completely. He was convinced of her integrity, seeing her as someone with genuine character. He asked her plainly if her heart belonged to someone else, promising to step back and remain a faithful friend if that was the case. Mina, reflecting on the encounter, questioned why men could be so noble when women often felt undeserving. She had nearly mocked the sincerity of this honorable man, only to be moved to tears by his gesture. Mina humorously pondered the simplicity of a world where a woman could marry multiple suitors to avoid such emotional complexities, but she quickly dismissed the thought as foolish. Despite her tears, Mina was able to look up into the man's eyes and confess that she did love someone who had yet to declare his feelings for her. The man's response was one of encouragement and support. He expressed how he valued being considered a potential suitor for her, even if it meant facing disappointment. He emphasized the importance of honesty and bravery, and how these traits had earned him a valuable friendship with her, something he considered even more precious than romance. He then spoke of the loneliness he might face in the future, asking for a kiss to remember her by. Mina, touched by his bravery and kindness to a rival, obliged. As he held her hands and received her kiss, he affirmed their friendship, thanking her for her honesty. He left her then, with a firm handshake and without a backward glance, leaving Mina to contemplate the sadness of such a good man feeling heartache, while many women would be eager to adore him. She expressed her own conflicted feelings, acknowledging her attachment to another, and ended her emotional recount to Mina, promising to share happier news when the time was right. In a postscript, she shared her feelings about a certain individual, noting that there was no need to elaborate on the matter. The events unfolded rapidly, with him entering the room and embracing her in a heartfelt moment. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy and gratitude, recognizing the blessings she had received in the form of a loving partner and friend. She signed off with a farewell. Dr. Seward recorded his thoughts in his diary, using a phonograph. On May 25th, he experienced a lack of appetite and restlessness, prompting him to turn to his diary. Feeling the sting of rejection from the previous day, he found everything meaningless and sought solace in work. Among his patients, he focused on one particularly interesting case, determined to unravel the man's mysteries. He interrogated the patient more intensely than before, realizing in hindsight that his approach bordered on cruelty as he probed the depths of the man's delusions. He reflected on the moral implications of his actions and the notion that everything in Rome has a price, even hell. He pondered the value of tracing the origins of instinct and began documenting his observations. He described R.M. Renfield, a 59-year-old with a sanguine temperament and remarkable physical strength, prone to excitability and bouts of gloom. Renfield seemed to harbor a persistent idea that Dr. Seward couldn't decipher. The doctor speculated on the man's potentially dangerous nature, especially if he lacked selfish motives. He considered the balance between self-interest and duty and the unpredictable outcomes that might arise. In a letter, Quincy P. Morris invited his friend Arthur Holmwood to join him and Dr. Seward for an intimate gathering. He reminisced about past adventures and hinted at future celebrations, promising a warm welcome and a toast to a fortunate man who had won a truly noble heart. Quincy looked forward to Arthur's company and the shared camaraderie. Arthur responded eagerly with a telegram, assuring Quincy of his participation and hinting at exciting news that would pique his interest. You're about to listen to Chapter 6. 24th of July in Whitby. Lucy greeted me at the station. She was as lovely as ever. We went to their rented rooms on the Crescent. The place is charming. The Esk River flows through a deep valley that opens up near the harbor. A large viaduct with tall piers stretches across, making the scenery look more distant than it is. The valley is a vibrant green. From the high land on either side, you can see right across it unless you're close enough to look down. The old townhouses are red-roofed and seem to stack haphazardly, like Nuremberg in the pictures. Above the town lies the grand ruin of Whitby Abbey, once plundered by the Danes and featured in Marmion, where a girl was entombed in the wall. It's a grand ruin, huge and filled with romantic spots. There's a tale of a white lady seen in a window there. Between the abbey and the town is another church with a large graveyard, brimming with tombstones. This spot, overlooking the town with a view of the harbor and the bay up to Kettleness Headland, is the best in Whitby. The ground is so steep above the harbor that some graves have fallen into the sea. In one place, grave stonework hangs over the path below. The churchyard has benches along its paths, and people sit to enjoy the view and the breeze all day. I plan to sit and work here often. I'm even writing this with my book on my knee, overhearing 3 old men chatting next to me. They seem to spend their days here talking. Below is the harbor, with a long granite wall and a lighthouse at its curved end stretching out to sea. A sturdy seawall runs along its outer side. On the closer side, the seawall bends inversely, also ending with a lighthouse. The harbor entrance is narrow but widens inside. At high tide, it's lovely. At low tide, it's just the Esk stream running through sandy banks with occasional rocks. Beyond the harbor, a reef extends for about half a mile, ending with a bell buoy that tolls in rough weather. Local lore says bells toll at sea when a ship is lost. I'll have to ask the old man approaching about this. He's quite a character and looks to be very old, with a face as gnarled as tree bark. He claims he's nearly 100 years old and was a sailor in the Greenland fishing fleet during the Battle of Waterloo. He seems skeptical. When I inquired about the sea bells and the White Lady of the Abbey, he dismissed the topics abruptly. I didn't bother myself with their opinions, as those notions seemed outdated. While I acknowledged they might have had some relevance in the past, I believed they held no weight in my time. Such ideas might intrigue tourists or casual visitors, but they weren't suitable for a refined young lady. Those folks from York and Leeds, always indulging in salted herring and tea, looking for inexpensive jet jewelry, would believe anything. It puzzled me why anyone would bother misleading them, even newspapers filled with nonsensical chatter. I was convinced that the elderly man had a wealth of fascinating knowledge, so I inquired about the bygone days of whale fishing. He was about to share his tales when the clock struck 6, prompting him to rise for his granddaughter, who awaited his return for tea. He mentioned it took him a while to climb the many stairs due to his age, and that he was quite hungry by that time of day. As he shuffled off, I watched him make his way down the steps as quickly as his legs would carry him. The steps were a prominent feature of the town, connecting it to the church above. Their number was vast, and they curved gracefully, suggesting a possible link to the Abbey's history. I decided it was time for me to return home as well. Lucy had been out with her mother on obligatory social calls, which I had skipped, but they were due back by now. On the 1st of August, Lucy and I had a delightful conversation with the old man and his 2 friends. He was clearly the leading authority among them, and I imagined he must have been quite an imposing figure in his prime. He refused to concede any point, often resorting to intimidation when his arguments fell short, interpreting others' silence as agreement. Lucy looked charming in her white dress, her complexion radiant from our time here. The elderly gentleman wasted no time in taking seats close to her, clearly charmed by her kindness towards them. Even my old friend softened in her presence, instead directing his usual obstinacy towards me. When I steered the conversation to local legends, he launched into a passionate monologue, which I resolved to remember and record later. Mr. Swales was quite the character, full of opinions that he shared with gusto, convinced that all the talk of ghosts and spirits was nothing more than nonsense. He believed that tales of supernatural beings were just stories to scare children and the gullible, created by those with a vested interest in keeping people in line. He didn't hold back his thoughts, either. He was particularly scornful of the way the clergy and others would spread what he saw as lies, not just in speech, but even going so far as to carve them into stone. As he surveyed the graveyard, he scoffed at the tombstones, suggesting they were all propped up by their own deceit. According to him, many of the graves didn't even contain bodies, and the memories of those supposedly resting there were not held in any regard, let alone sacred. He found it all to be a facade, a collection of falsehoods varying only in their specifics. He illustrated his point with a vivid image of the Day of Judgment, picturing the dead rising in their burial clothes, awkwardly trying to carry their headstones as proof of their earthly virtues. He imagined some of them in a panic, their hands too weak to grip anything firmly after lying underwater for so long. When I challenged his view, suggesting that not all tombstones could be wrong, he conceded that there might be a few accurate ones, though they often exaggerated the goodness of the deceased. He suspected that people tend to see their loved ones in the best possible light, much like a small bowl appears to be as vast as the ocean if it belongs to them. He then pointed out that many visitors to the churchyard mistakenly believe all the graves are occupied, which he claimed was far from the truth. He compared the empty graves to a tobacco box on a Friday night, completely empty, which made his friends chuckle at the comparison. He reinforced his point by directing me to read the inscription on a nearby tombstone, which claimed the deceased was a master mariner who met his end at the hands of pirates. I pondered who could have brought him to rest in this place. He met his untimely end off the coast of Andres, and some believed he was buried beneath the waves. I could list many whose remains were claimed by the Greenland seas to the north, or carried off by ocean currents. The gravestones around us tell their tales, and with sharp eyes, one could read the inscriptions and find the falsehoods they hold. There's Braithwaite Lowry, whose father perished on the Lively near Greenland in 1820, Andrew Woodhouse, lost at sea in 1777, John Paxton, who drowned a year later off Cape Farewell, and Old John Rawlings, whose forefather sailed with me and drowned in the Gulf of Finland in 1850. When the final trumpet calls, I doubt they'll all rush to Whitby. The scene would be chaotic, reminiscent of the brawls on the ice during my younger days, under the northern lights. The old man found humor in the idea, laughing with his friends who shared his amusement. But when I questioned the necessity of spirits bringing their tombstones along on Judgment Day, he retorted with a hint of ridicule. Tombstones, he argued, were not there for the relatives' comfort, especially when they bore inscriptions that everyone knew were not true. He gestured to a stone slab at our feet, challenging us to read the lies engraved upon it. Lucy, sitting opposite, leaned in to read the inscription of George Cannon, whose stone claimed he died with hope for resurrection after falling from the rocks at Kettleness in 1873, erected by his grieving mother. Lucy didn't find it amusing and said so with a serious tone. The old man laughed, revealing the darker truth that George's mother despised him, and George had taken his own life, leaving the world in a violent manner with an old musket meant for scaring crows. The epitaph spoke of hope for heaven, but George had often expressed a desire for the opposite, just to avoid being where his devout mother would end up. The old man tapped the stone with his stick, declaring it a bundle of lies, and mused how the scene would unfold when George tried to present his gravestone as proof on the day of reckoning. I was at a loss for words, but Lucy deftly changed the subject. "Why did you have to share that with us? It's my favorite spot and I can't bear to leave it. But now, knowing I'm sitting over a suicide's grave makes it impossible to stay," she lamented. The idea didn't bother the old man, who suggested the presence of a pretty girl might cheer the spirit of the departed. He shared that he'd been sitting there for nearly 2 decades with no ill effects, and advised not to worry about what's beneath. He joked about only being concerned if the grave markers started disappearing. With the clock striking, he bid farewell to the ladies and left. Lucy and I remained, soaking in the beauty around us, holding hands. Lucy revisited her love story with Arthur and their upcoming wedding, which made me feel a tinge of sadness, as it had been a month since I last heard from Jonathan. Later that day, I returned to the spot alone, heavy-hearted with no letter from Jonathan. The clock marked 9 as I observed the town's lights, the dark outline of the old house beside the abbey, and heard the distant sounds of life: sheep, a donkey, a waltz from the pier, and a Salvation Army meeting. I longed for Jonathan and wondered if he was thinking of me, wishing he were by my side. In Dr. Seward's diary, the entry for the 5th of June described Renfield's fascinating case. His prominent traits were selfishness, secrecy, and a puzzling purpose. Dr. Seward was keen to uncover Renfield's private plans. Despite Renfield's odd affection for animals, there was a hint of cruelty in his actions. His current obsession was collecting flies, so much so that Dr. Seward had to intervene. Surprisingly, Renfield calmly requested 3 days to clear them out. Dr. Seward agreed, knowing he needed to keep a close watch on him. By the 18th of June, Renfield's focus had shifted to spiders, housing several large ones and feeding them his flies, noticeably reducing their population, even as he continued to lure more flies into his room. On the 1st of July, I confronted him about the spiders, which had become as bothersome as his flies. I insisted he must eliminate them. He seemed saddened by this, so I compromised, asking him to reduce their numbers. He agreed with a smile, and I allowed him the same time frame for this task as before. While with him, I felt repulsed when he caught a bloated blowfly and consumed it with a sense of triumph. I reprimanded him, yet he defended his action, claiming it was nourishing and life-enhancing. By the 8th of July, I noticed a pattern in his behavior, and the seed of a thought in my mind began to sprout. I stayed away for a few days to see if anything changed. He had let go of some of his pets and acquired a new one, a sparrow he was taming by using his spiders, which had decreased in number. The remaining spiders were well-fed, as he continued to attract flies with his meals. By the 19th of July, there was significant progress. He had amassed a group of sparrows, and his collection of flies and spiders had nearly vanished. Upon my arrival, he excitedly requested a favor, a kitten to play with and nourish. I had foreseen this, observing the growth in size and energy of his pets. I told him I would consider it, suggesting a cat might be more suitable. His response was too eager, revealing his true intent. I declined for the time being, noting a dangerous shift in his expression, a warning sign of his potential for violence. I planned to explore his current fixation further to understand him better. At 10 in the evening, I returned to check on him and discovered him deep in thought in a corner. Upon my entry, he knelt before me, pleading for a cat, claiming it was crucial for his salvation. Despite his pleas, I stood my ground and denied his request, leading him to silently return to his spot, biting his fingers. I planned to visit him again early in the morning. On the 20th of July, I made an early visit to Renfield, before the attendance rounds. He was awake, humming, and cheerfully laying out his saved sugar in the window, resuming his fly-catching with enthusiasm. Noticing the absence of his birds, I inquired about them. He casually mentioned they had flown away as I noticed feathers scattered around and a drop of blood on his pillow. I chose to remain silent, but informed the keeper to keep an eye on any unusual behavior. By 11 in the morning, the attendant reported that Renfield had been ill and expelled a mass of feathers. He believed Renfield had consumed his birds raw. That night at 11, I administered a strong opiate to ensure Renfield would sleep, and I took his pocketbook to examine it. My theory about him was now clear. I realized he was a unique type of homicidal maniac, one that consumed life, which I named zoophagus. He had fed flies to a spider, spiders to a bird, and now desired a cat for the birds. I pondered the potential progression of his experiment. The advancement of science, particularly brain knowledge, intrigued me. Understanding even one such mind could revolutionize my field. Yet I had to be cautious not to get too engrossed in the idea. I marveled at Renfield's logical thinking within his own realm. I contemplated how he valued human life. He had meticulously closed his account and started anew, just as we all do with each new day. It felt like only yesterday that my life took a new turn with fresh hope, and I began anew. Until the final judgment, I must continue on, without resentment towards Lucy or my friend, simply waiting and working tirelessly. I envied the strong, selfless motivation that drove my poor mad friend. Such a cause would indeed be my own form of happiness. On the 26th of July, I found some comfort in writing down my thoughts here. It's a bit like talking to myself and listening at the same time. The shorthand symbols also add a unique touch. My mind is troubled by thoughts of Lucy and Jonathan. It had been a while since I'd heard from Jonathan, which worried me. But then Mr. Hawkins, ever so kind, sent me a letter from him. I had asked Mr. Hawkins if he'd heard anything, and he forwarded Jonathan's brief note from Castle Dracula, mentioning he was on his way home. This isn't typical of Jonathan, and it leaves me uneasy. Lucy's sleepwalking habit has returned, despite her good health. Her mother and I agreed that I should lock our room at night. Mrs. Westenra fears sleepwalkers are prone to walking on rooftops and cliffs before waking and falling. She's understandably concerned, especially since Lucy's father had the same sleepwalking tendency. Lucy is busy planning her wedding and future home, set for the fall. I share her excitement as Jonathan, and I also look forward to starting our life together, though modestly. Mr. Holmwood, the honorable son of Lord Godalming, will visit soon, which Lucy eagerly anticipates. She's excited to show him Whitby's beauty from the churchyard cliff. The wait seems to be causing her some distress, but she'll be fine once he's here. The 27th of July brought no news from Jonathan. My unease grows without reason. I just wish he'd send even a short message. Lucy's sleepwalking persists, disrupting my sleep and leaving me increasingly nervous. Thankfully, her health remains strong. Mr. Holmwood had to rush to his ill father, delaying his visit, which disappoints Lucy. However, she still looks radiant with rosy cheeks and a fuller figure, having shed her pale appearance. I hope her well-being continues. By the 3rd of August, still no word from Jonathan, not even to Mr. Hawkins. I fear he may be unwell. His last letter doesn't seem right. It's his handwriting, but it doesn't sound like him. Lucy hasn't been sleepwalking as much, but there's a strange focus in her behavior. Even in her sleep, she appears to be watching me, searching for the key after finding the door locked. August 6th. No news for another 3 days. The waiting is unbearable. If only I knew where to send a message or where to go, I'd feel a bit better. But since his last letter, Jonathan has vanished without a trace. All I can do is pray for patience. Lucy is more restless than ever, though she's in good health. Last night, the weather turned ominous and the local fishermen predict a storm is coming. I need to learn to read the weather signs. Today, the world is draped in shades of gray. The sun is hidden behind thick clouds above Kettleness, and only the green grass stands out, like emerald among the gray. The earthy rock, the clouds tinged with a hint of sunlight at the edge, the sea, all are gray. The sand points stretch into the sea like gray fingers. The sea roars as it crashes over shallows and sandbars, its sound softened by the sea mists that drift inland. The horizon is a blur in the gray mist. The vastness is overwhelming, clouds stack up like colossal rocks, and a brooding sound from the sea seems to foretell some disaster. Shadowy figures, the beach, sometimes almost hidden in the mist, resembling trees walking like men. Fishing boats race to the safety of the harbor, bobbing on the ground swell, their sides almost touching the water. Old Mr. Swales is heading my way, and by the way he tips his hat, I know he's eager to talk. The old man has changed, and it touches my heart. He sits next to me and says gently that he has something to tell me. I can tell he's uncomfortable, so I take his wrinkled hand into mine and encourage him to share what's on his mind. The old man expressed his concern that he might have unsettled me with his irreverent talk about the deceased over the past weeks. He assured me that he didn't mean any harm and hoped I would remember that after he was gone. He explained that old people like him, who are a bit confused and close to the end, don't like to dwell on their mortality. To avoid feeling frightened, he had taken to making light of death, which cheered him up a bit. Despite this, he confessed that he wasn't scared of dying, not in the slightest. He simply preferred to stay alive if possible. He acknowledged that his time was probably close, given his age, and he humorously imagined death sharpening its scythe for him. He admitted that he couldn't stop joking about it suddenly, as old habits die hard. He warned me that the angel of death might blow his trumpet for him soon, but I shouldn't mourn. He was ready to answer the call, even if it came that very night. Life, he mused, was just waiting for something other than what we're doing, and death was the only certainty. Yet, he felt at peace knowing it was approaching rapidly. It could arrive at any moment, perhaps carried by the wind from the sea that brings destruction and sorrow. Suddenly excited, he claimed to sense something in the wind and beyond the coast that seemed like the presence of death. He felt it in the air and prayed to face it with courage when the time came. With a gesture of devotion, he removed his hat and seemed to pray silently. After a while, he stood up, shook my hand, blessed me, bid farewell, and left with a limp. His words and demeanor deeply moved me and left me quite shaken. My mood lifted slightly when the Coast Guard arrived, carrying his spyglass. He always made a point to chat with me, yet today his attention was caught by an unusual ship. He couldn't figure out the ship's actions. It appeared to be Russian, but was sailing erratically. It was as if the ship saw the approaching storm, but was indecisive about seeking shelter or heading north. The Coast Guard was certain that there would be more to learn about the ship by the next day. You're about to listen to Chapter 7. In Mina Murray's journal, a correspondent from Whitby reports a historic storm that caught everyone by surprise. The days leading up to it were warm, typical for August. On Saturday, the weather was perfect, and many took the chance to explore local attractions. Boats like the Emma and Scarborough were busy with tourists along the coast. In the afternoon, people at the East Cliff churchyard noticed unusual clouds forming. A light breeze was blowing, but an old fisherman with years of experience predicted a storm. The sunset was stunning, with clouds in vibrant sunset hues and dark silhouettes against the sky. Artists captured the scene, likely to be displayed in galleries soon. Boat captains decided to stay in harbor, sensing the storm's approach. By night, the air was heavy and the sea was calm. Coastal steamers and fishing boats kept their distance from the shore. A foreign schooner, sails fully open, caught everyone's eye for its risky decision to continue in the potential storm. Attempts were made to warn her. The evening stillness was unsettling. Sounds from the town and a band playing on the pier felt out of place. After midnight, an eerie sound came from the sea, and a mysterious, faint boom echoed in the sky. Suddenly, the storm unleashed its fury. It happened so fast that, even in hindsight, it's hard to grasp. Nature was thrown into chaos. The calm sea turned monstrous, with waves climbing and crashing over one another. Within moments, the peaceful waters transformed into a fierce beast. The waves, topped with white froth, attacked the sandy shores and climbed the cliffs. They slammed against the piers, drenching the lighthouse lanterns in Whitby Harbor with their spray. The wind howled like thunder and was so strong that even the strongest struggled to stay on their feet or hold on to the metal railings. People had to be cleared from the piers to prevent more casualties. To make things worse, thick sea fog rolled in, cold and damp. It was easy to imagine it was the touch of those lost at sea, chilling the living with a ghostly caress. People shivered as the mist passed by. Occasionally, the fog lifted and the lightning revealed the raging sea. The sky seemed to shake with the storm's intense thunder. The sights were breathtaking. The sea threw up massive waves, and the storm tossed the foam into the air. Fishing boats with just a shred of sail fought their way to safety. Seabirds struggled against the wind. On the east cliff, the new searchlight was ready but untested. When the mist cleared, it proved its worth, guiding a swamped fishing boat to the safety of the harbor. Each time a boat made it to safety, cheers erupted from the crowd, cutting through the wind before being swept away. It wasn't long before the searchlight spotted a schooner far off, sails fully unfurled, likely the same one seen earlier that evening. The wind, now from the east, made the onlookers on the cliff shiver as they grasped the grave peril the ship was in. A vast reef, the end of many fine vessels, lay between the schooner and the harbor, and with the wind as it was, reaching the harbor entrance seemed an impossible feat. The tide was near its peak, but the waves were so high that at their lowest, the shore's shallows nearly showed themselves. The schooner, sails still up, sped towards what an old sailor remarked would be an inevitable crash, even if it were in the depths of hell itself. Then, a thicker sea fog rolled in, enveloping everything like a damp, gray shroud, leaving only the sound of the raging storm, the thunder's crash, and the roar of the waves, which seemed even louder through the muffled air. The searchlight's beam stayed fixed on the expected point of impact at the harbor mouth, and everyone held their breath. Suddenly, the wind veered northeast, scattering the fog, and, astonishingly, the schooner appeared between the piers, bounding from wave to wave at breakneck speed, and miraculously made it into the harbor's safety. The searchlight tracked the schooner as a collective shudder passed through the onlookers. There, lashed to the helm, was a lifeless body, its head drooping and swaying gruesomely with each motion of the ship. No one else could be seen on deck. A profound awe struck everyone as they realized the ship had navigated to safety solely guided by the hand of the deceased. But this all happened faster than one could write it down. Without pausing, the schooner crashed onto a mound of sand and gravel at the pier's southeast corner, beneath the east cliff at Tate Hill Pier. The impact as the ship hit the sand was significant. Every part of the vessel was tested, and some of the upper rigging came tumbling down. But in a bizarre twist, the moment the ship touched land, a massive dog leaped onto the deck from below, propelled by the force of the crash. It dashed to the bow, jumped onto the sand, and raced towards the steep cliff. There, where tombstones jut out over the lane to the east pier, it vanished into the darkness, just beyond the searchlight's reach. At that particular time, Tate Hill Pier was deserted. Everyone living nearby was either asleep or out on the heights above. This left the Coast Guard on the eastern side of the harbor alone to rush to the pier. He was the first to board the ship. The men operating the searchlight had tried but failed to find anything at the harbor's entrance. They then focused the light on the abandoned ship and kept it there. The Coast Guard hurried to the back of the ship and was shocked by what he saw at the wheel. This sparked curiosity, and a crowd began to gather. It's quite a distance from the West Cliff by the drawbridge to Tate Hill Pier, but as a decent runner, I got there well before the others. When I reached the pier, a crowd had already formed, which the Coast Guard and police were keeping off the ship. Thanks to the chief boatman, I got permission to board and was among the few who saw the dead sailor tied to the wheel. The sight was indeed shocking. The sailor's hands were bound to a wheel spoke, one atop the other. A crucifix was wedged between his hand and the wheel, with beads wrapped around his wrists and the wheel, all held tight by the cords. It looked like he might have been sitting at one point, but the sail's movement had tossed him back and forth, so much so that the ropes had cut into his flesh. A doctor, Surgeon J. M. Caffin of 33 East Elliott Place, arrived after me and confirmed the sailor had been dead for a couple of days. In his pocket was a bottle with just a rolled-up paper inside, which turned out to be an addition to the ship's log. The Coast Guard believed the man had tied his own hands, using his teeth to secure the knots. The fact that a Coast Guard was first on the scene might simplify any legal issues later in the Admiralty Court, since Coast Guards can't claim the salvage rights that civilians can. But legal debates were already starting, with a young law student loudly claiming the owner's rights were forfeited, as the ship was technically in the possession of a dead man. The dead sailor was respectfully moved from his post and taken to the mortuary to await an inquest. The fierce storm was now easing, and people were heading home. The sky was starting to glow red over the Yorkshire wolds. I plan to send more details about the ship that miraculously made it to the harbor in the storm in time for your next issue. On the 9th of August, the town was buzzing with the aftermath of the mysterious arrival of a derelict ship during the previous night's storm. It was discovered that the vessel was a Russian schooner named the Demeter from Varna. Its cargo was peculiar, consisting mostly of silver sand and a few large wooden boxes filled with soil. These were addressed to a solicitor in Whitby, Mr. S. F. Billington of the Crescent, who promptly boarded the ship to claim the goods. The Russian consul also took official control of the schooner on behalf of the charter party, settling all port fees. The event has become the talk of the town, with local authorities ensuring strict adherence to maritime regulations, anticipating that the story will capture public attention for days to come. They are leaving no room for future grievances. The dog that came ashore during the shipwreck has piqued the interest of many, especially the Animal Welfare Society in Whitby, which is quite influential. Unfortunately, the dog has vanished without a trace, possibly hiding in fear on the moors. Some residents fear it might become a danger if it's as fierce as they suspect. This concern grew when a large half-bred mastiff was found dead, its throat ripped out and belly slashed open as if attacked by a wild beast. Later, thanks to the Board of Trade Inspector, I had the chance to examine the Demeter's logbook. It was well kept until 3 days before its arrival, but had nothing noteworthy except the mention of missing crew members. However, the real intrigue lies in a document found in a bottle, presented at the inquest. The contents of this document, which I am allowed to share, minus the nautical jargon, suggests the captain might have been battling a growing mania since the ship set sail. The Demeter's log details its journey from Varna to Whitby. On the 6th of July, after loading the silver sand and box soil, they departed with an east wind at their backs. The crew consisted of 5 hands, 2 mates, a cook, and the captain. Upon reaching the Bosphorus at dawn on the 11th, they encountered Turkish customs officers, settled the formalities with bakshish, and were underway by late afternoon. The next day, they navigated the Dardanelles, dealing swiftly with more customs checks and the guarding squadron, eager to send them on their way. By nightfall, they had entered the Aegean Sea. On the 13th, they passed Cape Matapan, and a sense of unease began to spread among the crew. They seemed scared, but unwilling to voice their fears. On the 14th of July, I sensed an unease among the crew. These were all experienced sailors who had previously journeyed with me. The mate was puzzled by their behavior. They hinted at an ominous presence, but wouldn't elaborate. That day, the mate lost his patience with one of them and hit him. I braced for a heated dispute, but things settled down surprisingly quickly. 2 days later, on the 16th, the mate informed me in the morning that one of our crew, Petrovsky, had vanished without a trace. He had finished his watch the night before and was not seen again. The crew seemed more subdued, alluding to an expectation of such events, yet they remained tight-lipped about the specifics. The mate's frustration was growing, and I sensed trouble brewing. The following day, Olgarin, one of the sailors, confided in me, his voice filled with dread, that he believed an unfamiliar man was aboard. During his watch, as he took cover from a rainstorm, he spotted a tall, thin figure unlike any crew member. He tracked the figure to the front of the ship, but found no one, with all hatchways secured. The crew's superstitious terror was palpable, and I decided to conduct a thorough search of the ship to calm the nerves. Later, I gathered the crew and announced our intention to inspect the ship from bow to stern. The first mate was skeptical, arguing that humoring such superstitions would only weaken the men's resolve. He suggested using force to maintain order. Ignoring his protests, we proceeded with the search, scouring every inch with lanterns in hand. The search turned up nothing, much to the crew's relief, and they returned to their duties with a lighter spirit. The first mate remained silent, though his disapproval was evident. By the 22nd of July, rough seas had occupied our full attention for 3 days. The crew's fears seemed to have dissipated in the face of the demanding work. Spirits were lifted, and we passed through the Straits of Gibraltar without incident. On the 24th, misfortune struck again. Another sailor disappeared after his watch, just like the first. The crew was engulfed in panic, requesting additional watches for fear of being alone. The mate was visibly angered by their request. I worried that the mounting tension might lead to violence. By the 28th, we endured 4 days of relentless storms. Exhaustion had taken its toll on everyone, making it difficult to even assign watches. The second mate stepped up to steer and watch, allowing the others to rest. The storm began to subside, but the sea remained unforgiving. On the 29th, tragedy befell us once more. With the crew too fatigued for a double watch, we maintained a single watch. Come morning, the watchman was nowhere to be found. A thorough search confirmed our worst fears. We were now without a second mate, and panic had seized the crew. The mate and I resolved to stay armed and vigilant for any sign of the cause behind these unsettling events. On the 30th of July, elation filled the air as England's shores drew near. The weather was pleasant, and all sails were unfurled. Overcome with fatigue, I succumbed to deep slumber, only to be roused by the mate with unsettling news. Both the watchman and the helmsman had vanished. Now, just the mate, 2 crew members, and I were left to manage the ship. The 1st of August brought 2 fog-laden days, with no other vessels in sight. Our hopes of signaling for assistance or reaching a port while navigating the English Channel were dashed. Lacking the manpower to operate the sails, we were at the mercy of the wind, unable to lower the sails for fear of being unable to hoist them again. A sense of impending doom loomed over us. The mate's spirit was now more shattered than the men's, his strength turning inward and consuming him. The crew, composed of Russians and a Romanian mate, worked tirelessly, resigned to whatever fate awaited. On the 2nd of August, at the stroke of midnight, a cry startled me from a brief slumber. Peering out into the fog, I saw nothing. Rushing to the deck, I collided with the mate who had also heard the cry and came running, but found no trace of the watchman. Another one lost. We must have passed the Straits of Dover, for the mate glimpsed the North Foreland during a fleeting break in the fog. Now adrift in the North Sea, we were reliant on divine guidance through the persistent fog that seemed to envelop us. By the 3rd of August, I took over the wheel at midnight to find it unmanned. The steady wind meant the ship held its course, but I couldn't abandon my post. I called out for the mate, who appeared in a frantic state, his eyes wide with terror. It was clear his mind was unhinged. He confided in me, his words laced with madness. He believed an entity was aboard, claiming to have encountered it the previous night, a ghastly figure in the bows. He attempted to stab it, but his knife passed through as if through air. He then resolved to search the hold, convinced the entity was hiding there, possibly within the cargo boxes. With a look of caution and a hushed tone, he descended into the ship's belly. The wind began to pick up, and I remained at the helm, documenting these strange events. My trust lay with God as I awaited the fog's dispersal. If I couldn't navigate to a safe harbor with the prevailing winds, I would trim the sails and signal for help. The end was almost upon us. I had started to feel a glimmer of hope that the mate might find his calm again as I heard him busily at work in the hold. Work usually had a soothing effect on him. But then, a scream erupted from below, chilling me to the bone. The mate burst onto the deck, wild with terror, his eyes wild, his face twisted in fear, pleading for salvation. He scanned the encompassing fog and horror, which quickly turned to despair. In a calm resolve, he told me we should escape before it's too late, that the secret was out and the sea would be his refuge from the ominous presence that haunted him. Before I could react, he leaped over the side, surrendering himself to the ocean. I realized then that it must have been him, the one who had sent the crew to their watery graves, and now he had followed suit. Left alone, I pondered how I would ever explain these horrors once I reached port, if I ever did. The 4th of August greeted us with persistent fog, impenetrable even by the sunrise. I knew the sun was there because I'm a sailor, but that was the only sign of it. Fear kept me from venturing below deck, and duty kept me at the helm throughout the night. In the dim light, I saw something, or someone, that confirmed the mate's fears. It seemed wiser to face death head-on, to die as a sailor should, in the open sea. Yet, as captain, I couldn't abandon my ship. I planned to outwit the fiend or monster by securing my hands to the wheel, and with them, something sacred that the entity wouldn't dare touch. Whether the wind was in our favor or not, I was determined to save my soul and uphold my honor as a captain. My strength was waning, night was falling, and time was running out to act against the entity that might confront me once more. If disaster struck and the ship was wrecked, perhaps a recovered bottle containing this account would shed light on the events. Otherwise, I could only hope that my efforts would show that I remained true to my duty. I prayed for divine assistance as I endeavored to fulfill my responsibilities. The community's judgment was inconclusive. With no evidence and no one left to testify, the truth about the murders was buried with the sea. Locals were convinced of the captain's heroism, and plans for a grand public funeral were underway. His body would be honored with a procession of boats along the Esk and then returned to Tate Hill Pier to be laid to rest in the cliffside churchyard. Over 100 boat owners had pledged to accompany him in his final journey. The disappearance of the great dog was mourned by many. Had it been found, the town would have likely embraced it, given the prevailing sentiment. The funeral set for the following day would close yet another enigmatic chapter of the sea's mysteries. Mina Murray's journal. On the 8th of August, Lucy tossed and turned all through the night, and I found no rest either. A fierce storm raged on, its roars echoing down the chimney stacks, sending shivers through me. Each gust seemed to mimic the distant report of a cannon. Curiously, Lucy slept through the noise but rose twice, fully dressing herself. Each time, I awoke just in time to undress her and guide her back to bed without her waking. Sleepwalking is peculiar. Any physical interference seems to dissolve her intent, and she falls back into the rhythm of her daily life. Come morning, we both rose early and made our way to the harbor to check for any overnight incidents. The place was nearly deserted. Despite the bright sun and crisp air, the sea churned with large, menacing waves that crashed through the harbor's entrance like a brash man pushing through a throng. A part of me felt relieved that Jonathan had been on land rather than at sea last night. But then, the worry crept back in. Is he on land or sea now? Where is he, and in what condition? My concern for him grows by the hour. If only I knew the right course of action and had the means to take it. On the 10th of August, the burial of the unfortunate sea captain was a heart-wrenching event. It seemed like every vessel in the port participated, and sea captains bore the casket from Tate Hill Pier to the graveyard. Lucy and I arrived early and settled into our usual spot, watching the procession of boats navigate the river to the viaduct and back. From our vantage point, we could see almost the entire solemn march. The captain was interred close to where we stood, allowing us to witness the entire ceremony. Lucy was visibly shaken, fidgeting and unable to find peace, and I suspect her nightly dreams are affecting her more than she admits. She denies any reason for her unease, or perhaps she doesn't fully grasp it herself. The day brought more sorrow as old Mr. Swales was found dead on our usual seat, his neck broken. The doctor suggested he died in a state of terror, a sight so chilling that it haunted those who saw him. Lucy, with her gentle heart, is easily affected by such things. For instance, she was quite distressed over an incident with a dog, which didn't bother me as much, even though I'm also an animal lover. A local man's faithful dog, which usually followed him everywhere, became uncontrollable during the service. It refused to come to its owner, who was sitting with us, and instead barked and howled from a distance. The man tried to calm the dog with gentle, then stern, and finally angry commands, but the dog continued its racket. It was as if the animal was in a frenzy, its eyes wild and fur standing on end. When the man's patience ran out, he kicked the dog and forcibly placed it on the grave marker where we were seated. As soon as the dog touched the stone, it became still, shaking with fear. It didn't try to escape, but just cowered there. I attempted to soothe it to no avail. Lucy, too, was full of sympathy but didn't dare to touch the frightened animal. I worry that her sensitive nature will lead to more distress as she moves through life, and I'm certain she'll be haunted by today's events in her dreams. The images of the day: the ship brought to harbor by a deceased captain, his body bound to the wheel, the poignant funeral, the dog's contrasting states of aggression and fear, are likely to stir Lucy's imagination as she sleeps. To help her avoid sleepwalking, I plan to tire her out with a long walk along the cliffs to Robin Hood's Bay and back. She should be too worn out for nocturnal wanderings after that. You're about to listen to Chapter 8. Late at night on the same day, I'm completely worn out. Despite my tiredness, I feel obligated to write in my diary. Our walk today was delightful, with Lucy eventually becoming quite cheerful. This was probably thanks to some curious cows near the lighthouse that startled us and made us forget our worries, giving us a sense of a new beginning. We enjoyed a hearty tea at a charming, quaint inn in Robin Hood's Bay, its bow window overlooking the rocky, seaweed-strewn shore. Our appetites might have surprised those who advocate for the modern, emancipated woman, but men seem more accepting of it. On our way back, we took numerous breaks, wary of encountering wild bulls. Lucy was genuinely fatigued, and we planned to sneak off to sleep early. However, the young curate dropped by and was invited to stay for supper by Mrs. Westenra. Both Lucy and I struggled with sleepiness during his visit, which felt like a battle on my part, and I felt quite brave. I imagine that one day, bishops might consider creating a new breed of curates who decline supper and recognize when girls are worn out. Lucy is now sleeping peacefully, her cheeks flushed with more color than usual, looking incredibly sweet. If Mr. Holmwood fell for her in the drawing room, I can only imagine his reaction if he saw her now. Perhaps one day, writers advocating for gender equality will suggest that seeing each other asleep should be part of courtship. And maybe in the future, women will take the initiative in proposing marriage, which would certainly be an interesting change. Tonight, I'm filled with joy because Lucy seems to be improving. I'm convinced she's on the mend from her unsettling dreams. My happiness would be complete if only I knew how Jonathan was doing. May God bless and protect him. August 11th at 3 in the morning, I'm wide awake and reaching for my diary. Sleep eludes me due to the excitement we've encountered, an experience that has shaken me deeply. After closing my diary earlier, I fell into a deep sleep, but then I snapped awake, overcome by a dreadful fear and a sense of emptiness. The darkness concealed Lucy's bed from view. I tiptoed over, only to find it unoccupied. Striking a match, I confirmed she wasn't in the room and the door remained ajar, just as I had left it. With Lucy's mother unwell, I avoided waking her and quickly dressed to search for Lucy. I reasoned her attire might hint at her intentions. A robe would suggest she remained in the house. A dress implied she ventured outside. Both items were in place, which eased my worry slightly, as she must be nearby in her nightdress. I checked the sitting room and other areas of the house, each empty room fueling my growing dread. Reaching the hall, I found the door slightly open, unusual for the typically security-conscious household. Ignoring the potential consequences, I grabbed a heavy shawl and dashed outside. The clock struck 1 as I reached the crescent, deserted at this hour. I hurried along the north terrace, but saw no sign of Lucy. At the west cliff's edge, I peered across the harbor, hoping and fearing to spot Lucy at our preferred spot. The full moon battled with the clouds, casting a shifting mosaic of light and shadow. At first, I saw nothing, but as the clouds moved, the abbey ruins emerged. There, illuminated by the moon, was a white figure reclining on our seat. A dark presence seemed to loom behind the figure, but the clouds obscured my view before I could discern more. I didn't linger for another look and instead ran down the steps to the pier, crossing the bridge to reach the east cliff. The town was silent, a relief as I wished to spare Lucy any embarrassment. The climb to the abbey felt infinite, my legs heavy and my breath labored. As I neared the top, I could see the white figure and something dark looming over it. Panic-stricken, I called out to Lucy, but only a white face with red eyes responded. Without an answer, I rushed to the churchyard entrance. The church blocked my view momentarily, but as I emerged, the cloud passed and the moonlight revealed Lucy, alone and peaceful, with no other being in sight. Leaning over her, I saw she was still in the grip of sleep. Her lips slightly open, her breath came in deep, forceful drafts, unlike her usual gentle rhythm. As I drew near, her hand moved in her slumber, drawing the nightdress collar tighter around her neck. A shiver ran through her, perhaps from the chill. I quickly covered her with a warm shawl, pulling it snug to protect her from the night's bite. I was careful not to wake her suddenly. To keep my hands free to assist her, I secured the shawl with a large safety pin at her throat. My anxious hands may have been too rough, as later, when her breathing eased, she moaned and touched her throat. Once she was well wrapped, I placed my shoes on her feet and began to awaken her with the softest touch. She stirred but did not wake at first, showing signs of distress in her sleep. Time pressed on, and with other reasons urging me, I shook her more vigorously until her eyes fluttered open. She seemed not to be startled by my presence, likely disoriented about her surroundings. Even in such circumstances, Lucy's grace remained intact. She quivered a bit and held on to me. Without a word, she got up like a compliant child when I told her we needed to head home. Walking back, the gravel was sharp against my feet, making me wince, which Lucy noticed. She wanted to give me my shoes back, but I refused. When we reached a puddle outside the churchyard, I covered my feet with mud, alternating between them. This way, if we encountered anyone on our way home, my bare feet would go unnoticed. Luck was on our side, and we made it home without crossing paths with anyone. At one point, we spotted a man who didn't seem sober, walking down a street ahead of us. We quickly hid in a doorway until he vanished up one of the narrow, steep lanes, known locally as Whins in Scotland. My heart pounded so loudly during the whole ordeal that I feared I might pass out. Concern for Lucy consumed me, not just for her health due to the exposure, but also for her reputation should our escapade become known. Upon our return, we cleansed our feet and offered a prayer of gratitude. I made sure Lucy was comfortable in bed. She expressed a strong wish for me to keep our nocturnal journey a secret from everyone, including her mother. I was reluctant to agree, but considering her mother's fragile health and the potential for the tale to be twisted if it got out, I decided it was the prudent choice. I secured the door, the key fastened to my wrist, hoping for no further interruptions. Lucy was deep in sleep, the morning light spreading across the sea. By noon, all was well. Lucy had rested until I woke her and looked more refreshed than she had in weeks. I felt a pang of guilt noticing a small injury from my clumsy handling of a safety pin on her throat, which had left 2 tiny red marks and a drop of blood on her nightdress. When I showed my concern, she brushed it off with laughter and reassurance, not bothered by the minor wound. The day brought joy. With clear skies, bright sunshine, and a cool breeze, we had an enjoyable time. We lunched in Mulgrave Woods, with Mrs. Westenra driving there and Lucy and I taking the scenic cliff path. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness, wishing Jonathan could share these moments with me. But I knew I had to be patient. That evening, we listened to delightful music by Spar and Mackenzie at the casino terrace and retired early. Lucy seemed peaceful and drifted off to sleep quickly. I took the same precautions with the door as the night before, not expecting any disturbances. On the 12th of August, my assumptions proved incorrect. Lucy attempted to leave the room twice during the night, showing some frustration in her sleep at finding the door locked. She eventually returned to bed, seemingly under protest. Dawn arrived with the cheerful chirping of birds. Lucy woke up looking even better than she had the previous day, her cheerful demeanor fully restored. She snuggled up to me and shared stories about Arthur. As I confided my worries about Jonathan, she offered comfort, reminding me that while sympathy might not change the facts, it can make them easier to endure. On the 13th of August, the day passed without much happening, and I went to sleep with the key around my wrist as I had done previously. In the middle of the night, I woke to find Lucy upright in bed, still in the grasp of sleep, her hand pointing towards the window. I rose silently and drew back the blind to peer out. The moon shone brightly, casting a mesmerizing light over the sea and sky, blending them into a single, vast, quiet enigma that was indescribably lovely. A large bat danced in the moonlight, swooping in grand loops. It approached me a few times, but seemed startled and darted away towards the abbey across the harbor. When I returned to the bed, Lucy was lying down once more, sleeping soundly, and she didn't move again throughout the night. The next day, the 14th of August, was spent on the East Cliff, absorbed in reading and writing. Lucy has grown as fond of this place as I am, and convincing her to leave when it's time for lunch, tea, or dinner is becoming a challenge. That afternoon, as we were heading home for dinner and had reached the top of the steps from the West Pier, we paused to admire the view, as we often do. The sun was setting, dipping behind Kettleness, and its red glow bathed the East Cliff and the ancient abbey in a warm, rosy light. We stood in silence for a moment, and then Lucy whispered to herself in a reflective tone. His eyes were red once more, the same as before. The comment was so unexpected and strange that it took me by surprise. I shifted slightly to get a better view of Lucy without being obvious. She seemed to be in a trance, with a peculiar expression I couldn't quite decipher. So I kept quiet and followed her gaze. She was staring at a lone, dark figure on our usual bench. For a moment, I felt a shiver run through me, as the stranger appeared to have eyes like blazing fires. But looking again, I realized it was an illusion. The setting sun cast red light through the windows of St. Mary's Church, creating an effect that made the light seem to move. I pointed out this unusual sight to Lucy, who snapped out of her reverie, though she remained somber. Perhaps she was recalling that frightful night, an event we never discussed. Without a word, we headed home for dinner. Lucy complained of a headache and retired early. After making sure she was sleeping soundly, I went for a walk to clear my head, my thoughts filled with Jonathan. Upon my return under the bright moonlight, I glanced up at our window and saw Lucy leaning out. I waved my handkerchief, thinking she might be waiting for me, but there was no response. The moonlight shifted, illuminating her. She was asleep, her head resting against the window, and beside her sat something resembling a large bird. Concerned she might catch a chill, I hurried upstairs. By the time I entered the room, she had already moved back to her bed, still asleep and breathing deeply, her hand at her throat as if to shield it from the cold. I didn't wake her. Instead, I made sure she was covered warmly, locked the door, and secured the window. She looked peaceful in her sleep, but paler than usual, with a weary look that troubled me. I sensed she was troubled by something, and I wished I could understand what it was. On the 15th of August, we woke later than normal. Lucy was sluggish and continued to sleep even after we were up. Breakfast brought a delightful surprise. Arthur's father was improving and wished for the wedding to happen soon. Lucy's joy was subdued, and her mother was torn between happiness and sorrow. Later, she shared with me her heartbreaking secret. Her life was drawing to a close. She hadn't told Lucy and swore me to secrecy. The doctor had warned her that a sudden shock could be fatal at any point. Keeping the incident of Lucy's sleepwalking from her was a wise decision. 17th of August. For the past 2 days, I've found myself unable to write in my diary. A heavy sense of gloom seems to have cast a shadow over our joy. There's been no word from Jonathan, and Lucy's health is declining, her strength ebbing away as her mother's life nears its end. I'm baffled by Lucy's condition. She's well-fed, well-rested, and breathes fresh air, yet her vitality is slipping away. The bloom in her cheeks is vanishing, and with each day, she grows weaker. At night, her breathing is labored, as if she's struggling for air. I've taken to wearing the key to our door on my wrist as I sleep, but Lucy still manages to wander the room and sit by the open window. Just last night, I discovered her fainting at the window. When she came to, she was as frail as ever, weeping quietly and fighting for breath. She wouldn't tell me why she was at the window. I'm worried that her illness might be related to the unfortunate prick from a safety pin. I examined her throat while she slept and noticed the small wounds had not healed. They were open and seemed larger, with pale edges, resembling tiny white dots with red centers. If they don't heal soon, I'll insist on a doctor's visit. On the same day, Samuel F. Billington and Son, solicitors from Whitby, wrote to Carter, Patterson and Company in London. They sent an invoice for goods transported by the Great Northern Railway to be delivered immediately to Carfax, near Purfleet, upon arrival at King's Cross Station. The mansion, currently unoccupied, was to receive 50 boxes to be stored in the old chapel, as indicated on an enclosed diagram. They requested swift delivery and provided a check for £10 to cover any potential fees, asking for the balance to be returned if the cost was lower. The keys were to be left in the main hall for the owner. They stressed the importance of expedience in their request. In response, on the 21st of August, Carter, Patterson and Company acknowledged the receipt of the £10 and returned the overplus of £1, 17 shillings and 9 pence with a receipted account. They confirmed that the goods were delivered as instructed and that the keys were left in the main hall as directed. Mina Murray noted this in her journal. On the 18th of August, I felt joy as I wrote from the churchyard bench. Lucy's health is much improved. She had a good night's sleep without waking me once. Her cheeks are regaining their rosy hue, although she remains quite pale and drawn. Despite not being anemic, her spirits are high, and she's full of energy and cheer. Her previous silence has vanished, and she playfully reminded me of the night I found her sleeping here. She tapped her boot on the stone and joked about not wanting to wake up Geordie, as old Mr. Swales might have said. Since she was open to talking, I wondered if she had dreamed that night. She looked thoughtful, the kind of expression Arthur adores. She described feeling as though everything was real, drawn to this place despite a sense of fear. She recalled walking through the streets, hearing dogs howl, and seeing something dark with red eyes, like weeds seen at sunset. She spoke of a bitter and sweet sensation, sinking into deep water and hearing a singing like drowning men do. She felt her soul leave her body and float around. She vaguely remembered the West Lighthouse below her and then a terrible sensation like an earthquake before coming back to consciousness and finding me shaking her. Her laughter at the memory felt eerie. I listened, captivated but uneasy, and decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Back to her usual self, we talked of other things. The breeze on our way home seemed to invigorate her, and her cheeks looked rosier. Her mother was overjoyed to see her improved, and we all enjoyed a delightful evening together. On the 19th of August, a wave of happiness washed over me, though not without a tinge of sorrow. At long last, I've heard from Jonathan. Poor dear has been sick, which explains his silence. Now that I'm aware, my worries have eased. Mr. Hawkins forwarded his letter and penned a thoughtful note himself. Tomorrow I set off to be by Jonathan's side, to care for him if needed, and to escort him home. Mr. Hawkins even suggested that getting married there might not be such a bad idea. I've wept over Sister Agatha's letter until it's damp against my chest, where I keep it close. It speaks of Jonathan and belongs near my heart, for he resides there. My travel plans are set and my bags are packed. I'm only taking an extra outfit. Lucy will hold on to my trunk in London until I call for it, as circumstances may change. I must hold back the rest of my thoughts for Jonathan, soon to be my husband. The letter he's touched will be my solace until our reunion. From Sister Agatha at the Hospital of St. Joseph and St. Mary in Budapest, a letter came to me, Miss Wilhelmina Murray, dated the 12th of August. Dear Madam, I'm writing on behalf of Mr. Jonathan Harker, who's currently too weak to write himself, though he's steadily improving, thanks to God and the saints. He's been in our care for nearly 6 weeks, battling a severe brain fever. He sends his love and informs you that he's instructed me to write to Mr. Peter Hawkins in Exeter. He apologizes for the delay and assures that his work is complete. He'll need a few weeks of rest in our mountain sanatorium, but plans to return after. He's short on funds and wishes to settle his bills so others in need can receive aid. With heartfelt sympathy and blessings, Sister Agatha. P.S. As my patient sleeps, I've taken a moment to add that he's shared much about you, including your upcoming marriage. I wish you both every joy. He's suffered a terrible ordeal, our doctor says, and his fevered ramblings have been quite alarming, filled with talk of wolves, poison, blood, ghosts, and demons. When he's in your care, be mindful to keep him calm. The remnants of such a sickness can linger. We would have reached out sooner, but knew none of his contacts, and he carried nothing that could be deciphered. He arrived by train from Klausenburg, his urgent need for a ticket home evident to the station staff by his agitated state. Rest assured, he's receiving the best of care and has endeared himself to us with his sweetness. He's truly on the mend and should be fully recovered in a few weeks. But please, for his safety, handle him with care. I pray for many blissful years ahead for you both. On the evening of August 19th, Renfield underwent a bizarre and abrupt transformation. Around 8, he became agitated, sniffing the air like a hunting dog. His behavior caught the attendant's attention, who, knowing my interest, encouraged Renfield to express himself. Renfield, who usually behaved with respect, sometimes even subserviently toward the attendant, displayed an unusual arrogance that night. He dismissed the attendant, proclaiming that his master was near, implying that the attendant's presence was now irrelevant. The attendant speculated that Renfield might be experiencing a sudden bout of religious fervor. If this was the case, we had to be cautious. A physically strong man grappling with both homicidal tendencies and religious delusions could pose a serious threat. This combination could be particularly perilous. When I visited him at 9, Renfield treated me with the same disdain he had shown the attendant. He seemed to place us on the same level, which suggested he might be slipping into a state of religious mania, possibly soon believing himself to be divine. Such delusions could lead him to dismiss the significance of individual lives, in stark contrast to a true deity's concern for even the smallest creatures. For over 30 minutes, Renfield's excitement escalated. I observed him discreetly. Suddenly, that familiar shiftiness appeared in his eyes, a look that often accompanies a madman's new fixation. He quieted down and sat on his bed, staring blankly into the distance. I attempted to engage him by mentioning his pets, a topic that usually captured his interest, but he responded irritably, expressing indifference toward them. When I probed further about his current fascination with spiders, he spoke cryptically about bridesmaids and the arrival of the bride, refusing to elaborate further. Feeling drained and somber, my thoughts turned to Lucy and what might have been. I contemplated taking chloral to sleep, but decided against it, not wanting to mix memories of Lucy with the drug. I resolved to face the night, even if sleep evaded me. I felt content for having made a resolution, and even more so for sticking to it. Restless in bed, I had only noticed the clock strike a couple of times when the night watchman alerted me that Renfield had broken out. I quickly dressed and hurried downstairs. A man as dangerous as my patient shouldn't be wandering free. His peculiar ideas could turn risky if he encountered strangers. The attendant was already there, waiting. He told me he had checked on Renfield through the peephole just 10 minutes earlier and saw him seemingly asleep. But then, The sound of the window being forced open grabbed his attention. He witnessed Renfield's legs disappearing through the window and immediately sent for me. Renfield was only in his nightclothes, so he couldn't have gone far. The attendant figured it was smarter to see where Renfield would head rather than chase him directly, fearing he might lose sight of him in the process of exiting the building. The attendant was too large to fit through the window, but I managed to squeeze through with his help, landing safely as we were just a few feet above the ground. He pointed me to the left, where Renfield had taken off in a straight line, so I sprinted in that direction. Passing through a cluster of trees, I spotted a white figure scaling the high wall that divided our property from the abandoned house next door. I dashed back, instructed the watchman to round up 3 or 4 men, and led them to the Carfax grounds, anticipating that Renfield could pose a threat. I grabbed a ladder, climbed the wall, and dropped to the other side. I could barely make out Renfield's form as he vanished around the corner of the house, so I continued the pursuit. On the other side, I found him up against the chapel's ancient door, covered in iron. He seemed to be speaking to someone, but I kept my distance, not wanting to startle him into running away. Catching a lunatic in the nude is far more challenging than hurting bees, especially when he's intent on escaping. But after a short while, I noticed he wasn't aware of his surroundings, so I crept closer, especially since my men had followed me over the wall and were now surrounding him. I overheard him proclaiming his devotion, ready to obey and eager for reward, expressing a long-held reverence and anticipation for commands, hopeful not to be overlooked by his dear master when it came time to distribute favors. He certainly fits the description of a self-centered old scrounger. Even in his most sacred moments, he's preoccupied with his own gains. His obsessions are a peculiar mix. When we cornered him, he fought fiercely, resembling a tiger. His strength is remarkable. He seemed more beast than human. I've never witnessed such fury in a madman before, and I'd prefer not to see it again. It's fortunate we discovered his strength and the threat he poses early on. With his power and resolve, he could have wreaked havoc before we secured him. Now he's safely contained. Not even the infamous Jack Shepherd could escape the straitjacket that binds him, and he's also chained to the wall in a cushioned cell. His screams can be chilling, but the quiet that follows is even more sinister, as it signals his murderous intent. He just now made sense for the first time in a while. He said he would be patient, that something was approaching. That was my cue to leave. The excitement kept me awake, but writing in this diary has calmed me. I'm hopeful for some rest tonight. You're about to listen to Chapter 9. Budapest, August 24th. My dearest Lucy, you must be eager to know everything since we said goodbye at Whitby's train station. I made it to Hull without a hitch, took a boat to Hamburg, and then hopped on a train to this place. The trip is a blur, except for the excitement of reuniting with Jonathan and the thought of needing rest to care for him. When I found him, my heart sank. He was a shadow of himself, frail and pale. The spark in his eyes had dimmed, and his usual composure had faded. He seems to have forgotten recent events, or so he insists, and I won't press him. A terrible ordeal must have shaken him, and I worry that trying to remember could harm his fragile mind. Sister Agatha, a natural at nursing and a kind soul, mentioned he had nightmarish delusions during his fever. Curiosity gnawed at me, but she wouldn't divulge his ramblings, considering them sacred confidences. She reassured me, though, that his outbursts weren't about any wrongdoing on his part, and that as his future wife, I had no reason for concern. It was clear she thought I might worry about another woman capturing his heart. The mere thought made me laugh, but secretly, knowing no other woman troubled him filled me with relief. Now, I'm seated by his bed, watching his peaceful face as he sleeps. He's stirring. Upon waking, he seemed intent on retrieving something from his coat. Sister Agatha fetched his belongings, and I noticed his notebook. I was about to ask to look through it, hoping for answers to his distress, but he must have caught my gaze. He sent me to the window, needing a moment alone. Shortly after, he beckoned me back, covering the notebook, and he addressed me with such gravity. Wilhelmina, a name he only used when he proposed, was how he addressed me, signaling his serious intent. He shared his belief that a husband and wife should have no secrets or concealments. He confessed to experiencing a profound shock that left his mind reeling, unsure if his memories were real or the delusions of a madman. Having suffered brain fever, he knew what madness felt like. He wanted to leave the secret buried and start anew with our marriage, which was on the horizon as soon as we completed the formalities. He asked if I was ready to embrace our shared ignorance. He handed me a book, instructing me to keep it and read it if I chose, but to spare him the knowledge unless a grave duty forced him to revisit those harrowing times, whether in sleep, wakefulness, sanity, or madness. After he spoke, he rested, and I placed the book beneath his pillow and kissed him. I had requested Sister Agatha to ask the superior for permission to have our wedding that afternoon and was awaiting her response. Sister Agatha informed me that the chaplain from the English Mission Church had been summoned. Our wedding was set to take place within the next hour, or as soon as Jonathan awoke. The moment came and went, leaving me feeling solemn yet immensely joyful. Jonathan woke shortly after the appointed time, ready for the ceremony, propped up by pillows. He confidently said his vows. I was so overwhelmed with emotion that even speaking seemed difficult. The sisters were incredibly supportive, and I will always be grateful for their kindness and the significant responsibilities I was embracing. I must tell you about my wedding gift. After the chaplain and sisters had left me alone with Jonathan, my first time referring to him as my husband, I took the book from under his pillow. I wrapped it in white paper, secured it with a bit of pale blue ribbon from around my neck, sealed it with wax using my wedding ring, and kissed it. I showed it to Jonathan, promising to keep it sealed as a symbol of our trust, vowing only to open it if it was for his sake or due to a serious obligation. He held my hand, his wife's hand, for the first time, cherishing it as the most precious thing in the world, willing to endure the past again for it. He meant only a part of his past, but his sense of time was still muddled, and I wouldn't be surprised if he initially confused not just the month, but the year. What could I say to that? I could only express that I was the happiest woman alive, with nothing to offer him but myself, my life, my trust, and with these, my love and duty for as long as I lived. When he kissed me and drew me close with his weak hands, it felt like a profound promise between us. Lucy, my dear, I share these thoughts with you because you mean so much to me. Remember how I helped you transition from your school days to the wider world? Now, as a joyful wife, I want you to understand where my responsibilities have taken me. I hope your marriage brings you as much joy as mine does to me. May your life be blessed with endless sunshine and devoid of hardship or mistrust. While I can't promise a life without pain, I do wish for you to always find happiness, just as I am at this moment. Farewell for now. I'm sending this letter immediately and might write to you again soon. I have to go. Jonathan is waking up, and I need to be there for him. With all my love, Mina Harker. Lucy Westenra's letter to Mina Harker, dated the 30th of August in Whitby, is filled with love and countless kisses. She expresses her eagerness for Mina to return home to her husband. Lucy wishes Mina could visit her soon, as the fresh air in Whitby has done wonders for her own health. She's eating well, full of energy, and sleeping soundly, having overcome her sleepwalking habit. She playfully mentions that Arthur, who is with her, says she's gaining weight. Their time together is filled with various activities, and her love for him grows stronger each day. She dismisses his claims of loving her more, recalling how he once said his love couldn't possibly grow any stronger. But she has to cut her letter short as Arthur is calling for her. She ends her note by sending her mother's regards and shares the exciting news that their wedding is set for the 20th of September. Dr. Seward's diary entry on the 20th of August notes the intriguing developments in the case of Renfield. After a period of consistent violence following his outburst, Renfield has become calmer, especially at night when the moon rises, whispering about his newfound patience. When Dr. Seward went to see him, he found Renfield still restrained, but with a softer expression in his eyes, reminiscent of his earlier, more submissive demeanor. Satisfied with Renfield's current state, Dr. Seward ordered his release from the restraints. The attendants were reluctant but complied. Renfield, with a touch of humor, whispered to Dr. Seward about the attendant's fear that he could harm the doctor, calling them fools for such a thought. There was a comforting feeling in knowing that even in the thoughts of this troubled soul, I stood apart from the rest. Yet, his reasoning eluded me. Did we share a common bond, or was there some immense benefit he sought from me that necessitated my well-being? This puzzle would have to wait for another time to be solved. Tonight, he remained silent, unswayed by the temptation of a kitten or even a mature cat. His only response was a dismissive comment about his lack of interest in cats, as he had more pressing matters to ponder and the patience to wait. Eventually, I left his side. I learned from the attendant that he stayed calm until the early hours of the morning when restlessness took over, escalating to violence and ending with him fainting into a coma-like state. For 3 consecutive nights, this pattern repeated itself: turmoil during the day, peace from moonrise to sunrise. I yearned for some insight into the cause. It seemed as though some external force came and went. Struck by inspiration, I decided to match wits with madness. He had previously escaped without our aid. This time, we would facilitate his escape and be prepared to follow if needed. On the 23rd of August, the unexpected thwarted our plans. Our captive, finding his cage door open, chose not to flee, rendering our intricate plans useless. At least we confirmed that his calm periods were of a substantial duration. Now, we could afford him a few hours of relief from his restraints each day. I instructed the night attendant to confine him to the padded room once he settled down, until an hour before the dawn. His body would at least get some rest, even if his mind could not appreciate it. Then, in a twist of fate, I was summoned. The patient had escaped again. Later that night, another escapade unfolded. Renfield craftily waited for the attendant to enter the room before making his escape. He dashed past and ran down the corridor. I signaled for the attendants to pursue him. Once again, he was found at the deserted house, pressing against the old chapel door. Upon seeing me, he flew into a rage, and it was only the timely intervention of the attendants that prevented him from attacking me. As we restrained him, he suddenly doubled his efforts, then just as quickly calmed down. I instinctively looked around, but saw nothing except a large bat disappearing into the moonlit sky, its flight purposeful and silent. The patient then relaxed and assured us that he would return to the house without resistance. His calmness felt foreboding, and this night would not be easily forgotten. Lucy Westenra's Diary. Hillingham, 24th of August. I find myself following Mina's example, jotting down my thoughts. It will give us plenty to discuss when we finally see each other. I'm curious about when that will be. I long for her company, feeling quite down. Last night, my dreams mirrored those I had in Whitby, perhaps due to the change in environment or the return home. Everything seems shrouded in darkness, my memory fails me, and I'm engulfed in an inexplicable fear. I'm so tired and feeble. When Arthur visited for lunch, he appeared distressed at my condition, and I couldn't muster the energy to brighten up. I'm considering sleeping in my mother's room tonight, hoping it might help. On the 25th of August, I had another restless night. My mother didn't take kindly to my suggestion. She's not feeling well herself and probably doesn't want to add to my worries. I fought to stay awake, but sleep crept in around midnight. There was a noise at the window, a scratching or flapping, but I paid it no mind and must have drifted off. Another night of unsettling dreams, their content just out of reach. This morning, I'm incredibly weak, my face pale and my throat aches. Breathing seems difficult. Perhaps my lungs are the issue. I'll try to appear more upbeat when Arthur arrives. I can't bear to see him upset. Arthur Holmwood penned a letter to Dr. Seward from the Albemarle Hotel on the 31st of August. He reached out for a favor, expressing his worry over Lucy's declining health. She didn't have a specific illness, but she looked terrible and was getting worse. He hesitated to ask her mother about it, fearing the impact on her health, as she was already grappling with a heart condition. Arthur felt something was weighing heavily on Lucy's mind, and it pained him to see her suffer. He convinced her to agree to a visit from Dr. Seward, despite her initial reluctance. Arthur asked Dr. Seward to join them for lunch at Hillingham the next day to keep their meeting discreet. He planned to consult with the doctor alone after seeing Lucy's condition. Arthur also sent a telegram to Dr. Seward on the 1st of September. He had to go see his father, who had taken a turn for the worse. He promised to write more and asked for a full update by that night's post, urging Dr. Seward to send a telegram if needed. Dr. Seward replied to Arthur Holmwood on the 2nd of September. He addressed his friend warmly, expressing a sense of comfort in knowing he held a special place in his thoughts. However, he was puzzled by the reason behind this distinction. He contemplated whether it was a shared bond or if Arthur needed something from him. These thoughts had to be set aside for the time being. That night, the patient remained quiet, not even showing interest in the cats, which usually tempted him. He dismissed the topic, saying he had more important things on his mind. Concerning Miss Westenra's well-being, I must promptly inform you that, to my knowledge, she suffers from no functional disorders or known diseases. However, her current appearance leaves me far from reassured. She has changed terribly since my last encounter with her. It's important to note that my examination wasn't as thorough as I would have preferred. Our friendship presents a barrier that not even medical expertise or tradition can overcome. I will outline the events that transpired, allowing you to form your own judgments. I will also share my actions and future plans. Upon my visit, I found Miss Westenra outwardly cheerful, her mother by her side. It didn't take long for me to realize she was putting on a show to keep her mother from worrying. Clearly, she understands the gravity of being cautious. We dined just the two of us, and our efforts to stay upbeat brought about a genuine sense of joy. Afterward, Mrs. Westenra retired to rest, leaving Lucy alone with me. We moved to her private sitting room, and only then did her facade of happiness slip. With the servants gone and the door shut, she collapsed into a chair with a heavy sigh, covering her eyes in distress. Seeing her high spirits falter, I seized the opportunity to assess her condition. She expressed her aversion to discussing her own health, but I assured her of the sanctity of a doctor's confidence. When I mentioned your deep concern for her, she quickly understood and gave me permission to share everything with you. She insisted that her well-being was of no concern to her, but yours was paramount. So, I am at liberty to discuss her situation openly. It was clear to me that she appeared pale, but none of the typical signs of anemia were present. By sheer luck, I had the chance to examine her blood quality when she accidentally cut her hand on some broken glass from a window that broke as she tried to open it. This minor incident provided me with the perfect opportunity to collect and analyze a few drops of her blood. The analysis showed a normal condition, suggesting she was in good health. I found no reason for concern regarding her physical state, but I suspected that her issues might be psychological. She reported having trouble breathing at times and experiencing deep, dream-disturbed sleep, though she couldn't recall any details of the dreams. She also mentioned that she used to sleepwalk as a child and that the habit resurfaced while in Whitby. She even once found herself on East Cliff in the middle of the night before Miss Murray discovered her. However, she assured me that she hadn't sleepwalked recently. Feeling uncertain, I did what I thought best and reached out to my mentor, Professor Van Helsing from Amsterdam. He's an expert on rare diseases, and I've asked him to come and help. Since you mentioned that you would cover all expenses, I've informed him of your connection to Miss Westenra. I'm eager to assist her in any way I can, and I know Van Helsing would do the same for me. Despite his seemingly stern nature, he's simply well-informed. He's a philosopher, metaphysician, and a leading scientist with an open mind. His qualities, like his unshakable nerve, cool composure, unwavering determination, self-control, and immense tolerance, are matched by his kind and true heart. These traits equip him for the noble work he does for humanity. I'm confident in him and have asked him to come immediately. Tomorrow, I'll see Miss Westenra again. We're meeting at the store so as not to worry her mother with frequent visits. Yours always, John Seward. Upon receiving your letter, I was already en route to you, fortunate to be able to depart immediately without failing those who rely on me. Had luck been otherwise, it would have been detrimental to them, but I am committed to assisting my friend and those he cherishes at his call. Convey to your friend that his quick action in removing the poison from my wound when our other friend accidentally caused it was more valuable than any wealth. It's a joy to help him, and it is for you that I make my journey. Please arrange accommodations for me at the Great Eastern Hotel to be close by, and let's ensure we meet the young lady no later than tomorrow. I may need to return here the same night, but if necessary, I'll come back in 3 days and stay longer. Until then, farewell, my friend John. Van Helsing has visited and departed. He accompanied me to Hillingham, where, fortunately, Lucy's mother was out, allowing us to be alone with her. Van Helsing examined her thoroughly and will report back to me, which I'll share with you since I wasn't present throughout. He seemed deeply concerned but insisted on taking time to think. His seriousness was evident when he urged me to share my thoughts and attempt to convey his, emphasizing the gravity of the situation as a matter of life and death, or perhaps something beyond. Despite my probing, he offered no further insight. His silence shouldn't upset you, Art, as it signifies his dedication to her welfare. He promised to communicate clearly when necessary. I assured him I'd write a detailed account of our visit, akin to a newspaper feature. He appeared indifferent to my comparison, but noted that London's air quality had improved since his student days. His report is expected tomorrow, or at the very least, a letter. During the visit, Lucy seemed more upbeat and healthier than before, losing the pallor that worried you and breathing normally. She was endearing to the professor, making an effort to ease his concerns, though I could tell it was a struggle for her. Van Helsing likely noticed too, as I caught a familiar, discerning glance from him. He skillfully steered the conversation away from illness, engaging Lucy with his warm charm until her feigned cheerfulness became genuine. Gradually, he circled back to the purpose of his visit with a smooth transition. The young lady was dearly cherished, and it brought me immense joy to know this. Despite hearing she was feeling low and looked unusually pale, I dismissed such concerns with a wave of my hand. I was determined to prove them wrong, to show that she and I could overcome their doubts. I remembered how he once singled me out to his students, that unforgettable moment he never lets me forget, questioning what I knew of young women. He had his own challenges with those who had lost their way, guiding them back to joy and their loved ones. Such work was rewarding, allowing him to bring happiness to others. But when it came to young women, he lacked personal experience, having no wife or daughter. The young usually confide in the old, like me, who've weathered many sorrows and understand their causes. So, I suggested he take a moment to enjoy a cigarette in the garden, leaving the young lady and me to chat alone. Taking the hint, he wandered off, and soon after, the professor called me back. His expression was serious as he informed me there was no underlying physical condition causing her symptoms. We both agreed that she had lost a lot of blood but was not anemic. He wanted to question her maid to ensure he missed nothing, as he was certain of her responses. Yet, he believed there was a reason for her condition. There always is. He needed to think things over at home. I was tasked with sending him daily updates via telegram, and he would return if necessary. The situation intrigued him, as did the sweet young lady. She had charmed him, and he was willing to come back for her sake, if not for the illness or for me. Dr. Seward recounted this in his diary, expressing his concern for his dear friend caught between his father's recovery and the well-being of another close to him. He acknowledged the duty felt towards his father, but assured that he would be called if Lucy needed him urgently. Thus, he was advised not to worry unless he received word. On the 4th of September, the patient who prefers animal flesh continued to captivate our attention. Only yesterday, he had an episode at an unexpected hour. As noon approached, he grew uneasy. The attendant, familiar with the signs, promptly called for help. The team arrived swiftly, just in time to restrain him as he erupted into violence at noon. It took all their strength, but within 5 minutes he calmed down, slipping into a deep melancholy where he has stayed since. His attendant described his outburst as chilling, and I was kept busy with other patients alarmed by his cries. Even at a distance, his screams unnerved me. Now, after the asylum's dinner time, he sits in a corner, lost in thought, his expression heavy with sorrow. Later in the day, I noticed a shift. At 5 o'clock, I found him content, catching and eating flies, keeping track of his hunt by marking the door's edge. When he saw me, he expressed regret for his actions and meekly requested to return to his room and have his notebook back. I agreed, thinking it best to indulge him. Now, with the window open, he's laid out sugar to attract flies, not eating them but collecting them in a box. He's also searching for a spider in his room. I attempted to discuss the past few days with him, hoping for insight, but he avoided the topic. He briefly showed sadness, murmuring about being abandoned and having no hope unless he took action himself. Then, with determination, he asked if I could provide him with more sugar, reasoning that it benefited both the flies and himself. I obliged with a double portion and left him seemingly as joyful as anyone could be. I remained curious to unravel the mysteries of his mind. As the clock struck midnight, there was a noticeable shift in his demeanor. Having returned from a visit to Miss Westenra, who was on the mend, I found myself admiring the sunset's smoky grandeur when his cries broke the evening calm. The proximity of his room allowed the sounds to reach me with greater clarity than they had in the morning. The contrast was jarring. The sunset's lurid beauty over London, with its play of light and shadow on the clouds, against the stark reality of my own austere stone abode, its walls echoing with the weight of human suffering, and the loneliness of my heart in the midst of it all. I made it to his side just as the sun dipped below the horizon and watched as the fading light seemed to soothe his frenzy. At the moment the sun disappeared, he collapsed, a lifeless heap on the floor. Remarkably, his mental faculties rebounded swiftly. Within minutes, he stood, surveying the room with a calm demeanor. I signaled the attendants to give him space, curious to witness his actions. He proceeded to clean the window of sugar crumbs, empty his fly box outside, discarding the box, and then closed the window. He moved to his bed and took a seat. His behavior was unexpected, and when I inquired if he intended to abandon his interest in flies, he dismissed it, declaring he had grown tired of such nonsense. His case continued to intrigue me. I pondered the trigger behind his sudden outbursts, occurring at noon and sunset. Perhaps there was a sinister influence at these times, akin to the moon's effect on some. Time would tell. The improvement in the patient's condition was evident over the following days, as updates were sent to Van Helsing in Amsterdam. On the 4th of September, his condition was better. The 5th brought further improvement, with a healthy appetite, natural sleep patterns, and a return of good spirits and color. However, by the 6th, there was a distressing turn for the worse, prompting an urgent request for Van Helsing to come without delay. You're about to listen to Chapter 10. On the 6th of September, Dr. John Seward penned an urgent note to his dear friend Art. He conveyed worrisome tidings. Lucy's health had regressed slightly. However, this prompted Mrs. Westenra to seek John's medical advice, giving him the chance to introduce his mentor, the esteemed specialist Van Helsing. With Van Helsing's impending visit, they could now attend to Lucy without causing Mrs. Westenra undue stress, as any shock could prove fatal, especially given Lucy's fragile state. John acknowledged the complexities surrounding them, but remained hopeful for a positive outcome. He promised to write only if necessary, implying that no news is good news. The following day, Dr. Seward documented in his diary his encounter with Van Helsing at Liverpool Street. Van Helsing inquired if the young man in love with Lucy had been informed of her condition. John had not, opting to consult with Van Helsing first. He had merely written to the young suitor, notifying him of Van Helsing's arrival and Lucy's ill health, promising further updates if required. Van Helsing approved, suggesting that it might be best if the young man remained unaware for the time being, but should the need arise, he would be told everything. Van Helsing then offered John a word of caution, comparing their discretion in dealing with the madmen of the world to their handling of the knowledge they possessed. He metaphorically referred to their knowledge as a seed that needed to rest and grow, suggesting that they keep their insights to themselves for now. Van Helsing admitted to having his own thoughts on the matter, but chose to wait before sharing them. Curious, John questioned why Van Helsing wouldn't share his thoughts immediately, thinking it might help them reach a decision. Van Helsing responded with a metaphor about a farmer who doesn't pull up his corn to check its growth, implying that patience is needed and that actions should be taken at the appropriate time. He playfully tugged John's ear to emphasize his point, a gesture from their past that reminded John of the wisdom in waiting for the right moment. Van Helsing's message was clear. They needed to trust in the natural process and be patient for the results to manifest. As a diligent student, you filled your casebook more than anyone else. Now, as a master, I hope those good habits have stayed with you. Knowledge should always be trusted over memory, for it is the stronger. Even if the practice has slipped, this particular case involving our dear young lady could prove to be quite intriguing, possibly more so than all the others. Record everything, no matter how trivial it might seem, even your uncertainties and guesses. In the future, you'll appreciate seeing how accurate your speculations were. We glean wisdom from our failures, not our triumphs. When I shared the details of Lucy's condition, which had worsened significantly, he appeared deeply concerned, but remained silent. He brought a bag filled with various tools and medications, which he had once referred to as the necessary yet unsettling tools of our healing profession. Mrs. Westenra greeted us with worry, though less than I had anticipated. It's as if nature has a way of cushioning the blow of even death itself, sparing her from the full impact of her daughter's dreadful transformation. This might be nature's own form of self-preservation, and it makes one think twice before judging anyone too harshly for self-centeredness. I applied my understanding of spiritual pathology and suggested that Mrs. Westenra should keep her distance from Lucy and think about her illness only when absolutely necessary. She agreed without hesitation, a sign of nature's instinct to cling to life. Van Helsing and I were then led to Lucy's room. The sight of her was even more shocking than the day before. She was deathly pale, her face skeletal, and her breathing was distressingly labored. Van Helsing looked as if he had turned to stone, his brows furrowed in deep concern. Lucy was still, too weak to speak, and we stood in silence. Van Helsing signaled for me to follow him out of the room. Once outside, he quickly ushered me into another room and shut the door, his urgency clear. He was convinced that without an immediate blood transfusion, Lucy would not survive. The question was who would be the donor. I insisted it should be me, being younger and stronger. He agreed and told me to prepare while he fetched his medical bag. As we headed downstairs, there was a knock at the door. It was Arthur, arriving in haste, his concern written all over his face. Jack's anxiety was palpable as he deciphered the hidden meanings in the letter, his worry escalating to the point of agony. Despite hearing that his father's health had improved, he couldn't resist the urge to see for himself, leading him to this encounter. Upon recognizing the esteemed Dr. Van Helsing, Jack's gratitude knew no bounds, and he expressed his deepest thanks for the doctor's presence. Initially, Professor Van Helsing was irked by Jack's interruption, but his irritation soon gave way to admiration as he observed Jack's robust build and the vibrant youthfulness that radiated from him. The professor's eyes sparkled with recognition, and with a serious demeanor, he extended his hand, affirming Jack's timely arrival. He acknowledged Jack as the beloved of the dear miss, who was in dire straits, and implored him to stay strong, as his bravery would be their greatest asset. Arthur, choked with emotion, inquired desperately about how he could aid her, declaring his readiness to sacrifice everything for her well-being. The professor, known for his wit, assured Arthur that such an extreme sacrifice was unnecessary. He explained the dire situation, that the young miss was in desperate need of blood, and that they planned to perform a blood transfusion, a procedure where they would transfer blood from a healthy individual to her. The professor and his colleague, John, had initially intended to use John's blood, but with Arthur's arrival, the professor believed Arthur's youth and vitality made him a superior candidate. Arthur's response, filled with a raw intensity, was cut short as he struggled to convey the depth of his willingness to do anything for her. Van Helsing, touched by Arthur's devotion, reassured him that his actions would bring him peace in the future. He instructed Arthur to maintain silence and allowed him a brief farewell before the procedure, but warned him to depart at his signal to avoid causing any distress. They proceeded to Lucy's room, where Arthur was asked to wait outside. Lucy, too weak to speak, communicated only with her eyes, conveying volumes without uttering a word. Van Helsing prepared a narcotic, his cheerful bedside manner belying the gravity of the situation, and gently administered the medicine to Lucy, ensuring her comfort throughout. I was amazed at how slowly the drug worked, highlighting her frailty. The wait for sleep to take hold seemed to stretch on forever, but eventually, the medication showed its effect, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Once the professor was sure she was asleep, he signaled Arthur to get ready for what was to come, hinting at a chance for a tender moment before getting to work with my help. Van Helsing noted Arthur's youth and vigor, mentioning the purity of his blood made the medical procedure simpler as no purification was needed. With practiced precision and speed, Van Helsing carried out the transfusion. Life appeared to return to Lucy's cheeks as Arthur's own color faded, his joy evident even as his strength waned. Concern grew in me as Arthur's robust frame showed signs of strain, a stark contrast to the slight improvement in Lucy. The professor, however, remained focused, timing the procedure carefully, alternating his gaze between the two. As the transfusion ended, I noticed Arthur's exhaustion. I tended to his wound and was about to help him leave when Van Helsing, without looking, suggested that Arthur's bravery earned him another moment of affection. He then finished up with the patient, adjusting the pillow under her head. In doing so, he inadvertently revealed a red mark on her throat, hidden beneath a velvet band with a diamond buckle, a gift from her lover. Arthur missed it, but Van Helsing's sharp intake of breath didn't escape me, a sign of his concern. Van Helsing instructed me to take care of Arthur, ensuring he rested and regained his strength after what he had given for his love. He stressed that Arthur should not linger and assured him that his actions had been crucial. He promised to share the whole story with Lucy when she recovered, ensuring her love for Arthur would remain unchanged. With that, Arthur left, and I returned to the room. Lucy's sleep was now calm, her breathing stronger, a sign of improvement. Van Helsing sat by her, watching over her with intense focus. The velvet band once again concealed the mark on her throat. Curious, I whispered to the professor, asking about the significance of the throat mark. I hadn't yet inspected the injury when I responded and immediately began to undo the bandage. There, right above the external jugular vein, were two small puncture wounds that looked anything but healthy. They didn't show any signs of infection, yet the edges appeared abnormally white and worn, as though they had been rubbed repeatedly. The thought struck me that these marks could explain the noticeable loss of blood, but I quickly dismissed such an idea because it seemed impossible. If the girl had lost enough blood to cause her pale complexion, the bed would have been soaked in red. Dr. Van Helsing stood up, announcing he needed to return to Amsterdam that night to collect some books and items he required. He instructed me to stay and watch over the girl without taking my eyes off her for the entire night. When I inquired about a nurse, he insisted we were the most suitable caretakers. He emphasized that I must stay awake throughout the night, but reassured me that we could both rest once he returned. He left in a hurry, but not before reminding me sternly of my responsibility for the girl's safety, warning of the consequences should any harm come to her. Dr. Seward's diary continued. On the 8th of September, I kept vigil by Lucy's side all night. The effects of the opiate faded as evening approached, and she woke up naturally, exuding a happy energy that was a stark contrast to her previous state. Despite her high spirits, it was clear she had been through an ordeal. Mrs. Westenra was skeptical when I told her about Dr. Van Helsing's instructions for me to stay up with Lucy, pointing to her daughter's improved condition as evidence that it wasn't necessary. Nonetheless, I stood firm and prepared for a long night ahead. After her maid had readied her for bed and I had eaten supper, I sat down beside Lucy. She showed no resistance, instead offering me grateful looks. As the night progressed, she repeatedly fought off sleep, with each attempt seeming to require more effort and happening with shorter intervals between. It was evident she was scared to fall asleep, fearing it would bring weakness and horror. I reassured her that I was there to watch over her and would wake her immediately if I noticed any signs of distress. Comforted by my promise, she allowed herself to finally drift off into sleep. I was struck by the slow effectiveness of the drug, highlighting her fragile state. Eventually, sleep enveloped her, and once the professor was certain of this, he signaled to Arthur to prepare for the upcoming procedure, hinting at the possibility of a tender moment before we got to work. Van Helsing commented on Arthur's youth and health, noting the ease of the medical process due to the purity of his blood, which required no purification. The transfusion was performed swiftly and with precision by Van Helsing. As life seemed to return to Lucy's face, Arthur's own complexion grew paler, his happiness evident even as his energy diminished. Watching Arthur's strong frame succumb to fatigue contrasted sharply with Lucy's slight improvement, but the professor remained undistracted, carefully timing the procedure and keeping an eye on both patients. When the transfusion concluded, Arthur's weariness was palpable. After attending to his wound, I was about to assist him in leaving when Van Helsing, without looking up, suggested that Arthur deserved another moment with his beloved for his bravery. He then finished attending to Lucy, adjusting her pillow, which inadvertently revealed a red mark on her throat, concealed by a velvet band adorned with a diamond buckle, a gift from her lover. Arthur missed this detail, but I caught Van Helsing's sharp intake of breath, a clear sign of his concern. Van Helsing instructed me to ensure Arthur rested to recover from his generous act of love. He emphasized that Arthur should not stay longer than necessary and promised to recount the full story to Lucy once she was well, ensuring her love for Arthur would remain strong. With that, Arthur departed, and I returned to the room. Lucy's sleep was now peaceful, her breathing more robust, signaling her recovery. Van Helsing sat close by, watching her with intense concentration. The velvet band once again hid the mark on her throat. Curious, I softly asked the professor about the significance of the mark. Throughout the entire night, I remained by her side. She was undisturbed in her slumber, deep and restorative, breathing with the steady cadence of a clock's pendulum. A gentle smile graced her face, indicating a night free from troubling dreams. Come dawn, her maid arrived, and I entrusted her care to the maid, heading home with a mind full of worries. I quickly sent updates by telegraph to Van Helsing and Arthur about the successful surgery. My backlog of work consumed the entire day, and only after nightfall could I check on my patient with a taste for animal flesh. He had been calm over the last day and night. During dinner, a telegram from Van Helsing in Amsterdam urged me to be at Hillingham that night, hinting it was wise to stay close by. He would join me early in the morning, traveling on the night mail. By the time I reached Hillingham on the 9th of September, exhaustion had taken its toll. 2 sleepless nights had left me barely functioning, my mind numbed from the lack of rest. Lucy, however, was the picture of cheerfulness. Noticing my fatigue, she insisted that I should not sit up with her that night. She declared her recovery and offered to keep me company if needed. Without argument, I joined her for supper, her delightful company enhancing the meal. She then showed me to a room with a welcoming fire, instructing me to rest there, with doors open between us so she could call if needed. I could hardly keep my eyes open and, reassured by her promise to call out if anything arose, I surrendered to the sofa's embrace and let go of my consciousness. Lucy Westenra's diary, 9th of September. Happiness filled me tonight. After feeling so weak, the ability to think and move felt like sunshine breaking through a bleak, steel sky. Arthur's presence seemed so near, warming me. I realized that illness turns our thoughts inward, but health allows love to roam free. I know my thoughts are with Arthur. If only he knew how my ears tingled with thoughts of him as I drifted into blissful sleep, watched over by the kind Dr. Seward. Tonight, I'll sleep without fear, knowing he's nearby. I'm grateful to everyone for their kindness. Good night, Arthur. Dr. Seward's diary, 10th of September. I awoke to the professor's hand on my head, alert in an instant, an instinct honed in the asylum. And how's our patient? I had just parted ways with her, or more accurately, she had parted ways with me. We entered the room together to investigate. The blind was drawn, and I carefully lifted it while Van Helsing moved quietly to the bed. As sunlight filled the room, I sensed Van Helsing's sharp intake of breath, a sound rarely heard from him, and fear gripped me. He stepped back from the bed, his face twisted in horror and pointed, his complexion pale as ash. My knees shook. Lucy lay on the bed, pale and lifeless, her lips and gums drained of color, resembling the ill-fated dead. Van Helsing, filled with anger, almost stamped his foot but restrained himself, placing it down gently. He urgently requested brandy. I rushed to fetch it, and we applied it to Lucy's lips and massaged her palms, wrists, and heart. Van Helsing checked her heartbeat and, after a tense wait, declared it weak but present. We had to start our efforts anew. With no Arthur to assist, it fell to me to help. Van Helsing prepared for a blood transfusion, and I readied myself for the procedure, foregoing any opiate. We commenced without delay. The process was unsettling, feeling my lifeblood leave me, but it was necessary. Van Helsing cautioned me to stay still, fearing Lucy's awakening could bring danger. He administered a morphine injection to ensure her calm. Slowly, color returned to Lucy's cheeks and lips, a sight that filled me with pride. Van Helsing monitored the transfusion and decided we had done enough. I felt we could continue, but he reminded me of my other responsibilities and the need to conserve my strength. After the procedure, Van Helsing tended to Lucy while I dealt with my own wound. Feeling faint and queasy, I lay down and awaited his attention. Once he had bandaged me, he suggested I have some wine. Before I left the room, he reminded me to keep this event a secret, especially from Arthur, to avoid alarming or upsetting him. He examined me when I returned, ensuring I was all right. The rest of the night was spent by Lucy's side, her sleep peaceful and undisturbed. At dawn, I entrusted her to her maid and sent word of our success to Van Helsing and Arthur. My day was consumed with work, and only at night could I check on another patient. A telegram from Van Helsing summoned me to Hillingham, hinting at the need for vigilance. He would join me in the morning. Reaching Hillingham on the 9th of September, I was exhausted from lack of sleep. Lucy was cheerful and insisted I should not watch over her that night. She seemed well, and I accepted her offer to rest, with the promise she would call if needed. I couldn't resist sleep and drifted off on a sofa, doors open between us. Heeding the advice given, I retreated to the room to rest on the sofa and rejuvenate with a hearty breakfast. I recognized the wisdom in these instructions as I had played my part and now needed to maintain my strength. Overcome by a wave of weakness, my sense of wonder at the day's strange events began to fade. As I drifted off to sleep, my thoughts circled back to the enigma of Lucy's condition, particularly the small punctured wounds on her neck and their frayed edges. When Lucy awoke later in the day, she seemed better, though not as robust as the previous day. After Van Helsing had checked on her, he stepped out, entrusting me to stay by her side and not leave her alone. His voice echoed down the hall, inquiring about the nearest telegraph office. Lucy and I spent time together, her spirits high and apparently unaware of the ordeal she had been through. I kept her entertained, trying to keep her mind off things. Her mother visited, expressing deep gratitude for my efforts and playfully suggesting I needed someone to care for me too. At her words, Lucy blushed briefly, a testament to her frail condition as her color swiftly faded to a stark pallor. I responded with a reassuring smile, signaling her to rest. Van Helsing returned after a few hours, instructing me to go home and nourish myself to regain my strength, as he planned to stay with Lucy that night. He emphasized the importance of discretion regarding the case, hinting at grave, unspoken reasons. As I prepared to leave, 2 maids approached me, offering to stay with Lucy through the night. They seemed genuinely concerned, and it touched my heart. I explained that Van Helsing had specific wishes about who should be with Lucy, and they asked me to plead on their behalf to the foreign gentleman. Their kindness struck a chord with me, perhaps because I was feeling vulnerable or because it was Lucy they were so devoted to. After a late dinner and completing my rounds, I settled down, sleep soon claiming me. The following afternoon, I visited Hillingham and found Van Helsing in good spirits and Lucy much improved. A large package from abroad arrived for the professor, and he opened it with a flourish, revealing a bundle of white flowers for Lucy. Her reaction was one of surprise and gratitude. Lucy was not to play with the medicines, as they were not intended for enjoyment. She grimaced at the thought of taking them, but Van Helsing assured her they were not to be consumed in any unpleasant way. He teased her about the reaction of her admirer, Arthur, to her distorted expression of disgust. Lucy's beauty was not to be spoiled by such faces. Van Helsing explained that the flowers he brought were medicinal, though their purpose was not immediately clear. He intended to hang them in her room and around her neck to aid her sleep, comparing their effect to the mythical lotus flower and the fabled waters of Lethe that promised forgetfulness, as well as the fountain of youth sought by explorers in Florida. As Van Helsing spoke, Lucy inspected the flowers, smelling them. She then discarded them, half laughing yet also repulsed, suspecting the professor of making a joke. To her, they were just ordinary garlic. Van Helsing, however, became serious and stern, warning her not to take his actions lightly. He stressed the importance of his purpose and cautioned her against obstructing his efforts. He softened his tone, reassuring Lucy that he acted for her benefit and that the common flowers had great virtue. He took care to arrange them in her room and fashioned a wreath for her to wear, insisting on secrecy and obedience for her recovery. Together with his friend John, Van Helsing prepared the room. They sealed the windows with the garlic, ensuring that any air entering would carry its scent. He also applied the garlic to the door and around the room, an unusual method not found in any standard medical text. John expressed his confusion, but Van Helsing hinted at a deeper significance to his actions, suggesting they might be warding off something malevolent. Once Lucy was ready for bed, Van Helsing carefully placed the garlic wreath around her neck, instructing her not to remove it or open the window or door during the night, even if the room felt stuffy. Lucy promised to obey and expressed her heartfelt gratitude for their kindness. Overwhelmed by the day's odd events and feeling a sense of fatigue, John retired to rest and rejuvenate, his thoughts lingering on the mystery of Lucy's condition, especially the peculiar punctured wounds on her neck. Exiting the house, my carriage ready and waiting, Van Helsing shared his relief at the prospect of a good night's sleep. His recent days had been a whirlwind of travel, intensive reading, and mounting anxiety, topped off with a sleepless night. He looked forward to tomorrow's early visit, eager to see the positive effects of his spell on our dear girl, who would undoubtedly be stronger. His confidence was palpable, and I couldn't help but recall my own misplaced assurance from 2 nights prior. The memory brought a mix of awe and a creeping sense of terror. It was perhaps my own frailty that held me back from confiding these feelings to my friend, yet that very silence made the emotions weigh heavier, like tears unshed. You're about to listen to Chapter 11. On the 12th of September, I felt a deep affection for Dr. Van Helsing. His concern about the flowers puzzled me, his intensity scared me, but he must have been right because they've already soothed me. I'm not scared to be alone tonight. I can sleep without fear. I'm not bothered by any noises outside my window. Fighting against sleep has been a terrible struggle lately because of the pain from sleeplessness and the fear of the horrors that come with sleep. Some people are so lucky with no fears or dreads, and sleep brings them only sweet dreams. Tonight, I hope for sleep, surrounded by flowers like Ophelia in the play, finding an unexpected delight in the scent of garlic. It brings me peace, and I can feel sleep approaching. Good night to all. Dr. Seward's Diary. On the 13th of September, I visited Van Helsing at the Berkeley. He was punctual, and the carriage we ordered was ready. He always carries his bag with him now. We must record everything precisely. We got to Hillingham at 8 in the morning. It was a beautiful day with bright sunshine and the crisp feeling of early fall, nature's work seeming complete. The leaves were changing color, but hadn't started falling yet. We met Mrs. Westenra, who wakes early, coming out of the morning room. She warmly greeted us and happily shared that Lucy was doing better, still asleep. She peeked into Lucy's room, but didn't enter to avoid waking her. Van Helsing was visibly pleased, confidently stating his treatment was working. Mrs. Westenra insisted she played a part in Lucy's improvement. She explained that she checked on Lucy in the night and found the room stuffy and full of strong-smelling flowers, even around Lucy's neck. Concerned for Lucy's fragile health, she removed the flowers and opened the window a bit. She was confident we would be pleased with Lucy's condition and then left for her early breakfast. Once she was gone, Van Helsing's demeanor changed dramatically. He managed to keep composed in front of her, knowing her condition, but once she left, he quickly pulled me into the dining room, his face pale with concern. For the first time ever, I witnessed Van Helsing's composure shatter. He lifted his hands high in silent despair, clapped them together without purpose, then collapsed into a chair. Hiding his face in his hands, he began to weep, his sobs loud and heart-wrenching. He raised his arms as if pleading with the universe, wondering aloud about the injustices inflicted upon us and the innocent. He questioned if ancient fates were at play, causing a mother to unknowingly harm her daughter, and why we couldn't even warn her without risking their lives. Overcome with frustration at our plight, he suddenly stood with resolve, insisting we must act regardless of the devils we face. He fetched his bag from the hall, and we proceeded to Lucy's room. I opened the window blinds while Van Helsing approached the bed, his face set with grave sadness and deep sympathy. Expecting what he saw, he locked the door without a word and prepared the instruments for another blood transfusion. I began to remove my coat to help, but he gestured for me to stop, saying I was too weak and that he would take care of it. Rolling up his sleeve, he prepared himself for the procedure. We repeated the operation, administered the narcotic, and once more, color returned to Lucy's pale cheeks, her breath steady in restful sleep. I watched over Van Helsing as he took a moment to recover. He found a chance to inform Mrs. Westenra that nothing should be moved in Lucy's room without his consent, explaining that the flowers were part of the healing process. He then took full responsibility for her care, promising to watch over her and to inform me when I was needed. After an hour, Lucy awoke, refreshed and seemingly unharmed by her ordeal. I'm left questioning my own sanity after spending so much time around madness. September 17th. I've enjoyed 4 days and nights of tranquility, regaining my strength to the point where I feel renewed. It's like emerging from a prolonged, unsettling dream into the embrace of a beautiful, sunny morning with fresh air all around. Vague memories of long periods filled with anxiety, waiting, and fear linger in my mind, times when darkness was so complete that not even the sting of hope was present to intensify the distress. There were also moments of complete forgetfulness, followed by a gradual return to consciousness, akin to a diver surfacing from deep waters. Since Dr. Van Helsing's arrival, the nightmarish experiences seem to have faded. The terrifying sounds that once sent chills down my spine, the banging on the windows, the voices that felt so near, the harsh, commanding noises from unknown sources, have all stopped. I can now sleep without fear, no longer attempting to stay awake. The scent of garlic, which arrives daily from Harlem, has even become pleasant to me. Tonight, Dr. Van Helsing must leave for Amsterdam for the day, but I am well enough to be on my own. I am grateful for this, for the sake of my mother, dear Arthur, and all our kind friends. The absence of Dr. Van Helsing won't be felt too sharply, as he spent much of last night asleep in his chair. I woke up to find him dozing off a couple of times, yet I wasn't afraid to fall back asleep, even though something kept tapping against the window panes almost with irritation. September 18th, as reported in the Pall Mall Gazette. The escaped wolf, a risky encounter with our reporter. After a series of rejections and persistent inquiries, using the name Pall Mall Gazette as a magical charm, I finally located the keeper of the wolf section at the Zoological Gardens. Thomas Builder, who resides in a cottage behind the Elephant House, was about to have his tea when I approached him. He and his wife, a hospitable couple without children, seemed to lead a comfortable life if their generosity to me was anything to go by. The keeper insisted on discussing business only after we had finished supper. Once the table was cleared and he lit his pipe, he was ready to talk. He explained his routine with the animals, humorously comparing it to how he was now ready to answer my questions after his meal. Hitting them on the head with a pole is one method, scratching their ears is another. This is especially true when well-off gentlemen want to impress their ladies with a bit of a spectacle. I don't really object to the first part, the hitting with a pole before I give them their food, but I wait until they've had their sherry and coffee, so to speak, before I start with the ear scratching. But let me tell you, there's a lot of similarities between us and those animals. Here you are, asking me about my work, and I'm so grouchy that if it weren't for your half-sovereign, I would have ignored you completely. Even when you sarcastically asked if you should get the superintendent's permission to question me. I bluntly told you to go away. That was your way of hitting me over the head. But the half-sovereign smoothed things over. I wasn't looking to pick a fight, so I waited for the meal and behaved just like the wolves, lions, and tigers do. But now, after the old woman has given me a piece of her tea cake and washed it down with tea, and I've lit up, you can ask away and I won't even grumble. Go ahead with your questions. I know you're here to learn about that escaped wolf. I'll tell you what you want to know. That wolf, Berserker, was one of 3 gray ones we got from Norway about 4 years ago. He was well-behaved and usually no trouble at all. I'm more surprised by his escape than any other animal here. But you can't trust wolves, can you? Mrs. Tom chimed in, laughing, saying there's no harm in me, even though I've been minding the animals for so long I might as well be an old wolf myself. It was a couple of hours after feeding time yesterday when I first noticed something was off. I was preparing a bed for a sick young puma in the monkey house, but then I heard yelping and howling and went straight over. Berserker was clawing at the bars like mad, wanting to get out. Not many people were around, just one man, tall and thin with a hooked nose and a pointed beard with streaks of white. He had a cold look and red eyes, and I didn't like him one bit. It seemed like he was the one aggravating the wolves. He wore white gloves and pointed out the animals to me, noting how agitated they seemed. I suggested maybe they were upset because of him, which didn't anger him as I hoped. Instead, he smiled a smug smile, showing off his sharp white teeth, and said they wouldn't like him. I mocked him, saying they'd enjoy a bone or 2 to gnaw on, hinting that he had plenty. It was indeed strange, but the animals became calm whenever they saw us conversing. As I approached Berserker, he allowed me to pet his ears as usual. Then a man came by and, to my surprise, he too stroked the old wolf's ears. I warned him that Berserker could be fast, but he dismissed my concerns, claiming familiarity with such creatures. Curious, I inquired if he worked with wolves, but he simply said he had made pets of a few before politely tipping his hat and departing. Berserker watched him until he disappeared, then retreated to a corner for the rest of the evening. That night, under the moonlight, the wolves began howling for no apparent reason. There was no one around, except for someone calling a dog in the distance. I checked outside a couple of times to ensure everything was secure, and it was. But just before midnight, as I made one last round, I found Berserker's cage damaged and empty. When asked if anyone else had seen anything, I recalled one of our gardeners returning from a harmony and claiming he saw a large gray dog exiting the garden hedges. However, I was skeptical since he hadn't mentioned it until after the wolf's escape became known. As for the wolf's escape, Mr. Builder offered a theory with a hint of modesty, suggesting the wolf simply wanted out. His theory was met with laughter, implying it was a familiar joke to them. I couldn't match Thomas's wit, but I knew another way to his heart. I assured him that his payment was well-earned and another awaited him upon sharing his thoughts on the wolf's potential actions. He was quick to respond, his wife's encouraging wink indicating I should continue my questioning. The old lady expressed her disbelief with a "well, I never." In my view, the elusive wolf must be hiding somewhere. The forgetful gardener claimed he saw it racing north faster than a horse, but I doubt that since wolves aren't designed to gallop like dogs. Wolves may seem impressive in stories, and when they hunt in packs, they can indeed be noisy and vicious. But in reality, a wolf isn't as smart or brave as a good dog, nor does it have as much fight in it. This particular wolf isn't used to fending for itself, so it's probably hiding and trembling somewhere in the park, wondering where its next meal will come from. Perhaps it's found its way into a coal cellar, which would surely startle any cook who spots its green eyes glowing in the dark. If the wolf can't find food, it'll search for it, and it might stumble upon a butcher's shop in time. If not, and a nursemaid carelessly leaves a baby in a pram while chatting with a soldier, we might find the census short of one baby. That's the extent of my thoughts. As I was about to give him half a sovereign, something pressed against the window, causing Mr. Builder's face to stretch in astonishment. He exclaimed in surprise and noted that old Berserker had returned on his own. Opening the door, which I thought unnecessary, I've always felt safer with a sturdy barrier between myself and wild animals, a sentiment only strengthened by personal experience. Yet, familiarity breeds comfort, as neither Builder nor his wife seemed more concerned about the wolf than I would be about a dog. The wolf was as tame as the one from the Red Riding Hood tale, earning their trust in disguise. The entire situation was a blend of humor and sadness. This wolf, which had caused fear in London for half a day, was now in a remorseful state, being treated like a returning hero. Builder carefully checked the wolf for injuries and found its head cut and embedded with broken glass, a result of climbing over a wall topped with bottles. He lamented the dangers of such wall toppings and led Berserker to a cage, providing him with a large piece of meat, reminiscent of the fatted calf, before leaving to report the incident. I too left to share the exclusive details of the day's bizarre events at the zoo, as noted in Dr. Seward's diary. On the 17th of September, I was busy in my study, trying to catch up on my neglected accounting. Out of nowhere, the door flew open and my patient stormed in, his face twisted in rage. I was shocked. Patients rarely enter the superintendent's office on their own. Without hesitation, he charged at me with a dinner knife in hand. I realized he was a threat and attempted to use the table as a barrier. He was too fast and strong, and before I could steady myself, he slashed my left wrist, causing a significant cut. I managed to knock him down before he could attack again. As he lay on the floor, I tied up my wrist to stop the bleeding, keeping an eye on him. When the staff arrived, we saw him doing something that turned my stomach. He was on the ground, lapping up the blood from my wound like a dog. He was restrained without trouble and taken away calmly, repeating, "The blood is the life," over and over. I can't afford to lose any blood. I've lost too much lately, and it's affecting my health. Lucy's illness has taken a toll on me. I'm overworked and need rest. Thankfully, Van Helsing hasn't called for me, so I can sleep tonight. Van Helsing sent a telegram from Antwerp to Seward at Carfax, which arrived 22 hours late. It read, "Be at Hillingham tonight. Keep watch or check frequently. Ensure flowers are in place. It's vital. I'll join you as soon as I can after I arrive." The next day, I was heading to London, dismayed by the delay of Van Helsing's message. A lost night could mean disaster, and it seemed fate was against us. I took my cylinder to record my observations on Lucy's phonograph. Lucy Westenra left a note on the night of the 17th of September. She was feeling very weak, barely able to write, but determined to leave a record of the night's events. She made sure the flowers were arranged as instructed by Dr. Van Helsing before falling asleep. The rustling at the window woke me, a sound that started after my sleepwalking episode on the Whitby Cliff when Mina came to my rescue. It was a sound I had grown familiar with. I wasn't scared, but I found myself wishing Dr. Seward was in the next room, as Dr. Van Helsing had promised, so I could call out to him. Sleep eluded me, so I decided to stay awake. Strangely, sleep tried to creep in just when I wanted to avoid it. Fearing solitude, I opened my door and asked if anyone was around, but no reply came. I didn't want to disturb Mother, so I shut the door once more. Then, from the shrubbery, I heard a howl, similar to a dog's but more intense and profound. At the window, I saw nothing but a large bat, which seemed to have been hitting its wings against the glass. I returned to bed, resolved not to fall asleep. Soon after, the door opened and Mother peered in. Noticing I was awake, she came over and sat beside me. She expressed her concern for me, saying she wanted to ensure I was fine. I worried she might catch a chill and suggested she sleep with me. She agreed and lay down, keeping her dressing gown on as she planned to return to her bed soon. As we held each other, the flapping at the window resumed. Mother, startled and a bit scared, wondered what it was. I managed to calm her, and she settled down, though her heart continued to race. The howling in the shrubbery returned, followed by a crash at the window that sent shards of glass scattering across the floor. The wind blew the window blind back, and through the broken panes, a large, gaunt gray wolf's head appeared. Mother cried out, sat up quickly, and grasped for anything to hold onto. In her panic, she clutched and tore away the wreath of flowers around my neck, which Dr. Van Helsing had insisted I wear. For a few seconds, she pointed at the wolf, making a terrible gurgling noise, then collapsed onto me, causing me to feel dizzy from the impact. The room seemed to spin, and I kept my focus on the window. The wolf withdrew its head, and a multitude of tiny specks blew in through the broken window, swirling around like a dust pillar in a desert storm. I tried to move, but felt as if under a spell, and Mother's body, already growing cold, weighed me down. I eventually lost consciousness. The period didn't feel extended, yet it was immensely dreadful until my senses returned. Nearby, the somber peal of a bell filled the air, dogs were wailing all around, and a nightingale's song pierced the silence of our shrubbery, as if just beyond the window. Confusion and pain clouded my mind, mingling with fear and weakness. Yet, the bird's melody brought a sense of solace, reminiscent of my late mother's comforting presence. The commotion seemed to rouse the maids. I could detect the sound of their footsteps just outside my room. I called out, and they entered, only to let out cries of shock at the sight before them. A gust of wind burst through the shattered window, causing the door to slam shut. They removed my dear mother's body from atop me, covering her with a sheet on the bed after I rose. Their fear was palpable, prompting me to suggest they take some wine in the dining room to steady their nerves. The door opened and shut in a flash, followed by their shrieks. They gathered in the dining room, while I adorned my mother's body with the flowers I had. I remembered Dr. Van Helsing's advice, but hesitated to remove them, knowing I now had the company of the servants for the night. Surprisingly, the maids didn't return. When I called with no response, I went to find them. My heart dropped at the sight. All four lay on the floor, overcome by heavy breathing. A half-full decanter of sherry sat on the table, but an odd, pungent odor lingered. Suspicions led me to inspect the decanter, which reeked of laudanum. The bottle, once used by Mother's doctor, was now empty. What to do? I found myself back in the room with Mother, unable to leave her side, with the servants lost to slumber, likely drugged. Alone with the deceased. The thought of venturing out was daunting, as the wolf's mournful cry filtered through the broken window. Specks danced in the air, caught in the draft, while the lights flickered weakly. What to do? I prayed for protection through the night. Concealing this paper close to my heart, where it would be found later, seemed the only action left. With my mother gone, I felt my own time drawing near. A silent farewell to my dear Arthur, should I not see another day. May God watch over you and over me. You're about to listen to Chapter 12. On the 18th of September, I made my way to Hillingham, arriving early. Leaving my cab at the gate, I walked up the avenue by myself. I tapped on the door and rang the bell softly, not wanting to wake Lucy or her mother. I hoped to get a servant's attention. When no one came, I tried again, knocking and ringing with no reply. Frustrated, I blamed the servant's laziness as it was now 10 in the morning. I tried once more, with a bit more urgency, but still, no one answered. At first, I only faulted the servants, but then a chilling fear crept over me. Was this silence another sign of the doom tightening around us? Had I arrived at a house of death too late? Knowing that any delay could be dangerous for Lucy, especially if she had suffered another dreadful episode, I circled the house looking for another way in. Every entry was sealed shut. I circled back to the front, feeling defeated, when I heard the sound of a horse approaching quickly. It stopped at the gate, and soon after, I saw Van Helsing rushing toward me. Out of breath, he asked if it was me who had just arrived and how Lucy was, fearing we might be too late. He wondered if I had received his telegram. I quickly told him I only got his message that morning and hadn't wasted a moment since. I also mentioned my trouble getting a response from anyone in the house. He took off his hat and, with a grave tone, expressed his fear that we might indeed be too late, but we had to accept whatever comes. Then, with renewed energy, he suggested we find or make our own entrance since time was critical. We went to the back where there was a kitchen window. Van Helsing handed me a small surgical saw, indicating the iron bars on the window. I cut through 3 bars quickly. Using a long knife, we then slid the window's fastening aside and opened it. I helped the professor inside and followed him. The kitchen and nearby servants' rooms were empty. We checked each room, and in the dining room, lit by slivers of light, we found 4 servant women on the floor. Their loud breathing and the strong scent of laudanum made it clear they were not dead. Van Helsing and I exchanged looks and decided to tend to them later. We went up to Lucy's room. We paused at the door, listening for any sound, but heard nothing. With pale faces and shaky hands, we opened the door gently and stepped inside. How can I capture the scene that unfolded before us? 2 women were lying on the bed, Lucy and her mother. The mother was further in, a white sheet draped over her, its edge fluttered by the breeze from a shattered window, revealing her pale, terror-stricken face. Beside her, Lucy lay motionless, her face even paler and more gaunt. The flowers she had worn were now on her mother's chest, and her throat was exposed, showing the ghastly white and ragged wounds we had seen earlier. Without hesitation, the professor leaned over the bed, close to Lucy's chest, as if listening for something. Suddenly, he stood up and urgently signaled me to fetch the brandy. I dashed downstairs, quickly grabbing the brandy, making sure it wasn't drugged like the sherry I found on the table. The maids were still breathing, albeit fitfully, and seemed to be coming around from the narcotics' effects. I didn't linger to confirm and hurried back to Van Helsing. He applied the brandy to Lucy's lips, gums, wrists, and the palms of her hands. He instructed me to rouse the maids with splashes of cold water and to prepare a warm bath for Lucy, as she was nearly as cold as her mother. I immediately set to work and managed to wake 3 of the women without much trouble. The youngest girl was deeply affected by the drug, so I let her sleep on the sofa. The others, initially confused, began to cry and wail once they remembered the situation. I kept them focused, warning them not to dawdle as Lucy's life hung in the balance. They scrambled to their tasks, hastily dressed, and got the fire and water ready. Thankfully, the kitchen and boiler fires were still lit and there was plenty of hot water. We bathed Lucy, chafing her limbs to warm her. During this, someone knocked at the door. A maid, now more decently clothed, answered it and returned, informing us that a gentleman with a message from Mr. Holmwood was waiting. I instructed her to tell him to wait, as we were preoccupied. Never before had I seen the professor work with such intense focus. I realized we were fighting a battle against death itself. He admitted that if there were no hope for Lucy, he would prefer to let her pass away peacefully. But he continued his efforts with even more determination. Soon, we both started to notice the warmth taking effect. Lucy's heartbeat grew slightly louder under the stethoscope, her lungs showing a faint movement. Van Helsing nearly glowed with hope as we wrapped her in a heated sheet after lifting her from the bath. He shared with me our first victory, a small triumph against our looming adversary. We moved Lucy to a prepped room, placing her in bed and managing to give her a few drops of brandy. Van Helsing carefully tied a soft silk handkerchief around her throat. She remained out of consciousness, her condition as dire as ever, if not worse. Van Helsing then summoned one of the women, instructing her to watch Lucy closely until we returned. He gestured for me to follow him out for a private talk. Descending the stairs, he spoke of the need to strategize our next move. In the dining room, with the blinds drawn as per morning tradition, the dim light was sufficient for our discussion. Van Helsing's expression, usually stern, now mixed with confusion, indicated he was wrestling with a dilemma. I waited, sensing he had something crucial to say. He expressed our urgent need for another blood transfusion to save the young woman's life, acknowledging our own fatigue and his reluctance to rely on the women, questioning where we could find a willing donor. At that moment, a familiar voice broke the tension, offering a ray of hope. It was Quincy Morris, his arrival timely and his willingness to help palpable. Van Helsing's initial irritation quickly turned to relief and gratitude as I greeted our unexpected ally. Quincy explained his presence was due to concern, having been alerted by a message from Holmwood about Lucy's dire state. Van Helsing, recognizing the courage before him, praised the value of a brave man's blood in times of crisis, seeing it as a divine intervention in our desperate hour. We endured that dreadful procedure once more, an ordeal I can hardly bear to detail. Lucy suffered a severe fright, and it hit her harder this time. Despite the transfusion, her body didn't rally as it had before. Her fight to cling to life was a harrowing sight and sound. Thankfully, her heart and lungs began to show improvement. Van Helsing administered a morphine injection, leading her faint to deepen into a deep sleep. He watched over her while I joined Quincy Morris downstairs and arranged for a maid to dismiss one of the waiting cab drivers. I saw Quincy rest, having had some wine, and instructed the cook to prepare a hearty breakfast. A sudden thought prompted me to return to Lucy's room. I found Van Helsing deep in thought, a couple of sheets of notepaper in hand, which he had read and was now contemplating. His expression was one of resolved doubt. He gave me the paper, which had fallen from Lucy's chest during her move to the bath. After reading the note, I was at a loss, filled with confusion and questions about Lucy's state and the dangers she might be facing. Van Helsing suggested we set aside these concerns for the time being, assuring me we would understand everything when the time was right. He redirected my focus to the matter I had come to discuss with him. I was worried about the death certificate. Without careful handling, an inquest might be called, and the note would come to light. I hoped to avoid that, fearing it would be the end of Lucy. We all knew Mrs. Westenra's heart condition, and we could certify that as the cause of death. I proposed we complete the certificate immediately, and I would personally see it registered, and then speak with the undertaker. Van Helsing praised the idea, remarking on the fortune of Lucy having such devoted friends. He knew well the sacrifices we were willing to make for her. He then sent me on my way. In the hall, I crossed paths with Quincy Morris, who had a message for Arthur about Mrs. Westenra's passing and Lucy's condition. I told him of my errand, and he quickly ushered me out, but not without requesting a private conversation upon my return. I nodded in agreement and left. The registration went smoothly, and I made arrangements with the undertaker for later that evening. Upon my return, Quincy was there waiting. I informed him that I'd join him once I had news about Lucy, and proceeded to her room. Lucy was asleep, and the professor hadn't budged from his spot by her side. His silent gesture told me he anticipated her waking soon and didn't want to disrupt nature's course. So I descended to Quincy and led him to the breakfast room, a tad more welcoming than the other rooms as the blinds were up. Once we were alone, Quincy shared his concerns. He confessed his past love for Lucy and his ongoing worry for her. He mentioned the previous discussion about a necessary blood transfusion and how it had exhausted both the professor and me. Quincy knew that as medical professionals, we often kept our consultations private, but he stressed that this situation was exceptional and reminded me of his contribution. I confirmed his understanding without revealing too much, respecting the professor's wishes for secrecy. Quincy deduced that he wasn't the only one who had offered aid, suspecting that Arthur had been involved too. He compared Lucy's rapid decline to a tragic event he witnessed with a mare on the Pampas, hinting at a vampire's attack. His anxiety was palpable as he sought confirmation about Arthur's involvement, which I gave. He then inquired about the duration of Lucy's affliction. I told him it had been about 10 days, leading him to realize the significant amount of blood she had received. His next question was direct and filled with urgency. What was causing her condition? I could only shake my head, admitting that even Van Helsing and I were at a loss. We had faced unexpected challenges in ensuring Lucy's safety, but we were resolved to remain vigilant until the situation improved. Quincy extended his hand, resolute in his offer to help, ready to follow the guidance of the professor and me. Rising late in the day, Lucy instinctively reached into her chest and drew out the paper Van Helsing had given me. The thoughtful professor had put it back to avoid startling her upon waking. Her eyes brightened when she saw Van Helsing and me, but then she trembled as she took in her surroundings and let out a sharp cry, hiding her face with her frail hands. We knew she grasped the reality of her mother's passing and did our best to console her. While our sympathy helped a little, she remained deeply sorrowful, shedding quiet tears for a long while. Assuring her that we'd stay by her side seemed to ease her mind. As evening approached, she drifted into a light sleep and did something strange. Still asleep, she tore the paper from her chest in half. Van Helsing quietly collected the torn pieces, yet she continued the motion of ripping, as if the paper was still there, and then acted as if scattering its pieces. Van Helsing looked puzzled, his forehead wrinkling in thought, but he stayed silent. All through the night, Lucy's sleep was restless, her fear of sleeping making her even weaker. Van Helsing and I took turns watching her, never leaving her alone. Quincy Morris patrolled the house silently, though he never spoke of his plans. Daylight revealed the toll on Lucy's strength. She could barely move her head, and the little food she managed to eat didn't seem to help. She looked stronger yet more worn out in her sleep, with softer breathing and her pale gums showing more than usual. When awake, her eyes lost their softness, and she appeared like herself, yet fading. That afternoon, she asked for Arthur, and we sent a telegram. Quincy left to meet him at the train. Arthur arrived around 6 in the evening, just as the sun set, its red glow warming Lucy's pale face. His emotions overwhelmed him, and we all fell silent. Lucy's periods of sleep or semi-consciousness grew more frequent, shortening our chances for conversation. But Arthur's presence seemed to revive her a bit, and they exchanged a few bright words. He tried to stay upbeat, making the best of the moment. It was nearly 1 in the morning when Van Helsing and Arthur sat with her. I was set to take over soon and recorded these events on Lucy's phonograph. They planned to rest until 6. But I feared our vigil was nearing its end. The shock had been too much for her to recover. We prayed for strength for us all. It feels like forever since we last communicated. I've been remiss in writing, but I trust you'll forgive me once you've read my news. My husband has returned to me safely. When we reached Exeter, despite his gout, Mr. Hawkins was there with a carriage. He welcomed us to his home, offering us lovely, cozy rooms. We shared a meal, and afterwards, he expressed his wishes for our health and success. He's known us since we were children and watched us grow. He offered us his home, revealing that he has no family left and has bequeathed everything to us in his will. That evening, filled with emotion, Jonathan and Mr. Hawkins shook hands, and we spent a truly joyful time together. Now we're settled in this grand old house. From my bedroom and the drawing room, I can see the cathedral's mighty elms and hear the rooks chatting away just like people do. I'm kept busy organizing the house and managing our home. Jonathan and Mr. Hawkins spend their days discussing clients, as Jonathan is now a partner. How's your dear mother? I long to visit you in town, but my responsibilities here are too great, and Jonathan still needs care. His health is improving after his illness, but he still occasionally wakes up in a panic. Thankfully, these episodes are becoming less frequent. I'm eager to hear your news. When is the wedding? Who will officiate? What will you wear? Will it be a public or private affair? I want to know everything, as what matters to you matters to me. Jonathan sends his love, which I think suits the junior partner of Hawkins and Harker better than formalities. With all the love I can express, I bid you goodbye, dearest Lucy. Blessings upon you. Yours, Mina Harker. Report from Patrick Hennessy, M.D., to John Seward, M.D. 20 September. My dear sir, in line with your requests, I've included a detailed report on the state of all that's been entrusted to me. There's significant news about Renfield, our patient, who experienced another violent episode. Fortunately, it didn't result in any harm. This afternoon, 2 men in a delivery cart visited the neighboring empty property, which Renfield previously escaped to twice. The men, unfamiliar with the area, stopped to inquire directions from our gatekeeper. I happened to be enjoying a post-dinner smoke by the study window and noticed one of them approaching our building. As he walked by Renfield's window, Renfield unleashed a tirade of insults from inside. The man, appearing quite reasonable, simply suggested Renfield be quiet, prompting Renfield to accuse him of theft and intent to harm. I signaled the man from the window to ignore Renfield, and after surveying the place, the man remarked sympathetically about the challenges of living near someone so unruly, then politely asked for directions again. I directed him, and as he left, Renfield continued to hurl threats and insults. Curious about the cause of Renfield's outburst, as he's normally well-behaved, I went to check on him. Surprisingly, he was calm and affable, pretending to be unaware of the earlier incident. However, this was just another display of his craftiness. Within 30 minutes, he had broken his window and was sprinting down the avenue. I called the attendants, and we chased after him, fearing he might be up to something dangerous. Our fears were confirmed when we saw the same cart from earlier, now loaded with large wooden boxes and the men looking exhausted. Before we could reach him, Renfield attacked one of the men, violently assaulting him. I intervened just in time to prevent serious injury. The other man retaliated, striking Renfield with his whip handle. Despite the severe blow, Renfield fought fiercely against the three of us, tossing us around effortlessly. Although I'm not easily moved and the others were sturdy, Renfield was initially quiet during the struggle. But as we gained control and began to secure him in a straight waistcoat, he started shouting about thwarting robbers and fighting for his lord and master, among other disjointed exclamations. It took considerable effort to return him to the house and confine him in the padded room. One attendant, Hardy, suffered a broken finger, but I managed to set it properly, and he's recovering well. Initially, the two delivery men were vocally aggressive, threatening legal action and promising to unleash the full force of the law upon us. Yet, their intimidation was tinged with a somewhat backhanded apology for their defeat by a seemingly weak madman. They rationalized that their defeat was due to their exhaustion from lifting heavy boxes onto the cart, which would have otherwise left them with enough energy to easily handle the situation. They also blamed their weakened state on the extreme thirst caused by their dusty work and the unfortunate lack of any nearby pubs. I understood what they were getting at and, after a strong drink and a bit of money to sweeten their mood, they shrugged off the incident, declaring they'd face an even wilder madman for the chance to meet someone as decent as me. I noted their names and addresses for future reference: Jack Smollett from Dudding's Rents on King George's Road in Great Walworth, and Thomas Snelling from Peter Farley's Row in Guide Court, Bethnal Green. Both men work for Harris & Sons, a moving and shipping company located in Orange Masters Yard, Soho. I promise to keep you updated on any interesting developments here and to send an immediate telegram if anything significant arises. Yours sincerely, Patrick Hennessy. Mina Harker's unopened letter to Lucy Westenra dated the 18th of September shared the heartbreaking news of Mr. Hawkins' sudden passing. Both Mina and Jonathan had grown to love him dearly, akin to a father figure, especially since Mina had never known her own parents. Jonathan was particularly upset, not just from the loss of a mentor and benefactor who had left him a substantial inheritance, but also from the weight of the responsibility it entailed. Mina tried to bolster his confidence, but the ordeal took its toll on him. She apologized to Lucy for sharing her sorrows amidst Lucy's own happiness, but expressed the need to confide in someone. With Mr. Hawkins will dictating his burial alongside his father and no other kin, Jonathan was to lead the funeral proceedings. Mina hoped to visit Lucy in London, despite dreading the journey, and ended her letter with well wishes and apologies for the intrusion. Dr. Seward's diary entry follows, continuing the narrative with a report on Renfield's behavior and a violent episode involving the same delivery men from earlier. On the 20th of September, I had to rely on sheer determination and routine to make this journal entry. Overwhelmed by misery, despair, and a weariness of the world, including life itself, I felt indifferent to the notion of death's approach. Death has been busy lately, claiming Lucy's mother and Arthur's father, among others. Now, I must focus on my tasks. After taking over from Van Helsing to watch over Lucy, we tried to persuade Arthur to rest, but he initially resisted. It was only when I explained the need for his help during the day and the importance of rest to avoid all of us breaking down, which would affect Lucy, that he agreed. Van Helsing offered him comfort, suggesting they both rest in the drawing room by a warm fire, on separate sofas, sharing silent sympathy which would be a mutual comfort even without words. Arthur, reluctantly leaving Lucy's side, followed him. I checked the room to ensure everything was in order, noting Van Helsing's use of garlic for protection. The scent filled the room, and a string of garlic flowers hung around Lucy's neck. She was breathing heavily and looked worse than before, with her pale gums visible and her canine teeth seemingly longer and sharper in the dim light. I sat by her, and soon she became restless. At that moment, a dull flapping noise came from the window. Peering out, I saw a large bat attracted by the light, occasionally hitting the window with its wings. Upon my return, I noticed Lucy had torn the garlic flowers from her throat, which I then replaced. When Lucy woke, I fed her as instructed by Van Helsing, though she ate only a little and without much interest. It was strange how she discarded the garlic flowers during her lethargic, heavy-breathing spells, but clutched them when awake. This pattern repeated through the night as she drifted in and out of sleep, each time alternating between rejecting and embracing the garlic flowers. As the clock struck 6, Van Helsing arrived to take over from me. Arthur had slipped into a light sleep, and Van Helsing kindly let him rest. The sight of Lucy's face made him sharply inhale. He urgently gestured for more light and leaned in close to examine her. He carefully removed the flowers and the silk from her throat, recoiling with a muffled exclamation when he saw what lay beneath. I peered over and felt a strange chill. The marks on her throat had vanished. Van Helsing observed her with a stern expression for a long stretch of time. He then calmly informed me that Lucy was nearing death, stressing the importance of whether she passed away in her sleep or wake. He urged me to wake Arthur so he could be present for her final moments, honoring the trust he had placed in us. I roused Arthur from his rest in the dining room. Confused at first, he quickly became anxious about the time. I reassured him about Lucy's condition, but gently prepared him for the worst. Overcome with sorrow, he knelt by the sofa, his body shaking with grief as he prayed. I helped him to his feet, encouraging him to be strong for Lucy's sake. Upon entering Lucy's room, it was evident that Van Helsing had tidied up, even combing Lucy's hair to its usual shine. When Lucy opened her eyes and saw Arthur, she whispered with joy. Van Helsing stopped Arthur from kissing her, suggesting he simply hold her hand for comfort instead. Arthur held her hand and knelt beside her, as she looked peaceful with her eyes matching the angelic beauty of her face. Her eyes gradually closed, and she fell asleep, breathing softly like a weary child. Then the unsettling change I had noticed before began again. Her breathing became heavy, her mouth opened, and her teeth appeared longer and sharper. In a half-conscious state, she opened her eyes, now dull and hard, and spoke in a voice unlike her own, beckoning Arthur to kiss her. As he leaned in, Van Helsing intervened with unexpected strength, pulling Arthur back and firmly placing himself between them, determined to protect both their lives. Arthur was taken aback, unsure of how to react. He stood there, silent, as the realization of the setting and moment dawned on him, preventing any violent reaction. My gaze, along with Van Helsing's, stayed on Lucy. A fleeting shadow of anger crossed her face, and her sharp teeth came together with a snap. Her eyes then shut, and her breathing grew heavy. After a short while, her eyes reopened, now soft and gentle. She reached out with her frail, pale hand to Van Helsing's larger, brown one. She brought his hand to her lips and kissed it, expressing her gratitude and pleading for him to watch over her dear one, asking for peace in her faint yet heartfelt words. Van Helsing made a solemn vow, kneeling beside her and raising his hand as if taking an oath. He then turned to Arthur, suggesting that he take Lucy's hand and place a kiss on her forehead just once. However, their eyes met instead, and that was their farewell. Lucy's eyes closed again, and Van Helsing, who had been observing closely, gently took Arthur by the arm and led him away. Lucy's breathing grew labored once more, and suddenly stopped altogether. Van Helsing declared the end of Lucy's life. I escorted Arthur to the drawing room, where he sat and wept, his hands covering his face, his sobs almost too much for me to bear. Returning to the room, I saw Van Helsing examining Lucy, his expression even more solemn. Something had changed. Death had restored some of her beauty, smoothing her brow and cheeks and bringing color back to her lips. It was as though the blood had worked to soften the harshness of death. Standing by Van Helsing, I remarked on the peace that Lucy had finally found, believing it was the end. But Van Helsing corrected me with a serious tone, stating it was only the beginning. When I asked for clarification, he simply shook his head, advising patience and vigilance. You're about to listen to Chapter 13. The next day was set for the funeral, allowing Lucy and her mother to be laid to rest side by side. I took care of all the dreadful details. The polished undertaker and his team showed a similar courteous demeanor. The woman tending to the deceased even shared with me how honored she felt to prepare such a lovely body, saying it would reflect well on their business. Van Helsing was never too far away, his presence made easier by the chaos in the household. With no relatives close by and Arthur needing to return for his own father's funeral, we couldn't inform others who might have wanted to attend. Van Helsing and I decided to go through the papers ourselves. He was keen to review Lucy's documents. I was concerned about legal issues, but he reminded me he was both a lawyer and a doctor, hinting at more reasons to be thorough. He pulled out a note that had been in Lucy's possession, torn during her restless sleep. He stressed the importance of keeping her thoughts from strangers. I quickly found Mrs. Westenra's solicitor's information, wrote to him, and organized the papers, which included clear burial instructions. Van Helsing surprised me by offering his help. I inquired if he found what he was looking for. He hadn't been searching for anything particular, but had gathered some letters, memos, and a new diary. He planned to review them with Arthur's permission. After finishing our tasks, Van Helsing suggested we get some rest. We both needed sleep to regain our strength for the busy day ahead. With nothing left to do that night, we could pause our duties. Before we retired for the night, we visited Lucy's body. The funeral director had done a remarkable job, transforming the room into a serene sanctuary. It was adorned with an abundance of pristine white flowers, softening the harshness of death. Her face was covered by the shroud, but when the professor carefully pulled it back, we were both struck by her radiant beauty, illuminated by the tall wax candles. It was as if death had reversed time, restoring Lucy's youthful charm, making it hard for me to believe she was no longer alive. The professor's expression was somber and serious. He hadn't shared the deep affection I had for Lucy, so his eyes remained dry. He instructed me to stay until he returned, then left the room. Shortly after, he came back with a bunch of wild garlic that had been left unopened in the hall, adding it to the floral arrangement around the bed. He then took a small gold crucifix from around his neck and gently placed it over her lips. After repositioning the sheet, we departed. Back in my room, the professor came in after a light knock and got straight to the point. He needed a set of postmortem knives by the next evening. When I questioned the necessity of an autopsy, he clarified his intention wasn't to conduct a typical examination. Instead, he planned to decapitate her and remove her heart. He reassured me that he would perform the procedure, considering my past affection for Lucy, and my role would be to assist. His intention was to wait until after Arthur had the chance to see her one last time, following his father's funeral. We would then carry out our task in secret, late at night, ensuring everything was left undisturbed. I couldn't help but question the need for such a gruesome act on someone already passed. I expressed my concern about the lack of benefits this would bring to anyone or anything. The professor responded with a gentle hand on my shoulder, his tone full of compassion. My friend John suffered with a heart wounded by sorrow, and my affection for him grew because of his pain. If it were possible, I would gladly carry the weight he bore. There were things he didn't understand, things that would eventually become clear to him, and despite their unpleasant nature, he would be grateful for the knowledge. For many years, John had been a trustworthy friend, never once witnessing me act without a valid reason. As a fallible human, I could make mistakes, but I always stood by my actions. It was for these reasons he called upon me during the darkest of times. He was shocked, possibly even appalled, when I refused to let Arthur kiss his dying love and used all my strength to pull him away. Yet, in the end, she thanked me with her beautiful, fading eyes, her weak voice blessing me as she kissed my rough hand. John had heard me swear to her as she closed her eyes in gratitude. Now, I had a solid reason for my intentions. John had trusted me for years, even when recent bizarre events could have led him to doubt. I implored him to maintain that trust a while longer. If he didn't trust me, I'd be forced to reveal my thoughts, which might not be wise. And if I were to act without his trust, my heart would be heavy, and I would feel a profound loneliness when I needed all the support and courage I could get. I paused before solemnly warning him of the strange and terrifying days ahead. I urged us to be united in our efforts to achieve a positive outcome and asked for his faith in me. John took my hand, assuring me of his trust. As I left his room and closed the door, he remained by his open door, observing the silent passage of a maid. Unaware of his presence, she moved towards Lucy's room with a dedication that was all too rare. Her willingness to face the fear of death and keep vigil by her deceased mistress's side was a testament to her devotion, ensuring the body was not alone until its final rest. After a deep sleep, I was awakened in the bright morning by Van Helsing's entrance. He assured me there was no need to worry about the knives as we wouldn't be proceeding with our initial plan. When I inquired why, he revealed with a stern voice that it was either too late or too early, showing me the small golden crucifix that had been taken in the night. I was puzzled as to how it could be stolen if he now possessed it. He explained that he had recovered it from someone who did not fully understand the gravity of her actions. The woman had robbed both the dead and the living, but her punishment wouldn't come from us. We had to wait, he said, leaving me alone with a new enigma to ponder. The morning had been bleak, but as midday approached, Mr. Marquand from the law firm Holman, Sons, Marquand and Litterdale arrived. He was warm and grateful for our efforts, taking charge of the finer details. Over lunch, he shared that Mrs. Westenra had anticipated her sudden passing due to her heart condition and had therefore arranged her affairs meticulously. He explained that all her assets, apart from an entailed inheritance belonging to Lucy's father, which reverted to distant relatives, were bequeathed entirely to Arthur Holmwood. Mr. Marquand admitted that they had advised against such a will, fearing it could leave her daughter without means or hinder her freedom to marry. They had even debated with Mrs. Westenra to the point of a near argument when she challenged them to fulfill her wishes, leaving them no choice but to agree. He confessed that their usual logic failed in this instance, as any other will would have prevented her intentions from being realized. Without a will, and had Lucy outlived her mother by even 5 minutes, her estate would have been distributed according to intestacy laws, leaving Lord Godalming without a claim. He expressed joy at the outcome, a sentiment that seemed somewhat out of place given the larger tragedy at hand. Mr. Marquand didn't linger, but promised to return later to meet with Lord Godalming. His visit, nonetheless, was a relief, sparing us from potential criticism for our actions. With Arthur's arrival expected at 5, we went to the room where both mother and daughter now lay. The undertaker had arranged the room with a somber elegance, casting a gloomy atmosphere. Van Helsing insisted on keeping the room as it had been, to spare Lord Godalming any additional distress upon seeing his betrothed. The undertaker quickly corrected his oversight, ensuring that when Arthur arrived, we had shielded him from any unnecessary sorrow. The man was a picture of sorrow and defeat, his usual robust demeanor diminished by the weight of his intense emotions. His deep affection for his father was well known to me, and his father's passing at such a critical time hit him hard. His warmth towards me hadn't changed, and he remained politely kind to Van Helsing, yet it was clear he was holding something back. The professor caught on and gestured for me to take him upstairs. I complied, thinking to leave him alone in the room, but he grasped my arm, guiding me inside with a rough voice, sharing how much she had cared for me and his struggle to express his gratitude for all I had done for her, his voice trailing off as emotion overcame him. He couldn't contain his grief any longer and embraced me, resting his head on my chest, his tears soaking through as he lamented the emptiness that had enveloped his life, leaving him questioning his purpose without her. I offered whatever comfort I could muster, knowing that sometimes the silent solidarity of a tight squeeze or a shared tear speaks volumes between men. After his sobs subsided, I softly suggested we see her one last time. We approached the bed together, and when I revealed her face, her beauty struck me anew, appearing even more radiant with each passing moment. This both scared and astonished me, and Arthur was visibly shaken, trembling with a mix of emotions. After a long silence, he whispered to me, questioning the reality of her death. I confirmed the sad truth and explained how sometimes, in death, the face softens, returning to its youthful grace, particularly after suffering. This seemed to alleviate his doubts, and after spending a few moments beside her, he knew it was time to say farewell. He tenderly held her hand, kissed it, and then her forehead, looking back at her lovingly as he walked away. I left him in the drawing room and informed Van Helsing of Arthur's parting. Van Helsing went to instruct the undertaker's men to proceed with the preparations. When he returned, I shared Arthur's earlier question, to which he admitted his own fleeting doubt. During dinner, it was evident that Arthur was doing his best to cope with the situation. Van Helsing remained quiet throughout, but once we began our cigars, he attempted to broach a subject that Arthur quickly dismissed, pleading not to discuss it so soon after his loss. Van Helsing responded with gentle understanding. Arthur had only ever referred to him by that name because he was unsure of what else to call him. He felt a strong affection for him, an affection that had blossomed into love. He extended his hand and clasped the old man's with warmth, letting him know that he could call him anything he wished. Arthur saw him as a friend and struggled to find the words to express his gratitude for the kindness shown to his beloved. He knew he might have been less than gracious during those challenging times and asked for forgiveness. The old man replied with a dignified kindness, acknowledging the difficulty Arthur had in trusting him. He explained that understanding was necessary for trust and that there might be times when Arthur would need to trust without understanding. But he assured him that a time would come when Arthur's trust would be complete and he would understand everything as clearly as if it were lit by sunlight. He promised that Arthur would be grateful for everything he had done, for his own sake, for the sake of others, and especially for the sake of the one he had vowed to protect. Arthur, feeling a surge of warmth, assured the old man of his complete trust, recognizing the nobility of his heart and his friendship with Jack and his beloved. He gave him the freedom to act as he saw fit. The old man, clearing his throat to speak, asked Arthur for permission to read all of Lucy's papers and letters. He insisted it was not out of idle curiosity, but for a purpose that Lucy would have approved of. He had secured them to ensure that no stranger would snoop into her private thoughts. He promised to safeguard them until the right time came to return them to Arthur, asking him to trust him with this request for Lucy's sake. Arthur responded with a hearty assurance, convinced that he was honoring his dear one's wishes by agreeing. He promised not to pester the old man with questions until it was time. The old man stood and solemnly acknowledged that they would all face pain, but it would not be the only experience nor the last. He reminded Arthur that they would have to endure hardship before reaching joy, but by being courageous, selfless, and dutiful, all would be well. That night, Arthur didn't sleep in his own bed, but on a sofa in his room, and the old man didn't sleep at all. He paced back and forth, keeping a watchful eye on the house and the room where Lucy lay in her coffin, surrounded by wild garlic flowers. Their scent mingled with the fragrance of lily and rose, filling the night air with a potent aroma. Mina Harker made a note of these events in her journal on the 22nd of September while on a train to Exeter, with Jonathan asleep beside her. The memory of the last journal entry feels like just a moment ago. So much has changed since then. I was in Whitby, awaiting news of Jonathan, and now we're married. Jonathan has become a partner in his firm, wealthy and in charge. Mr. Hawkins has passed away, and another health scare looms over Jonathan. I might have to recount these events to him one day, so I'm jotting them down. My shorthand's gotten a bit rusty with all this newfound prosperity, but it's a good time to practice. The funeral was a quiet, dignified affair. Just us, the household staff, a few of Mr. Hawkins' friends from Exeter, his London agent, and a representative from the Incorporated Law Society. Jonathan and I held hands, feeling the loss of a dear friend. Afterward, we returned to the city without much fuss, catching a bus to Hyde Park Corner. Jonathan thought a stroll in the Row might be nice, but it was empty and somber, reminding us of the absence we now had at home. So, we walked down Piccadilly instead, arm in arm, like we used to. It felt a bit improper after teaching girls about proper behavior for years, but it was just us, and we didn't mind being seen. My attention was caught by a striking woman in a large hat when I suddenly felt Jonathan's grip tighten painfully. He looked alarmed and fixated on a tall, thin man with a beaky nose and pointed beard who was also watching the woman. The man had a harsh, cruel look about him, with sharp white teeth that stood out against his red lips. Jonathan couldn't look away, and I worried the man might notice and react badly. I asked Jonathan what was wrong, and he responded with surprise, as if he had forgotten it was me, Mina, he was speaking to. He simply said, "It's the man himself," as if that explained everything. The man was clearly petrified, his fear so intense I'm sure he would have collapsed if I weren't there to hold him up. His gaze was fixed, unblinking, as a man emerged from a store, handing a small package to a lady who then left in her carriage. The man with the dark countenance kept his eyes glued to her, and once her carriage rolled towards Piccadilly, he followed suit, flagging down a hansom cab. Jonathan watched him intently, murmuring to himself about his belief that the man was the Count, somehow rejuvenated. His agitation was palpable, and I chose not to probe further, fearing it might worsen his distress. Silently, I steered him away, and he complied, leaning on my arm. We ambled on and found respite in Green Park, where the shade offered a cool refuge on an otherwise warm autumn day. Jonathan's eyes soon drooped shut, and he slipped into a peaceful slumber with his head resting on my shoulder. I let him be, thinking sleep was the best remedy for him at the moment. When he awoke nearly 20 minutes later, he was all cheer, apologizing for dozing off and suggesting we grab a cup of tea, having completely forgotten the earlier encounter with the mysterious man. His lapses in memory worried me. They could be indicative of a deeper issue. Yet, I couldn't risk harming him by inquiring too deeply. Still, I felt compelled to uncover the truth of his travels. The moment seemed imminent for me to unwrap that parcel and learn its contents, though I dreaded the necessity of it. I hoped Jonathan would understand if I erred, knowing it was born out of concern for him. Later, our return home was shrouded in sorrow. The household was void of the kind soul who had been so generous to us. Jonathan was still recovering, showing signs of his recent bout of illness. And then, the message from Van Helsing brought news of death and burial, casting a pall over everything. The brevity of the message belied the depth of our loss. Mrs. Westenra and Lucy were no more, leaving a void in our lives and in Arthur's heart. All we could do was hope for the strength to endure these trials. Dr. Seward's Diary. The 22nd of September marked the end of our ordeal. Arthur returned to Ring, accompanied by Quincy Morris. Quincy, such an admirable man, seemed to endure Lucy's passing with as much sorrow as any of us, yet he carried himself with the dignity and resilience of a true warrior. If America continues to produce men of his caliber, she's bound to become a formidable force in the world. Van Helsing, needing rest before his travels, decided to lie down. He planned to journey to Amsterdam that night, with intentions of returning the following evening. He mentioned needing to handle some personal matters there. He hoped to stay with me upon his return, as he had important work awaiting him in London that might require some time. The poor man seemed to have been weakened by the recent stressful events. During the burial, It was evident he was exerting great control over his emotions. Once it was all over, we stood with Arthur. He spoke of the transfusion he underwent, giving his blood to Lucy, and how since that moment he felt a profound connection to her, as if they were truly wed in the eyes of the divine. We all remained silent about the other procedures, a silence we're likely to maintain. Arthur and Quincy left for the station together, while Van Helsing and I continued on. Once we were alone, Van Helsing couldn't contain himself and succumbed to an overwhelming emotional outburst. He later denied it was a breakdown, insisting it was his sense of humor coming through during a grim situation. He alternated between laughter and tears, so much so that I had to close the carriage blinds to prevent any onlookers from misinterpreting the scene. I attempted to calm him as one might try with a woman in such a state, but to no avail. It's remarkable how differently men and women exhibit their emotional strengths and weaknesses. When he finally regained his composure, I inquired about the reason behind his laughter at such a somber time. His response was typical of him, logical, compelling, and enigmatic. "My dear friend John, you may not fully grasp it. Don't assume my heart isn't heavy just because you hear my laughter. There have been times when tears have streamed down my face even as laughter caught in my throat. But don't be mistaken, my sorrow isn't the only emotion when I cry, for laughter follows just as surely. Remember, the laughter that politely knocks asking for entry isn't the genuine kind. True laughter is sovereign. It arrives on its own terms, without seeking permission or waiting for the right moment. It simply announces its presence. Take, for instance, my deep sorrow for that sweet young girl. I would give my blood for her. Despite my age and fatigue, I would sacrifice my time, my expertise, my rest. I would neglect my other patients to ensure she had everything she needed. And yet, I can stand by her grave and laugh, even as the sexton's shovel thuds against her coffin, sending a chill to my heart and draining the color from my face. My heart aches for that poor boy, who reminds me so much of my own son, had he been granted life, with the same hair and eyes. This is why I hold such affection for him. And yet, when he says things that deeply stir my paternal instincts, making me feel a connection unlike any I have with another man, not even with you, John, for we share similar life experiences, even then, the boisterous king laugh bellows in my ear. Here I am, until cheerfulness returns to my face. Oh, John, we live in a world filled with sadness, miseries, and troubles. But when King Laugh appears, he makes all these sorrows dance to his tune. Hearts bleeding, dry bones in the graveyard, and scalding tears all join in the dance to the music he plays with his unsmiling mouth. And trust me, John, his arrival is a blessing, a kindness. We are all like tightly drawn ropes, pulled in different directions by our struggles. Tears may come and tighten the tension, like rain on ropes, until perhaps we snap under the pressure. But King Laugh arrives like sunshine, easing the tension so we can carry on with whatever work lies ahead. He had a stern look as he explained to me, his tone shifting. It was the cruel irony of it all, he said. The beautiful lady adorned with flowers, appearing so lifelike that we questioned if she was truly gone. She lay in a grand marble structure, in a solitary graveyard, surrounded by her kin, next to the mother she adored and who adored her. The mournful tolling of the bell echoed, toll, toll, toll. The holy men, robed like angels, pretended to read from their books, their eyes never truly scanning the pages, while we all bowed our heads in grief. And for what? Because she is no more. I couldn't understand what was so funny about the situation. The professor's explanation seemed to make things even more confusing. And with art in such deep sorrow, I found nothing amusing about it. His heart was breaking. The professor pointed out that Art believed the blood transfusion had made her his true bride. It was a comforting thought for him. But the professor saw a problem. If that were true, then what of the others? He joked about the situation, calling her a polyandrist and himself a bigamist, since his wife was technically still alive by the church's law. I didn't find it funny and wasn't pleased with his remarks. However, he gently reassured me that he only shared these feelings with me, someone he could trust. He wished I could see into his heart and understand why he laughed. He said that laughter was far from him now, and he felt more alone than ever. I felt a pang of sympathy when he said this. He knew something profound. Now we were all separated, and loneliness loomed over us. Lucy was buried in a quiet churchyard, away from the bustling city, where nature thrived on its own. With that, I could end my diary. Whether I would ever write again, I didn't know. If I did, it would be about different people and different matters. The romance of my life was over, and without hope, I concluded with a final, the end. The newspaper, the Westminster Gazette, dated September 25th, reported on the Hampstead mystery. Currently, the Hampstead neighborhood is abuzz with incidents that mirror the infamous Kensington horror. Over the last few days, a number of young children have wandered off or failed to come back from playing on the heath. These children are too young to explain clearly, but they all mention a bluffer lady. They've been noticed missing late in the evening and sometimes aren't found until the next morning. The first missing child claimed a bluffer lady invited him for a walk, and it seems the others have adopted this explanation. Right now, the children's favorite game is to trick each other into following by pretending to be the bluffer lady. A correspondent finds it quite amusing to watch the little ones play this role. He suggests that caricaturists could learn from the stark contrast between the children's innocent play acting and the sinister figure they imitate. However, there's a potentially dark aspect to this. Each child found at night has had small throat wounds, resembling those made by a rat or a small dog. While minor, these wounds are consistent and troubling. The local police are now extra vigilant for young children wandering near Hampstead Heath and for any stray dogs. The Westminster Gazette, September 25th. Extra special. The Hampstead horror. Another child injured. The bluffer lady. We've learned that another child, missing since last night, was found this morning in a less visited part of Hampstead Heath. The child bore the same small throat wound seen in other victims. It was very weak and thin. When the child recovered a bit, it told the same tale of the bluffer lady. You're about to listen to Chapter 14. September 23rd. Jonathan's condition improved after a difficult night. I'm relieved he has ample work. It distracts him from dreadful thoughts. It's heartening to see he's not burdened by his new role's responsibility. I'm proud of how well he's adapting to his promotion and meeting its challenges. He'll be out until evening, skipping lunch at home. With my chores finished, I plan to read his journal from abroad in solitude in my room. September 24th. I couldn't bring myself to write yesterday, shaken by the contents of Jonathan's journal. It's heartbreaking. He must have endured so much, whether it was real or imagined. I'm left wondering about the truth behind his words. The thought of discussing it with him is too daunting. And the man we encountered yesterday seemed so sure of him. It's likely the funeral that triggered Jonathan's memories. He once mentioned a solemn duty that could recall those painful times. There's a sense of connection in all this, with the ominous Count possibly coming to London. If a serious duty arises, we must face it. I'll get a typewriter and start transcribing to be prepared for any eventuality. This way, I can shield Jonathan from stress. If he recovers from his anxiety, he might share his experiences with me, and I can offer comfort. Letter from Van Helsing to Mrs. Harker, dated September 24th, marked confidential. Van Helsing writes to Mrs. Harker, apologizing for the intrusion and explaining that he has sad news regarding Lucy Westenra's passing. He has permission to read her correspondence due to a matter of grave importance. Discovering letters from Mrs. Harker to Lucy, he notes their close friendship and pleads for Mrs. Harker's assistance. Van Helsing, a friend of Dr. John Seward and Lord Godalming, seeks a private meeting in Exeter, asking for the time and place. He requests discretion for her husband's sake and apologizes for reading her personal letters to Lucy. Telegram from Mrs. Harker to Van Helsing, dated September 25th. Mrs. Harker responds to Van Helsing, inviting him to come by the train arriving at 10:15 if possible. She assures him that she's available to meet whenever he visits. Wilhelmina Harker. Mina Harker's diary. September 25th. Excitement buzzes in me as Dr. Van Helsing's visit draws close. I hope it sheds light on Jonathan's distressing ordeal. Since he cared for dear Lucy in her final days, he'll know everything about her. That's why he's coming, to learn about Lucy's sleepwalking, not about Jonathan. I fear I may never uncover the whole truth. That dreadful diary of Jonathan's seems to color my thoughts with its own shade. Of course, the matter at hand is Lucy. Her sleepwalking returned, and that terrible night on the cliff must have taken a toll on her health. I'd nearly forgotten how sick she became. She must have confided in him about her nocturnal escapade, and now he seeks my account to piece it all together. I hope my silence to Mrs. Westenra did no harm to Lucy. Any harm to her would be unbearable for me. I also hope Dr. Van Helsing doesn't think ill of me. The weight of recent worries makes me dread any added strain. Sometimes a good cry can be as cleansing as a rain shower. Maybe it was the journal that unsettled me yesterday, and then Jonathan had to be away for a day and a night, the first time since our marriage. I pray he stays safe and nothing troubles him. It's 2 in the afternoon, and the doctor will arrive shortly. I'll keep mum about Jonathan's journal unless prompted. I'm relieved to have typed my own diary, ready to hand over if he inquires about Lucy, sparing us both a lengthy interrogation. Later, he has come and gone. Oh, what an odd encounter, leaving my head spinning. It feels like a dream. Could any of this be real? Had I not read Jonathan's journal, I wouldn't have believed even a hint of it. Poor Jonathan, the agony he must have endured. I pray this doesn't unsettle him anew. If knowing the truth proves his sense is true, it might ease his torment. Perhaps certainty will bring him peace, whether in wakefulness or dreams. Dr. Van Helsing seems a noble soul, a friend to Arthur and Dr. Seward, and they've brought him from Holland for Lucy's sake. My impression is that he is both kind and virtuous. When he returns tomorrow, I'll broach the subject of Jonathan. Hopefully, our sorrow and worry will lead to something positive. I once fancied being an interviewer. A journalist friend told Jonathan that a sharp memory is key, capturing almost every word, even if it needs refining later. What an interview this was. I aimed to document it precisely. The clock struck 2:30 when I heard the knock. With a deep breath, I steadied myself and waited. Moments later, Mary ushered in Dr. Van Helsing. I stood and offered a polite nod as he approached. He was a man of average weight, solidly constructed, his shoulders stretching wide over a sturdy, expansive chest, his neck serving as a firm foundation for his head, much like the way the head is supported by the neck. His head's balance immediately suggested a blend of thoughtfulness and strength. The head itself was dignified, amply sized, with a broad expanse that flared out near the ears. His bare face revealed a tough, angular chin, a determined and expressive mouth, and a nose of decent length, fairly straight but flaring at the nostrils that seemed to widen under the shadow of his thick eyebrows when his mouth drew tight. His forehead was broad and handsome, initially rising steeply then gently sloping back, framed by 2 pronounced ridges. It was the kind of forehead that defied any lock of his reddish hair from falling over it. Instead, the hair swept naturally backward and to the sides. His large, dark blue eyes, set far apart, shifted quickly, reflecting tenderness or sternness with his changing emotions. He recognized me as Mrs. Harker, and I confirmed it with a nod. He mentioned he knew I was once Miss Mina Murray, and I nodded again. He explained his visit was linked to his friendship with the late Lucy Westenra, and that it was related to her death. I assured him that his connection to Lucy was all the claim he needed on me and extended my hand in friendship. He warmly grasped my hand, expressing his foregone conclusion that a friend of dear Lucy must be of good character, though he had more to discover about me, which he conveyed with a respectful bow. Curious about the purpose of his visit, I prompted him to proceed. He admitted to having read my letters to Lucy and apologized for starting his inquiries with me, as there was no one else to ask. He knew I had been with her in Whitby and mentioned that Lucy had kept a diary, inspired by me, that detailed a sleepwalking incident I had saved her from. With that, he sought my help to clarify the events as much as I could remember. I assured Dr. Van Helsing that I could recount the entire episode. He inquired if I had a strong memory for facts and details, noting that such a trait wasn't common in young women. I informed him that I had documented everything at the time and offered to show him my records. Grateful, he accepted my offer. I couldn't help but play a small trick on him by presenting him with the shorthand version of my diary. He accepted it with thanks but was briefly puzzled upon opening it. Realizing the shorthand was beyond him, he complimented my cleverness and asked if I would honor him by reading it aloud, as he was unfamiliar with shorthand. Feeling a twinge of guilt for my jest, I retrieved the typewritten copy from my basket and handed it to him. I apologized, explaining that my thoughts had been preoccupied with dear Lucy and, anticipating his questions about her, I had prepared a typewritten document to save his precious time. He accepted the papers with a shine in his eyes, expressing gratitude and a desire to read them immediately, hoping to discuss them with me later. I encouraged him to read while I arranged lunch so we could talk during the meal. I left him engrossed in the papers and attended to lunch, careful not to interrupt his concentration. Upon returning, I found him pacing the room, visibly charged with excitement. He greeted me with a warm grasp of my hands. He expressed his deep appreciation, calling the document a ray of sunshine that unlocked many doors for him. He acknowledged that while he was overwhelmed with this new insight, there were still shadows behind the brightness that I might not understand. He pledged his services to me and my loved ones, declaring that I was a beacon of light in life. He then inquired about my husband's health, showing concern for his recent ordeal with fever and the shock of Mr. Hawkins's passing. I seized the opportunity to discuss Jonathan's state with him, mentioning his shock during our last trip to town, which seemed to concern him given Jonathan's recent recovery from brain fever. He had a vision of someone that brought back a chilling memory, triggering his brain fever. The thought of it washed over me, making me feel a wave of sympathy for Jonathan, the terror he went through, the enigma of his diary, and the dread that had been haunting me. It all hit me at once. I must have been in a state of hysteria because I found myself on my knees, begging him to heal my husband. He helped me up, made me sit beside him on the sofa, and held my hand, assuring me with such tenderness. His life was solitary and consumed by work, leaving little room for friendships. But since his arrival, called upon by his friend John Seward, he had met many kind souls and seen such nobility that it made him feel the solitude of his existence even more. He told me that I had given him hope, not in his quest, but in the existence of good women who could bring joy and teach valuable lessons to future generations. He was happy to help, as Jonathan's condition fell within his expertise. He promised to do everything in his power to strengthen Jonathan's life and bring happiness to mine. He insisted I eat, as I was worn out and probably too worried. Jonathan wouldn't like to see me so drained, and for his sake, I must eat and keep a cheerful disposition. We agreed not to discuss Lucy further to avoid distress. He planned to stay in Exeter that night to ponder over what I had shared. He wanted to ask questions later and hear more about Jonathan's troubles, but first, I needed to eat. Afterward, I could share everything. When we returned to the living room after lunch, he prompted me to tell him everything. The thought of speaking to such an esteemed man made me worry he might judge me, or Jonathan, as foolish, given the bizarre nature of the journal. But he was so gentle and had vowed to assist, so I trusted him and confessed my fears of appearing foolish for half-believing such peculiar things. He comforted me, saying that the situation he was investigating was so outlandish that I would laugh if I knew. His mind was open to all beliefs, no matter how unusual. It wasn't everyday occurrences that could close his mind, but rather the strange, extraordinary events that made one question their own sanity. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she offered her heartfelt thanks repeatedly, feeling as though a burdensome worry had been lifted from her. Eager to share her concerns, she handed him a lengthy document she had typed, detailing the troubles she and Jonathan faced. It was a transcription of Jonathan's journal from his time abroad, filled with their ordeals. She refrained from discussing the contents, preferring that he read and form his own opinions. Upon reading, she hoped he would generously share his thoughts with her. He accepted the documents, promising to visit her and her husband the next morning to discuss the journal. She informed him that Jonathan would be home by 11:30 and invited him to join them for lunch, suggesting he could take the fast train at 3:34 in the afternoon to return home by evening. She impressed him with her precise knowledge of the train schedules, a secret preparation to assist Jonathan when time was of the essence. Left alone with her thoughts, she found herself lost in contemplation, unable to pinpoint what troubled her most. In a letter, Van Helsing reassured Mrs. Harker that her husband's extraordinary diary was indeed credible, putting her fears to rest. He praised Jonathan's bravery and assured her of his well-being despite the harrowing experiences. He expressed eagerness to discuss further details upon his visit, his mind abuzz with the new information that left him both dazzled and contemplative. Responding to Van Helsing, Mrs. Harker thanked him for his comforting words, which alleviated her anxiety. Yet, the possibility of a monstrous presence in London filled her with dread. She updated him on Jonathan's travel plans, now arriving earlier than expected, which calmed her nerves for the night. She adjusted their meeting to breakfast at 8 o'clock, allowing him to depart on the 10:30 train if needed. She left the invitation open, expecting his presence unless he informed her otherwise. With the exchange of letters complete, the stage was set for their upcoming discussions and the support that Van Helsing was prepared to offer. On the 26th of September, I found myself compelled to return to my diary, a practice I thought I had left behind. The previous evening, upon my return home, Mina had a meal waiting. After we ate, she shared news of Van Helsing's visit and her decision to give him the copied diaries. Her concern for my well-being was evident. She presented me with the doctor's letter, confirming the truth of my writings. This revelation transformed me, lifting the heavy shroud of doubt that had weighed me down, rendering me powerless and suspicious. Now, with certainty, even the formidable Count no longer instilled fear in me. His successful arrival in London was now a confirmed reality, and it was indeed him I had encountered. He appeared to have reversed his age, a mystery Van Helsing was surely equipped to solve. Mina and I spent a long evening discussing these matters. Preparing to meet the doctor, I reflected on our first encounter. Van Helsing had examined me closely, commenting on my recent illness and the shock I had experienced. His reference to my wife as Madame Mina brought a smile to my face. I assured him that his letter had been a remedy in itself. It had dispelled my doubts and restored my faith in my own perceptions. I had been trapped in a cycle of mistrust, but his reassurance had set me free. We shared a laugh as he delighted in my observation about his expressive eyebrows. His praise for Mina was boundless, describing her as a divine example of virtue and selflessness, rare in our cynical and self-centered age. I agreed wholeheartedly, feeling a surge of emotion as we shook hands in a pledge of lifelong friendship. Van Helsing then requested my assistance with a significant task, seeking knowledge of events prior to my journey to Transylvania. I inquired if his mission involved the Count, to which he replied with a grave affirmation. I accompanied him to the station after our morning meal. As we said our goodbyes, he expressed his hope that I would visit the city if he requested, bringing along Madame Mina. I assured him we would respond to his call. I had prepared a selection of the latest newspapers for him, knowing he wouldn't have the chance to read them before his 10:30 train. He could peruse them during his journey. At the train, he flipped through the papers, pausing at the Westminster Gazette. The color of the paper was distinctive. Something in it caught his eye and his face turned pale. He muttered in distress, his words reflecting shock at the rapid unfolding of events. It seemed as though he had forgotten my presence. The train's whistle and its departure snapped him back to the moment. He leaned out, waving and promising to write to Madame Mina as soon as possible. On the 26th of September, my diary beckoned me back, despite having thought I was done with it. Renfield's condition had stabilized, and he was occupied with his collection of flies and spiders, causing me no trouble. I received an uplifting letter from Arthur, and Quincy Morris' presence was a great comfort to him. Quincy's own words confirmed Arthur's improving spirits, easing my mind about them. I found myself re-engaging with my work, my passion rekindled. The emotional scar left by Lucy's passing was healing, but now, all the wounds were reopened, and only God knew the outcome. Van Helsing seemed to have a notion of what lay ahead, but revealed only enough to pique curiosity. He had been to Exeter and returned with a burst of energy, presenting me with the previous night's Westminster Gazette. He challenged me to understand the significance of a particular article. Initially, I was clueless, but he directed my attention to a report about children being lured away in Hampstead. The mention of small, punctured wounds on their throats struck a chord with me. It reminded me of Lucy's injuries. I proposed that there might be a common culprit behind these incidents. Van Helsing agreed, but suggested the connection was indirect. His serious demeanor and the gravity of his expression prompted me to consider the matter with the seriousness it deserved. I urged him to share his thoughts, confessing my own inability to form an opinion without sufficient information. He questioned my lack of suspicion regarding the cause of poor Lucy's demise, despite the numerous hints from both events and his own words. I could only attribute her death to severe exhaustion from significant blood loss. He disagreed, sitting beside me to explain his perspective. He called me a clever man, capable of logical reasoning and bold thinking, but criticized my tendency to dismiss anything beyond my daily experience. He suggested that there might be phenomena beyond our understanding, visible to some but not to others. He lamented the scientific need to explain everything, arguing that the existence of new beliefs, much like the opera's finely dressed ladies pretending to be youthful, was evidence of the unexplained. He then questioned my beliefs in various supernatural phenomena, from corporeal transference to thought reading, only to find agreement when it came to hypnotism, thanks to Charcot's work. Yet, he challenged my understanding of how hypnotism works on the mind. He spoke of the mysteries in life, like Methuselah's and Old Parr's long lives compared to Lucy's short one, despite her transfusions. He asked if I grasped the full scope of life and death, or understood why some men exhibit animalistic traits while others do not. He continued with tales of a giant spider that lived for centuries in an old church tower, growing large enough to drink all the lamp oil, and of bats in the pampas and other places that would drain livestock and even attack sleeping sailors, leaving them as pale as Lucy in death. In a moment of shock and disbelief, I couldn't help but express my astonishment to the professor. I was struggling to grasp the idea that Lucy had fallen victim to a bad attack, and that such a creature could exist in London during the 19th century. The professor, seeking to maintain the flow of his thoughts, encouraged me to consider the longevity of tortoises, the enduring lifespans of elephants that witness the rise and fall of dynasties, and the resilience of parrots that only succumb to predators and disease. He pondered over the age-old belief in immortal beings and recounted tales of toads trapped in rocks since the dawn of time. He questioned the mystifying practices of Indian fakirs who could seemingly transcend death, being buried and then rising from their graves after crops had been sown and harvested over them. I was overwhelmed by his rapid listing of nature's oddities and the possibility of impossibilities, igniting my imagination. I felt lost, like a novice wandering blindly through a foggy marsh, desperately trying to keep up with his reasoning. I yearned for the clarity I once had in his Amsterdam study, where he would guide me through his teachings. I pleaded with him to share his thesis, to give me a point of reference so I could apply his knowledge as he proceeded. The professor likened my confusion to stumbling through a bog, a fitting image, and he revealed his desire for me to embrace belief. He wanted me to believe in the unbelievable, to keep an open mind, and not let a sliver of truth obstruct the path of a greater truth. He urged me not to let past convictions cloud my mind to new, strange concepts. I was his eager student once more, ready to understand. I ventured a guess that the small punctures in the children's throats were related to Lucy's affliction. Standing solemnly, the professor corrected me with a heavy heart, hinting that the reality was much more dire than I had imagined. His ominous words left me begging for an explanation, desperate to understand the gravity of the situation. With a gesture of utter despair, he sunk into a chair and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. He buried his face in his hands as he revealed the unsettling truth. The marks had been made by Miss Lucy. You're about to listen to Chapter 15. Rage consumed me for a moment, as if he had insulted Lucy during her lifetime. I hit the table hard and stood up, questioning Dr. Van Helsing's sanity. His gentle look calmed me immediately. He wished he were mad, as madness would be easier to endure than such a harsh reality. He explained that his roundabout way of telling me wasn't out of hatred or a desire to cause pain. It wasn't for revenge either. He was trying to be gentle because he knew I loved Lucy, but he didn't expect me to believe the truth right away. He was going to prove it that night and asked if I dared to join him. This threw me off. No one likes to confirm a dreadful truth, with the exception of Byron, who seemed to thrive on proving what he most dreaded. I hesitated, and Dr. Van Helsing continued. He assured me that if the truth was not as we feared, the proof would bring relief and do no harm. But if it was true, the very fear should compel belief. He proposed that we first visit a child in the hospital, where his friend Dr. Vincent would allow us to observe. We wouldn't tell him anything, just that we were there to learn. Then, he revealed his plan to spend the night in the churchyard where Lucy was buried, showing me the key to her tomb. It was meant for Arthur, but he had it now. A sense of dread filled me, sensing a daunting challenge ahead. Yet, there was nothing to be done but to muster courage and agree to move quickly, as the day was already turning to evening. The child was found alert and doing well, having rested and eaten. Dr. Vincent removed the bandage from the child's throat to reveal puncture marks, strikingly similar to those once found on Lucy's throat. They were just a bit smaller and appeared fresher. Dr. Vincent suspected the marks were from an animal bite, perhaps a rat. However, he was more inclined to believe a bat was responsible, possibly a more dangerous kind from the south, accidentally brought to London. He mentioned an incident from 10 days prior when a wolf escaped and believed it had come this way. Since then, the local children had been enacting the tale of Red Riding Hood until the recent Bluffer Lady scare turned their play into a festive time. Even the little one, upon waking, had expressed a desire to leave the hospital to join in the play. Van Helsing stressed the importance of keeping a close watch on the child once home, as its whims to wander off could prove perilous. He was adamant that the child should not be released for at least a week or longer if the wound hadn't healed. Their visit at the hospital lasted longer than expected, and by the time they left, the sun had already set. Van Helsing, noticing the darkness, suggested there was no rush and proposed they find a place to eat before continuing on their way. We enjoyed a meal at Jack Straw's castle, accompanied by a lively group of bicyclists and other cheerful folks. Near 10 in the evening, we left the inn. Darkness enveloped us, and the sparse street lamps only intensified the shadows beyond their glow. The professor led with confidence, having memorized our route, while I felt disoriented and unsure of our location. As we ventured on, we encountered fewer people, and it was a bit startling to cross paths with a horse patrol performing their routine checks in the suburbs. Eventually, we arrived at the churchyard wall and clambered over it. In the pitch darkness, we struggled to locate the Westenra tomb, but we managed to find it. The professor unlocked the creaking tomb door and, without realizing, gestured for me to enter first, a grimly humorous act of politeness on such a macabre occasion. I stepped in, and he followed, shutting the door with caution to ensure it wouldn't lock us inside. He rummaged through his bag, produced a matchbox and candle, and lit it. The tomb, once grim in daylight and adorned with fresh flowers, now appeared even more dismal. The wilted flowers, the dominance of insects, and the tarnished metals all reflected the candle's weak light, creating a sordid atmosphere that underscored the transience of life. Van Helsing was methodical in his approach, using the candlelight to read the coffin plates and letting wax drip onto the metal. He confirmed which coffin was Lucy's. Another dive into his bag, and he brought out a screwdriver. Without hesitation, he began unscrewing the lid, revealing the leaden case inside. The disrespect of the act was almost unbearable, akin to undressing the sleeping dead. I reached for his hand to halt him, but he persisted, assuring me I needed to see for myself. He then took out a small saw, punctured the lead with the screwdriver, and began to cut. I braced myself for the expected release of gases from the decay, but Van Helsing didn't pause. He cut along the sides of the lead coffin, bent back the flange, and held the candle high for me to peer inside. I approached and saw the truth: the coffin was empty. To my astonishment, and quite a jolt to my senses, I discovered that Lucy's body was missing from the coffin. Van Helsing, however, remained composed and more convinced than before, ready to continue our investigation. He questioned my contentment with the discovery, to which I stubbornly confirmed the absence of the body only proved it wasn't there. He commended my logic, but pushed for an explanation of the body's absence. I hesitantly proposed grave robbers or perhaps the undertaker's staff as culprits, despite feeling it was a foolish suggestion. Van Helsing sighed, acknowledging we needed further evidence, and prompted me to follow him. He secured the coffin, collected his belongings, snuffed out the light, and locked the door behind us, entrusting me with the key. My laugh was hollow as I declined the responsibility, citing the ease of lock-picking and the possibility of duplicate keys. Van Helsing pocketed the key without a word and instructed me to keep watch on one side of the churchyard while he took the other. I concealed myself behind a yew tree, losing sight of him among the tombstones. Standing guard was a lonesome task. The cold and my irritation with both Van Helsing and myself for being there made it hard to stay alert. Time dragged on, marked only by the distant chimes of a clock striking 12, then 1, then 2. Suddenly, I saw a white streak darting between the yew trees on the far side of the churchyard, and Van Helsing's dark figure moving swiftly toward it. I followed, navigating around graves and monuments. The overcast sky and a distant rooster's crow added to the eerie atmosphere. A white figure flitted toward the tomb, disappearing from view, and when I reached the spot, I found Van Helsing cradling a small child in his arms. He questioned if I was convinced now, but I stood my ground, asking who brought the child here and if it was hurt. Van Helsing suggested we examine the child's throat for injuries. We stepped away from the churchyard, into a cluster of trees, and upon inspection, found the child's throat unharmed. I couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph, and Van Helsing expressed gratitude that we were just in time. Our next step was to figure out what to do with the child we had found. We discussed it and decided against taking the child to the police, as that would involve explaining our own whereabouts during the night. We didn't want to get into that, so we came up with a plan. We would carry the child to the heath and wait for a policeman to pass by. When we heard one approaching, we would place the child where he couldn't miss it, and then we would quickly head home. Everything went smoothly. As we reached the edge of Hampstead Heath, we heard the heavy footsteps of a policeman. We placed the child on the pathway and hid, watching as the policeman found the child with the help of his lantern. We heard his surprised shout and then left quietly. Luckily, we caught a cab near the Spaniards and drove back to town. I'm wide awake, so I'm writing this down. But I need to try to sleep for a few hours. Van Helsing is picking me up at noon, insisting I join him on another quest. It was 2 in the afternoon before we found the right moment to make our move. The funeral at noon was over, and the last of the mourners had gone. We spied from behind some older trees as the sexton locked the gate. We knew we were safe until morning if needed, but the professor said we wouldn't need more than an hour. I was hit with a harsh sense of reality, and the legal dangers of our task weighed on me. It all seemed pointless, especially opening a lead coffin to check on a woman who had been dead for almost a week. It felt even more foolish now, knowing the coffin was empty. Still, I kept my thoughts to myself, knowing Van Helsing would do as he pleased. He unlocked the vault and gestured for me to go first. The vault wasn't as eerie as the night before, but it looked so different in the sunlight. We walked over to Lucy's coffin, and Van Helsing pried open the leaden cover. I was shocked to see Lucy looking just as she had before her funeral, even more beautiful. I couldn't believe she was dead. I wondered if this was some trick. Van Helsing asked if I was convinced now and showed me her teeth, which seemed even sharper than before. He suggested that these teeth could bite little children. I didn't want to believe it and suggested someone might have placed her here since last night. Van Helsing asked who would do such a thing, and I admitted I didn't know. A week had passed since her death, yet she appeared unlike most who had been gone for that long. I found myself without words, remaining silent. Van Helsing, however, seemed unfazed by my lack of response, showing neither disappointment nor satisfaction. He was thoroughly examining the woman's features, lifting her eyelids to study her eyes, parting her lips to inspect her teeth. After his inspection, he shared his observations with me. He noted something peculiar, something that deviated from all known records. There was an unusual dual existence within her, not common to others. She had been bitten by a vampire during one of her sleepwalking trances. He explained that it was during these trances that the vampire would find it easiest to draw blood. In one such trance, she had passed away and now remained in a trance-like state even in death, making her different from the rest. Where other undead creatures would reveal their true nature when at rest, she retained the sweet appearance of her living days, making it difficult to accept that she needed to be destroyed during her slumber. This revelation chilled me to the bone, and I began to grasp the reality of Van Helsing's theories. If she was indeed no longer among the living, why did the thought of destroying her seem so dreadful? Van Helsing noticed a shift in my expression and asked if I was starting to believe. I cautiously expressed my openness to the idea, but pleaded for time to come to terms with it all. When questioned about how he planned to carry out the task, he described a gruesome procedure involving decapitation, garlic, and a stake through the body. The thought of mutilating the woman I once loved sent shivers down my spine, yet my expected revulsion was not as intense as I had anticipated. I found myself increasingly repulsed by this undead being and questioned the nature of my feelings for her. I waited for Van Helsing to take action, but he seemed lost in thought. After some time, he snapped his bag shut and prepared to move forward. After much contemplation, I've reached a decision on the best course of action. If I were to merely follow my impulses, I would act immediately, but there are more complex matters at hand, ones that are 1,000 times more challenging because of the unknown. The choice before us is straightforward. She has not yet claimed a life, and to act now would remove the danger she poses permanently. However, we might need Arthur's help, and explaining this to him will be difficult. You have seen the wounds on Lucy's neck and the similar marks on the child at the hospital. You witnessed the empty coffin last night and its transformation today, holding a woman who seemed only to grow more radiant a week after her death. You are aware of the white figure that brought the child to the graveyard, and yet you still doubted your own senses. How can we expect Arthur, who is unaware of these events, to accept them? He had doubts when I intervened as Lucy was dying. He has forgiven me, believing I acted on a misguided attempt to help, which prevented him from saying a proper farewell. He might think we buried her alive by mistake and, in the worst-case scenario, that we are responsible for her death due to our misguided beliefs. This will cause him great distress, as he will never be certain of the truth. The thought that she might have been buried alive will haunt his dreams with terrifying possibilities of her suffering. On the other hand, he might come to believe that we were correct and that his beloved was indeed one of the undead. But I have learned much since I first told him, and now I am convinced more than ever that he must endure hardship to find peace. He will face a moment so dark that it will seem to eclipse the heavens themselves. Only then can we act to ensure peace for all. I have made up my mind. Let us proceed. You should return to your asylum tonight and ensure everything is in order. As for myself, I plan to spend the night here in the graveyard. Tomorrow night, meet me at the Berkeley Hotel at 10 o'clock. I'll ask Arthur and the brave young American who donated his blood to join us. We will all have tasks to undertake later. I will accompany you as far as Piccadilly and dine there, for I must return here before sunset. With that, we secured the tomb, left the churchyard by climbing over the wall, which was a minor challenge, and drove back to Piccadilly. I am penning this note as a precaution in the event that something unforeseen occurs. I intend to go alone to the churchyard to keep vigil. It's somewhat satisfying to know that the undead, known as Miss Lucy, won't be able to leave tonight. This will likely make her more restless by tomorrow night. To ensure this, I will place items she detests, such as garlic and a crucifix, around the entrance of her tomb to seal it shut. Given her recent turn to the undead, she will surely take notice. These measures are meant to keep her inside, They might not stop her if she's determined to enter, as the undead become desperate and will effortlessly find any weak spot to exploit. I plan to stay close by from dusk until dawn, eager to discover anything I can during the night. I hold no fear towards Miss Lucy or the influence she may have, but there is another, one who has now gained the power to seek her resting place for refuge. His cunning is something I'm aware of, thanks to Mr. Jonathan's accounts and our own experiences where we were outwitted while trying to save Miss Lucy, only to fail. The undead possess great strength. He has the might of 20 men in his hands, and even our combined efforts to strengthen Miss Lucy have only added to his power. Moreover, he has the ability to call upon wolves and other creatures unknown to us. If he chooses to come here tonight, he will find me waiting, but no one else will until it's too late. Yet, he may not risk approaching this place. There's no compelling reason for him to do so, as his hunting grounds are far richer than a churchyard where only an undead woman rests and a solitary old man keeps watch. Thus, I write these words. Take these documents, the diaries of Harker and others, read them thoroughly, then seek out this formidable undead. Behead him, incinerate his heart, or drive a stake through it, so that the world may finally be at peace from his terror. If this is to be my final message, then so be it. Van Helsing. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 28th. A good night's sleep can work wonders. Yesterday, Van Helsing's extraordinary theories almost seemed plausible, but today they appear vividly absurd, like an affront to common sense. I'm certain he fully believes in them. It crosses my mind whether his intellect could be disturbed in some way. Surely there must be a logical explanation for all these odd occurrences. Could it be that the professor himself orchestrated these events? His brilliance is such that, if he lost his grip on sanity, he would execute his plan with remarkable precision. It's a distressing thought to consider Van Helsing could be insane, and it would be equally astonishing as the supernatural events themselves. Nevertheless, I plan to keep a close eye on him in hopes of shedding some light on this enigma. September 29th, morning. Last night, just before 10, Arthur and Quincy entered Van Helsing's room. He laid out our tasks, focusing particularly on Arthur, as though our collective wills were unified in his. He began by expressing his hope that we would accompany him, emphasizing the seriousness of our mission. He inquired about our reaction to his letter, directing the question specifically at Lord Godalming. I felt a bit shaken up. Lately, there's been a lot of trouble at my house, and I really didn't need any more. I was also wondering about what you meant. Quincy and I tried to figure it out, but we ended up more confused than ever. Now, I can honestly say I'm completely baffled about everything. Quincy Morris agreed with me, but in his usual brief way. The professor then pointed out that we were both just at the start, unlike our friend John, who had a long way to go before he could even reach the starting point. He knew I was back to my old skeptical self without me having to say anything. He then turned to the others and, with a serious tone, asked for their permission to carry out his plans that night. He acknowledged it was a big thing to ask, and they would only realize how big once they knew what he intended to do. He asked them to promise to support him beforehand, even if they might be upset with him afterward, hoping they wouldn't feel guilty about anything. Quincy jumped in, praising the professor's honesty. He admitted he didn't fully understand the professor's plan, but he trusted him and that was enough. Van Helsing thanked Quincy and expressed how much he valued his trust, offering a handshake, which Quincy accepted. Then Arthur had to say. He didn't like making promises without knowing what he was getting into, especially if it involved his honor or faith. But if Van Helsing could assure him that his intentions didn't compromise those values, he would agree. He admitted he couldn't fathom what Van Helsing was aiming for. Van Helsing accepted Arthur's conditions and only asked that if Arthur felt the need to condemn any of his actions, he would first make sure they didn't breach his principles. Arthur agreed, saying it was only fair. He then asked what they were supposed to do. Van Helsing wanted them to secretly accompany him to the churchyard at Kingstead. Arthur was shocked and asked if they were going to where Lucy was buried. The professor confirmed it with a nod. Arthur, puzzled, asked what they would do there. Van Helsing's answer was to enter the tomb, which made Arthur stand up in disbelief. He asked if the professor was serious or if this was some cruel joke. Realizing the professor was sincere, Arthur sat down again, but with a dignified posture. There was silence until Arthur asked once more what they would do inside the tomb. Van Helsing's response was to open the coffin. This was too much for Arthur, who stood up again, visibly upset. He was willing to be reasonable, but he saw this as a desecration of the grave of someone dear. He was so indignant he could hardly speak. The professor looked at him with pity and said he would spare him any pain if he could, but they had to take difficult steps that night, or else the people they loved would suffer even worse fates later. Arthur warned the professor to be careful with his words. Van Helsing suggested they listen to his intentions before dismissing his plan, hinting at its importance. Morris, eager for fairness, agreed. Van Helsing, struggling to speak, revealed the grim reality of Lucy's death, hinting at a terrifying possibility if she weren't truly at rest. Arthur, alarmed, feared the worst, a burial mistake. Van Helsing clarified, suggesting Lucy might exist in a state beyond death. The concept of the undead confused and frightened them, presenting a mystery that seemed unsolvable. Van Helsing then proposed a shocking act, beheading Lucy's body to ensure peace. Arthur, enraged and protective, refused to allow any harm to come to her, seeing it as a dishonor to her memory. Despite Arthur's outburst, Van Helsing stood firm, driven by a sense of duty to the living and the dead. He implored Arthur to witness his actions before passing judgment, promising to explain himself when the time was right. His voice carried a mixture of sternness and compassion as he spoke of the difficult tasks ahead. Van Helsing pleaded with Arthur not to hold on to anger towards him. He explained that throughout his life, he had faced many difficult tasks, but none weighed as heavily on his heart as the current one. He expressed his hope that if Arthur ever saw him in a different light, a single glance from Arthur would erase the pain of this sorrowful moment. He emphasized his willingness to do everything in his power to spare Arthur from grief, questioning why else he would endure such toil and sadness. He recounted his journey from his homeland, initially to fulfill a request from his friend John, and then to aid a charming young woman, for whom he had developed affection. In an act of compassion, he had offered the same sacrifice as Arthur, giving his blood, though he was not her lover, but her physician and friend. He had dedicated his time to her ceaselessly, both before and after her death, and professed that he would even offer his own life if it could bring her peace now that she had become the dead undead. Arthur was deeply moved by Van Helsing's solemn and dignified declaration. Overcome with emotion, Arthur acknowledged the difficulty in comprehending the situation, but committed to standing by Van Helsing's side. You're about to listen to Chapter 16. We arrived at the churchyard just before midnight, scaling the low wall under a dark sky. The moon peeked through torn clouds as they raced overhead. Van Helsing led our tight-knit group, with me close behind. Nearing the tomb, I watched Arthur, half expecting grief to overcome him, but he remained composed. The mystery seemed to dull his pain. Van Helsing unlocked the tomb's door and stepped inside first, breaking our collective hesitation. We followed, and he secured the door behind us. With a dark lantern lit, he gestured to the coffin. Arthur, pale but steady, moved closer. The sight of the damaged lead coffin seemed to shock him, his face briefly flushing before turning deathly white again, yet he said nothing. We all peered inside as Van Helsing pried back the lead. The coffin stood empty, which silenced us for a long moment. It was Quincy Morris who finally spoke, his words filled with a mix of respect and the need to solve the mystery. He asked Van Helsing if he had a hand in the coffin's emptiness, not out of mistrust, but due to the baffling situation. Van Helsing swore his innocence, recounting how he and Seward had found the coffin empty 2 nights prior. They had witnessed something white in the trees and found Lucy lying there the following day. Another night, they had saved a child from a similar fate. Van Helsing explained that his precautions with garlic might have prevented the undead from leaving the night before. With the garlic removed, the coffin was found empty again. He urged us to join him outside, promising that stranger events awaited. With that, He shut off his lantern, let us out, and locked the tomb. The night air felt fresh and pure, a stark contrast to the dreadful vault's atmosphere. It was a delight to watch the clouds chase one another across the sky, with the moon's intermittent glow weaving through them, mirroring life's joys and sorrows. Breathing in air untainted by death and decay was a balm to the soul. The distant city's muted rumble and the reddish glow on the horizon's edge were comforting signs of life. Each of us was deeply moved in our own way. Arthur remained quiet, clearly trying to unravel the enigma's deeper meaning. I found myself growing more patient, almost ready to embrace Van Helsing's theories without question. Quincy Morris took everything in stride, embodying a cool, brave spirit ready to risk everything. Without his usual smoke, he settled for a chunk of tobacco to chew on. Van Helsing was busy with a task, pulling out what looked like thin biscuits wrapped in a napkin from his bag, followed by a lump of whitish substance. He mixed the crumbled wafer with the putty-like material and began to seal the tomb's door with thin strips of the mixture. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked him about his actions. Arthur and Quincy, equally intrigued, joined me. Van Helsing explained he was securing the tomb to prevent the undead from entering. Quincy questioned the effectiveness of the material, and Arthur inquired about its nature. With great reverence, Van Helsing explained it was the host from Amsterdam, and he had a special dispensation to use it. His earnestness and the sacred nature of his actions left no room for doubt among us. We stood in respectful silence around the tomb, out of sight from anyone approaching. I felt for Arthur, knowing the horrors I had witnessed before. Despite my earlier skepticism, the sight of the ghastly white tombs, the dark trees, and the unsettling sounds of the night filled me with dread. The distant howling of dogs only added to the ominous feeling that hung in the air. A prolonged hush settled over us, a vast, heavy emptiness, until the professor hissed sharply, signaling us to look down the path lined with yew trees. There, a pale shape approached, a ghostly figure clutching something dark to its chest. The figure paused, and just then, moonlight pierced the cloud cover, illuminating a woman with dark hair, dressed as though for burial. Her face was hidden, bowed over what appeared to be a fair-haired child. Suddenly, the child let out a soft cry, like those made in sleep. We were about to rush forward when the professor's hand, seen from behind a tree, signaled us to stay put. The figure continued to move towards us, now clear in the moonlight. Chills ran through me, and I heard Arthur gasp as we recognized Lucy Westenra, but transformed. Her former sweetness had turned into a steely cruelty, her purity into a flagrant indecency. We all felt a wave of horror. Van Helsing's composure seemed to waver, and I had to steady Arthur to keep him from collapsing. The creature with Lucy's form snarled at us, her eyes scanning us with a look that was anything but human. Those eyes, though shaped and colored like Lucy's, now held a malevolent fire. My affection for her curdled into disgust. As she smirked with a sinful glee, she tossed the child aside with a devil's carelessness, the child now whimpering on the ground. Arthur groaned at the sight, and as she moved toward him with open arms and a seductive smile, he recoiled and covered his face. Yet she continued to advance, her movements full of a seductive languor, tempting Arthur to join her in a restful embrace. Her voice was unnaturally sweet, the kind of sound that sends shivers down one's spine. Arthur, as if enchanted, reached out to her. Just then, Van Helsing intervened with his golden crucifix, causing her to flinch and, with a face twisted in fury, she attempted to dash past him toward the tomb. Approaching the door, she halted abruptly, as though an unseen force had gripped her. She spun around, her features illuminated by the bright moonlight and the steady lamp, unaffected by Van Helsing's steady hand. Her expression was a portrait of thwarted evil, the likes of which I hope to never witness again. Her once vibrant complexion turned ashen, her eyes sparked with infernal fire, and her brows furrowed as if her skin were serpentine coils. The once lovely mouth, now stained with blood, gaped wide in a grotesque echo of ancient passion masks. For what felt like an eternity but was only 30 seconds, she stood, trapped between the raised crucifix and the sealed entrance. Van Helsing broke the silence, his question to Arthur clear without words. Arthur, overcome with emotion, fell to his knees, his face buried in his hands, consenting to Van Helsing's will with a groan, his spirit heavy with sorrow. Quincy and I instinctively moved to support him. The sound of the lantern closing signaled Van Helsing's next move. He began to remove the holy symbols sealing the tomb. We watched, horrified, as the woman's solid form slipped through a gap that seemed too narrow for even a blade. Relief washed over us as Van Helsing methodically sealed the entrance once more. He picked up the child and announced it was time to leave the rest for tomorrow. After a funeral at noon, we would return, he said. When the mourners and the sexton had gone, we would have more work to do, though not as dreadful as tonight's task. The child would be left for the police to find, just as before. Then we would head home. He reassured Arthur that the trial he faced was necessary, and by the next day, he would find solace. Arthur and Quincy walked home with me, each of us trying to lift the other's spirits. We had ensured the child's safety and were exhausted, allowing sleep to come, however fitful it might be. On the night of the 29th of September, just before midnight, Arthur, Quincy Morris, and I went to pick up the professor. It struck us as peculiar that we had all dressed in black without discussing it. Arthur's black attire was expected since he was in mourning, but the rest of us seemed to have chosen ours subconsciously. We reached the churchyard around 1:30 and wandered around, avoiding any official attention. This way, after the gravediggers finished their work and the sexton, thinking everyone had left, locked the gate, we found ourselves alone in the graveyard. Van Helsing had brought a long leather bag, reminiscent of one used for cricket, clearly heavy, instead of his usual small black one. Once the last echoes of footsteps vanished up the road, we followed the professor to the tomb in a silent, concerted effort. He unlocked the tomb door, and we entered, sealing it behind us. From his bag, he took out a lantern and lit it, alongside 2 wax candles that he secured onto other coffins by melting their ends, providing enough light for our work. As Van Helsing lifted the lid of Lucy's coffin, we peered inside. Arthur was visibly shaken, trembling, as we saw Lucy's body lying in its deceptive beauty. There was no affection in my heart, only disgust for the creature that had assumed Lucy's form without her essence. Even Arthur's expression hardened as he looked upon her. Lucy appeared as a horrific version of herself, with pointed teeth and a bloodied mouth that was unsettling to behold. It was a cruel distortion of her once pure and sweet nature. Van Helsing methodically began to lay out the items from his bag. He started with a soldering iron and some solder, followed by a small oil lamp that, when lit, emitted a fierce blue flame. He then arranged his surgical knives and finally produced a round wooden stake, sharpened to a fine point at one end and accompanied by a hefty hammer. While such tools usually invigorate me in my medical practice, their presence seemed to unsettle both Arthur and Quincy. Nonetheless, they maintained their composure in silence. With everything in place, Van Helsing was ready to proceed. Before taking any action, it's essential to understand what has been passed down from ancient wisdom and those who have delved into the mysteries of the undead. With their transformation comes an eternal curse. They cannot perish, but are doomed to endure, amassing victims and escalating the world's darkness. Each life claimed by the undead turns into another, perpetuating a cycle of predation. This cycle expands continuously, much like the ripples caused by a stone cast into a pond. Had Arthur succumbed to that fateful kiss before Lucy's demise or in the previous night's embrace, he too would have been destined to join the ranks of the Nosferatu, as Eastern Europeans name them, and contribute to the growing legion of horrors. Lucy's tragic journey has only just begun. The children she feeds upon are not yet doomed, but should she persist in her undead existence, their vitality will wane as they are drawn to her, and she will continue to drain them with her malevolent embrace. Yet, if she truly passes away, the cycle ends, the small marks on their throats fade, and they return to their innocent play, oblivious to the nightmare they've endured. The most blessed outcome is to lay the undead to rest, allowing Lucy's soul to be liberated. Rather than spreading malevolence and descending further into corruption, she would ascend to join the angels. This is why it would be a merciful act to deliver the blow that frees her. There might be someone among us who deserves the right to do this more than anyone else, someone who would cherish the memory of being the liberator of their beloved, chosen by her if she had the power to choose. In the quiet of the night, when sleep escapes us, the thought of having guided her to the heavens could bring solace, knowing it was done by the hand of the one who loved her most. At this suggestion, all eyes turned to Arthur. It was clear he was the one who should carry out this act of kindness, to transform the memory of Lucy into something sacred rather than a haunting specter. Despite his trembling hand and his pallor, Arthur stepped up, embodying courage and determination, ready to do whatever was necessary without hesitation. Van Helsing, with a reassuring touch, encouraged him, explaining that the act would require a moment of bravery. The task was daunting, driving a stake through her, and although it would be harrowing, the ordeal would be brief. The reward would be a sense of lightness, a profound relief that would outweigh the pain. But once the action was initiated, there could be no second thoughts. Surrounded by loyal friends and their prayers, he must stay resolute. Arthur, his voice rough with emotion, urged Van Helsing to continue with the instructions. Van Helsing detailed the process, holding the stake in the left hand, positioning it above the heart, and wielding the hammer in the right. As the prayers for the departed began, Arthur would strike in a divine act, ensuring peace for the deceased loved one and the end of the undead's reign. Arthur grasped the stake and hammer firmly, his resolve unwavering as his hands remained steady. Van Helsing began to read from his missal, with Quincy and I trying our best to follow along. Arthur positioned the stake's tip above the heart, and I noticed its impression on the pale skin. With all his strength, he drove the stake down. The creature inside the coffin contorted violently, letting out a chilling scream from its red lips. As it thrashed, its teeth gnashed together, cutting the lips and covering the mouth in red foam. Yet Arthur was unshaken, his arm moving with the force of Thor, plunging the stake deeper, while blood gushed out. His determined face seemed to radiate a sense of noble duty, inspiring us with bravery. As the convulsions subsided and the creature's movement slowed, a final stillness took over. The gruesome ordeal had ended. Arthur's hammer dropped, and he staggered, nearly falling if not for our support. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he gasped for air, clearly exhausted from the ordeal. If not for the extraordinary circumstances, he might not have been able to complete the task. We were so concerned for him that we didn't immediately look back at the coffin. When we did, surprise rippled through us, prompting Arthur to rise and see for himself. A look of relief washed over him as the horror faded from his face. In the coffin lay not the monstrous being we'd feared, but Lucy, as pure and sweet as in life. The signs of her suffering were there, but they were cherished reminders of her true self. The peaceful expression on her face seemed to reflect an eternal serenity. Van Helsing placed a comforting hand on Arthur's shoulder, his gesture asking for forgiveness without words. Arthur's response was silent but profound, as he held Van Helsing's hand and rested his head on the older man's chest, tears falling quietly. When he looked up, Van Helsing encouraged him to show his love with a final kiss, for Lucy was no longer a cursed creature, but at peace at last. Arthur leaned down to kiss her before we ushered him and Quincy out of the sepulchre. The professor and I then sawed the top off the stake, its point still lodged in the corpse. We decapitated the body and stuffed the mouth with garlic. After sealing the lead coffin and securing the lid, we collected our things and left. The professor locked the tomb, handing the key to Arthur as we exited. The world outside was a breath of fresh air, with the sun shining and birds chirping, as if nature itself was singing a different tune. There was a sense of joy and tranquility all around. We felt a sense of relief, albeit a cautious one. Van Helsing shared his thoughts before we departed. He acknowledged the completion of one difficult step in our task, but reminded us of the greater challenge that lay ahead. He spoke of the need to find the source of our grief and eliminate it, despite the long, arduous journey filled with danger and suffering. He asked if we would stand by him, asserting that we had come to believe in this cause and understood our duty. We all agreed to see it through to the end. We each shook his hand, affirming our commitment. Van Helsing then mentioned that in 2 nights, we would dine with him and a friend named John, along with 2 others we had yet to meet. He promised to share all the details of our mission and strategy. He told John to accompany him home for further discussions, as he had much to consult about. Van Helsing was set to leave for Amsterdam that night but would return the following evening. That's when our significant quest would truly begin. He stressed the importance of understanding what we were to face and the renewed pledge we would make to each other, for we were about to embark on a daunting task from which there would be no turning back. You're about to listen to Chapter 17. Upon reaching the Berkeley Hotel, Van Helsing was greeted by a telegram from Mina Harker stating she was on her way by train with Jonathan at Whitby and had crucial news. The professor, filled with joy, praised Mina as a remarkable woman and instructed me to welcome her at the station and ensure she had a place to stay at my home. He emphasized the need for communication with her during her journey to ensure she was ready for what awaited. After sending the necessary message, Van Helsing enjoyed a cup of tea and shared with me the diaries of Jonathan Harker and Mina from their time abroad and at Whitby respectively. He entrusted me with typewritten copies of these diaries, urging me to study them thoroughly. He impressed upon me the significance of these documents, hinting at the crucial role they may play in our shared future, potentially marking the beginning of the end for us and others, or possibly heralding the downfall of the undead beings among us. He encouraged an open-minded approach to the contents and asked me to contribute any additional information I might have, emphasizing the importance of my own diary records. He assured me we would review everything together upon his return and then left for Liverpool Street. I headed to Paddington Station, arriving with a quarter of an hour to spare before the train's arrival. As the crowd dispersed, I grew anxious about missing Mina, but my concerns were soon alleviated when a charming young woman approached and identified me as Dr. Seward. Recognizing her as Mrs. Harker, we exchanged greetings. The warmth in our mutual embarrassment broke the initial tension, and I assisted her with her luggage, including her typewriter. After sending a message to prepare accommodations at my home, we traveled to Fenchurch Street via the Underground. Upon our arrival, despite her awareness of the asylum's nature, I noticed Mina's involuntary shudder as we entered. She expressed a desire to speak with me in my study later on. While waiting for her, I recorded my thoughts in my phonograph diary and contemplated the unread papers from Van Helsing. I planned to engage Mina in conversation to find the opportunity to examine the documents, aware of the preciousness of time and the magnitude of our task, yet cautious not to alarm her. Just then, Mina arrived. Mina Harker's journal entry on the 29th of September noted her tidying up before heading to my study. She paused momentarily at the door, thinking she heard voices inside. However, remembering my request for haste, she knocked and entered upon my invitation. Much to my astonishment, he was by himself. A phonograph rested on the table across from him, which I recognized from its description, though I had never seen one before. My interest piqued, I apologized for any delay, explaining that I had hesitated at the door, mistaking his voice for a conversation with someone else. He casually mentioned he was recording his diary, which caught me off guard. He confirmed, touching the phonograph, that he indeed chronicled his life in it. The idea thrilled me, and I couldn't help but express my amazement at such a device surpassing shorthand. Eagerly, I requested a demonstration. He agreed readily and began to prepare the machine. However, hesitation crept into his demeanor as he contemplated the personal nature of his recordings, mostly concerning his cases. He struggled to find a way to share something less sensitive, revealing his concern with a childlike honesty. I suggested he share the account of Lucy's passing, expressing my gratitude in advance, as she meant a great deal to me. His reaction was one of utter horror, vehemently refusing to recount such a dreadful tale. His refusal sent a chill down my spine, confirming my worst suspicions. I noticed a large batch of typewriting on the table and hinted at my willingness to help by suggesting I could transcribe his diary. This suggestion drained the color from his face as he adamantly declined, unwilling to expose me to the horrors within. Despite his reluctance, I could sense the gravity of the situation. I insisted that he would understand my trustworthiness once he read my own and my husband's diaries, which I had typed. Though he didn't know me well, I assured him of my commitment to the cause. Acknowledging Lucy's high regard for him, he opened a drawer, revealing numerous wax-covered metal cylinders, the vessels for his recorded words. Your assessment is correct. Initially, I held back my trust as I was unfamiliar with you. However, now that I understand who you are, I regret not having done so sooner. Lucy has spoken of you to me, as she has of me to you. Allow me to make amends in the only way I can. Please listen to the recordings on these cylinders. The first few are personal and won't shock you. After hearing them, you'll have a better grasp of who I am. By that time, dinner should be ready. While you listen, I'll review some documents to better comprehend a few matters. He took the phonograph to my sitting room and set it up for me. I was sure it would share something enjoyable, as it would reveal the other perspective of a love story, one side of which I was already familiar with. Dr. Seward's Diary, September 29th. I was so engrossed in the captivating diaries of Jonathan Harker and his wife that I lost track of time. The maid informed me that Mrs. Harker had not yet come down for dinner, so I suggested delaying the meal for an hour, thinking she might be tired, and continued with my reading. Just as I finished Mrs. Harker's diary, she entered, looking charming yet visibly upset, her eyes red from tears. This sight struck a chord in me. I've had my own reasons to cry lately, but couldn't find the release of tears. Seeing her eyes, freshly bright from crying, touched my heart deeply. I expressed my concern that I might have caused her distress. She assured me that while she wasn't upset, my sorrow had deeply moved her. She described the phonograph as an extraordinary yet merciless device that had conveyed the depth of my anguish through its sounds, akin to a soul's plea to the Almighty. She insisted that the recordings mustn't be heard again and had taken the initiative to type out the words, so no one else would have to hear the emotions I shared with her. I whispered that no one else needed to know, but she gravely placed her hand on mine, insisting that they must, prompting me to question why it was necessary. Mina Harker recorded in her journal on September 29th that because the horrors they faced were part of Lucy's tragic demise and everything leading up to it, they needed all the knowledge and help available. In their battle to rid the world of the monstrous being, no detail was too small. Mina realized the recordings she received held more information than intended, shedding light on the dark mystery. She was eager to assist, having pieced together the events up to September 7th, understanding Lucy's plight and her inevitable fate. Mina and Jonathan had been tirelessly working since Professor Van Helsing's last visit. The professor had gone to Whitby for more information and was expected back the next day to aid them further. Mina stressed the importance of having no secrets, believing that working together with complete trust would make them stronger than if any were left uninformed. Her plea was heartfelt, showing both determination and courage, which led to her request being accepted without hesitation. It was agreed that she could proceed as she wished, hoping that no harm would come from this decision. She was reassured that, having come this far, she wouldn't be content to stay uninformed and that perhaps the journey's end might bring a semblance of peace. The conversation then turned to dinner, emphasizing the need to stay strong for the daunting task ahead. After dinner, there would be time to learn more and answer any lingering questions. Later, after dining, Mina joined Dr. Seward in his study. He had brought the phonograph from her room and she had her typewriter. He set up a comfortable space for her to work with the phonograph, showing her how to operate it without needing to get up, and began to read. Mina listened intently with the metal forks to her ears. Once the dreadful tale of Lucy's death and the events that followed had concluded, Mina felt overwhelmed but composed herself, thankful that she wasn't prone to fainting. Dr. Seward, noticing her state, quickly offered her some brandy, which helped her recover. Her mind was swirling with thoughts, and she clung to the solace that Lucy was finally at peace amidst the chaos. Had it not been for Jonathan's experiences in Transylvania, she would have found the events too incredible to believe. To distract herself, she turned her attention to her typewriter and addressed Dr. Seward. I quickly set about documenting everything in preparation for Dr. Van Helsing's arrival. I sent a message to Jonathan, urging him to join us once he reached London from Whitby. Precision in dates was crucial, and I believed organizing our evidence chronologically would be a significant step forward. Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris were on their way too, and we needed to have a comprehensive account ready for them. I adjusted the phonograph to a slow speed and began to transcribe the contents of the seventh cylinder. Using carbon paper, I produced 3 copies of the diary, just as I had with the previous entries. It was a late night by the time I finished, but Dr. Seward continued his rounds, checking on his patients. Afterward, he joined me, reading nearby, which made the solitary work feel less lonely. His kindness struck me. Despite the world's dark corners, it was filled with good people. Before leaving Dr. Seward, I recalled something Jonathan had noted about the professor's reaction to a newspaper article at Exeter Station. Dr. Seward had a collection of newspapers, so I borrowed the files of the Westminster Gazette and the Pall Mall Gazette to review in my room. I remembered how newspaper clippings from the Daily Graph and the Whitby Gazette had shed light on the Dracula incident at Whitby. I planned to scour the evening papers for any additional insights. I wasn't tired, and the task at hand promised to keep my mind occupied. On September 30th, as noted in Dr. Seward's diary, Mr. Harker arrived at 9 in the morning. He had received a wire from his wife just before departure. His face showed intelligence and energy, and his actions proved his courage. His written account had prepared Dr. Seward to meet a man of considerable strength, but the composed, professional gentleman who appeared was somewhat unexpected. Later that day, after lunch, the Harkas returned to their room, and I heard the typewriters clicking from outside. They were diligently piecing together the evidence in chronological order. Harker was examining the correspondence related to the Whitby boxes and was now reviewing his wife's typed version of my diary. I was curious about their interpretations. The realization hit me suddenly. The Count could be hiding right next door. We had so many clues, especially from Renfield's behavior. The letters about the house purchase were with the typescript. If only we had discovered them sooner, we might have saved poor Lucy. But dwelling on this was a path to madness. Harker resumed his work, confident that by dinner, they would present a coherent story. He suggested that I visit Renfield, who seemed to predict the Count's movements. I wasn't convinced yet, but I hoped that aligning the dates would clarify things. Thankfully, Mrs. Harker had transcribed my recordings, which made finding the dates possible. Renfield was in his room, calm and collected, with his hands neatly together and a gentle smile on his face. He looked as sane as anyone I'd ever met. We chatted about various topics, all of which he discussed sensibly. He brought up the idea of going home, something he'd never done before during his time here. Surprisingly, he talked about being released immediately with a lot of confidence. If I hadn't spoken to Harker and read the letters that matched the timing of Renfield's episodes, I might have been ready to sign off on his release after watching him for a short period. But now, I can't shake off my suspicions. His outbursts were always somehow connected to the Count's presence. What does his current peaceful state imply? Could it be that he feels the vampire's victory is certain? Renfield is a consumer of living creatures himself, and in his frenzied shouts by the chapel door of the abandoned house, he often mentioned, "Master." This seems to back up our theory. Eventually, I left the room. Renfield was just too composed to safely dig deeper with questions. If I pushed too hard, he might start to think, and that could lead to trouble. So, I left with a sense of unease. I don't trust his calmness, so I've warned the attendant to keep a close eye on him and to have a straitjacket ready if needed. On the 29th of September, while on a train bound for London, I acted on Mr. Billington's kind offer to share information. I decided a trip to Whitby was necessary to conduct inquiries directly. My goal was to track the dreadful shipment from the Count to its London destination, hoping to handle it later. Young Billington, a pleasant boy, greeted me at the station and took me to his home where I was to spend the night. Their hospitality was the epitome of Yorkshire warmth, providing everything a guest could need while allowing complete freedom. Although aware of my tight schedule, the Billingtons ensured my comfort. Mr. Billington had prepared all relevant documents in his office, including the papers regarding the box consignment. It was unsettling to recognize one of the letters from the Count's table, now knowing his vile schemes. The Count's meticulous planning was evident. He had anticipated and prepared for potential setbacks, leaving nothing to chance. His instructions had been executed with precision. I examined the invoice detailing 50 cases of common earth for experimental purposes and secured copies of the correspondence with Carter Patterson. This concluded the information from Mr. Billington, so I proceeded to the port. There, I spoke with Coast Guards, customs officials, and the harbor master. Each had tales of the ship's odd arrival, now part of local lore, yet none could add more than the same 50 cases of common earth. Next, the station master connected me with the workers who handled the boxes. Their count matched the list perfectly, and they only noted the box's significant weight and the laborious task of moving them. One worker expressed a wish for a gentleman's appreciation, in liquid form, for their hard work, hinting that the thirst from that day's toil had yet to be quenched. Naturally, I made sure to address their complaint before departing. On the 30th of September, the station master kindly provided a note for his colleague at King's Cross. Arriving there the next morning, I quickly confirmed with the officials that the tally matched the original invoice. The chances to develop a fierce thirst were fewer here, but they had made the most of the opportunity. Once again, I found myself addressing the consequences after the fact. I proceeded to Carter Patterson's main hub, where I was greeted with exceptional politeness. They promptly searched their records and immediately contacted their King's Cross branch for further information. Fortunately, the Teamsters responsible for the delivery were available, and the office swiftly dispatched them, along with the waybill and all documents related to the shipment to Carfax. The numbers matched perfectly, and the workers added a few more details to the sparse written record. Their comments mainly revolved around the dusty conditions of their task and the resulting thirst it caused. I offered them some money, which led to one worker sharing his experience. He found the house peculiar, untouched for what seemed like a century, filled with dust so thick one could sleep on it without discomfort, and an air of neglect so strong it was as if one could smell ancient Jerusalem. The old chapel was the most striking, he said. He and his partner couldn't wait to leave, and he wouldn't stay there after dark for any sum. Having been in the house myself, I could understand his sentiment. Had he known what I did, he might have asked for more money. I'm now convinced that all 50 boxes from Varna on the Demeter were indeed placed in the old chapel at Carfax, unless any have been moved, which Dr. Seward's diary suggests might be the case. I intend to locate the carter who moved the boxes from Carfax during Renfield's disturbance. This lead could reveal much. Later, Mina and I organized all the documents. Mina Harker's journal, September 30th. My joy is overwhelming, likely a release from the constant fear for Jonathan's well-being due to this ordeal and his past trauma. I watched him depart for Whitby, putting on a brave front, though I was filled with dread. However, the effort seems to have rejuvenated him. He's never been more determined, strong, or energetic. He's as resilient as Professor Van Helsing said, thriving under pressure that would break a lesser person. Returning with renewed vigor and purpose, we're ready for tonight. I'm caught up in the excitement. Despite everything, I feel a twinge of sympathy for the hunted Count. But then I remember, this creature is beyond human, beyond even a beast. Reading Dr. Seward's account of poor Lucy's end, one's pity dries up completely. Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris came by sooner than we had anticipated. With Dr. Seward and Jonathan away on business, it fell upon me to welcome them. Their arrival stirred up memories of Lucy's past dreams, which was quite distressing. They were familiar with me through Lucy's words, and apparently, Dr. Van Helsing had been praising me quite a bit, as Mr. Morris put it. Unbeknownst to them, I was fully aware of their marriage proposals to Lucy, which made the encounter somewhat awkward as they navigated the conversation, avoiding topics they thought I might be unaware of. After some consideration, I decided to bring them up to speed with everything that had happened. I knew from Dr. Seward's diary that they were present at Lucy's actual death, so I felt comfortable sharing without revealing anything prematurely. I explained that my husband and I had typed out all the documents and had just finished organizing them, offering each of them a copy to read. Lord Godalming was taken aback by the sheer volume of the work when he received his copy. He admitted to not fully grasping the purpose, but recognized our dedication and was willing to support us without question. He also mentioned Lucy's love, which overwhelmed him with emotion. Mr. Morris, sensing the moment's intimacy, discreetly left the room. Alone with me, Lord Godalming allowed himself to be vulnerable, openly expressing his sorrow. I sat with him, holding his hand, hoping he didn't see my gesture as too forward. I reassured him that his dignity was intact and offered my support as if I were a sister to him, acknowledging our shared love for Lucy and offering my sympathy for his loss. His grief poured out uncontrollably, his hands clapping together as he wept. He alternated between standing and sitting, unable to contain his tears. My heart went out to him, and without thinking, I opened my arms. He rested his head on my shoulder, crying like a child exhausted by his emotions. Within us women lies a maternal instinct that elevates us beyond petty concerns when the call of motherhood beckons. I felt the weight of a grieving man's head on my shoulder, reminiscent of a future infant resting against me, and I gently caressed his hair as if he were my own child. The oddity of the moment didn't cross my mind then. Gradually, his tears subsided, and he lifted himself up, expressing regret for his display of emotion, but not hiding it. He shared his recent days and nights of silent suffering, unable to confide in anyone amidst his sorrow, especially due to the grim nature of his grief. He acknowledged the comfort my kindness brought him, though he admitted he couldn't fully appreciate it yet. He expressed a wish to maintain a sibling-like bond for life, in honor of Lucy. I agreed, shaking his hand, and he added that I had earned his esteem and gratitude. He promised to be there if I ever needed help, hoping such a time would never darken my life, but asked me to reach out to him if it did. Seeing the sincerity in his sorrow, I assured him I would. Walking down the corridor, I encountered Mr. Morris, who inquired about Arthur's well-being. Noticing my tear-stained eyes, he understood I had been offering comfort. He commented on the unique solace a woman can provide a man in emotional distress, especially since Arthur lacked such support. Mr. Morris carried his own pain with such dignity, it touched my heart. Holding a manuscript, he was soon to discover how much I knew of their situation. I wished I could offer solace to all heart-stricken souls and invited him to seek my friendship and comfort if needed, hinting at my deeper understanding. He accepted my offer with a respectful kiss on my hand, and in a spontaneous gesture, I returned the kindness with a kiss on his cheek. His eyes welled up, but he calmly assured me I would never regret my heartfelt gesture. He then left to join his friend, calling me little girl, a term he had once used for Lucy, confirming his friendship. You're about to listen to Chapter 18. On the 30th of September, I arrived home at 5 in the afternoon. Godalming and Morris were already there, having gone through the transcriptions of diaries and letters prepared by Harker and his impressive wife. Harker was still out, visiting the carrier's men as Dr. Hennessy had suggested. Mrs. Harker served us tea, and for once, the old house felt truly like a home to me. After tea, Mrs. Harker expressed her desire to meet Mr. Renfield, my patient, whose story had intrigued her in my diary. She was so charming and earnest that I couldn't say no, and there was no reason to deny her request, so I accompanied her to see him. Upon entering Renfield's room, I informed him that a lady wished to meet him. His response was a simple why. I explained that she was touring the house and wished to meet everyone. Renfield agreed, but asked for a moment to tidy up, which he did by quickly swallowing all the flies and spiders in his boxes, despite my efforts to stop him. It was clear he was wary of interference. Once done, he cheerfully invited Mrs. Harker in and sat on his bed, eyes downcast but lids raised to watch her enter. I was on alert, remembering his previous violent outburst in my study, ready to intervene if necessary. Mrs. Harker entered with a grace that would impress any disturbed mind, as they often respect calmness. She approached Renfield with a smile and extended her hand. Renfield scrutinized her intensely before expressing his surprise, thinking she might be the woman I had intended to marry, whom he believed was deceased. Mrs. Harker corrected him with a sweet smile, explaining that she was married to Mr. Harker before meeting me. Renfield bluntly suggested she should not stay, prompting Mrs. Harker to inquire why. I joined the conversation, asking Renfield how he knew about my past marital intentions. His response to me was dismissive, but he addressed Mrs. Harker with courtesy and respect. Mrs. Harker was aware that in our close-knit community, the affection and respect for our host made every detail about him fascinating. Dr. Seward, cherished by his family, friends, and even his mentally unstable patients, was a central figure. Their distorted perceptions often confused cause and effect. Having experienced life in an asylum myself, I recognized their logical fallacies. Observing this unexpected turn of events, I was taken aback. The most extreme case of lunacy I had ever encountered was now discussing philosophy with the demeanor of a cultured man. It made me wonder if Mrs. Harker's presence had somehow reached a forgotten place in his mind. Whether this newfound rationality was a spontaneous shift or an unconscious influence from her, she must possess an extraordinary ability. As we conversed further, Mrs. Harker, with a questioning glance my way, cautiously steered him towards his area of interest. To my surprise, he approached the subject with the clarity of someone fully sane, even citing himself as an example when discussing certain points. He shared his peculiar belief that life was an unending force, sustained by consuming other living beings, no matter how simple. His conviction was so strong at times that he attempted to take human lives to prolong his own, drawing on the biblical phrase, "For the blood is the life." He mentioned how a certain medicine seller had cheapened this idea to the point of ridicule. I could only nod in agreement, astonished and unsure of what to say, especially since I had just seen him eating his spiders and flies moments before. Realizing it was time to meet Van Helsing at the station, I informed Mrs. Harker we should leave. She bid Mr. Renfield farewell, wishing to see him again under better circumstances. His response was unexpectedly poignant as he expressed a wish never to see her again, asking for God's blessings upon her. Leaving for the station, I felt a sense of relief. Art seemed more upbeat than he had been in a while, and Quincy was returning to his usual spirited self. Van Helsing, full of youthful energy, greeted me eagerly, ready to share updates and inquire about everyone, including Madame Mina and her husband, as well as Arthur and Quincy. En route to the house, I shared with him the recent events and the unexpected usefulness of my diary, thanks to Mrs. Harker's insight. This prompted him to praise her, noting her unique blend of sharp intellect and tender heart, crafted by divine intention for a significant purpose. He expressed a firm belief that she had been a boon to our cause thus far, but was adamant that she should step back from the dangers ahead. He felt it was a man's duty to confront the beast and that the horrors might be too much for her, potentially causing her lasting distress. He also considered her recent marriage and the possibility of future responsibilities that would demand her attention. He concurred with the decision to exclude her from further involvement, and I then informed him of the proximity of Dracula's new residence to my own, which seemed to trouble him greatly. He lamented the missed opportunity to save Lucy, but quickly refocused on the task at hand. Upon our arrival, he addressed Mrs. Harker about the thorough documentation she and her husband had maintained. She admitted to not updating it past that morning, prompting a gentle encouragement from him for her to include even the most personal details, as they had all proven valuable. She hesitated, but he reassured her that her contributions only deepened the respect and affection we all felt for her. With that, our records were declared complete and up to date. He took a copy to review before our evening meeting, ensuring that we would all be well informed and ready to strategize against the formidable foe we faced. Mina Harker's journal. On the 30th of September, we gathered in Dr. Seward's study a couple of hours post our 6 o'clock dinner and quite naturally took on the roles of a board or committee. Professor Van Helsing was given the place of honor at the head of the table by Dr. Seward as he entered the room. He had me take the seat to his right and appointed me as the secretary. Jonathan was by my side. Facing us sat Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris, with Lord Godalming next to the professor and Dr. Seward at the center. Professor Van Helsing began by confirming that we were all up to speed with the information contained in the documents before us. We all nodded in agreement. He then suggested that it would be wise for him to share the background of the man we were up against, which he had managed to uncover. With this knowledge, we could deliberate on our next moves and decide on a plan of action. The existence of vampires is a reality some of us can confirm. Even without our own unfortunate experiences, history and teachings provide ample evidence for any rational mind. Initially, I was doubtful, but my years of training to maintain an open perspective allowed me to accept the truth once it was undeniably presented to me. If only I had known or even suspected what I know now, we could have saved a life that was dear to us all. But that opportunity has passed, and now we must act to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Vampires, unlike bees that die after a single sting, only grow stronger and more capable of evil with each attack. This particular vampire is as strong as 20 men and possesses a cunning that surpasses human intelligence, honed over centuries. He has at his disposal the dark arts of necromancy, which allows him to commune with the dead and bend them to his will. His nature is both beastly and diabolical. He lacks a heart. He can appear at will, control the elements, and command creatures of the night. His power to grow or shrink in size, or even become invisible, makes him all the more formidable. The question before us is how to locate and destroy such a creature. Our task is daunting, and the consequences of failure are dire. If we do not succeed, he will prevail, and we will become like him, heartless predators of the night, forever barred from heaven's gates, scorned by all, a perpetual stain under God's sunlight. We must confront our duty, and I, for one, will not shrink from it, though my days are far behind me. You others still have life ahead of you, with potential for joy and sorrow. Jonathan, holding my hand, conveyed his resolve without a word, his grip strong and determined. After I had finished speaking, he exchanged a knowing look with me, an unspoken agreement between us. He pledged our commitment to the cause. Mr. Quincy Morris, with his usual brevity, expressed his readiness to join, and Lord Godalming, motivated by the memory of Lucy, declared his participation. Dr. Seward acknowledged with a simple nod. The professor rose to his feet and, placing his golden crucifix on the table, extended his hands to his sides. I grasped his right hand, while Lord Godalming took his left. Jonathan linked his left hand with my right and reached out to Mr. Morris. As we all connected, we forged our solemn pact. A chill ran through my heart, yet the thought of retreating never crossed my mind. We returned to our seats, and Dr. Van Helsing proceeded with a kind of optimism that signaled the commencement of our earnest endeavor. He impressed upon us the gravity of our mission, treating it as seriously and methodically as any other vital matter in life. He reminded us of the challenges we faced, but also of our own strengths. We had the advantage of teamwork, something vampires lacked, the tools of science at our disposal, the freedom to act and think, and mastery over both day and night. Our abilities were vast and unshackled, ready to be wielded. Our dedication to a noble cause, not driven by selfishness, was our significant asset. Next, he encouraged us to consider the limitations that vampires, and particularly this one, faced, despite their formidable powers. Our knowledge is based on traditions and superstitions, which may seem insignificant when dealing with issues beyond life and death. However, we must accept them as our only tools, and, surprisingly, they encompass everything. The belief in vampires, for many, rests upon these very traditions and superstitions. A year ago, none of us would have entertained such a notion amidst our scientific and skeptical era. Yet, our own harrowing experiences have proven these beliefs to be more than mere folklore. The vampire, a creature of legend, is known across the world, from ancient Greece and Rome to Germany, France, India, the Chersonese, and even distant China. It has followed the paths of warriors and conquerors, leaving a trail of fear. Our own observations confirm that much of what is believed about vampires is true. They persist, immune to the passage of time, thriving on the blood of the living, and can even appear to grow younger when nourished sufficiently. Despite their might, vampires have peculiar habits. Our friend Jonathan, who spent weeks with one, never witnessed it eating. Vampires cast no shadow and show no reflection, as Jonathan also noted. Their strength is formidable, as seen when one vampire managed to repel wolves and aid Jonathan with ease. They can transform into wolves or bats, create mist around themselves, and even become as fine as dust in moonlight, all witnessed by those of us who have encountered them. Yet, their abilities are not without limits. They cannot enter a home uninvited, their powers diminish with daylight, and they have only limited times when they can transform. They are bound by their resting place, whether it be a coffin or unhallowed ground, and can only change form at specific times. It is also said they cannot cross running water except at tide's ebb or flow. Certain items afflict them greatly, such as garlic, and they respect sacred symbols, keeping their distance in reverence. A branch of wild rose can pin them to their coffin, a sacred bullet can end their existence, and the act of staking or decapitation brings them eternal rest, all of which we have witnessed. Once we locate the dwelling of this once human creature, we can trap him in his coffin and annihilate him, as long as we abide by our knowledge. Yet, he is shrewd. I have sought the insights of my friend Arminius from Budapest University. He has scoured all available resources to recount the creature's past. It appears he may well be the voivode Dracula who gained his renown battling the Turk by the great river at the edge of Turkeyland. If this is true, then he was no ordinary man. Back then, and for centuries to follow, he was renowned as the most intelligent, cunning, and courageous among the children of the land beyond the forest. His formidable intellect and resolute spirit accompanied him to his grave and now stand opposed to us. According to Arminius, the Draculas were a distinguished and noble lineage, though occasionally some were believed to have consorted with dark forces. They supposedly learned secrets at the Scholomance, nestled in the mountains above Lake Hermannstadt, where legend has it the devil claims every 10th scholar for himself. The chronicles contain terms like Stragoica, meaning witch, Ordog, and Pokol, referring to Satan and hell, and in one document, this very Dracula is labeled as Wamper, a term we are all too familiar with. Despite this, the lineage has produced great men and virtuous women whose resting places sanctify the land that can harbor such corruption. For the terror of this evil lies in its deep roots within all that is good. In ground devoid of sacred memories, it finds no solace. As they discussed these matters, Mr. Morris was intently observing the window. He silently stood up and left the room. A brief silence followed before the professor continued his discourse. They had much information and needed to plan their strategy. They knew from Jonathan's investigation that 50 boxes of earth had been transported from the castle to Whitby, all delivered to Carfax. They also knew that some of these boxes had been moved. The initial step, it seemed, was to check if the remaining boxes were still in the house they had inspected that day or if more had been relocated. If the latter was true, they would have to track them down. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted by the loud report of a gunshot. A bullet shattered the window glass, ricocheted off the embrasure, and hit the opposite wall. I couldn't help but scream in fright. The men leaped up. Lord Godalming rushed to the window and flung it open. Mr. Morris's voice came from outside, apologizing for startling everyone. He explained that he had acted impulsively in an attempt to shoot a large bat that had perched on the windowsill. His recent experiences had given him an aversion to bats, and he had taken to shooting at them in the evenings. He wasn't sure if he had hit it as the bat had flown away into the woods. Without further ado, he seated himself, and the professor resumed his briefing. We needed to follow the trail of each box, and when the time was right, we had to confront the creature, either capturing or destroying it in its hideout. The plan was to purify the ground it used for refuge, ensuring it could no longer hide there. Our goal was to corner it in human form during daylight, when it was weakest. That night was to be the last of worry for Madame Mina, as she was too valuable to be put at risk. We decided not to burden her with questions anymore. We would keep her informed, but her safety was paramount. All the men, including Jonathan, were relieved by this decision, though I struggled with the idea of them facing danger on my account. Despite the difficulty, I accepted their protective stance. Mr. Morris brought us back to the task at hand, emphasizing the need for immediate action to prevent another tragedy. I felt my courage waning as the moment to act drew near, but I kept quiet, fearing they might exclude me if I seemed like a burden. As they left for Carfax with the means to enter the house, they advised me to rest, not understanding the impossibility of sleep when loved ones are in peril. I decided to feign sleep to avoid causing Jonathan additional worry. Dr. Seward noted in his diary that just as they were about to leave, a message from Renfield requested an immediate meeting, claiming it was of utmost importance. Dr. Seward postponed the meeting until morning due to the current urgency. However, the attendant insisted, noting Renfield's unusual eagerness and hinting at a potential violent outburst if ignored. Dr. Seward agreed to see him and asked the others to wait briefly while he attended to his patient. The professor expressed a keen interest in Renfield, noting the relevance of his case to their own. He wished to accompany Dr. Seward. Lord Godalming and the others also wanted to join. Dr. Seward agreed, and they all proceeded together. We discovered him in an excited state, yet his thoughts and actions were clearer than I'd ever witnessed. His self-awareness was strikingly atypical for someone considered insane, and he seemed confident that his logic would convince any sound mind. The four of us entered the room, initially remaining silent. He expressed a desire for immediate release from the asylum, arguing convincingly for his sanity and full recovery. He turned to my companions for their judgment on his mental state, though I hadn't introduced them yet. Surprised by his composed demeanor, I went ahead and made the introductions: Lord Godalming, Professor Van Helsing, Mr. Quincy Morris of Texas, and Mr. Renfield. As he greeted each, he mentioned his respect for Lord Godalming's late father, praised Texas' impact on the Union, and lauded Van Helsing for his medical breakthroughs, suggesting that such accomplishments were beyond formal titles. He spoke with a persuasive charm, asserting his sanity and appealing to me, as a doctor and scientist, to recognize his unique situation and consider his release. We were all taken aback. I was nearly convinced of his sound mind and contemplated promising his release the next day. But knowing his unpredictable nature, I opted for caution, telling him I'd have a more in-depth conversation with him in the morning to consider his request. This didn't fully satisfy him, and he quickly pressed for a more definitive answer. Dr. Seward felt a twinge of concern, sensing that he didn't fully grasp the urgency of the request before him. The individual before him, with an air of desperation, expressed a burning desire to leave immediately, emphasizing the importance of time in their unspoken pact with the inevitable end. Dr. Seward, recognized for his excellence in practice, was expected to understand and fulfill such a pressing and significant request. The keen gaze met by Dr. Seward's noncommittal response prompted a scrutiny of the others present, who also failed to provide the desired affirmation. Doubt crept in, and the question arose whether there had been a misjudgment in the assumption. Dr. Seward's blunt, albeit somewhat harsh, affirmation led to a weighty silence, followed by a slow concession that perhaps a different approach was necessary. Now, the plea was made not for personal reasons, but on behalf of others, with assurances of noble, selfless motives rooted in a strong sense of duty. If only one could see the true intentions in the heart, approval and recognition as a true and loyal friend would be undeniable. Despite the growing suspicion that this sudden shift in demeanor might be another facet of madness, Dr. Seward decided to let the situation unfold a bit more. Experience suggested that the truth would eventually reveal itself. Van Helsing watched intently, his focus unwavering, as he addressed the individual with a surprising equality. He challenged the person to share the genuine reasons for wanting freedom that night, promising that if the explanation was satisfactory, Dr. Seward would grant the sought-after privilege at his own risk. A sad shake of the head and a look of deep regret were the responses. The professor continued to press, pointing out the irony of appealing to reason when one's own sanity was under question. Cooperation was sought for the wisest course of action. Still, The head shook in refusal, with an admission of being bound by constraints beyond control and a plea for trust without further explanation. Feeling the scene had taken a turn towards the absurdly serious, Dr. Seward moved towards the door, signaling it was time to focus on their tasks and bid everyone a good night. As I approached the door, the patient underwent a startling transformation. He rushed towards me with such speed that I momentarily braced for another violent outburst. My worries proved unfounded as he raised his hands in a pleading gesture, silently begging with great emotion. Noticing that his intense feelings were actually bridging the gap between us, he became even more expressive. Catching Van Helsing's eye, I saw he shared my thoughts. I firmed up my stance and gestured dismissively, signaling that his pleas were in vain. I remembered his increasing agitation in past situations when making requests, like the time he asked for a cat. I expected him to resign to defeat as before, but instead, he became utterly distraught. He knelt down, hands clasped, eyes brimming with tears, and his entire being radiated a profound distress. He begged me, Dr. Seward, to release him from the confines of the house. He was willing to leave under any condition, even if it meant being restrained and watched. He pleaded from his heart and soul, insisting that we didn't understand the harm we were causing by keeping him there. He couldn't reveal why, but he implored us to believe in his sanity and his desperate fight for his soul. He begged to be heard, to be set free. I feared that if this continued, he would spiral into madness, so I helped him up. Enough of this, I said firmly. That's quite enough. Go to bed and try to act more sensibly. He stopped then, giving me a long, searching look. Then, wordlessly, he got up and sat on the bed's edge. As I had predicted, he had succumbed to his usual state of resigned acceptance. Before I left the room, he spoke to me in a calm, polite tone, asking me to remember that he had done his best to convince me that night. You're about to listen to Chapter 19. On the morning of October 1st at 5, I joined the search party feeling at ease. I was relieved to see Mina in such robust health. It was comforting that she agreed to step back and let us men take over the work. Her involvement in this grim affair had always worried me, but now that she had brilliantly pieced the story together, she could rest, leaving the task to us. The encounter with Mr. Renfield had left us all shaken. We returned to the study in silence. Mr. Morris shared his thoughts with Dr. Seward, questioning whether Renfield was merely bluffing or if he was a surprisingly coherent madman with a genuine purpose. Dr. Van Helsing pondered the situation, admitting that he might have released Renfield if not for his last outburst. He stressed the importance of taking no risks in our current endeavor. Dr. Seward, somewhat distracted, agreed but expressed his hesitation. Renfield's connection to the Count and his erratic behavior, like praying fervently for a cat and then attacking Seward, made him unpredictable. Yet Renfield's earnestness was undeniable, and Seward hoped their decision was the right one. The strain of their task was wearing on them. Professor Van Helsing offered reassurance, reminding them that they were doing their best in a difficult situation and that they could only hope for divine mercy. Lord Godalming had briefly left but returned with a silver whistle, prepared in case the old place was infested with rats. They approached the house discreetly, using the tree shadows as cover under the moonlight. At the porch, the professor prepared their equipment, organizing it into 4 sets, and gave instructions for their use. My companions and I were about to face grave peril, necessitating a variety of weapons. Our adversary was not only a spiritual threat. It was crucial to remember his superhuman strength, equivalent to that of 20 men. Unlike our vulnerable throats, his were impervious to brute force. Although a strong man, or a group with collective strength surpassing his, could restrain him at times, they could not inflict harm as he could upon us. It was vital to avoid his touch for our safety. As he emphasized the importance of protection, he presented me with a small silver crucifix, suggesting I keep it close to my heart. He then provided me with a garland of dried garlic blooms to ward off other, more earthly threats. He equipped me with a revolver and a knife for defense, and small electric lamps that could be attached to my chest for illumination. Most importantly, he gave me a piece of sacred wafer, placing it in an envelope for safekeeping. Each member of our group received similar items for protection. With our preparations complete, he inquired about the skeleton keys needed to unlock the door without causing damage, as we had previously done at Miss Lucy's residence. Dr. Seward's surgical precision came in handy as he tried different keys. After some trial and error, he found one that worked. The bolt gave way with a rusty noise, and the door creaked open slowly. The scene was eerily reminiscent of the account in Dr. Seward's diary concerning the opening of Miss Westenra's tomb, a sentiment that seemed to affect us all as we instinctively recoiled. The professor was the first to step through the doorway, making a holy sign and uttering a Latin prayer as he crossed the threshold. We followed, closing the door behind us to avoid drawing attention once our lamps were lit. The professor double-checked the lock to ensure our swift exit if necessary. With our lamps lit, we began our search. The beams from our small lamps created strange shapes as they intersected or cast large shadows due to our presence. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone, perhaps a residual fear from my harrowing experience in Transylvania. It seemed my comrades shared this unease, constantly glancing over their shoulders at every sound and shifting shadow. Dust blanketed the entire place, with a thick layer on the floor except for recent footprints. When I lowered my lamp, I could see the imprints of hobnailed boots in the cracked dust. The walls were coated with a thick layer of dust, and the corners were filled with cobweb masses that had accumulated so much dust they resembled tattered old rags. On a hall table lay a large bunch of keys, each with a yellowed label. They had been used before, evidenced by the similar disturbances in the dusty surface. The professor picked them up, turning to me as he did so. Jonathan was familiar with the area, having drawn maps of it before, and though he didn't have complete access in the past, he confidently led us through a few incorrect paths until we reached a low, arched wooden door reinforced with iron. The professor confirmed our location, shining his lamp on a small map he had, which was a copy from my initial correspondence about buying the place. After some effort, we found the right key among many and unlocked the door. A faint, unpleasant scent greeted us as the door creaked open, but nothing could have prepared us for the intense stench that followed. It was my first time encountering the Count so closely, as previously I had only seen him from a distance or in open, airy ruins. The confined space, combined with long neglect, resulted in a stagnant and putrid atmosphere. The smell was indescribable, a mix of death and the sharp tang of blood, as if decay itself had decayed. It was revolting, and the thought of it still makes me queasy. It seemed as if every breath the monster had taken lingered there, amplifying the repulsiveness. Ordinarily, such a smell would have stopped us in our tracks, but our mission was far from ordinary. It was of such critical importance that it gave us the resolve to overlook the physical disgust. After the initial recoil from the stench, we focused on our task as if we were in a pleasant garden rather than a vile place. We began a thorough examination, with the professor suggesting we count the boxes first and then search every possible hiding spot for clues about the missing ones. It was easy to see that only 29 of the 50 boxes remained. At one point, Lord Godalming's sudden movement to peer into the dark hallway startled me, making me think I saw the Count's evil visage lurking in the shadows. Lord Godalming dismissed it as a trick of the light, and when I investigated with my lamp, the passage was empty, with no place for anyone to hide. I chalked it up to fear playing tricks on my mind and kept silent about it. Shortly after, Morris recoiled from a corner he was inspecting. Our eyes tracked him as a sense of unease grew among us. We spotted an expanse of glowing phosphorescence, twinkling like stars, and instinctively stepped back. The area was teeming with rats. Stunned for a moment, we watched as Lord Godalming sprang into action. He rushed to the large, sturdy door, unlocked it, and flung it open. He then took out a small silver whistle and blew a sharp note. A chorus of dog barks answered from behind the house, and soon, 3 terriers bounded into view. We had all edged toward the door, noting the disturbed dust and the boxes that had been moved. But the rats were multiplying rapidly, their dark forms and gleaming eyes making the space resemble a patch of ground alive with fireflies. The dogs charged in but halted at the threshold, growling and then howling mournfully. The rats, now in the thousands, scattered. Lord Godalming picked up one dog and set it down inside. The dog regained its bravery and charged at the rats, sending them fleeing. The other dogs, once placed on the ground, found few rats left to chase as the swarm had disappeared. With the rats gone, the mood lifted. The dogs joyfully barked and played, tossing their defeated foes in the air. Our spirits rose, the dread lifting from us like a discarded cloak. Our grim purpose remained, but with less weight. We secured the outer door and, with the dogs, began searching the house. We found nothing but undisturbed dust, save for where I had walked during my first visit. The dogs showed no worry, even when we returned to the chapel, happily acting as if on a summer rabbit hunt. Dawn was breaking as we left the house. Dr. Van Helsing locked the door with a key from his bunch and pocketed it after. He mentioned that our evening had turned out remarkably well. We had avoided the dangers he had anticipated, and we had also figured out the count of missing boxes. Above all, he was relieved that Mina hadn't been exposed to the horrors that might haunt her thoughts in wakefulness or dreams. He was glad that our initial and possibly most perilous step was taken without her involvement. We'd also learned something crucial, he believed. It seemed that the creatures under the Count's control were not fully subject to his spiritual influence. The evidence was clear when the rats, which responded to the Count's summons, fled in disarray from Arthur's small dogs. There were still other challenges and fears ahead of us, and the monster hadn't exhausted his control over animals. But for now, he had moved on, providing us an advantage in this deadly game for human souls. With dawn approaching, he felt content with our night's efforts, knowing well that more dangerous days and nights might await us. We were determined to face any peril head-on. Upon returning to the silent house, we were met only with the distant screams of someone in one of the wards and the soft moans coming from Renfield's room, where the poor soul was likely in the grip of his own torments. I entered our room quietly and found Mina sleeping so gently that I had to lean in close to hear her breath. She seemed paler, and I hoped the night's events hadn't disturbed her. I was grateful she would be spared from our future endeavors and decisions, as the stress was too much for her to bear. I had changed my mind from my initial thoughts and was now relieved that it was decided. Keeping secrets might be worse than telling her if she ever became suspicious. Our work would remain hidden from her until we could assure her that the world was free from the monstrous entity. It would be challenging to maintain silence after sharing so much, but I was determined to be firm and keep the night's events to myself. I chose to rest on the sofa, careful not to wake her. On the 1st of October, we all woke up late. It made sense given the hectic day before and the sleepless night. Even Mina was worn out. I woke up with the sun high in the sky, but she was still asleep. I had to call her name a few times before she opened her eyes. She woke up confused, as if she had just escaped a nightmare. She said she was tired, so I let her sleep longer. We learned that 21 boxes had been moved, which could lead us to the rest, making our job much easier. I planned to meet with Thomas Snelling that day. In Dr. Seward's diary, it was almost noon when the professor walked into my room. His good spirits suggested that the previous night's work had lifted some of his worries. He mentioned he was intrigued by my patient and suggested visiting him, offering to go alone if I was busy. I had urgent work, so I agreed. After giving instructions to an attendant, I warned the professor not to be misled by my patient's behavior. The professor acknowledged the value in studying mental illness and left to see the patient. My work was soon done, and the professor returned, asking if he was interrupting. I told him I was done and could accompany him now, but he had already visited the patient. Van Helsing didn't think the man held him in high regard. Their meeting was brief. He walked into a room where the man sat on a stool, looking quite unhappy. Van Helsing tried to talk to him with cheer and respect, but the man stayed quiet. Van Helsing asked if the man recognized him, but the reply was cold. The man knew him all right, called him Van Helsing, and wished he'd take his theories away, cursing him in frustration. After that, the man wouldn't speak anymore, ignoring Van Helsing as if he wasn't there. So, Van Helsing's hope of learning from the intelligent but unstable man faded, and he decided to visit Madame Mina for a more pleasant conversation. He was glad that she wouldn't be troubled by their frightening situation anymore, even though they would miss her assistance. Van Helsing agreed wholeheartedly that Mrs. Harker was better off away from their troubles. He knew that they, as men who had faced many challenges, could handle the situation, but it was no place for her. Involvement would have eventually harmed her. Now that Van Helsing had left to talk with the Harkas, Quincy and Art were out chasing leads related to the earth boxes. The plan was to finish the day's tasks and regroup in the evening. October 1st in Mina Harker's journal revealed her confusion about being left out of the loop. After years of sharing everything with Jonathan, she found it odd that he was avoiding certain topics. She had slept in that morning, and even though Jonathan was also up late, he left before her. He spoke kindly to her, but didn't mention his visit to the Count's house. She knew he was aware of her anxiety. It must have been hard for him too, realizing it was for the best to keep her away from the grim work. She agreed with the decision, but felt sad about not being told everything. She cried, knowing it was all because of her husband's love and the well-meaning intentions of his strong friends. Writing in her journal made her feel better, trusting that one day Jonathan would share everything with her. She kept her journal detailed, ready to share it with him if he ever doubted her trust. Despite her efforts, she couldn't shake off a feeling of sadness, likely the after-effects of recent events. Last night, after the men left and instructed me to retire, I lay in bed. I wasn't tired, just filled with a gnawing worry. My mind replayed the events since Jonathan's visit to me in London, all seeming like a grim tragedy with an inevitable ending. It felt like no matter what right actions one takes, they somehow lead to the very outcome one dreads. If only I hadn't visited Whitby, perhaps dear Lucy would still be with us. She started visiting the churchyard only after I arrived, and it was our daytime visits that led to her nighttime wanderings. And in those night walks, that monster found and destroyed her. The regret stings, why did I go to Whitby? And here I am, tears again. I must be going through something today. I have to conceal this from Jonathan. He'd be so worried if he knew I cried twice this morning. I've never been one to cry for myself, and he's never seen me do so. I'll put on a brave face. He won't see any sign of tears. I guess this is just another lesson we women have to learn. I'm fuzzy on how I fell asleep last night. I recall the dogs barking suddenly and a cacophony of sounds, like fervent prayers, coming from Mr. Renfield's room below. Then, a deep silence settled, so profound it jolted me. I peered out the window to find darkness and quiet, the moon casting ominous shadows. The world was still, as if frozen by death or destiny. A slender line of mist crept across the lawn, moving so slowly it seemed alive. My wandering thoughts must have been beneficial because when I returned to bed, sleepiness started to take hold. Still, true sleep eluded me, so I looked out the window once more. The mist had thickened, pressing against the house and windows. Renfield's voice grew louder, his words unclear, but his pleading tone unmistakable. Then came the sounds of a scuffle. I knew the attendants were intervening. Terrified, I burrowed into bed, covered my head, and blocked out the noise. I didn't think I was sleepy, but sleep must have come because I remember nothing else until Jonathan woke me in the morning. It took a moment to realize where I was, that it was Jonathan who was with me. My dream was strange, a reflection of how our waking thoughts blend into our dreams. Under the impression that I was in the arms of slumber, I lay in anticipation for Jonathan's return. A deep concern for him enveloped me, and I felt utterly helpless. My limbs and mind were burdened, as if weighed down, making everything sluggish. In this uneasy state, I drifted between sleep and thought. Gradually, I became aware of the stifling, moist chill of the air. Pulling the covers from my face, I was startled to find a dimness surrounding me. The gaslight I had dimmed for Jonathan's benefit was reduced to a mere speck of red in the thickening fog that had silently invaded the room. The realization struck that I had closed the window before retiring to bed. I wanted to rise and confirm, but a heavy torpor shackled my body and will. I could only endure, lying motionless. Even with my eyes shut, visions persisted behind my eyelids, a testament to the peculiar illusions dreams conjure and how easily we can be fooled by our own minds. The mist intensified, and I could see it seeping in, not through the window, but from the door's edges, like smoke or the furious steam of boiling water. The fog became so dense it appeared to coalesce into a swirling cloud column in the room, atop which the gaslight's glow resembled a sinister red eye. My mind began to whirl as the mist did, and through it all, the phrase, "a pillar of cloud by day and of fire by night," echoed, a biblical reference that seemed eerily apparent. Could this be a spiritual sign reaching out to me in my sleep? Yet the pillar was a blend of day and night, for the red I held a mesmerizing fire within. As I gazed, the fire split, and through the haze, it seemed as if two red eyes were fixated on me. It reminded me of Lucy's delirious account of the sun striking St. Mary's church windows. The terror dawned that perhaps Jonathan had witnessed something similar, the dreadful figures emerging through the mist under moonlight. Overcome by the horror, I must have fainted within the dream, for all turned to utter blackness. The last flicker of my imagination conjured a pale, ghastly face looming out of the fog before everything faded. Such dreams are dangerous. They could unravel one's sanity if indulged too frequently. I consider seeking Dr. Van Helsing or Dr. Seward for a remedy to induce sleep, yet I hesitate, fearing to stir their worries for me. In this current state, my dream might entwine with their own fears. Tonight, I resolve to sleep without aid. If unsuccessful, I'll request a dose of chloral tomorrow night. A single use should be harmless and grant me the rest I need. The exhaustion from last night felt more draining than if I had stayed awake throughout. October 2nd, 10 in the evening. Last night, I managed to sleep without any dreams disturbing me. It was a deep sleep since I didn't even notice Jonathan getting into bed. Despite that, I'm not feeling rejuvenated today. Instead, I'm overwhelmed by a sense of weakness and lack of energy. Yesterday was spent in an attempt to read and taking short naps. Mr. Renfield wanted to see me in the afternoon. He was quite kind, and when I left, he gently kissed my hand, wishing me God's blessings. That moment moved me deeply, and now tears come to my eyes whenever I think of him. This sudden emotional surge is something I must keep in check. Jonathan would be upset to know I've been crying. He and the others were out until it was time for dinner, returning exhausted. I tried my best to lift their spirits, which seemed to help me too, as I temporarily forgot my own tiredness. After we ate, they suggested I go to bed while they went to have a smoke. I knew they were eager to share the events of their day. Jonathan seemed like he had something significant to share. I wasn't as sleepy as I should have been, so before they left, I asked Dr. Seward for a mild sedative since I hadn't slept well the night before. He kindly prepared a sleeping potion for me, assuring me it was gentle and wouldn't harm me. I've taken it and now I'm waiting for sleep to embrace me, but it's stubbornly staying away. I'm starting to worry that I might regret not being able to wake up if I need to. Sleep is approaching. Good night. You're about to listen to Chapter 20. On the evening of October 1st, I visited Thomas Snelling at his Bethnal Green home. Unfortunately, he was in no state to recall anything, having started his drinking spree too early in anticipation of my arrival. From his wife, a seemingly kind and modest woman, I learned that he was merely an assistant to Smollett, the more accountable of the two mates. Consequently, I headed to Walworth to meet Joseph Smollett. I found him at home, casually dressed, enjoying a late tea. Smollett, an intelligent and trustworthy worker, had a sharp mind of his own. He remembered the incident involving the boxes well and pulled out a worn notebook from his trouser pocket. Despite the faded pencil marks, he managed to provide the boxes' destinations. He mentioned delivering 6 boxes from Carfax to Chicksand Street in Mile End Newtown and another 6 to Jamaica Lane in Bermondsey. It seemed the Count intended to spread these ominous containers across London, starting with these locations, to further distribute them later. The Count's meticulous planning suggested he wouldn't limit his sinister plan to just 2 areas of London. He had already targeted the far east of the northern shore, the east of the southern shore, and the south. The north and west, as well as the city's heart and the fashionable areas in the southwest and west, were likely part of his scheme. I returned to Smollett to inquire if more boxes had been moved from Carfax. He informed me, after I had given him half a sovereign for his troubles, that he had overheard a man named Bloxham talking about a particularly dusty job at an old house in Purfleet. Smollett thought Bloxam might know something valuable. When asked for Bloxam's whereabouts, Smollett agreed to search for him in exchange for another half-sovereign. He hastily finished his tea and prepared to leave, suggesting I provide a stamped envelope with my address so he could send Bloxam's location once found. He warned that Bloxam might not be coherent that night due to his drinking habits and advised that I seek him out early the next morning to catch him before he left, regardless of his previous night's indulgences. Everything was hands-on, so a child was sent off with a single penny to purchase an envelope and a piece of paper, and told to keep any leftover coins. Upon her return, I took care of the envelope, addressing and stamping it, and after Smollett renewed his promise to mail it once he had the address, I headed home. We were making progress on our quest. That night, I felt the weight of exhaustion and yearned for sleep. Mina was already in a deep slumber, looking unusually pale, with eyes that hinted at recent tears. I suspected she felt troubled by being excluded from our plans, which likely added to her worries about me and the others. Still, it was for the best. The strain of disappointment and concern was preferable to the risk of her nerves being shattered. The doctors had wisely insisted on keeping her away from these grim matters. I had to stay resolute, as the duty of maintaining this silence fell squarely on my shoulders. I resolved never to broach the topic with her. In truth, it might not prove too challenging, as she herself had become tight-lipped about the Count and his activities ever since we decided not to involve her. On the evening of October 2nd, after a day filled with trials and excitement, I received my self-addressed envelope containing a smudged piece of paper. The message, scrawled in a carpenter's pencil, was not easy to decipher. Sam Bloxam, Corcoran's 4, Potter's Court, Bartle Street, Walworth. Ask for the Depite. I read the letter while still in bed, careful not to rouse Mina. She appeared to be sleeping heavily, her complexion was wan, and she didn't look well at all. I decided to let her rest, planning to send her back to Exeter once I returned from this latest search. She would likely find more joy in our own home, with familiar tasks to occupy her, rather than staying here with us, shrouded in ignorance. I had a brief word with Dr. Seward, informing him of my destination and promising to update everyone once I had new information. I set out for Walworth, and after some confusion caused by Smollett's misspelling, I initially looked for Potter's Court instead of Potter's Court. I eventually located Corcoran's lodging house. On inquiring about the Depite, the man who answered was clueless. He insisted he'd never heard of such a person, expressing disbelief that anyone by that name lived there or anywhere else. I pondered Smollett's letter and realized that the way the court's name was spelled might offer a clue. I pressed the man for information. He identified himself as the deputy, and I instantly knew I was on the right track. Phonetic spelling had thrown me off once more. A generous tip of a half-crown unlocked the deputy's wealth of knowledge. I discovered that Mr. Bloxam, who had slept off the remnants of his beer the night before at Corcoran's, had departed for his job in Poplar at 5 in the morning. He couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the workplace, but he mentioned it might be some sort of modern warehouse. With this scant lead, I set out for Poplar. It wasn't until noon that I stumbled upon a promising lead at a coffee shop where some workers were having their lunch. One suggested a new cold storage building was being constructed on Cross Angel Street, fitting the description of the modern warehouse. I immediately made my way there. Persuading a rather grumpy gatekeeper and an even grumpier foreman with some money smoothed the way to finding Bloxam. After offering to compensate him for a day's wages, he was willing to answer my questions about a private matter. He was a sharp man, albeit with a rough manner of speaking and presence. Once I promised payment for his information and gave him a down payment, he shared that he had transported 9 hefty boxes between Carfax and a house in Piccadilly using a horse and cart he had rented for the job. When asked about the house's number, he admitted he had forgotten it, but recalled it was near a large, newly built white church and a few doors down from it. The house was quite dusty, he noted, not as much as the one from which they had moved the boxes, though. Curious, I inquired how he accessed the houses if they were both vacant. He mentioned an old man who had hired him was waiting inside the Purfleet house. This man, surprisingly strong for his age and with a white mustache so thin one would think he couldn't cast a shadow, helped lift the boxes onto the cart. He remarked on the old man's strength as he handled his end of the boxes with ease, while he himself struggled, despite being a sturdy man. I probed further about the Piccadilly house, and he explained that the old man was already there when he arrived, having apparently gotten there before him. The man had opened the door for him and assisted him in carrying the boxes inside. Confirming, I learned all 9 boxes were brought in, 5 in the first trip and 4 in the second. It was hard work, and he vaguely remembered how he got home afterward. When asked about the keys, he said he never used any. The old man opened and closed the door himself. He couldn't recall the last time, attributing the lapse to the beer he had consumed, nor could he remember the house number in Piccadilly. No, sir, the man had told me, but there was no need for concern regarding locating the house. He described it as a tall one with a stone facade and a curved bay window, with steep steps leading up to the doorway. He was familiar with those steps, having had to haul boxes up them with the help of 3 idlers who turned up to earn a bit of money. The elderly gentleman had paid them shillings, but their greed grew when they saw the amount they received, wanting more. However, the old man nearly pushed one down the steps when he grabbed him by the shoulder, causing the whole group to leave while hurling curses. With this description in mind, I felt confident I could find the house and, after paying my informant for the information, I set out for Piccadilly. The experience was a tough one, as it became clear the Count was capable of moving the earth boxes by himself. With this realization, I understood the urgency of the situation, knowing he could complete his task unnoticed if he chose his time wisely. Upon reaching Piccadilly Circus, I let go of my cab and proceeded on foot westward. Past the Junior Constitutional, I found the house just as it had been described to me, confirming my suspicion that this was another of Dracula's hideouts. The house appeared long abandoned, its windows covered in dust and shutters closed. Time had blackened all the woodwork, and the paint on the iron had mostly flaked off. It was clear that until recently, a large notice board had been displayed in front of the balcony. It had been ripped down, with only the supporting posts left standing. I noticed some loose boards behind the balcony's railing, their fresh edges stark against the old structure. I wished I could have seen the notice board before it was torn down. It might have given a clue as to who owned the house. My mind went back to the time I investigated and bought Carfax, and I couldn't help but think that if I could find the previous owner, I might find a way into the house. There was nothing to be learned from the front of the house on Piccadilly, and nothing to be done there, so I circled to the back to see if I could learn anything from that angle. The mews were bustling, as most of the Piccadilly houses were occupied. I asked a few of the grooms and helpers if they knew anything about the empty house. One mentioned he had heard it was recently taken, but couldn't say by whom. He did tell me that a "for sale" sign had been up until not long ago and suggested Mitchell, Sons, and Candy, the estate agents, might have more information since he thought he saw their name on the board. I didn't want to come across as too keen or let on that I knew too much, so after thanking him, I walked away. It was getting dark, and the autumn night was drawing in, so I wasted no time. After finding out the address of Mitchell, Sons, and Candy from a directory at the Berkeley, I quickly made my way to their office in Sackville Street. The agent I met was exceedingly polite, but not forthcoming with information. He told me the Piccadilly house, which he referred to as a mansion, was sold, and seemed to think that settled the matter. When I pressed for the identity of the buyer, he simply widened his eyes and paused before repeating that it was sold. Despite my polite insistence, citing a special reason for my inquiry, he only paused longer, raised his eyebrows, and repeated his earlier statement. I expressed disbelief, questioning whether he truly objected to sharing a bit of information with me. Yet he stood firm, assuring me that Mitchell, Sons, and Candy held their client affairs in the strictest confidence. Clearly, he was a stickler for rules, and my efforts to persuade him seemed futile. I decided to approach him from a professional angle, presenting my card and explaining that I was acting on behalf of Lord Godalming. My intentions were not out of curiosity, but rather to inquire about a property that was supposedly on the market. Upon hearing Lord Godalming's name, his demeanor shifted. He expressed a willingness to assist, recalling a past favor for the Lord when he was still known as the Honorable Arthur Holmwood. He requested Lord Godalming's address to consult with his firm and promised to reach out to the Lord by that night's post. It was important to me to maintain a friendly rapport, so I thanked him, provided Dr. Seward's address, and left. By then, night had fallen, and the fatigue and hunger from the day's events were catching up to me. I grabbed a quick cup of tea from the Aerated Bread Company and caught the next train to Purfleet. Back home, everyone was gathered. Mina appeared weary and pale, yet she tried her best to be cheerful. It pained me to keep her in the dark about our discussions, knowing it troubled her. Thankfully, this would be the last night she'd feel excluded. I took great care to keep her away from our grim task, despite her being more at peace with the situation, or perhaps because the topic now repulsed her, she even shuddered at any accidental mention of it. I waited until we were alone to share the day's findings with the others. After dinner, I escorted Mina to her room, and despite her affection and reluctance to let me go, I had to join the rest of the group. I was relieved that our decision to withhold information hadn't affected our relationship. Downstairs, the others were waiting by the fire in the study. I had documented the day's events in my diary on the train ride and read it aloud to bring them up to speed. Van Helsing commended the progress, suggesting we were close to tracking down the missing boxes. If all were found in that house, our mission would be nearing its conclusion. If not, we'd continue searching. Then we'd be ready for our final move against our foe. After a pause, Morris broke the silence, pondering how we'd gain entry to the house. Godalming responded with confidence, reminding us of our previous success in infiltrating a similar place. Art, this is a whole new ballgame. We got away with breaking into Carfax because we had the cover of night and the walls of a park for protection. But trying to pull off a heist in broad daylight or even at night in Piccadilly is a whole other story. I've got to admit, I'm at a loss about how we'll get in unless that agency fellow can dig up a key for us. Maybe we'll have a better idea once we get his letter in the morning. Lord Godalming's face showed his concern as he paced the room. After a while, he stopped and shared his thoughts with us. Quincy's got it right. This burglary is no joke. We managed to dodge a bullet once, but now we're up against a real challenge, unless we can lay our hands on the Count's set of keys. Since nothing much could be done until the next day, and it seemed wise to wait for Lord Godalming's news from Mitchell's, we agreed to put off any action until after breakfast. We spent a good amount of time just sitting around, smoking, and weighing the situation from every angle. I used the downtime to bring my diary up to date. Sleepiness is getting the better of me, so I'll head to bed soon. Just a quick note before I turn in. Mina's sleeping peacefully, her breath steady. Even in sleep, her forehead is furrowed as if she's deep in thought. She's still too pale and looked pretty worn out this morning, but I'm hopeful that a new day and being back home in Exeter will do her good. I can barely keep my eyes open now. Dr. Seward's diary, the 1st of October. Renfield's erratic moods are a puzzle to me. They shift so quickly that it's hard to keep up, and since they seem to indicate more than just his own state of mind, they're quite the subject for study. This morning, after he turned away Van Helsing, he was like a man who believed he could control his own fate. He seemed above all earthly concerns, looking down on the rest of us from his high perch. I decided to probe a bit and asked him what he thought about flies these days. He gave me a patronizing smile and said that the fly's wings are a symbol of the psychic powers of the soul, much like the ancients represented the soul with a butterfly. I wanted to see how far his analogy would go, so I quickly asked if he was hunting for a soul now. His confusion was apparent when he firmly replied that he wasn't interested in souls, he just wanted life. He perked up, saying life was all he needed and suggested I find a new patient if I wanted to study someone with a taste for living creatures. That threw me for a loop, so I pressed on, asking if he thought he was some kind of god who could command life. His smug smile said it all. Certainly not. I couldn't possibly claim to possess divine qualities. I'm not even involved in the divine's spiritual affairs. When it comes to earthly matters, I see myself in a similar light to Enoch's spiritual standing, although I was puzzled by his reference. My knowledge of Enoch's relevance was hazy, so I had to humbly inquire, even though it felt demeaning in front of the seemingly delusional man. He explained that his comparison to Enoch was because Enoch walked with God. I failed to grasp the connection but didn't want to show it. Instead, I redirected the conversation to his previous denial. I quickly and firmly questioned why he didn't care for life or desire souls, hoping to catch him off guard. My tactic worked as he briefly reverted to a subservient demeanor, bowing and fawning as he insisted he had no use for souls. He couldn't consume them, he began, then abruptly ceased, his face taking on a sly expression. He then spoke of life, questioning its value when one's needs are met and future desires are secured. He boasted of having good friends like me, Dr. Seward, with a cunning smile, assuring me he would never lack life's necessities. I sensed his insanity clouding his judgment, yet he recognized some resistance from me. He resorted to silence, a common refuge for someone in his state. After a while, I realized it was futile to continue our conversation. He had become sullen, so I left. He summoned me later that day. Although I wouldn't normally have responded without a significant reason, my interest in him was piqued, and I welcomed any distraction. Harker was away chasing leads, as were Lord Godalming and Quincy. Van Helsing was engrossed in the Harker's records, seeking clues and not wanting to be disturbed. I considered bringing him along, but thought better of it after his recent rejection and the possibility that Renfield might be less open with another present. Upon my arrival, I found Renfield sitting on his stool in the center of the floor, a sign of his mental vigor. He immediately asked about souls, confirming my suspicions that his mind was working subconsciously. I decided to confront the issue head-on, inquiring about his own interest in souls. He hesitated, scanning the room for an elusive answer before weakly stating his lack of desire for them. Sensing his preoccupation, I decided to press further for the truth. I asked if he cherished life and longed for it. He assured me there was no need for concern on that front. I posed a question about acquiring life without also acquiring the soul, which seemed to confuse him. I prodded further, suggesting the chaos of having thousands of tiny souls from insects and animals swarming around him. The thought appeared to strike a nerve. He covered his ears and squeezed his eyes shut like a child during a face wash. It was a pitiful sight, yet it taught me something. There he was, childlike despite his aged features and white stubble. Clearly, his mind was in turmoil. I've seen how his moods affect his perception of reality, so I decided to step into his world and join him on his journey. To build trust, I spoke loudly, offering him sugar to attract flies, but he declined with a laugh, dismissing flies as insignificant. However, he was adamant about not wanting their souls to haunt him. I continued, mentioning spiders, but he dismissed them abruptly, stopping himself before mentioning drink. I noted this was the second time he halted at that word and wondered about its significance. Realizing his slip, he quickly changed the subject, downplaying the importance of such creatures and comparing them to trivial food items. He claimed to be beyond such foolishness, likening the interest in smaller predators to eating molecules with chopsticks. He was looking for bigger conquests, something substantial to sink his teeth into. I teased him about eating an elephant for breakfast and pondered the nature of an elephant's soul. This switched his demeanor, and he reverted to a childlike state, insisting he wanted no soul at all. After a moment of dejection, he suddenly stood, eyes ablaze, showing intense excitement. He lashed out, cursing me for tormenting him with talk of souls when he already had enough worries. He looked so threatening that I feared he might become violent, so I blew my whistle. Surprisingly, he calmed down immediately and apologized. Apologizing to the doctor, he realized his mistake. His mind was so clouded with worry that it made him short-tempered. He pleaded for understanding, noting that if the doctor knew the weight of the problem he was grappling with, he would surely find it in his heart to forgive his irritability. He begged not to be restrained, as he needed his freedom to think clearly. Recognizing his self-control, I instructed the attendants to leave him be, and they complied. Once alone, he expressed his deep gratitude to Dr. Seward for his kindness, and it seemed wise to leave him in this positive state. There's much to consider about his condition, as various clues hint at a hidden narrative. He won't discuss drinking, fears the burden of possessing a soul, shows no concern for lacking life in the future, and looks down on lesser forms of life while fearing their souls might haunt him. All signs suggest he believes he will attain a higher form of life and is apprehensive about the responsibility that comes with a soul. It appears he anticipates a human life. The source of his confidence is horrifying. The Count has visited him, and a new plan of terror is underway. After pondering my suspicions, I shared them with Van Helsing, who became quite serious. He asked to see Renfield. Upon arriving at Renfield's room, we were surprised to find him cheerfully singing and spreading out sugar for flies, a habit from a time that now felt distant. Despite our efforts, he ignored our attempts to steer the conversation back to our previous topics, continuing to sing as if we weren't there. He was busy folding a piece of paper into a notebook, and we left with as many questions as when we arrived. His case is indeed peculiar, and we've decided to keep a close watch on him tonight. In a letter from Mitchell, Sons and Candy to Lord Godalming, dated the 1st of October, the firm expresses its eagerness to comply with his requests. They provide information about the sale of a property at number 347 Piccadilly. The original sellers were the executors of Mr. Archibald Winter Suffield, and the buyer was a foreign nobleman, Count de Ville, who paid in cash. Beyond this transaction, they have no further knowledge of him. In Dr. Seward's diary entry for the 2nd of October, he notes placing a man outside Renfield's room to record any unusual sounds, instructing him to alert the doctor if needed. Later, the group, minus Mrs. Harker, who had retired to bed, gathered by the fire to discuss the day's findings. Harker's clue was promising, and they hoped it would prove significant. Before retiring for the night, I made a point to check on the patient through the small observation window in his door. He was deep in slumber, his breathing steady and rhythmic. Come morning, the night attendant briefed me that the patient had a restless spell past midnight, reciting prayers a bit too loudly. I probed further, sensing something off in his demeanor. When I directly questioned if he'd fallen asleep on duty, he confessed to nodding off briefly. It's disappointing that vigilance is necessary to ensure reliability. Today, Harker is busy chasing down his lead, while Art and Quincy are on the hunt for horses. Godalming believes having horses ready at all times is crucial, as we'll need to act swiftly once we gather the needed information. We're tasked with purifying all the foreign soil from dawn to dusk, trapping the Count when he's most vulnerable and without a place of refuge. Meanwhile, Van Helsing is at the British Museum, delving into ancient medical texts. He's convinced that the old healers knew of remedies for witchcraft and demons that could prove useful in our quest. At times I question our sanity, wondering if we'll all snap out of this madness, confined in straitjackets. Later, we convened once more, and it feels like we're finally on the right path. Our efforts tomorrow could signal the beginning of the end. I'm curious if Renfield's recent calmness is connected to our progress. His behavior has mirrored the Count's actions so closely that he might sense the impending doom of the creature. If only we could decipher the thoughts that flitted through his mind from our earlier confrontation to his return to catching flies, it might provide a vital clue. He seems peaceful for now, or is he? That sudden, piercing scream seemed to emerge from his room. An attendant burst into my quarters, frantic with news of Renfield's mishap. He had heard the scream and, upon checking, discovered Renfield face down on the floor, his body smeared with blood. I have to go to him immediately. You're about to listen to Chapter 21. October 3rd. I must record everything with precision as I recall since my last journal entry. Every memory is crucial. I need to stay composed as I proceed. Upon entering Renfield's room, the sight was shocking. Renfield was sprawled on the floor, on his left side, surrounded by a shimmering pool of blood. Trying to move him, it was clear he had sustained grave injuries. His body lacked coordination, a sign of a sane but inactive mind. His face, now visible, was severely bruised, suggesting he had been striking it against the ground, which was the source of the blood. The attendant by his side believed Renfield's back was broken, noting the paralysis on his right arm, leg, and side of his face. The attendant was puzzled by the injuries, unable to comprehend how Renfield could have inflicted such damage on himself. He recalled a similar incident at the Eversfield Asylum, but couldn't piece together how Renfield's injuries came to be. I quickly sent for Dr. Van Helsing, emphasizing the urgency. The attendant dashed away, and shortly, the professor arrived in his nightwear. Assessing Renfield, Van Helsing's expression told me he understood the gravity of the situation. He assured the attendant, suggesting an accident had occurred, and promised to stay after getting dressed. I agreed to wait. Renfield's breathing was labored, indicating a severe injury. Van Helsing was back promptly, equipped with a surgical case. He had a plan in mind. Before examining Renfield, he instructed me to dismiss the attendant, stressing the need for privacy once Renfield regained consciousness post-surgery. I told the attendant that his assistance was no longer needed and to inform us of any irregularities during his rounds. Once alone, we conducted a thorough examination. Renfield's facial wounds were minor, but a serious depressed skull fracture was discovered, affecting the motor area of his brain. Van Helsing determined we needed to alleviate the pressure immediately due to the rapid brain swelling, suggesting an urgent trepanation. As we spoke, there was a gentle knock. Opening the door, I found Arthur and Quincy, clad in pajamas and slippers, standing in the hallway. Upon hearing the news of an unfortunate incident, the man had promptly alerted Dr. Van Helsing. This spurred me to rouse Quincy from his rest, though he was more alert than asleep given the strange and rapid developments that had been occurring. We all felt the change in the air, a sense that the events of the following night would mark a departure from what had been. With a nod, I welcomed them inside and closed the door behind them. Quincy, upon observing the patient's condition and the gruesome sight on the floor, couldn't help but express his shock and pity. I quickly filled him in on the situation, offering a glimmer of hope that the patient might regain consciousness, albeit briefly, after the surgery. Quincy took a seat by the bed, with Godalming joining him, as we all watched on in silent anticipation. Dr. Van Helsing, ever the pragmatist, announced that we would only wait long enough to determine the optimal location for the surgical procedure. The goal was to remove the blood clot efficiently due to the increasing hemorrhage. Time crawled by as we waited, each minute stretching on with unbearable heaviness. My own fears escalated, and I could see from Dr. Van Helsing's expression that he, too, was apprehensive about what Renfield might reveal. The tension was palpable, and the room was filled with a sense of foreboding, as if a chilling announcement was imminent. The patient's condition was deteriorating rapidly, and it became clear that he might not survive much longer. Dr. Van Helsing's gaze met mine, his face set with determination as he declared the urgency of the moment. He suggested that Renfield's words could be vital and that perhaps more than just a life was at stake. Without further delay, he performed the operation just above the ear. For a few moments after, the patient's breathing remained labored. Then, a deep breath seemed to rack his body. His eyes snapped open, staring wildly before the expression softened into one of relief. He moved suddenly, indicating a desire for freedom from his restraints and expressing the weakness that had overtaken him following a distressing dream. He inquired about the discomfort in his face, attempting to turn his head, but I gently repositioned it to prevent further strain. Dr. Van Helsing, with a calm and serious tone, encouraged Renfield to share the details of his dream. Renfield's face, though marred, brightened at the sound of the doctor's voice. Dr. Van Helsing was there, and it was a relief to see him. Dehydration had taken its toll, leaving lips dry and words hard to find. But with some water and a quick dash for brandy from the study, brought back by a swift Quincy, things started to look up. The dry lips were soon moistened, and life seemed to return to the patient. His mind, though, had been busy in the background, and upon gaining full consciousness, his look was one of piercing confusion. It was clear he was grappling with a harsh truth, realizing that the experiences he had were not mere dreams, but stark reality. His gaze wandered the room, landing on two figures sitting quietly by the bed, confirming his suspicions. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, not in pain or sleepiness, but in concentration, as if marshaling his thoughts. When his eyes opened again, he was urgent and more animated, insisting that time was running out. He felt the grip of death closing in and needed to wet his lips once more with brandy before sharing something crucial. Gratitude was expressed for the drink as he recounted the night he begged to be let go. His tongue had felt tied then, and he was unable to speak, though his mind was as clear as it was now. Despair had engulfed him after being left alone, lasting what seemed like hours, until a sudden calm took over. His brain cooled, and awareness returned. He could hear dogs barking, but not near the ominous presence of he. Van Helsing, ever the professional, didn't show any sign of surprise, but encouraged him to continue with a subtle nod. The patient described how he appeared at the window, solid and angry, laughing with a red mouth and sharp white teeth that caught the moonlight. Despite knowing he wanted to come in, the patient had resisted at first. Then he began to promise things, not with words, but by making them happen, like sending in big fat flies with metallic wings in the sunlight and large moths with skull patterns at night. Van Helsing, picking up on the description, whispered the name of the moth, the death's head moth, but the patient carried on without pause, driven to share his tale. He started to murmur about countless rats, each with a life as vivid as any other creature's, and about dogs and cats that would prey on them. Every creature, he noted, was full of red blood and years of potential, unlike insignificant buzzing insects. I couldn't help but laugh to see what he might do next. Then, dogs began to howl from the darkness near his house. He gestured for me to come to the window. Rising to my feet, I peered outside. He raised his hands in silence, and a dark swarm spread across the lawn like a fiery blaze. He parted the mist, revealing thousands of rats with eyes glowing red, much like his, but smaller. With a raise of his hand, they halted. It seemed as though he offered me countless lives across endless ages if I would just bow and worship him. Then, a red haze clouded my vision, and before I knew it, I was opening the window, inviting him in as my lord and master. The rats had vanished, but he slipped into the room through the narrowest opening, as effortlessly as the moon's light often does. His voice grew faint, so I gave him more brandy. He continued, his memory seemingly having worked through the gap in his tale. I was about to bring him back to the point, but Van Helsing signaled to let him speak uninterrupted. He might not be able to go on if he lost his train of thought. I waited all day for a sign from him, but received nothing, not even a single fly. By moonrise, my patience had worn thin. When he entered without a sound through the closed window, I was filled with anger. He mocked me, his white face and red eyes emerging from the mist, acting as if he owned everything. He didn't even carry the same scent as he passed by. It was as if I couldn't grasp him, and for a moment, I thought Mrs. Harker had entered the room instead. The two men by the bed stood and positioned themselves where they could hear better without being seen. They stayed quiet, but the professor tensed, his expression growing even more solemn. Renfield, oblivious to their presence, carried on. When Mrs. Harker visited me later, she seemed different, like tea that had been diluted. We all shifted at his words, yet no one spoke. I was unaware of her presence until she spoke. Her appearance had changed so much. Pale people don't appeal to me. I prefer those with vibrant health, but she looked drained of life. At the moment, I didn't realize it, but after she left, it hit me, and anger surged through me, knowing he had been sapping her vitality. When he arrived tonight, I was prepared. I noticed the creeping mist and seized it firmly. I had heard tales of the extraordinary strength of madmen, and, considering myself occasionally mad, I decided to harness that power. He definitely felt my grip because he had to emerge from the mist to confront me. I held on with all my might, believing I could prevent him from draining her further until his eyes met mine. Their piercing gaze weakened me, and he slipped through my grasp. As he lifted and threw me aside, a red haze and a thunderous sound filled my senses, and the mist slipped away. His voice was growing weaker and his breathing more labored. Van Helsing rose to his feet. We now understood the gravity of the situation. He was present and his intentions clear. It might not be too late. We needed to arm ourselves as we had previously done, without wasting a moment. We all knew what we feared without saying a word. We quickly gathered the same items we had taken to the Count's house. The professor had his at the ready and reminded us of their importance with a significant gesture. He expressed his sorrow for Madame Mina's suffering, his voice filled with emotion. At the Harka's door, we hesitated. Art and Quincy questioned whether we should disturb her, but Van Helsing insisted, ready to break in if necessary. He acknowledged the impropriety of breaking into a lady's room, but stressed the urgency of life and death. To him, all rooms were the same that night. He instructed us to be ready to force the door open if it didn't yield to his turn of the handle. The door remained shut, so we charged at it, bursting into the room. The professor fell, and as he picked himself up, I was struck with horror at the sight before us. I felt a chill run down my spine, and my heart seemed to stop. The room glowed softly with the light of the moon filtering through the dense yellow shade. Jonathan Harker lay on the bed by the window, his face red and his breathing heavy, as if he were in a deep trance. His wife, dressed in white, was on her knees at the edge of the bed, facing away. A tall, slim man in black stood by her, his back to us. But we knew him at once. It was the Count, scars and all. He was holding Mrs. Harker's hands outstretched with his left, and with his right, he forced her head down to his chest. Blood stained her white nightgown and trickled down the man's bare chest, exposed by his ripped clothing. Their pose was chilling, like a child pressing a kitten's nose into milk. As we entered, the Count faced us, his expression as demonic as the story said. His eyes burned with a devilish fire, his wide nostrils flared, and his white teeth snapped together like a wild animal's. In a swift movement, he threw Mrs. Harker onto the bed and lunged at us. The professor stood up, presenting the sacred wafer, and the Count retreated, just as Lucy had by her tomb. We advanced with our crucifixes, and as the moonlight faded behind a cloud, Quincy lit the gas. All that was left was a faint mist that slipped under the door. We rushed to Mrs. Harker. She screamed, a sound of pure despair, and lay still, her face white except for the blood on her lips, cheeks, and chin. Blood also trickled from her throat, and her eyes were wild with fear. She covered her face with her hands, marked by the Count's grip, and from behind them came a sound of deep sorrow. Van Helsing covered her gently, while Art, after one despairing look, ran from the room. Van Helsing whispered to me. Jonathan was in a daze, the kind known to be caused by a vampire's influence. For a short time, there was nothing we could do for Madame Mina as she needed to regain her senses. The urgency to rouse Jonathan was clear. A towel dipped in cold water was used to flick his face, while his wife, amidst heartbreaking sobs, covered her face with her hands. I lifted the blind and peered outside. The moonlight was strong, and I could see Quincy Morris dart across the lawn to take cover in the shadow of a large yew tree, leaving me puzzled about his actions. At that moment, Harker let out a sound of awakening, drawing my attention back inside. He wore an expression of wild surprise and seemed disoriented momentarily before full awareness hit him all at once, prompting him to sit up quickly. This sudden movement woke his wife, who turned to him, arms outstretched as if to embrace him, but then she quickly withdrew, clasping her hands in front of her face and trembling so much that the bed shook. Harker was overwhelmed with questions and pleas for help, his concern for Mina evident as he knelt and clapped his hands together in desperation. In a flurry, he began dressing, the urgency of the situation bringing out his decisive nature. Despite her own terror, his wife perceived a threat to him and, setting aside her grief, she insisted he stay with her and their friends for protection. Her pleas grew frantic, and he, conceding to her distress, sat down on the bed, where she clung to him tightly. Van Helsing and I did our best to soothe the couple. The professor, with a golden crucifix in hand, assured them of their safety as long as the sacred symbol was near. Mina, quieted by his words, rested her head on her husband's chest, only to notice his white nightrobe stained with blood from her lips and the small wound on her neck. The sight of the blood made her recoil and whisper through her tears about her fears of being a danger to him now. The room was bathed in soft moonlight as Jonathan lay in a trance on the bed. His wife, in white, knelt at the bed's edge, her back to us, and the tall, dark-clad figure we recognized as the Count stood beside her. The scene before us was chilling and surreal, with blood staining her gown and the Count's chest. Suddenly, the Count turned to face us with a demonic look, his eyes ablaze, nostrils flared, and teeth bared. He tossed Mrs. Harker onto the bed and charged toward us, but the professor's sacred wafer made him retreat. We advanced, our crucifixes in hand, and as the moonlight waned, Quincy lit the gas. Only a faint mist remained, slipping under the door. We found Mrs. Harker screaming in despair, her face white except for the blood that marred it. She covered her face, marked by the Count's grip, and from behind her hands came a sound of deep sorrow. Van Helsing tenderly covered her, while Art left the room in despair, and Van Helsing whispered to me. Mina's words were dismissed as foolishness, and it was considered disgraceful to even utter them. The speaker refused to accept such talk from Mina and insisted they would not tolerate it. They implored divine judgment based on their own merits, even if it meant enduring greater agony than the present moment, should they ever cause a rift between them. Embracing her tightly, they comforted her as she wept into their chest. Observing us, their eyes moist and nose quivering, their mouth was firm like hardened steel. Mina's cries slowly subsided into faint whimpers. Then, in a strained calmness, they asked Dr. Seward to recount the events, which he did, noting their reaction as they listened. As the tale unfolded, revealing how the Count had cruelly manipulated his wife, the speaker's emotions were barely contained. Despite the tension, they gently stroked Mina's hair with a loving touch. The arrival of Quincy and Godalming, who came in at a knock, prompted Van Helsing to inquire with a look. The plan was to distract the couple from their anguish. Nodding, Van Helsing invited them to share their experiences. Lord Godalming reported searching without finding the Count, who had left a mess in the study by burning manuscripts and phonograph cylinders. The mention of another copy in the safe briefly lifted spirits. Lord Godalming continued, having found no trace of the Count, and then, with a heavy heart, revealed Renfield's death. Mrs. Harker solemnly accepted this as God's will. Although it seemed Art was holding something back, I didn't press, sensing it was intentional. Van Helsing, seeking full disclosure for hope, encouraged Morris to share his account. He admitted there was a slight chance it could be significant in the end, but at the moment, he couldn't be certain. He had hoped to track the Count's destination upon departure from the house. Although he didn't catch sight of him, he spotted a bat taking flight from Renfield's window, heading west. It seemed the Count was avoiding returning to Carfax, opting for a different hideout instead. He wouldn't return that night, as the eastern sky was already blushing with the dawn's approach. They had to be ready to act the next day. He pressed his teeth together as he spoke the final words. Silence fell for a short while, long enough for the beating of their hearts to become almost audible. Then Van Helsing, with a gentle touch, laid his hand on Mrs. Harker's head. Van Helsing expressed his concern for Madame Mina, emphasizing the urgency of understanding everything that had transpired, despite not wishing to cause her distress. He stressed the critical nature of their actions, with the decisive day looming that could end everything, hoping this was their opportunity to both survive and learn. Mrs. Harker, visibly shaken and tense, drew her husband closer, her head sinking ever lower against him. But then, with a surge of pride, she lifted her gaze and extended a hand to Van Helsing. He accepted it with reverence, kissing it before holding it firmly. Her other hand was intertwined with her husband's, his arm wrapped protectively around her. After a brief moment to collect her thoughts, she began to recount her experience. After gratefully accepting the sleep potion from you, it seemed ineffective for a considerable time. I was plagued by an increasing alertness and a surge of nightmarish thoughts, all steeped in themes of death, vampires, blood, agony, and distress. As she shared these experiences, her husband couldn't help but utter a pained sound, but she reassured him with affection, urging him to remain steadfast and support her through this dreadful ordeal. She admitted the tremendous strain it took to even speak of such terror and how much she relied on his strength. Determined to aid the medicine with her own willpower, she focused on willing herself to sleep, which eventually must have enveloped her, as she recalled nothing further. When she awoke, Jonathan was lying beside her, having entered without disturbing her slumber. The room was filled with the same diaphanous white fog she had noticed before, a detail she pondered whether he knew, promising to reveal more from her diary later. A familiar, unsettling dread crept over her, accompanied by the sensation of an unseen entity. She attempted to rouse Jonathan, only to find him in a deep, unshakable sleep, as though he had been the one to drink the potion. Her efforts to wake him were futile, sparking a profound fear as she scanned the room in terror. Then, her heart sank as a tall, slender man clad in black appeared to materialize from the mist, or perhaps the mist had formed his shape, for it had vanished. She recognized him instantly from descriptions others had given: the pallid complexion, the prominent aquiline nose highlighted by a sliver of light, the slightly parted red lips revealing sharp teeth, and those crimson eyes that she had seen reflecting the sunset on St. Mary's Church in Whitby. The red scar on his forehead, a mark left by Jonathan, was unmistakable. In that moment, her heart seemed to stop, and she was frozen, unable to scream. The man spoke in a chilling, incisive hush, gesturing toward Jonathan and warning her into silence with a threat against her husband's life. She stood petrified, unable to act or speak. With a sinister grin, he gripped her shoulder firmly and exposed her neck, his other hand preparing to feast, suggesting that her blood had quenched his thirst before. In her bewilderment, she felt an inexplicable reluctance to resist, a dreadful aspect of the curse when his influence overtook his prey. She could only look on in horror as he pressed his mouth to her throat, an act that elicited another groan from her husband. Holding his hand tighter, she offered him a compassionate look, as though he were the one suffering, and continued to share her harrowing tale. My energy seemed to be slipping away, and I felt myself nearly fainting. I couldn't tell how long I endured that terrible experience, but it felt like an eternity until he finally removed his dreadful, mocking lips from me. I watched as they dripped with fresh blood. The memory of it nearly overwhelmed her, and she began to wilt. If not for the steady support of her husband's arm, she might have collapsed. Summoning her strength, she managed to compose herself and continue her account. He had taunted me, his words laced with scorn, boasting of his timeless intellect that had commanded nations and shaped history long before my allies were born. He gloated over his secret schemes that undermined their efforts. To him, I was nothing more than a temporary source of sustenance and, eventually, a partner in his dark pursuits. He vowed that those I cared for would unknowingly serve my needs, yet for now, I was to be punished for my defiance. At his command, I would have no choice but to heed his call, no matter the distance. And with a cruel gesture, he tore open a vein in his chest, forcing me to choose between suffocation or consuming his blood. In despair, I questioned what I had done to deserve such a fate, having lived a life of humility and righteousness. I pleaded for divine mercy for myself and for those dear to me. Then, as if trying to erase the vile act, she scrubbed at her lips, wanting to rid herself of the contamination. As she recounted her ordeal, the dawn began to break, casting a revealing light on everything. Harker remained still, his face growing increasingly ashen as the story unfolded, contrasting starkly with his white hair in the growing light of day. We decided that one of us should always be close at hand to the unfortunate couple until we can gather and decide on our next move. I am certain that no household greeted the sunrise with more misery than ours on that day. You're about to listen to Chapter 22. On the 3rd of October, I find myself compelled to write in this diary to keep my sanity intact. It's 6 in the evening, and we're set to gather in the study soon to eat something. Dr. Van Helsing and Dr. Seward insist that we need food to work effectively. Today, more than ever, we'll need to be at our best. I write whenever I can because pausing to think feels too dangerous. Everything, regardless of its size, must be recorded. The small details might end up teaching us the most. Whether big or small, none of these lessons could have put Mina or me in a worse situation than we find ourselves in now. Still, we hold on to trust and hope. Mina, with tears streaming down her face, reminded me that our faith is truly tested in times of trouble and that we must continue to trust, believing that God will support us until the very end. The end? What will it be? We must get to work. After Dr. Van Helsing and Dr. Seward returned from visiting the unfortunate Renfield, we discussed our next steps with solemnity. Dr. Seward shared that they had found Renfield collapsed on the floor, his face brutally disfigured and his neck bones shattered. Dr. Seward inquired with the attendant who was on duty about any noises he might have heard. The attendant admitted to having dozed off slightly, but recalled hearing loud voices and Renfield's cries for God several times before a thud. Upon entering the room, the attendant found Renfield face down on the floor, just as the doctors had described. Van Helsing questioned whether the attendant heard multiple voices or just one, but the attendant was unsure, noting that it seemed like two voices at first, but as the room was empty, it must have been only one. He was certain that Renfield had been calling out to God. Later, Dr. Seward confided in us that he preferred not to delve into the matter, considering the possibility of an inquest. He believed that based on the attendant's testimony, he could issue a death certificate citing an accidental fall from the bed. Should an inquest be demanded, the result would likely be the same. As we deliberated our subsequent actions, we unanimously agreed that Mina should know everything. We resolved that no matter how distressing, no secrets would be kept from her. Mina herself concurred with the decision, and it was heartbreaking to see her so courageous yet filled with sorrow and despair. She declared that there should be no more secrets, lamenting that nothing could cause her more pain than what she had already faced. She expressed that whatever may come, it would either bring new hope or new courage. Van Helsing, who had been watching her intently, asked her if she was scared, not for herself, but for others, given recent events. Mina's expression became resolute, her eyes shining with a martyr's devotion as she assured him that her mind was firmly made up. He inquired softly, in the midst of our quiet contemplation, each of us grasping a vague sense of her implication. Her response was straightforward, as if stating an undeniable truth. She would choose death if it meant preventing harm to her loved ones, unless a friend spared her from such agony and desperate action. Her meaningful glance spoke volumes. He rose from his seat, approached her, and with a solemn touch to her head, he assured her of a friend willing to ease her passage for her well-being, if it were right and safe. Choked with emotion, he implored her to live. He charged her soul to fight against death, regardless of the circumstances, until the evil that tainted her existence was vanquished. Her pallor matched that of death itself, her body trembling like unstable earth before the tide. Our silence was heavy, we were powerless. Eventually, she calmed and with a sorrowful yet sweet demeanor, promised to persevere in life until the nightmare was lifted, should it be God's will. Her courage fortified our resolve to work and endure on her behalf. We planned our actions. She would maintain the records as before, a task that brought a semblance of purpose to our grim reality. Van Helsing, as always, was steps ahead, ready with a plan for our work ahead. He acknowledged it was a fortunate decision when they agreed not to tamper with the earth boxes at Carfax. Any action could have tipped off the Count, prompting him to safeguard the remaining boxes. Now, his ignorance of their plans and the powers they possessed to sterilize his refuges worked to their advantage. They had made strides in their knowledge, and after inspecting the Piccadilly house, they could potentially trace all his hideouts. The day was theirs, a beacon of hope. The sun, a witness to their sorrow, now offered protection. Until nightfall, the creature was bound to its current form, unable to vanish into thin air or slip through narrow spaces. It had to abide by the same physical rules as humans, opening doors to pass through them. This gave them the chance to find and cleanse all his lairs. Even if they didn't catch him today, they would corner him eventually, ensuring his destruction. The urgency of the situation was palpable, with every moment critical to Mina's safety and happiness. Despite the urge to leap into action, Van Helsing cautioned patience, reminding that sometimes the fastest path required taking the longer route. He believed the key to their predicament lay in the Piccadilly house. The Count might own several properties, complete with deeds, keys, and personal effects, possibly all hidden within the central, inconspicuous house. They planned to search it thoroughly. Once they discovered its secrets, they would stop the Earths, as their friend Arthur put it, and finally outsmart their foe. The proposal to move immediately was met with practical concerns about gaining entry to the house. Breaking in was a hasty suggestion met with the reminder of police interference. Despite the frustration, there was an understanding that Van Helsing's delay was strategic. The plea for swift action was tempered by the realization that they could only act when the world was in motion. The simplest solution seemed the best. They needed to enter the house, but lacked the keys. Imagine you were the true owner of a house, but couldn't gain entry. If you had no qualms like a burglar, what would your next step be? You'd probably hire a trustworthy locksmith to tackle the lock for you. The local police wouldn't interfere as long as they knew the locksmith was hired for a legitimate reason. This raises an interesting point about the conscience of the person hiring the locksmith and whether the police believe that person has good or bad intentions. The police must be quite dedicated and astute to concern themselves with such matters. But the reality is, if you remove a lock from an unoccupied house in London or any city, and you do it the right way at the right time, no one would bat an eye. There's a story about a man who owned a beautiful house in London. He went away for the summer to Switzerland and locked up his home. During his absence, a burglar broke in, opened the front shutters, and casually walked in and out of the front door, all under the watchful eyes of the police. The burglar even held an auction in the house, sold all the owner's belongings, and then sold the house itself to a builder with the agreement that it would be demolished within a certain time frame. The authorities even assisted him. When the true owner returned from his holiday, he found nothing but an empty lot where his house once stood. Everything was done by the book, and in our endeavors, we'll be just as official. We won't make our move too early to arouse suspicion, but after 10 o'clock, when the streets are busy and such activities wouldn't seem out of place even if we were the actual homeowners. Seeing the logic in this, there was a glimmer of hope on Mina's face. Van Helsing continued, sharing that once inside the house, they might find more clues. Some could stay there while others searched for more of these earth boxes in places like Bermondsey and Mile End. Lord Godalming was quick to suggest that he could be of use by arranging for horses and carriages to be ready at strategic locations. However, Morris pointed out that a flashy carriage might draw too much attention in the less affluent areas. He proposed that they should use cabs instead, and even leave them at a distance from their actual destination. Professor Van Helsing agreed with Quincy, noting that his thinking was level-headed. They were embarking on a challenging task and didn't want to draw any unwanted attention. Mina's interest in everything around her was blossoming, and I was glad to see her traumatic ordeal from the previous night fading into the background, thanks to the pressing matters at hand. She looked extremely pale, almost ghostly, with her thinness causing her lips to retract and her teeth to stand out more than usual. I kept silent about her appearance to spare her any distress, but it chilled me to the bone when I remembered the similar fate that befell poor Lucy after the Count drained her blood. There were no signs yet of Mina's teeth sharpening, but it was still early days, and fear was a constant companion. As we planned our next moves and how to allocate our resources, uncertainty crept in. We eventually decided that before heading to Piccadilly, we would first eliminate the Count's nearby hideout to stay one step ahead of him. If he discovered this too early, we would still be leading in our mission to thwart him. Catching him in his material form when he was at his weakest could potentially reveal new insights. Regarding the deployment of our team, the professor suggested that after visiting Carfax, the two doctors and I should stay at the house in Piccadilly. Meanwhile, Lord Godalming and Quincy would seek out and destroy the Count's other refuges at Walworth and Mile End. The professor speculated that the Count might show up in Piccadilly during the day, and if that happened, we would be ready to confront him or at least track him with our full strength. Despite my objections and desire to stay with Mina for her protection, she convinced me otherwise. She believed I might find something among the Count's papers that I could decipher, drawing from my experiences in Transylvania. Mina was adamant that we needed all hands on deck to match the Count's formidable abilities, and she saw our united effort as her final hope. She declared fearlessly that the worst had already happened and any future events would carry a glimmer of hope or comfort. She urged me to go, assuring me that God could protect her just as well alone as with someone by her side. So, with a sense of urgency, I agreed to set out immediately, not wanting to waste any more precious time, as the Count might arrive sooner than we anticipated. Van Helsing, however, calmly reminded me that the Count had indulged the previous night and would likely sleep late, suggesting there was no need to rush. How could I possibly erase from memory such a harrowing event? Mina fought valiantly to maintain her composure, yet the anguish was too much, forcing her to cover her face and shudder as she let out a pained moan. Van Helsing hadn't meant to remind her of the terrifying ordeal. He had been so wrapped up in his thoughts that he momentarily forgot her role in the affair. Upon realizing his mistake, he was shocked by his own insensitivity and attempted to console her. He expressed his regret to Mina, acknowledging his reverence for her and his unintentional lapse. He humbly asked for her forgiveness, bowing beside her. Despite her tears, Mina took his hand and, with a hoarse voice, assured him she would remember both the painful and the sweet memories associated with him. She then prompted everyone to prepare for breakfast, emphasizing the need for strength. The breakfast that followed was an odd affair for us all. We tried to uplift one another, with Mina shining as the most positive among us. After the meal, Van Helsing rallied us, reminding us of the gravity of our mission and ensuring we were all equipped to face both spectral and physical threats. We confirmed our readiness. He then focused on ensuring Mina's safety until sunset, mentioning the protective measures he had set up in her room to prevent any unwanted entry. He proceeded to fortify her personally by placing a sacred wafer on her forehead, invoking protection in the name of the Father and the Son. A chilling scream pierced the air as the wafer burned into Mina's skin, as if it were white-hot metal. The pain and the realization of what was happening overwhelmed her, resulting in that terrifying scream. As the echo of her cry lingered, she collapsed to her knees, overcome by a sense of defilement. She covered her face with her hair, lamenting her unclean state and the mark of shame she would bear until Judgment Day. We all stopped in our tracks. I was beside her in an instant, holding her close in a shared moment of grief, while our companions discreetly wiped away silent tears. Van Helsing then spoke with a gravity that seemed to transcend him, as if he were channeling a higher wisdom. It might be that the mark must remain until God deems it time to make all the wrongs right on Judgment Day. And oh, how we hope to witness the moment when the red scar, a testament to God's awareness, fades from your pure brow, reflecting the purity we know resides in your heart. Just as we live and breathe, that scar will vanish when God decides to ease our heavy burden. Until that time comes, we carry our burdens just as His Son carried the cross, following His divine will. Perhaps we are the chosen ones, meant to rise to His call through hardships and tears, through blood and fears, differentiating us from the divine. His words carried hope and solace, leading us to accept our lot. Mina and I felt the same, and together we took the old man's hands in ours, showing our gratitude with a kiss. Then, in silent agreement, we all knelt and joined hands, vowing our loyalty to one another. We promised to lift the veil of grief from her we each loved in our own way, and we sought divine assistance for the daunting task ahead. The time had come for us to leave. Saying goodbye to Mina was a moment etched in our memories, never to be forgotten. We then embarked on our journey. I was determined that if Mina was fated to become a vampire, she wouldn't face that grim future alone. This might be how in ancient times, one vampire turned into many, as their vile bodies could only find rest in hallowed ground, and the purest of loves unwittingly added to their ranks. We entered Carfax unchallenged and found everything unchanged. It was difficult to believe that amidst such mundane decay and dust, there could be a reason for the fear we felt. But our resolve and haunting memory spurred us on. There were no papers, no signs of life. The chapel and the boxes were just as we remembered. Dr. Van Helsing addressed us with a solemn air as we stood before them. We had a task to perform here. We needed to purify this earth, once sacred and now used for evil. He chose it for its sanctity, but we would make it even holier. It was once consecrated for human use, now we would consecrate it to God. As he spoke, he took out his tools and quickly opened one of the cases. The earth had a musty smell, but it didn't bother us. Our focus was on the professor. He placed a piece of the sacred wafer on the earth with reverence, then closed the lid and secured it with our help. We treated each of the boxes in turn, leaving them outwardly unchanged. But inside, each now contained a piece of the host. After shutting the door behind us, the professor expressed his hope with a serious tone. He wished that by evening, success with our tasks would leave Madame Mina's brow as pure and unstained as white ivory. Crossing the lawn towards the station to catch our train, the asylum's facade came into view. I eagerly searched for Mina from my room's window and saw her. I gestured a wave and a nod to convey our successful mission. She understood and replied with a nod, then waved goodbye. With heavy hearts, we reached the station just in time to board the arriving train. I'm writing these words from the train. Around 12:30 in Piccadilly, just before arriving at Fenchurch Street, Lord Godalming suggested a plan to me. He and Quincy would find a locksmith. He thought it best I didn't join them in case of trouble, as my role as a solicitor might be scrutinized. He insisted it would look less suspicious if fewer of us were involved, and that his title would smooth things over with the locksmith or any police. I should instead wait with Jack and the professor in Green Park, keeping the house in view. Once the door was open and the locksmith gone, we were to join them. Van Helsing agreed this was wise, so we followed the plan. Godalming and Morris took a cab and we took another. We got out near Arlington Street and walked into Green Park. The house we pinned our hopes on stood silent and grim. We sat on a bench with a clear view and smoked cigars discreetly. Time dragged on as we awaited the others' return. Eventually, a cab rolled up to the curb. Lord Godalming and Morris stepped out unhurriedly, followed by a stocky laborer climbing down from the driver's seat, his basket of tools in hand. Morris took care of the fare, earning a tip of the hat from the cab driver before he drove off. Together, the two men made their way up the front steps where Lord Godalming gestured to the task at hand. The workman, without any rush, removed his coat and draped it over a fence spike, exchanging brief words with a passing policeman who nodded in agreement. Settling on his knees, the man placed his bag beside him and began sorting through it, lining up his tools neatly on the ground. He then inspected the keyhole, blew into it, and shared a comment with his employers, prompting a smile from Lord Godalming. The man then tested a large set of keys, probing the lock with one after another. Soon enough, the door swung open with a light nudge and the trio entered the hall. We remained seated across the street, my cigar burning intensely while Van Helsing's had gone out. With patience, we watched the workman exit with his bag, prop the door with his knee, and fit a key into the lock. He handed the key to Lord Godalming, who compensated him. The man acknowledged the payment, gathered his belongings, put on his coat, and left without attracting any attention. Once he was out of sight, the three of us crossed over and knocked. The door swiftly opened, revealing Morris with Lord Godalming lighting up a cigar. The air inside was foul, reminiscent of the old chapel at Carfax, a clear sign of the Count's presence. We began to search the house as a group, ready for any confrontation, uncertain if the Count was inside. In the dining room, we found 8 earth-filled boxes, one short of the total we were after. Our mission was still incomplete, and it wouldn't end until we located the last box. We opened the shutters of a window overlooking a stone yard and a stable facade with no windows, ensuring privacy. Without delay, we examined the chests with our tools, treating them as we had done before, confirming the Count was not there. We continued our search for any of his belongings. Upon a brief inspection of the entire house, from the lowest level to the top, we determined that the dining room was where we would find anything owned by the Count. So we began a thorough search there. Items were scattered in a neat mess across the large table. There were bundles of title deeds for the Piccadilly property, along with paperwork for the houses in Mile End and Bermondsey. Notepads, envelopes, and writing tools were all neatly wrapped in thin paper to shield them from dust. A clothes brush, a hairbrush, and comb, along with a pitcher and basin, were also there, the latter holding water stained with what looked like blood. In the end, we found a collection of keys, big and small, likely for the other properties. Once we finished going over these finds, Lord Godalming and Quincy Morris made careful notes of the addresses for the eastern and southern houses. They grabbed a large set of keys and left to take care of the boxes at those locations. The rest of us waited, as patiently as we could, for their return or for the Count to show up. You're about to listen to Chapter 23. October 3rd felt endless as we anticipated the arrival of Godalming and Quincy Morris. The professor engaged us constantly to keep our thoughts from wandering. He often glanced at Harker, whose sorrow was heart-wrenching. Just last night, Harker was beaming with youth and vitality, his dark brown hair a testament to his energy. But today he appeared aged, his new white hair complementing his deeply lined face and eyes that spoke of profound grief. Despite this, his vigor was undiminished, burning brightly, which might just be his saving grace. This fire within him could help him survive the depths of despair and eventually bring him back to reality. I thought my troubles were severe, but seeing Harker's made them pale in comparison. The professor was fully aware and did his utmost to keep Harker's mind busy. He shared insights that were captivating given our situation. He'd pored over documents about this creature repeatedly and felt an increasing urgency to destroy it. Everywhere in the papers, there were indications of the creature's growing power and awareness. The professor learned from Arminius of Budapest that in life, the creature was extraordinary, a soldier, a statesman, and an alchemist, which was then the pinnacle of scientific knowledge. He possessed an exceptional intellect, unparalleled learning, and a fearless, remorseless heart. He even braved the scholomance, mastering every field of knowledge available. After death, his intellect persisted, though his memory seemed fragmented. In some mental aspects, he was childlike, but he was maturing. Some of his initial childish traits had reached full maturity. He was experimenting and succeeding. If we hadn't interfered, he might have, perhaps still could, give rise to a new lineage destined to tread a path lined with death, not life. Harker, in anguish, wondered how the creature was experimenting, hoping this knowledge could help us thwart him. The creature had been testing his abilities, gradually becoming more adept. His childlike mind was evolving. Fortunately for us, it was still immature because if he had attempted more complex feats earlier, he would now be unstoppable. He planned to succeed, and with centuries at his disposal, he could afford patience. Hurry slowly might as well be his guiding principle. Harker, exhausted, admitted his confusion and pleaded for clarity, feeling his grief might be clouding his understanding. The professor responded with a comforting hand on his shoulder. Van Helsing was forthright with his concerns, stressing the importance of awareness. He noticed the creature's cunning attempts to infiltrate John's home, exploiting the zoophagous patient for access. Initially, the vampire required an invitation from someone inside to enter, but Van Helsing feared the creature's intelligence was evolving. At first, others had moved the creature's boxes, but as his mind developed, he began to experiment with moving them himself. He started by assisting, then progressed to shifting them alone, scattering his hidden resting places. These boxes, possibly intended for burial, could serve him well during the night or when changing form, remaining secret from all but him. Yet, Van Helsing reassured that their knowledge had come in time. They had neutralized all but one of the vampire's refuges, and by sunset, the last one would be dealt with. This would leave the creature with nowhere to hide. Van Helsing admitted he had delayed their actions that morning to ensure thoroughness, as the stakes were high. He emphasized the need for carefulness, even greater than that of their adversary. According to his time, within an hour, friends Arthur and Quincy would be joining them. He stressed the importance of being cautious and seizing every opportunity as they were stronger together. As Van Helsing shared his insights, a telegraph boy's knock interrupted them. The group, moving as one, went to the hall. Van Helsing signaled for silence, received a message, and read it aloud. It was from Mina, warning them that the creature had left Carfax at 12:45 and was heading south, possibly to meet them. Jonathan Harker, filled with determination, expressed his readiness to confront the creature. Van Helsing cautioned him, reminding him that what they desire might lead to their downfall. Harker, impassioned, declared his willingness to do anything to eliminate the monster. Van Helsing comforted his child, urging silence and reminding them of God's mercy and justice. He knew the pain they all felt for Madame Mina and warned against expressing such wild thoughts that could worsen her suffering. He assured everyone of their shared dedication to ending the vampire's reign of terror, emphasizing that the day's actions would be critical. With conviction, he noted that the vampire's power was limited by daylight and that they had time to act before sunset, as it was already 20 minutes past 1. Van Helsing held on to hope that Lord Arthur and Quincy would arrive before their foe. Shortly after receiving Mrs. Harker's urgent message, a knock came at the door, firm and determined. It was a common sound, yet it sent a rush of adrenaline through Van Helsing and me. Without a word, we moved to the hall, armed and ready for whatever might come. Van Helsing cautiously opened the door, prepared for any outcome. Their hearts lifted with joy when they saw Lord Godalming and Quincy Morris on the doorstep. The newcomers quickly entered, assuring them that they had located and destroyed the vampire's boxes. A moment of silence followed before Quincy suggested they wait for the vampire's arrival, but if he didn't appear by 5, they would have to take action to protect Mrs. Harker after sunset. Van Helsing, after checking his notes, estimated the vampire's arrival, deducing his movements and intentions from the telegram. He surmised the creature's absence meant he had been delayed at Mile End. Van Helsing urged his friends to be ready with a plan, emphasizing the need for readiness and caution. Suddenly, they all fell silent, hearing a key turning in the lock, signaling the moment for action was near. Despite the urgency of the moment, I couldn't help but admire how a commanding presence made itself known. Throughout our numerous hunts and escapades across the globe, Quincy Morris had been our leader, crafting our strategies while Arthur and I followed without question. It was like an old reflex kicking in as Quincy surveyed the room and silently devised our attack plan. With a mere gesture, he positioned each of us. Van Helsing, Harker, and I were poised behind the door, ready to act when it opened, allowing the professor to secure it while we confronted any entrant. Godalming was hidden behind, and Quincy took his place in front, both out of view yet ready to spring in front of the window. We stood in breathless anticipation, each second dragging on like a bad dream. The slow, deliberate footsteps approached. The Count was on guard for a surprise, perhaps even expecting one. In a flash, he sprang into the room, slipping past us before we could react. His movement was so swift and animal-like, it almost brought us back to our senses from the shock of his arrival. Harker was quickest to respond, darting in front of the door to another room. The Count's face twisted into a snarl, his sharp teeth bared in a fleeting evil grin that quickly turned into a cold, disdainful stare. His expression shifted once more as we all moved toward him in unison. I wished we had a more solid plan, as even then I wasn't sure of our next move, or if our weapons would be of any use. Harker seemed determined to find out, brandishing his large cookery knife for a fierce attack. The Count's incredible reflexes saved him, a fraction of a second slower, and the blade would have struck his heart. Instead, it only sliced through his coat, from which a bundle of banknotes and a cascade of gold coins spilled out. The Count's face contorted into a visage of pure evil, and for a moment I feared for Harker, who was readying for another strike. I instinctively stepped forward to protect him, clutching a crucifix and wafer. I felt a surge of power down my arm and wasn't surprised to see the Count recoil as each of us made a similar defensive gesture. It's hard to convey the sheer hatred and thwarted malice that twisted the Count's features. His complexion turned a sickly greenish yellow against the backdrop of his fiery eyes, and a red scar on his forehead stood out against his pale skin like a throbbing wound. Then, with a swift dive, he slipped under Harker's arm before the knife could fall, scooped up some of the scattered money, and dashed across the room. He hurled himself at the window, and amidst the crashing glass, he fell into the area below. We rushed to the window and saw him land unscathed. He sprinted up the steps, crossed the yard, and pushed open the stable door, turning briefly to address us. He thought he could confuse us, those of us with faces as white as a line of sheep waiting for the butcher. He warned us that we would regret our actions, that his vengeance was just beginning and would stretch over centuries. He boasted that time was his ally, and that the women we loved were already under his control. They would become his pawns, his minions to do his bidding. He left the room with a sneer, the rusty bolt of the door screeching as he secured it behind him. A door in the distance closed with a thud. The first to break the silence was the professor, who pointed out that despite the Count's bold words, he was afraid. He was afraid of us, of time, and of want. Why else would he leave in such a hurry? The professor questioned why the Count took the money, urging us to follow quickly, comparing us to hunters tracking their prey. He then made sure to destroy anything that could be of use to the Count, should he return, by burning the remaining items in the fireplace. Godalming and Morris had already dashed into the yard, and Harker had climbed out the window to pursue the Count. The Count had bolted the stable door, and by the time they managed to break it open, he was gone. Van Helsing and I tried to gather information at the back of the house, but found the area empty with no sign of the Count's departure. The day was drawing to a close, and with heavy hearts, we accepted the professor's suggestion to return to Madame Mina. We had done all we could for the moment, and now our priority was to protect her. The professor reminded us not to lose hope. There was only one more earth box to find, and if we could find it, everything might still turn out well. He tried his best to sound confident, offering comfort to Harker, who was visibly upset and occasionally let out a low groan. He was worried about his wife. We returned to my house with sorrow in our hearts, where Mrs. Harker greeted us with forced cheerfulness, a testament to her courage and selflessness. Her face turned pale when she saw us, and she closed her eyes for a moment as if praying silently. Then she reassured us with a smile, thanking us and comforting her husband by cradling his head and reassuring him that all would be well and that God would protect us if it was his will. Harker's response was a groan, his misery too profound for words. We all shared a simple supper that evening, which lifted our spirits a bit. It might have been the warmth of the meal satisfying our hunger since we hadn't eaten since breakfast, or the comfort of being together that made us feel less wretched. We began to see the next day with a glimmer of hope. As promised, we shared with Mrs. Harker everything that had happened. She listened with admirable bravery and calm, despite turning pale when her husband's safety seemed at risk and blushing when his love for her shone through. When we recounted Harker's impulsive charge at the Count, she gripped her husband's arm tightly as if by holding on she could shield him from harm. She remained silent until we had brought her up to date with the current situation. Then, still holding her husband's hand, she stood and addressed us. I wish I could capture the essence of that moment, her youthful radiance, her kind heart shining through even with the red scar on her forehead that we knew all too well. Her compassion stood in stark contrast to our anger, her steadfast faith against our doubts. She embodied goodness and purity, yet we knew that in some ways, she was shunned by God. She spoke of Jonathan with such love and tenderness that her words were like music. She reminded us all, her dear friends, to keep something in mind during these terrifying times. She understood that we had to fight and destroy, just as we had done with the false Lucy so that the true Lucy could live on. But she stressed it was not a work of hate. She urged us to have pity on the tormented soul causing the misery, as his destruction would free his better self for spiritual immortality. We should be merciful, even as we aim to destroy him. As she spoke, her husband's face grew tense with a passion that seemed to consume his very core. His grip on her hand tightened until his knuckles turned white. She bore the pain without complaint, her eyes pleading more than ever. When she finished, he rose abruptly, his passion evident as he wished for the power to end the Count's earthly life and damn his soul for eternity. Silencing her with pleas in the name of the Almighty, Jonathan's wife implored him not to voice such terrifying thoughts. She conveyed her deep-seated fear, reflecting on the possibility that one day she might also yearn for the same compassion she was begging him to show. She wished she could have spared him from such a grim consideration, but hoped that his outbursts would be seen by God as nothing more than the anguished cries of a man overwhelmed by love and grief. She prayed that his suffering, evident in his graying hair, would be recognized as the trials of a man who had lived righteously yet was burdened with many sorrows. Tears overcame us all, unable to hold back our emotions. Her gentle guidance had touched our hearts. Her husband, overcome with emotion, knelt beside her and embraced her, burying his face in the comfort of her garment. Van Helsing gestured to us, and we quietly exited the room, leaving the couple in their private communion with the divine. Before they settled for the night, the professor secured the room against any possible intrusion by the vampire, promising Mrs. Harker peace as she rested. She made an effort to believe this for her husband's sake, attempting to appear at ease. It was a valiant effort, one that likely did not go unrewarded. Van Helsing had thoughtfully placed a bell within their reach, to be used if danger approached. After ensuring their safety, Quincy, Godalming, and I decided to take turns keeping vigil through the night. Quincy took the first watch, allowing the rest of us to get some sleep. Godalming had already retired, preparing for the second watch. Having completed my tasks, I too was ready for rest. Jonathan Harker's Journal. On the nights of the 3rd and 4th of October, as midnight neared, it seemed like the previous day stretched on endlessly. I was overwhelmed with a desire to sleep, holding on to a blind hope that waking up would bring a change, and any change felt like it could only be for the better. Before separating for the night, we tried to decide our next move without success. We only knew one earth box remained, hidden by the Count, who could evade us for years if he wished. The mere thought of what might happen in the meantime was too dreadful to bear. I know this much: if there ever was a woman of pure perfection, it was my dear wronged love. My affection for her grew 1,000-fold after witnessing her sweet pity last night, making my own hatred for the beast seem petty. I cling to the hope that the world won't be deprived of such a soul. We're all adrift now, with only faith to anchor us. Thankfully, Mina is asleep, dreamless, and at peace. I dread what her dreams might be, given the horrors she's experienced. She hasn't seemed this serene since the last sunset, which brought a calm to her face like the softness of spring following March's harshness. At first, I thought it was the red glow of the sunset, but now it seems to mean something more profound. Despite my own exhaustion, sleep eludes me, but I must try for rest, with tomorrow's challenges ahead. Later, as I must have dozed off, Mina's alertness woke me. The room wasn't dark, she'd made sure of that. Her hand on my mouth signaled silence, and she whispered her fear of someone lurking in the corridor. I tiptoed across the room and opened the door gently. There, Mr. Morris lay on a mattress, awake and signaling for quiet. He whispered that everything was under control and that one of us would be on watch all night, taking no chances. I returned to Mina with the news. A shadow of a smile crossed her pale face as she embraced me, whispering her thanks for the courage of good men. With another sigh, she fell back into sleep. I'm writing this now as sleep still won't come, but I must try once more. By morning on the 4th of October, Mina woke me again. The dawn's gray light was sharpening the windows into rectangles, and the gaslight had dimmed to a mere speck. She urged me to fetch the professor, insisting on seeing him immediately. Why? I asked. She had an idea, one that seemed to have formed and matured in her sleep. She needed to be hypnotized before dawn to be able to speak her thoughts. Hurrying, I opened the door. Dr. Seward had been resting on the mattress but leaped up, alarmed. Is anything wrong? He inquired. I reassured him that all was well, but Mina requested Dr. Van Helsing's presence. He agreed to go and quickly went to the professor's room. Shortly after, Van Helsing entered the room, donning his dressing gown, followed by Mr. Morris and Lord Godalming, who had been with Dr. Seward at the door, full of inquiries. Upon witnessing Mina's smile, the worry on the professor's face was replaced by joy. He couldn't help but express his delight at seeing Mina return to her former self. He eagerly asked what he could do for her, knowing she wouldn't have summoned him without good reason. Mina requested to be hypnotized, urging him to act before dawn so she could communicate freely. Van Helsing silently gestured for her to sit up in bed and began to hypnotize her. He made sweeping hand gestures from above her head downward. As Mina's gaze locked onto him, my heart pounded, sensing a critical moment approaching. Her eyes eventually closed, and she became motionless, her breathing the only sign of life. After a few more passes, Van Helsing paused, his forehead beaded with sweat. Mina's eyes opened, revealing a distant look, and her voice carried a new, sorrowful dreaminess. Van Helsing signaled for quiet and gestured for me to bring the others inside. They entered quietly, standing at the bed's foot, watching. Mina seemed oblivious to their presence. Van Helsing spoke softly, asking her where she was. Mina replied, feeling lost without a place to call her own. The room remained silent for minutes. The professor stared intently at Mina, who sat rigidly. I barely breathed, and the room began to brighten. At Van Helsing's signal, I opened the blind, and daylight was breaking. He asked her location again. Mina responded, her voice dreamy yet deliberate, as if interpreting something. When asked what she saw and heard, she described complete darkness and the sound of water gurgling, with waves lapping against something. When Van Helsing suggested she might be on a ship, she quickly agreed. She heard men's footsteps overhead, the creak of a chain, and the clinking of a captain's check falling into place. Asked what she was doing, her voice faded into a sleeping breath, and her eyes closed once more. As the sun climbed higher, its light bathed us all. Dr. Van Helsing gently placed Mina's head on her pillow, and she rested there, tranquil as a child in slumber. Moments later, she took a deep breath, her eyes fluttering open in surprise at the sight of us gathered around her. She wondered if she had been speaking while asleep and was curious about what she might have revealed. The professor recounted her sleep-talking, prompting Mina to realize the urgency of their quest. Despite the immediate impulse to act, the professor urged calm, reminding the group of the vastness of London's port and the multitude of ships setting sail. He stressed the importance of their next move, as they had a new lead, but the path it would take them was unknown. He reflected on their past oversights with a hint of humor, acknowledging the complexity of their situation. The Count, he surmised, had attempted to flee with his last refuge secured on a ship, thinking he could escape their pursuit. But the group was determined to follow, employing their own cunning to match his. The professor comforted them with the thought that the Count was now at sea, creating a temporary barrier he could not easily cross. He suggested they use the daylight hours to refresh themselves with a bath, dress, and enjoy a much-needed breakfast, taking solace in the fact that the Count was no longer on the same land as them. Mina, with a look of concern, questioned the need to continue their search when the Count had left. The professor, offering a reassuring touch, deferred all questions until after breakfast. Post-breakfast, Mina's question lingered, and the professor, with a solemn tone, emphasized the gravity of their mission. He explained that the Count's potential for eternal life contrasted sharply with Mina's mortality, and the mark he left on her made the passage of time a threat. As Mina's strength waned, I caught her just before she succumbed to a faint. You're about to listen to Chapter 24. Jonathan Harker. You must remain with your beloved Mina. We are embarking on a quest, not so much to search, but to confirm what we already suspect. Today, your role is to care for her. It is your most sacred duty. Today, he cannot be found here. I'm sharing this so you're as informed as the rest of us. Our foe has retreated to his castle in Transylvania. It's as clear to me as if written in flames on a wall. He prepared for this, with the last of the earth boxes ready to be shipped. He took the money for this very reason, hurrying before the sunset, his last hope being to conceal himself in what he believed to be a safe place with Miss Lucy. But time was not on his side. When that plan failed, he fled to his final sanctuary. He's intelligent, incredibly so. He knew his time here was up, so he decided to return home. He found a ship on the same route he originally took and boarded it. We are now on a mission to find out which ship and its destination. Once we have that information, we will return and share it with you, bringing new hope to lift the spirits of you and dear Mina. Think about it. This creature took centuries to reach London, yet in one day we've driven him out once we knew how to deal with him. He may be powerful, but he is not infinite. His abilities to cause harm are great, but he does not suffer as we do. We are each strong in our resolve, and together we are stronger. Take heart again, dear Mina's husband. This battle has just begun, and we will triumph as surely as God watches over us. So, take comfort until we return. Van Helsing. Jonathan Harker's journal, October 4th. Reading Van Helsing's words to Mina brightened her spirits. Knowing the Count is no longer in the country comforts her, and that comfort gives her strength. With the immediate danger gone, it all seems surreal to me, like a distant dream. Yet, the reality of it all is undeniable, especially when I see the scar on Mina's forehead. It's a constant reminder that our ordeal was real. To keep busy, Mina and I have been reviewing the diaries repeatedly. Each time, the reality hits harder, but the fear and pain lessen. We sense a guiding hand in our journey, which is reassuring. Mina believes we might be instruments of a greater good. I'm starting to share her optimism. We haven't discussed the future yet. We're waiting until we reunite with the professor and the others. The day is passing quickly, faster than I thought possible. It's now 3 in the afternoon. Mina Harker's journal. On the 5th of October at 5 in the afternoon, there was a gathering to share updates. Attendees included Professor Van Helsing, Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, Mr. Quincy Morris, Jonathan Harker, and Mina Harker. Professor Van Helsing laid out the day's efforts to track down the vessel and direction in which Count Dracula had fled. Convinced that Dracula aimed to return to Transylvania, Van Helsing deduced he would travel via the Danube or the Black Sea. With a sense of foreboding, they set out to discover which ships had set sail for the Black Sea the previous night. Mina Harker had mentioned seeing sails, which suggested a sailing ship, not prominent enough to be listed in the shipping news of the times. Following Lord Godalming's advice, they visited Lloyd's, which keeps records of all ships, regardless of size. There, they discovered that only one ship bound for the Black Sea had departed with the tide, the Tsarina Catherine, which had left from Doolittle's wharf for Varna, then on to other ports and up the Danube. Van Helsing was certain this was the Count's vessel. They hurried to Doolittle's wharf and encountered a man in a tiny wooden office. Despite his brusque manner and loud voice, he proved helpful, especially after Quincy Morris persuaded him with a crinkly token from his pocket. The man, now more obliging, joined them in questioning several rough men who were no longer irritable after quenching their thirst. Despite their coarse talk of blood and other matters Van Helsing did not fully grasp, they provided all the necessary details about the Tsarina Catherine's departure. It was known to us that yesterday afternoon, around 5, a man came in a rush. This man was tall, slender, and pale, with a prominent nose, strikingly white teeth, and eyes that seemed to glow with intensity. Dressed entirely in black, his appearance was at odds with his straw hat, which neither matched him nor the season. He was eager, tossing his money about as he urgently sought information on ships sailing to the Black Sea and their destinations. Some people guided him to a shipping office and thereafter to a vessel, but he refused to board. Instead, he stood at the end of the gangway, insisting the captain meet him on land. The captain, enticed by the promise of good pay, eventually agreed to the man's terms despite initial protests and a stream of curses. After the agreement, the man went off to rent a horse and cart. He returned shortly, driving the cart that carried a large box, which he unloaded by himself, despite its weight that normally required several men to move. He was particular about the placement of his box on the ship, which seemed to annoy the captain, who cursed in various languages and suggested the man oversee the placement himself. The man declined, stating he had other matters to attend to. The captain warned him to hasten his affairs as the ship would set sail with the tide. The man responded with a smile, hinting that the departure might not be as imminent as the captain thought. The captain's frustration was evident as he expressed his disdain for having a Frenchman on board, using a mix of languages and colorful expressions. Before leaving, the man inquired about nearby shops to purchase shipping supplies and then went on his way. No one had any idea where he had disappeared to, nor did they particularly care, as they had other concerns occupying their thoughts, concerns soaked in blood. It was clear to everyone that the Tsarina Catherine wouldn't set sail as planned. A fine mist started to rise from the river, thickening into a dense fog that shrouded the ship and its surroundings. The captain cursed in a colorful mix of languages, his words a vivid tapestry of frustration and anger, but his efforts were in vain. The water level kept climbing, and he worried the tide would leave without him. His mood was far from friendly when the slender man returned at high tide, requesting to see the storage of his box. The captain, in a fit of irritation, wished the man and his box, stained with age and blood, would vanish to hell. However, the man wasn't upset and followed the mate below deck to check on his cargo, then returned to stand on the foggy deck. He must have left unnoticed, for no one paid him any mind. They were too distracted. The fog soon lifted and visibility returned. The crew shared a laugh about the captain's multilingual swearing, which had reached new heights of creativity. Upon asking other sailors who had been navigating the river at that time, he learned that the fog seemed localized around their dock alone. Eventually, the ship departed on the ebb tide and was likely far out to sea by the next morning. Thus, we had to wait for a while, for our adversary was at sea, controlling the fog and heading towards the Danube mouth. Sailing takes time, no matter how swift the ship. When we embark, we'll travel by land swiftly to intercept him. Our best chance is to catch him in his box during daylight, as he can't resist then, and we can handle him accordingly. We have days to prepare our strategy, as we have all the necessary information about his journey. We've spoken to the ship's owner, who showed us invoices and documents. The box we're after is to be offloaded in Varna and handed over to an agent named Ristix, who will present his credentials. Our merchant friend will have fulfilled his role. When asked if anything was amiss, so they could send a telegram or inquire in Varna, we assured them all was well. Our task isn't for the police or customs, it's for us to handle alone, in our own way. When Dr. Van Helsing finished, I questioned whether the Count truly remained on board. He confirmed it with the strongest evidence, my own hypnotic testimony from that morning. I pressed him on the necessity of pursuing the Count, fearing Jonathan's departure, knowing he would join the others. Dr. Van Helsing's response began calmly but grew in intensity, revealing a glimpse of the commanding presence that had long distinguished him among men. It was absolutely essential, for her sake first, and then for humanity's. The creature had already caused much damage in his limited world and the brief time he had groped in darkness unaware. She would learn all about it from John's phonograph or her husband's. He had explained to the others how this being left his desolate land, empty of people, and ventured to a new one, teeming with human life, like a vast field of corn. This transition took centuries. If another undead tried to achieve what he had, maybe all the centuries past and future couldn't help. This one must have had the help of mysterious natural forces. The place he'd existed, undead for centuries, was a hotbed of geological and chemical oddity. There were caverns and chasms leading to unknown places, volcanoes spewing strange waters and deadly gases. Perhaps there's a magnetic or electric element in these mysterious forces that promote life in unusual ways. He had always possessed remarkable qualities, celebrated for his iron will, his keen mind, and his courageous heart during harsh, warlike times. Somehow, he reached the pinnacle of his life force, his body and mind growing stronger without the devilish assistance that was surely his. He had infected her, and he apologized for saying so, but it was for her own good. The infection meant that if he did nothing more, she just had to live her normal, sweet life until death, which is natural to all and sanctioned by God, would make her like him. This could not happen. They had sworn it would not. They were acting on God's desire that the world not be surrendered to monsters, the existence of which would insult him. They had already saved one soul and were determined to save more, like knights of old, heading towards the sunrise, ready to fall for a noble cause if need be. He stopped, and I wondered if the Count would learn from his setback. Since he was chased from England, would he avoid it like a tiger shuns the village from which it's been chased? He exclaimed with satisfaction that the comparison to a tiger was apt, and he would embrace it. He described the creature they were hunting as similar to a tiger in India known as a man-eater, which, after tasting human blood, loses interest in other prey and relentlessly hunts humans. This creature, he explained, was not one to hide away. In its living days, it had crossed into Turkey to confront its enemies and, despite being repelled, it persisted and returned repeatedly. He admired the creature's determination and resilience. Even with its limited intelligence, it had longed to reach a great city, and it chose the most promising place in the world for its purpose. It prepared diligently, learning new languages, adapting to different social customs, and understanding the politics, law, finance, science, and habits of a land and people that had emerged since its time. Its brief encounters with this new world only intensified its desires and helped its intellect grow, proving its initial suspicions correct. It accomplished all this in isolation, from a desolate tomb in a forgotten land, and he pondered what more it could achieve with the vast world of thought now accessible to it. This creature, who could defy death and thrive amidst deadly diseases, would be a formidable force for good if it were an agent of God, not the devil. Nevertheless, they had vowed to liberate the world from this threat. Their work must be discreet and silent, for in this era of skepticism, even the wisest men's doubts would only empower the creature. Such doubts would serve as both its shield and its weapon against them, who were prepared to risk their souls for the safety of a loved one, the welfare of humanity, and the honor of God. They had a thorough discussion and decided to postpone any firm decisions until the following day. They would sleep on the information and share their conclusions at breakfast before deciding on a course of action. That night, he felt an extraordinary sense of peace and rest, as if a troubling presence had been lifted from him. However, the sight of the red mark on his forehead in the mirror reminded him that he was not yet free from corruption. Dr. Seward's diary, October 5th. They all woke up early, and the rest seemed to have benefited everyone. At breakfast, there was an unexpected air of cheerfulness among them. The resilience of the human spirit is truly astonishing. No matter the obstacle, even if it's as final as death, once it's gone, we rebound to our innate optimism and joy. I've found myself marveling at the dinner table, questioning if the events of the past days were just a figment of my imagination. It wasn't until I noticed the red mark on Mrs. Harker's forehead that I was jerked back into the harshness of reality. Even as I ponder over these matters seriously, it's hard to believe that the source of our woes is still at large. Mrs. Harker herself seems to momentarily forget her affliction, only to remember it when something triggers the memory of her dreadful scar. We've planned to gather in my study in 30 minutes to decide on what to do next. There's one immediate challenge I sense, more by gut feeling than logic. We must all be honest with each other. Yet, I'm worried that Mrs. Harker might be unable to speak freely. I'm certain she has her own insights, and considering everything that's happened, they must be sharp and accurate. But for some reason, she's holding back from sharing them. I've brought this up with Van Helsing, and we've agreed to discuss it privately. I fear it might be the vile poison, administered by the Count in what Van Helsing termed the vampire's baptism of blood, starting to take effect. Perhaps even the best things can produce a poison. In an era where ptomaines are a mystery, nothing should surprise us. One thing I'm sure of, if my instincts about Mrs. Harker's reticence are correct, then we're facing a grave and unknown peril. The same force that silences her might also force her to speak. The thought is too disturbing to entertain, as it would mean doubting the honor of a noble woman. Van Helsing is due to visit my study shortly before the others arrive. I plan to broach this sensitive topic with him. Later, when the professor arrived, we delved into the situation. It was clear he had something pressing on his mind, something he was reluctant to speak of. After some hesitation, he eventually shared his concern. Our dear Madame Mina, he revealed with a shiver, was undergoing a transformation. Haunted by the unfortunate fate of Miss Lucy, we knew we had to stay vigilant to prevent a repeat of past tragedies. The challenge before us had grown even more daunting, and with this fresh predicament, each moment became critical. I observed subtle changes hinting at the vampire's influence in her appearance, though they were faint. Her teeth seemed sharper, her gaze occasionally harder, and a silence had settled over her, reminiscent of Miss Lucy's own behavior. She remained quiet, even when her written words were meant for later revelation. My concern grew with the thought that if she could convey the Count's sensory experiences through a hypnotic state, he might also have the power to extract her knowledge, given his prior claim over her through his hypnotic initiation and the exchange of blood. Understanding the gravity of the situation, we resolved to keep her unaware of our plans. By doing so, she wouldn't be able to divulge information she didn't possess. The decision weighed heavily on us, knowing the pain it would inflict on someone already suffering greatly. During our upcoming meeting, I would have to inform her that she could no longer participate in our council and would instead be under our protection. The thought alone caused a sheen of sweat to appear on my forehead, reflecting the inner turmoil of possibly causing more distress to her tormented soul. Sharing my conclusion with him, I hoped to ease his burden, even if only by eliminating the sting of uncertainty. As the time for our assembly drew near, Van Helsing left to ready himself, seeking solitude, perhaps to find solace in prayer. Later, as we began our meeting, both Van Helsing and I felt a surge of relief. Mrs. Harker, through her husband, had sent word that she would abstain from joining us, allowing us to converse freely without the complication of her presence. We exchanged a knowing glance, both feeling a weight lifted. I couldn't help but think that if Mrs. Harker was aware of the danger she posed, it spared us all from additional pain and risk. With a silent agreement, we decided to keep our suspicions to ourselves until we could discuss them privately. We then dove headfirst into strategizing, with Van Helsing laying out the stark facts before us. The Tsarina Catherine set sail from the Thames just yesterday morning. Even at her fastest, it would take her a minimum of 3 weeks to reach Varna. However, we can cover the same distance overland in merely 3 days. Let's consider the ship might shorten its journey by 2 days due to weather conditions the Count can influence, and let's allocate a full day and night for any delays we might encounter. With this calculation, we have a cushion of almost 2 weeks. To be entirely on the safe side, we must depart by the 17th at the latest. By doing so, we'll arrive in Varna at least a day before the ship docks, giving us time to prepare. Naturally, we'll go fully equipped to protect against both physical and spiritual threats. Quincy Morris suggested that since the Count hails from a land of wolves, he might reach our destination before us. He recommended adding Winchesters to our weaponry, citing their effectiveness in past encounters with danger, like the time in Tobolsk when they faced a pack of wolves. Van Helsing agreed, praising Quincy's level-headedness, especially when there was something to hunt. He suggested that science would be dishonored more by metaphor than by the actual threat wolves posed to humans. Since none of them were familiar with Varna and they couldn't do much while waiting, Van Helsing proposed they set out sooner rather than later, as it would take the same amount of time to prepare for their journey whether they did it here or there. They could spend the night, and the next day getting ready, and then, if all went well, the 4 of them could embark on their journey. Harker, puzzled, questioned the Count, only to be reminded by the professor that he must stay behind to care for his beloved wife. Harker fell silent for a while before suggesting they discuss this part of the plan the next morning, as he needed to speak with Mina. It seemed like the right moment for Van Helsing to caution Harker against sharing their strategy with her, but he remained silent, simply gesturing for discretion. In his journal, Harker recorded his inability to focus on the afternoon of October 5th, overwhelmed by the new developments. Mina's choice to exclude herself from their discussions left him guessing at her motives, especially since they had previously agreed on full transparency among the group. Mina was now resting peacefully, a sight that brought him some semblance of joy. As the day turned to evening and the room grew more solemn with the setting sun, Mina suddenly awoke and gazed at Harker with affection. Jonathan stood before Mina, feeling the weight of her intense plea. She implored him to vow on his honor, a pledge made not just to her, but in the sacred witness of God, one that should remain unbroken despite any future entreaties she might make. Mina's request was urgent, demanding an immediate promise. Yet Jonathan hesitated, unsure if he had the right to make such a commitment. Mina's eyes, ablaze with spiritual fervor, pleaded for his agreement. She assured him of the righteousness of her request, suggesting that he could seek confirmation from Dr. Van Helsing. She offered him an out. If Van Helsing or the others disagreed, he would be released from his vow. Moved by her earnestness, Jonathan acquiesced. Mina's joy was palpable, though Jonathan felt an invisible barrier had risen between them, especially as Mina directed him to remain silent about any strategies devised to combat the Count. He was to keep everything to himself, no matter the method of communication, as long as the red mark marred her forehead. That evening, Mina's cheerfulness seemed to lift the spirits of everyone around her. Jonathan witnessed this transformation, hoping her ability to forget her troubles in sleep might also grant him some respite from his own. The following morning brought a new development. Mina, having roused Jonathan, requested Dr. Van Helsing's presence. Expecting another session of hypnotism, Jonathan fetched the professor without question. Upon his arrival, Mina declared her intention to accompany them on their journey, asserting that it would ensure greater safety for all. Dr. Van Helsing was taken aback, and upon questioning Mina's motives, she pointed to the scar on her forehead. She knew the risks and the potential control the Count could exert over her. Her determination was clear, and it left Jonathan speechless, filled with emotion. As the day wore on, Jonathan struggled to concentrate, troubled by the recent turn of events. Mina's decision to distance herself from their deliberations puzzled him. He cherished the sight of her peaceful rest, clinging to the small comfort it provided. Dr. Van Helsing acknowledged Mina's wisdom, agreeing to include her in their group's mission. As he spoke, Mina succumbed to sleep, her silence preceding her slumber unnoticed until the sunlight filled the room. Van Helsing signaled me to follow him silently to his room, where soon Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris joined us. Van Helsing shared Mina's insights with them. Come morning, we would set out for Varna, now with the added consideration of Mina's involvement. Van Helsing praised her truthful soul, recognizing the pain it caused her to reveal so much. He emphasized the importance of readiness upon arriving in Varna, with no opportunities to be missed. Mr. Morris, ever direct, inquired about our specific plans. Van Helsing outlined the steps: boarding the ship, locating the box, and placing a wild rose branch on it, trusting in the old superstitions to prevent the creature's emergence. The final plan was to open the box in secret and end the nightmare. Morris, however, was resolute, declaring his intention to destroy the monster at the first chance, regardless of any witnesses. His handshake was firm, conveying his determination. Van Helsing praised his bravery, assuring that none of us would falter out of fear. He admitted the uncertainty of our actions, given the unpredictability of events, but promised that we would be prepared for any outcome. He urged us to settle our personal affairs, as the end was uncertain. Van Helsing had already organized his matters and would make travel arrangements. With that, we parted ways. I resolved to put my earthly matters in order, making my will and naming Mina as my sole heir, with the others to be remembered for their kindness if the worst came to pass. Later, everything was in order. My will was complete, and I was ready for whatever might come. The day is fading into evening, and Mina's restlessness draws my gaze to the setting sun. I sense she harbors thoughts that the precise moment of sunset will unveil. Our days are fraught with tension, as each dawn and dusk heralds fresh perils and sorrows. Yet, these may be part of a divine plan leading to a positive outcome. I record these events in my journal, shielding my beloved from them for now. Should a time come when she can peruse these words, they will be here, waiting. She beckons me now. You're about to listen to Chapter 25. On the evening of October 11th, Jonathan Harker entrusted me with documenting events, feeling unequal to the task himself, desiring an accurate account. We weren't surprised when asked to visit Mrs. Harker before sunset. We've learned that dawn and dusk offer her moments of true self-expression, free from any forces that might otherwise suppress or provoke her. This state emerges shortly before the actual sunrise or sunset and persists until the sun is well up or while the horizon still reflects the sun's glow. Initially, it's as if a bond is released, followed swiftly by total liberation. When this freedom ends, the return to her restrained self happens rapidly, heralded by a brief, quiet warning. That night, as we gathered, she seemed tense, clearly wrestling with something internally. I attributed it to her making an effort to assert control as soon as possible. It wasn't long before she managed to regain her composure. Then, with a gesture, she invited her husband to sit next to her on the sofa and beckoned the rest of us to pull our chairs closer. Holding her husband's hand, she expressed her feelings. She shared with us the preciousness of our collective freedom, possibly for the last time, acknowledging her husband's unwavering support. With a new day ahead, she recognized the unknown challenges we might face. Despite her acknowledgement of her own vulnerability and the perilous poison within her, she had faith that we would do all within our power to help her. She implored us to remember her unique condition, the danger lurking within her blood and soul threatening to consume her unless a remedy is found. She made it clear that her soul was imperiled, yet she rejected the notion of taking the one way out she knew of, despite its allure. When Van Helsing asked about this particular path we were to avoid, she explained it meant her dying now, whether by her own hand or another's, to prevent a greater evil from unfolding. She was aware that in death, her spirit could be liberated, as was done for Lucy. She admitted that if fear of death were the only obstacle, she wouldn't hesitate to meet her end among friends. However, she believed that dying, when hope and duty called, wasn't the right path, and so she renounced the certainty of eternal peace to face potentially darker fates in the world or beyond. We all remained silent, sensing this was just a prelude. The others had stern expressions, and Harker's face turned pale, perhaps anticipating what was yet to come. She went on with her thoughts. She offered what she could to the collective cause, using a peculiar legal term that seemed out of place yet serious. She questioned what they would each contribute, acknowledging their willingness to sacrifice their lives, but probed deeper, asking what they would offer to her personally. She deliberately avoided looking at her husband as she spoke. Quincy seemed to grasp her meaning and acknowledged it, bringing a smile to her face. She then insisted on a clear agreement, demanding a solemn promise from everyone, including her dear husband, that they would end her life if she ever became a creature they deemed better off dead. If she ever became so changed that death was preferable to living, they were to act swiftly and without hesitation to grant her peace. Quincy was the first to react, solemnly vowing to fulfill this grim duty without flinching, should the need arise. He pledged to be certain of his actions, even if doubt crept in, he would err on the side of what she asked. She tearfully expressed her gratitude, kissing his hand in a heartfelt gesture of thanks. Van Helsing and Lord Godalming also took the oath, each kneeling before her in turn. Her husband, pale and visibly shaken, questioned whether he must make the same grim promise. She assured him with a voice full of compassion that he must not waver, as their souls were intertwined for eternity. She reminded him of the times when men had to make unthinkable choices to protect their loved ones from worse fates, urging him to be ready to do the same for her. She recalled Van Helsing's kindness to Lucy and the peace he helped bestow, hinting at her desire for a similar mercy if necessary. Van Helsing reaffirmed his vow, and Mrs. Harker, with a relieved smile, leaned back, seemingly at peace with the pact they had all made. Heeding her warning, she impressed upon them the urgency of seizing the moment should it arise, a moment that might spring upon them without warning. In such an event, she would stand against them, allied with their adversary. She had another request, less crucial but deeply personal. She wished for them to perform the burial service for her, believing the act would offer comfort, regardless of the outcome of their dire circumstances. Her husband, though pained by the thought, agreed, knowing it would bring her peace. The scene was a poignant one, as her husband, choked with emotion, read from the burial of the dead. The gravity of the moment was palpable, the air filled with a mix of despair and an inexplicable sweetness. It was a moment that would have softened even the most cynical heart. Jonathan Harker's journal entries reveal their hurried journey from Charing Cross to Paris and onto Varna via the Orient Express. Their focus was singular: the arrival of the Tsarina Catherine. Mina's improving health was a source of relief. She spent much of the journey asleep, only to become alert at dawn and dusk. It was during these times that Van Helsing would hypnotize her, a process that had become almost effortless, her mind readily bending to his will. When asked what she could see or hear during these sessions, her response was always the same. She saw nothing but darkness, and she heard nothing. The sounds of the sea surround the Tsarina Catherine as she cuts through the water, her sails taut in the strong wind. Lord Godalming has just gotten back, having received 4 telegrams during our journey, all confirming the ship hasn't been spotted. He'd set up a system to be notified daily about the ship's status, ensuring someone was always keeping watch. We had an early dinner and retired for the night. Tomorrow's plan includes meeting with the vice-consul to hopefully secure permission to board the Tsarina Catherine upon her arrival. Van Helsing has pinpointed our best chance to confront the Count during daylight, as he cannot transform or leave the ship then. We aim to open his box after sunrise, trapping him in a vulnerable state. We're confident we won't face much opposition from the officials or crew. In this part of the world, money talks, and we're not short on funds. Our main goal now is to ensure the ship doesn't dock unnoticed during the night. We're counting on Judge Moneybag to help us with that. On the 16th of October, Mina's observations were unchanged, with the sounds of the sea continuing to be her only report. Our timing seems good, and we're ready to act once the Tsarina Catherine approaches the Dardanelles, where we expect to receive news of her. On the 17th of October, preparations were nearly complete to greet the Count upon his return from his journey. Godalming had cleverly suggested to the shippers that the box being sent might hold stolen goods from a friend, and he managed to get a tentative agreement to open it at his own risk. The box's owner provided a note instructing the ship's captain to give Godalming full cooperation in doing whatever he needed on the vessel, and the same permission was given to his representative in Varna. After meeting the agent, who was quite taken with Godalming's friendly approach, everyone felt assured that he would do all he could to help with their plans. They had a strategy in place for when they managed to open the box. If the Count was inside, Van Helsing and Seward were ready to decapitate him and pierce his heart with a stake. Morris, Godalming, and I were prepared to handle any disturbances, even if it meant using the weapons we had at the ready. The professor believed that treating the Count's body this way would reduce it to dust quickly. If that happened, they wouldn't have to worry about any murder suspicions. Yet, they were prepared to accept the consequences of their actions, knowing that the very words written here might one day prove their innocence or guilt. Personally, I was willing to take that risk. No effort was spared to achieve their goal. They had even arranged for a special messenger to inform them as soon as the Tsarina Catherine was sighted. A week passed by the 24th of October, filled with waiting. Despite daily messages to Godalming, the response remained unchanged, not yet reported. Mina's hypnotic sessions morning and evening echoed the same: the sound of lapping waves, the rush of water, and the creak of masts. Then, a telegram on the 24th of October from Rufus Smith at Lloyd's in London to Lord Godalming in Varna announced the sighting of the Tsarina Catherine that morning from the Dardanelles. In Dr. Seward's diary entry for the 25th of October, he lamented the absence of his phonograph, finding pen and paper tedious. But Van Helsing insisted on written records. The previous day's excitement was palpable when Godalming received the telegram from Lloyd's. Seward reflected on the feeling of being called to action, similar to soldiers in battle. Mrs. Harker, however, remained calm, shielded from their plans and their visible excitement. She had changed much over the past 3 weeks, her lethargy deepening despite her apparent health and returning color. Van Helsing and I harbored concerns, though they kept them from the others to protect Harker's heart and nerves. In her hypnotic state, Van Helsing examined her teeth, looking for any signs of sharpening that would signal an impending transformation. They understood the grave steps they would have to take if that change occurred, though they never spoke of it out loud. The word euthanasia seemed a kind and comforting term, offering solace for the grim thoughts they harbored. The journey from the Dardanelles to this location is a mere 24 hours by sail, considering the speed at which the Tsarina Catherine has traveled from London. Hence, she is expected to dock sometime in the morning. Since her arrival before then is out of the question, we've all decided to turn in early. We plan to rise at 1 in the morning to be prepared for her arrival. By noon on the 25th of October, there's still no word on the ship's docking. Mrs. Harker's morning hypnotic session didn't reveal anything new, leaving room for news to come at any moment. Excitement has gripped us all, except for Harker, who remains a portrait of calm with hands as cold as ice. Earlier, I caught him sharpening his large Gorka knife, the one he's taken to carrying around. The Count would be in grave danger if that cookery blade, driven by Harker's unyielding, frosty grip, ever found its way to his throat. Van Helsing and I have grown concerned about Mrs. Harker today. Around noon, she fell into a kind of stupor that didn't sit well with us. Though we kept our worries between us, neither of us felt at ease. She had been quite restless all morning, so initially we were relieved to see her sleeping. But when her husband mentioned he couldn't wake her, we checked on her ourselves. She was breathing easily and looked so serene that we agreed the rest was doing her good. It's no surprise that sleep, offering her a respite from her burdens, would be beneficial. Later, our thoughts were confirmed. After a few hours of restorative sleep, she awoke looking more refreshed and lively than she had in days. At dusk, she conducted her usual hypnotic session. The Count, wherever he may be in the Black Sea, is hastening towards his destination, and hopefully to his downfall. The 26th of October comes with no news of the Tsarina Catherine. She should have arrived by now. Mrs. Harker's sunrise hypnotic session was consistent with previous ones, indicating the ship is still en route, possibly delayed by fog that other steamers have reported around the port. We remain vigilant, as the ship could be signaled at any moment. By noon on the 27th of October, it's peculiar that we have yet to hear of the ship we're awaiting. Mrs. Harker's reports from last night and this morning spoke of faint, distant-sounding waves. Telegrams from London have been repetitive, no further updates. Van Helsing is filled with anxiety, confiding his fear that the Count might elude us. He shared a troubling thought about Mrs. Harker's recent lethargy and how souls and memories can behave oddly during a trance. I was about to delve deeper into his concerns when Harker entered, and Van Helsing signaled for discretion. We plan to attempt a more detailed hypnotic session with her at sunset. On the 20th of October, a telegram arrived. Rufus Smith from London informed Lord Godalming that the Tsarina Catherine was spotted entering Galatz at 1 o'clock that day. Dr. Seward's diary. On the 20th of October, the news of the Tsarina Catherine's arrival at Galatz didn't catch us off guard as one might expect. Despite not knowing the specifics, we were braced for an unexpected turn. The delay at Varna had already adjusted our expectations. We were merely waiting to pinpoint where the change would manifest. Nevertheless, it came as a surprise. It seems we're wired to hope that things will turn out right, despite knowing they often don't. Transcendental beliefs can inspire, even if they sometimes lead us astray. Each of us process the experience in our own way. Van Helsing, for a brief moment, gestured as if to question the heavens, but remained silent, soon standing with a determined expression. Lord Godalming turned quite pale and took deep breaths. I felt somewhat dazed, observing each reaction in turn. Quincy Morris quickly adjusted his belt, a sign I recognized as a prelude to action from our past adventures. Mrs. Harker turned a stark white, her scar standing out vividly, yet she clasped her hands and looked heavenward. Harker managed a dark, hopeless smile, but his hands betrayed his resignation as they moved to the hilt of his cookery knife, ready for use. Van Helsing inquired about the next train to Galatz, to which Mrs. Harker surprisingly provided the answer, revealing her extensive knowledge of train schedules, a skill she honed to assist her husband. She explained that the only train the next day was at 6:30 in the morning. The professor was impressed by her resourcefulness. Lord Godalming wondered about securing a special train, but Van Helsing doubted its practicality, emphasizing the need to prepare and strategize instead. He delegated tasks. Arthur was to handle train tickets, Jonathan was to obtain letters of authority from the ship's agent, and Quincy was to enlist the vice-consul's assistance. Van Helsing, John, and Mrs. Harker would stay behind to consult on their next steps, ensuring they were ready regardless of when the sun set. Mrs. Harker's mood had brightened considerably, more reminiscent of her former self than she had been in a long time. She expressed her eagerness to be helpful in every way possible, to think and write as she once did. She felt a strange shift within her, a lifting of some weight, and with it came a sense of freedom she hadn't known recently. The younger men in the room couldn't help but show signs of relief upon hearing her hopeful words. However, Van Helsing and I exchanged a look of concern, each understanding the gravity of the situation without saying a word. After the men left to attend to their duties, Van Helsing requested Mrs. Harker retrieve Harker's journal entries from the castle, which she promptly went to find. Once we were alone, Van Helsing wasted no time expressing his thoughts, emphasizing the seriousness of our predicament. He shared a revelation that had struck him when Mrs. Harker spoke earlier. He believed that during a recent trance, the Count had connected with her, probing her mind or perhaps showing her his own location in a desperate attempt to learn our whereabouts. Van Helsing surmised that the Count now felt assured of his control over her and had severed their connection, confident she would come to him when summoned. Van Helsing held on to hope, believing that our human intellect, refined over the ages and graced by God, would prove superior to the Count's ancient and selfishly driven mind. As Mrs. Harker returned, he cautioned me to remain silent about her trance, fearing the knowledge would crush her spirit at a time when we needed her hope and courage the most. Her intelligence, he noted, was a formidable asset, one that the Count had unwittingly enhanced but could not fully control. I feared Van Helsing might succumb to his emotions, as he had when Lucy passed away, but he composed himself masterfully. Mrs. Harker entered the room with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to her own suffering as she handed over the typewritten pages to Van Helsing. He read them intently, his expression growing brighter, and held the papers thoughtfully, ready to discuss our next move. "John, with your vast experience, and you, young Mina, here's a lesson. Never be afraid to think." I've had a nagging half-thought, but I hesitated to let it fly. Now, with more knowledge, I revisit that thought and realize it's not half-formed at all. It's a complete thought, young and not yet strong, but it's there. It's like the ugly duckling in Hans Andersen's tale, which turns out not to be a duck at all, but a majestic swan ready to soar when its wings are ready. I see what Jonathan has written. He speaks of someone from the past who repeatedly crossed the Great River into Turkey, persisting even when defeated, because he believed in his eventual victory. What does this tell us? It may seem like not much. The Count's naive thought sees nothing, so he speaks freely. Our mature thoughts also saw nothing until now. But then comes a word from someone who speaks without understanding the full implications. It's like elements that lie dormant, but once they move and collide, there's a blinding flash of light that reveals the earth for miles around. Have you ever considered the philosophy of crime? John, you have, as it's a study of insanity. Mina, you haven't, since crime hasn't touched you but once. Yet, your mind is sharp, moving from specific to general. Criminals have a peculiar trait, consistent across all countries and times, so much so that even the police, without much philosophical knowledge, recognize it. The true criminal focuses on one crime. This criminal doesn't have a fully developed adult brain. He's smart, cunning, and resourceful, but his brain is childlike in many ways. Our criminal is destined for crime too, with a child's brain, and it's a child's nature to do what he has done. The young learn through experience, and once they've learned something, they have a starting point to do more. "Give me a place to stand," said Archimedes, "and I will move the earth." To do something once is the lever by which a child's brain becomes an adult's brain. And until he intends to do more, he'll keep repeating the same action, just as he has done before. I can see your eyes are open now, Mina, and the lightning has illuminated the landscape for you. Now, you can share your insights with us, the scientists. Tell us what you see with your bright eyes. As she spoke, he checked her pulse, perhaps without even realizing it. The Count's actions mark him as a criminal, as theorists like Nordau and Lombroso would agree. His mental faculties are not fully developed, making him rely on past behaviors when faced with challenges. We know from his own account that he has retreated to his homeland when previous conquests failed, only to return better prepared and ultimately successful. In London, after his defeat and with his survival at stake, he escaped across the sea to his native soil, reminiscent of his earlier withdrawal across the Danube from Turkey. Van Helsing praises Mina's intelligence with great enthusiasm and encourages her to continue sharing her insights, assuring her that her perspective is valued. Mina acknowledges the possibility of appearing self-centered, but expresses her willingness to share her thoughts, understanding that they are focused on her experiences. She observes that the Count's criminal nature is driven by selfishness and a singular, unyielding purpose. His flight from the Danube, abandoning his forces, reflects his disregard for others in favor of his safety. Mina feels her soul is somewhat liberated from the Count's influence, yet she worries that in a vulnerable state, he may have used her knowledge for his sinister purposes. The professor stands, attentive and ready for more discussion. "He cunningly manipulated your thoughts, leaving us stranded in Varna while his ship, shrouded in fog, sped to Galatz. There, he likely had plans to elude us. His naive mind could only see so far, and perhaps, by divine design, what he counted on for his benefit might be his undoing. As the old saying goes, the hunter is caught in his trap. He believes he has shaken us off, gaining many hours' lead. In his self-absorbed mind, he'll let his guard down to rest. He also thinks that by isolating himself from your thoughts, you'll have no insight into his whereabouts. But he's wrong. The horrific ordeal he put you through has ironically granted you the freedom to track him in spirit during your moments of liberation at dawn and dusk. You do this by my will, not his, turning your pain into a tool for good. This ability is even more valuable now that he's unaware of it and has severed his awareness of our location. We are not selfish like him, and we trust that God is with us amidst this darkness. We will pursue him without hesitation, even if it means risking becoming like him. John, this moment is significant, propelling us forward. You'll document everything, so when the others return, they'll be informed just as we are. I've recorded our wait for their return, and Mrs. Harker has used her typewriter to transcribe everything since she brought the manuscript to us. You're about to listen to Chapter 26. On the 29th of October, we were on the train from Varna to Galatz. The evening before, our group gathered before sunset. We had all completed our tasks to the best of our abilities and felt ready for the journey and the work awaiting us in Galatz. As night approached, Mrs. Harker prepared to enter a hypnotic state. It took a more significant effort from Van Helsing than usual before she succumbed to the trance. Unlike other times when she would respond to simple prompts, on this occasion, the professor had to ask her direct questions persistently before we learned anything. Eventually, she described a scene of stillness, with no wave sounds, just the soft swirl of water against a hawser. She heard men's voices, both near and distant, and the sound of oars moving in rowlocks. A distant gunshot echoed, and she could hear footsteps above, along with the noise of dragging ropes and chains. She mentioned a flash of light and the sensation of air on her skin. Abruptly, she rose from the sofa, lifting her hands as if holding a weight. Van Helsing and I exchanged knowing looks. Quincy observed her with keen interest, while Harker's grip tightened on his weapon. A silence fell upon us as the window for her to speak was closing, and we sensed it was futile to interrupt. Then, she sat up, her eyes opened, and she offered tea with sweetness, considering us all tired. We accepted, aiming to keep her content. Once she left to prepare tea, Van Helsing shared his thoughts. He believed our adversary was near land, having abandoned his earthen refuge. If he didn't reach shore that night or before dawn, he would be trapped, unable to transform or hide. If discovered by customs in his confined state, he would be at our mercy. We waited for dawn, hopeful to learn more from Mrs. Harker. The morning brought an anxious wait for her to enter the trance, which took even longer. When she finally responded, the sunrise was near, and she reported darkness and the sound of water at her level, with a creaking noise like wood against wood. With the day breaking, we knew we had to wait until nightfall for our next chance to understand more. We find ourselves journeying toward Galatz, filled with an intense sense of anticipation. We were scheduled to arrive between 2 and 3 in the morning, but we're already 3 hours behind schedule in Bucharest, which means we won't reach our destination until after sunrise. Consequently, we anticipate receiving 2 more hypnotic updates from Mrs. Harker, which might shed additional light on the unfolding events. As the day progressed, the sun dipped below the horizon without any disruptions, a fortunate turn as any distractions at a train station could have hindered our need for tranquility and seclusion. Mrs. Harker's susceptibility to the hypnotic state was even more reluctant than in the morning, raising my concerns that her ability to sense the Count's feelings might wane at the most critical time. Her imagination seems to be taking over, and while she has previously stuck to basic facts during her trances, this shift could lead us astray. I hold on to the hope that the Count's influence over her might also diminish, but my fears suggest otherwise. When she finally spoke, her words were cryptic, mentioning a sensation of something departing, like a chill breeze, and distant, muddled noises of varied languages, rushing water, and the cries of wolves. She then fell silent, her body trembling more violently until she appeared to be in the throes of a fit. Upon awakening, she felt cold, drained, and weak, yet her mind was sharp. She couldn't recall any of it, but deeply pondered the words we relayed to her. As we approach the morning of October 30th at 7, Galatz is near, and time for writing may run short. The sunrise was eagerly awaited by all of us, aware of the growing challenge in inducing Mrs. Harker's trance. Van Helsing began his hypnotic gestures earlier than usual, but they took effect only at the customary time, just a minute before the sun peaked over the horizon. Mrs. Harker's response was immediate yet filled with difficulty, describing a world engulfed in darkness, the sound of swirling water at ear level, and the creak of wood against wood, along with distant cattle and an odd noise she couldn't quite place. She grew pale upon trying to continue. Van Helsing, desperate and with a touch of despair in his eyes as the sun began to cast its red glow on Mrs. Harker's face, urged her to continue. But with her eyes opening, she responded with an unaffected sweetness, questioning why he expected her to remember anything. Her confusion grew as she saw our astonished expressions, admitting she only remembered lying there, half awake, and hearing his command, which struck her as amusing. Van Helsing's response was tinged with sadness, expressing his respect and love for her, acknowledging the strangeness of his commanding tone. Our anticipation and anxiety are at their peak as the train whistles signal our approach to Galatz. On the 30th of October, Mr. Morris escorted me to our prearranged hotel, having been chosen for the task due to his lack of foreign language skills. Our group's deployment mirrored our previous arrangement in Varna, with the exception that Lord Godalming proceeded to the vice-consul, hoping his status would expedite matters, given our urgency. Jonathan, alongside the 2 doctors, visited the shipping agency to inquire about the Tsarina Catherine's arrival details. Later on, Lord Godalming came back with news. The consul was absent, and the vice-consul was ill, leaving a clerk to manage the day-to-day tasks. The clerk was accommodating, willing to assist in any way possible. From Jonathan Harker's journal. The date remained the same. At 9 in the morning, Dr. Van Helsing, Dr. Seward, and I met with the representatives from Mackenzie and Steinkopf, a firm connected to London's Hapgood. They had just received a telegram from London, prompted by Lord Godalming, directing them to extend every courtesy to us. They were exceptionally gracious, promptly taking us aboard the Tsarina Catherine, which was moored in the river harbor. There, we met Captain Donaldson, who shared his experiences of the journey. He confessed it was the most favorable voyage he'd ever had. He shared his unease, feeling that good fortune on the seas often comes at a cost, balanced out by bad luck. It seemed unnatural to sail from London to the Black Sea with the wind at their backs as if propelled by some devilish force. Despite the clear weather, they were shrouded in fog whenever they neared another ship, a port, or a landmark. It was as if the fog was a traveling companion, lifting only to reveal nothing in sight. They passed by Gibraltar without signaling and didn't encounter another soul until the Dardanelles, where they awaited permission to pass. Initially, he considered reducing sail and waiting out the fog, but then he thought that if some devilish force wanted them in the Black Sea swiftly, it would happen regardless of their actions. A quick voyage would reflect well on them with the owners and not harm their trade. Plus, if some old force had its way, it might be grateful for their non-interference. Van Helsing found the mix of naivety and shrewdness, superstition and business sense quite fascinating. He remarked that the devil knows when he's met his match, which seemed to please the captain. As we left the Bosphorus Strait behind, discontent began to brew among the crew. The Romanian sailors approached me, their unease palpable, as they pleaded to toss a mysterious large box overboard. This box had been loaded on board by an eccentric old man back in London. I had caught the crew casting wary glances at him, warding off bad luck with a gesture to protect against the evil eye. I found their superstitions quite laughable and shooed them away without a second thought. However, when a dense fog enveloped us, I must admit a sliver of doubt crept in. Not necessarily about the box, though. We sailed on, letting the wind guide us through the impenetrable mist. I figured if some devilish force was at play, it would lead us to our destination regardless. And if not, we remained vigilant. The fog lifted after 5 days, revealing we were just opposite Galats on the river. The Romanians were in a frenzy, insisting the box be thrown into the water. It took some convincing, with a handspike no less, for them to understand that the cargo was safer in my care than at the bottom of the Danube. They had already moved the box on deck, ready to cast it away, yet I decided it would stay put until we could unload it properly in port. Our work was cut short that day, and we anchored for the night. But with the dawn came a man with an order from England, seeking a box marked for Count Dracula. His paperwork was in order, and I was more than happy to be rid of the troublesome cargo. The man who collected it was named Emanuel Hildesheim, residing at Bergenstrasse 16. That was the extent of my knowledge, which I shared with Dr. Van Helsing and his companions when they came inquiring. They tracked down Hildesheim, an Adelphi theater-type Hebrew with a distinctive nose and fez. With some financial persuasion, he divulged his part in the matter. He had been instructed by a Mr. de Ville of London to take possession of the box from the Tsarina Catherine before sunrise, avoiding customs. Hildesheim was to hand it over to Petrov Skinsky, who dealt with Slovak traders on the river. Payment had been made with an English banknote, which he exchanged for gold. Hildesheim's role ended after he delivered the box to Skinsky, saving on the cost of transport. That was the full extent of his involvement. We proceeded to look for Skinsky, but to no avail. A neighbor of his, who didn't seem too fond of him, mentioned that Skinsky had left 2 days prior, destination unknown. His landlord confirmed this, having received the house key and owed rent in British currency the previous night between 10 and 11. Once again, we found ourselves at an impasse. While discussing the matter, someone rushed in, breathless, with news that Skinsky's body was discovered within the churchyard wall of St. Peter, his throat savagely ripped open as though by a wild beast. The onlookers we were conversing with dashed to witness the gruesome sight, the women attributing the deed to a Slovak. We quickly left, fearing being implicated and consequently delayed. Returning home, we couldn't reach a solid conclusion. We all agreed that the box was being transported by water to an unknown destination. With heavy hearts, we returned to the hotel to see Mina. Upon regrouping, we debated whether to share our predicament with Mina once more. The situation was dire, and it seemed like a risky but necessary option. As a first step, I was freed from my promise to her. Mina Harker's journal, October 30th, evening. They were all so exhausted and disheartened that nothing could be done until they rested. I suggested they take a short nap while I updated the records. I'm thankful for the Traveler's typewriter and to Mr. Morris for procuring it for me. Without it, I'd be lost. I've finished the updates. Poor Jonathan, he must be enduring so much suffering. He's lying there, scarcely breathing, his body seemingly in shutdown. His forehead is furrowed, his face etched with pain. He might be deep in thought, his face all scrunched up. Oh, how I wish I could ease his burden. I'll do what I can. I've asked Dr. Van Helsing for the documents I haven't seen yet. While the others rest, I'll review everything carefully, hoping to reach some insight. I aim to emulate the professor's unbiased approach to the facts before me. I believe I've made a discovery under divine guidance. I'll examine the maps and confirm my theory. I'm more convinced than ever of my findings. I'll gather everyone and present my conclusions for their judgment. Precision is crucial, and every minute counts. Mina Harker's memorandum, entered in her journal. Ground of inquiry, Count Dracula must return to his lair. He needs to be transported by someone. This is clear since if he could move freely as he wished, he would travel as a man, wolf, bat, or in some other form. He must fear being found or interrupted, stuck as he is in his wooden box from dawn until sunset. How will he be taken? We can narrow it down by elimination. By road, by rail, by water? 1. By road. This presents countless challenges, particularly when leaving the city. People are inherently inquisitive, always eager to explore. Just the slightest hint or suspicion about the contents of the box could be his undoing. There might be customs and excise officials to deal with. His worst fear is being followed by his pursuers. To prevent betrayal, he keeps everyone at bay, including his victim, me. By rail, the box is unattended and risks being delayed. Any holdup could be disastrous with his enemies close behind. Escaping under cover of darkness is an option, but without a safe haven, he would be vulnerable. He's not willing to take that chance. By water. This mode is relatively safe, but not without risks. At sea, his powers are limited to nightfall, when he can call upon fog, storms, snow, and his wolves. However, a shipwreck would leave him at the mercy of the waves. He could steer the vessel to shore, but if the land is hostile, his situation would be dire. We know he took to the water, so our task is to pinpoint exactly which body of water. Understanding his actions thus far will shed light on his future moves. Firstly, we must distinguish his deeds in London, part of his grand scheme, where he was pressed for time. Secondly, we should deduce from known facts what he has done since. In London, his goal was to reach Galatz, sending a misleading invoice to Varna to throw us off his trail. His main objective was to flee. Evidence lies in the letter he sent, instructing Emanuel Hildesheim to clear the box before daybreak. There must have been communication with Petrovskinskaya, but the details are speculative. His strategy worked. The Tsarina Catherine sailed exceptionally fast, raising Captain Donelson's suspicions. But superstition and caution played into the Count's hands, allowing him to sail through fog until reaching Galatz undetected. Hildesheim managed the box as instructed, passing it to Skinskaya. From there, the trail goes cold. We know only that the box is on the move, somewhere on the water, having bypassed any customs checks. Upon landing at Galatz, the box was handed to Skinskaya before the sun rose. With daylight, the Count could show his true form. We ponder why Skinskaya was involved. My husband's diary notes Skinsky's dealings with the Slovaks along the river, and the common belief that a Slovak committed the murder points to the Count's need for seclusion. I believe the Count made his way back to his castle from London via water, opting for the most discreet and secure method. Skaney likely transported him from his castle, and it's plausible they handed off their shipment to Slovaks who carried the boxes to Varna. From there, the boxes were sent to London by ship. This suggests the Count was well informed about who could manage such a task. Once the box was on dry land, under the cover of darkness, the Count would emerge, meet with Skin Sky, and give him instructions for arranging the transport of the box along a river. After ensuring everything was set, the Count tried to cover his tracks by eliminating Skin Sky. Looking at the map, it seems the rivers the Slovaks could have used are either the Pruth or the Sereth. My trance revealed sounds of cows, swirling water, and creaking wood, indicating that the Count, in his box, was on a river in an open boat, likely rowed or poled due to the proximity of the riverbanks and the need to move upstream. These sounds wouldn't be present if you were drifting downstream. While it might not be the Sereth or the Pruth, further investigation could provide answers. Between the two, the Pruth is easier to navigate, but the Sereth at Fundu connects with the Bystritza, which encircles the Borgo Pass. The river's bend is about as close as one can get to Dracula's castle by water. Mina Harker's journal entry didn't end there. After I finished reading, Jonathan embraced me with a kiss. The others congratulated me warmly, and Dr. Van Helsing praised me, noting that my vision had provided guidance where they were previously blind. With renewed hope, they discussed their next moves, acknowledging the Count's vulnerability during the daytime on the water. They knew he had a head start, but also that he couldn't rush his escape without raising suspicion among those transporting him. Lord Godalming declared his intention to pursue the Count by steam launch, while Mr. Morris planned to track him from the riverbank on horseback. Dr. Van Helsing agreed, emphasizing the need for a team effort to counteract any potential resistance, noting the Slovak strength and weaponry. The group was prepared, though, armed with a small collection of weapons. Mr. Morris mentioned bringing Winchesters, useful against crowds and possibly wolves, hinting at the Count's other preparations that Mrs. Harker couldn't quite catch. Dr. Seward added his thoughts, emphasizing their need to be ready for anything. I felt it might be best for me to join Quincy. We've often hunted as a pair and, well-equipped, we'd be a formidable team against any threat. Art shouldn't be left by himself. It's possible we'll have to confront the Slovaks, and even a lucky stab could ruin everything since guns probably aren't in their arsenal. We can't afford to take risks this time. Our mission won't be complete until we've ensured the Count can't rise again by separating his head from his body. Jonathan caught my eye with a look of concern, clearly wrestling with his thoughts. He was eager to stay by my side, but he also knew the boat service was likely to be the key to ending the vampire's reign. I wondered why I hesitated to even write that word. Dr. Van Helsing broke the silence, addressing Jonathan directly. He pointed out that Jonathan was young, brave, and ready to fight, which might be crucial in the final moments. Moreover, it was Jonathan's right to end the creature that had brought so much suffering to him and his family. Dr. Van Helsing assured him that he would take good care of Mina. Although he was older and not as quick or accustomed to combat as he once was, he could still contribute in other ways and was prepared to lay down his life if necessary. His plan was to accompany Mina into the heart of enemy territory while the others pursued the Count by steamboat and guarded potential landing sites. He intended to follow the path Jonathan had taken to Dracula's castle, counting on Mina's hypnotic abilities to guide them through the darkness once they neared their destination. They had much to do to ensure the vampire's lair was destroyed. Jonathan, however, couldn't contain his frustration with the professor's plan to expose Mina to such danger. He vehemently argued against taking her to a place so closely associated with horror and suffering. He questioned whether the professor understood the true nature of that den of evil, where even the moonlight seemed to teem with sinister life and the very dust appeared to harbor monstrous potential. Jonathan's fear was palpable as he recalled the experience of the vampire's bite and the burden of their current plight, collapsing into a state of despair. Dr. Van Helsing's soothing voice and measured words brought a sense of calm to the tense atmosphere. My friend was adamant about sparing Madame Mina from the horrors of that dreadful place, insisting he would venture there himself. He was resolute in his refusal to expose her to the wild tasks that awaited, tasks unfit for her eyes. All of us, except Jonathan, had witnessed the horrors that needed to be purged from that place. We were in a dire situation, and if the Count managed to evade us, with his strength and cunning, he might slumber for a century, only to claim our dear one in time. Jonathan had shared with us the sight of those creatures with their mocking laughter and greedy lips as they seized the offering from the Count. The thought alone was enough to send shivers down our spines. My friend expressed his regret for causing such distress, but he knew the pain was a necessary evil. He pondered if the sacrifice he was contemplating, potentially his own life, wasn't justified by the grave situation. Jonathan, overwhelmed with emotion, entrusted us to a higher power. As time passed, witnessing the dedication and courage of these men was truly inspiring. Their earnestness, truthfulness, and bravery were enough to make any woman's heart swell with love. It also made me reflect on the incredible influence of wealth when used wisely and the potential harm when misused. I was grateful for Lord Godalming's affluence and for Mr. Morris's willingness to spend without hesitation. Without their resources, our expedition would have struggled to commence as promptly and well-prepared as it did. In mere hours, roles were assigned, and now Lord Godalming and Jonathan had a steam launch ready to depart at a moment's notice. Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris were equipped with sturdy horses. We had all the necessary maps and tools. Professor Van Helsing and I were set to catch the 11:40 train that night to Veresti, from where we'd secure a carriage to the Borgo Pass. We were bringing a substantial sum of money to purchase a carriage and horses, planning to drive ourselves, as we couldn't trust anyone else with this task. With the professor's knowledge of many languages, we were confident of managing well. We were all armed, myself included, with a large-bore revolver, as Jonathan wouldn't have it any other way. Unfortunately, I was unable to bear the same armament as the others due to the scar on my forehead. Dr. Van Helsing reassured me that being armed was essential, especially with the possibility of encountering wolves, as the weather grew colder and snow flurries served as ominous harbingers. Bidding farewell to my beloved took all the courage I had within me, as it might very well be our final parting. Mina, be brave. I could feel the professor's piercing gaze, his look a silent command to hold back the tears. Any tears now should only be those of joy, should Providence allow it. In Jonathan Harker's journal, the story continued. October 30th night. I'm jotting this down by the light spilling from the furnace door of the steam launch. Lord Godalming is busy stoking the fire. He's no stranger to this task, having owned a launch on the Thames and another on the Norfolk Broads for many years. We've hashed out our strategy and agreed that Mina's hunch was spot on. If the Count's making a break for his castle via water, he'd likely take the Sereth and then the Bistritza where they meet. We're guessing the crossing from the river to the Carpathians will happen around the 47th degree of north latitude. Nighttime travel up the river doesn't scare us. There's enough water, and the banks are far enough apart to make for smooth sailing, even without daylight. Lord Godalming has told me to grab some shut-eye since one set of eyes is enough for now. But sleep eludes me with my darling facing such peril, heading into that dreadful place. Faith is my solace. Without it, it'd be easier to embrace death than face this ordeal. Mr. Morris and Dr. Seward embarked on their lengthy journey before we set off. They're sticking to the river's right bank, keeping a distance to gain higher ground. From there, they can survey a good stretch of river without having to follow its twists and turns. Initially, they have a couple of men to lead their extra horses, 4 in total, to avoid drawing attention. Once they send the men away, which will be soon, they'll tend to the horses themselves. Should we need to band together, they're ready to mount our entire group. They've even got a saddle with a detachable horn for Mina if she needs it. We're on a wild ride, speeding through the dark, the river's chill seeming to leap up at us. The night's eerie whispers surround us, and it feels like we're being swept into a realm of shadowy, fearsome things. Godalming is closing the furnace door now. October 31st. We're still pressing on, and daylight has broken. Godalming is catching some sleep, and it's my turn to keep watch. The morning air bites with frost, but the heat from the furnace is a welcome relief, even though we're bundled up in heavy furs. So far, we've only come across a few open boats. None carried a box or anything resembling what we're after. The sight of our electric lamp sent the men aboard into a panic, dropping to their knees to pray. Evening of the 1st of November. All day, not a whisper of news, our search yields nothing. We've entered the Bistritza, and if our guess is off, we've missed our chance. We've scoured every boat, large and small. This morning, one crew mistook us for an official vessel and acted accordingly. We saw an opportunity to ease our way, so at Fundu, where the Bistritza meets the Sereth, we snagged a Romanian flag. Now it waves proudly from our boat. Since then, our little ruse has worked wonders. Every boat we've checked has been nothing but respectful, with no pushback on our requests or actions. Some Slovaks mentioned a large boat that sped by them with a full crew. That was before they reached Fundu, so they couldn't say if it continued up the Sereth or turned into the Bistritza. At Fundu, there's no talk of this boat, so it must have slipped by in the night. Sleepiness is creeping up on me, the cold might be getting to me, and even nature needs a break sometimes. Godalming, bless him, has taken up the first watch. His kindness to dear Mina and me never falters. The morning of the 2nd of November, it's full daylight. That kind soul didn't wake me. He thought it a sin, as I was sleeping soundly, my troubles forgotten. It feels terribly selfish to have slept so long, letting him keep watch all night. But he was right. I feel renewed this morning. As I sit and watch him sleep, I can handle everything, tending the engine, steering, and keeping watch. My strength and energy are flooding back. I wonder about Mina and Van Helsing's whereabouts. They should have reached Foresti by Wednesday noon. Getting a carriage and horses would take time. If they set off and pushed hard, they might now be at the Borgo Pass. I pray for their guidance and safety. The thought of what might happen chills me. If only we could speed up, but the engines are already straining at their peak. I ponder how Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris are faring. There are countless streams pouring into this river from the mountains, but for now, they're manageable, though I bet they're a force in winter or when the snow thaws. I hope we'll spot them before reaching Strasbourg. If we haven't caught up to the Count by then, we'll need to huddle and plan our next move. Dr. Seward's diary. The 2nd of November, 3 days on the road. No news, and not a second to jot it down even if there were any, as every moment is precious. We've only stopped as long as the horses need to rest. But we're holding up surprisingly well. Our past adventures are paying off now. We have to keep moving. We won't be at ease until the launch is in view once more. The 3rd of November, we learned at Fundu that the launch headed up the Bistritza. I wish it weren't so cold. Snow is on the horizon. If it comes down hard, it'll halt us. In that case, we'll have to grab a sledge and press on, Russian style. On November 4th, we learned that the launch's progress had been halted by an unexpected incident while navigating the rapids. The local Slovak boats managed to ascend with ease, guided by ropes and skillful steering. Some had succeeded just hours earlier. It appears Godalming, who has a knack for mechanics, was the one who repaired the launch. With assistance from the locals, they eventually conquered the rapids and resumed their pursuit. However, I worry the launch has suffered from the mishap. Villagers mentioned it kept halting intermittently once it returned to calmer waters and remained in view. Our efforts must intensify. We might be needed sooner than anticipated. Mina Harker's journal reflects her thoughts on October 31st, when they arrived in Foresti by midday. The professor struggled to hypnotize her that morning, with her only words being dark and quiet. He's currently procuring a carriage and horses, planning to acquire more later for swift changes en route. They face a journey of over 70 miles. Mina finds the landscape enchanting and wishes for different circumstances to fully enjoy it. She imagines the joy of exploring with Jonathan, meeting locals, and absorbing the region's beauty and charm. Yet, the situation is grave. Upon Dr. Van Helsing's return, they found he had secured the carriage and horses. A hearty dinner awaits them before their departure in an hour. The landlady prepares a generous basket of food, enough for an army. The professor encourages this, hinting it might be a week before they dine well again. His shopping spree included a bounty of fur coats and warm garments, ensuring they won't face the cold unprepared. As they prepare to leave, Mina can't help but fear for what lies ahead. She places their fate in divine hands and prays for her beloved husband, hoping he knows her enduring love and respect, and that her final thoughts will always be of him. You're about to listen to Chapter 27. On the 1st of November, we traveled all day at a good pace. The horses seemed to sense the kindness they received and moved quickly through their stages. With each change of horses, our optimism grew, thinking the journey would be smooth. Dr. Van Helsing, a man of few words, urged the farmers to speed up the exchange by promising them a good payment for their haste. We'd grab a quick bite of hot soup, coffee, or tea, and then we'd be on our way again. The countryside was beautiful, and the locals were brave, strong, and simple, with many endearing qualities, though extremely superstitious. At the first house we stopped, a woman serving us reacted to the scar on my forehead by crossing herself and warding off the evil eye. I think they even added extra garlic to our meals, which I dislike. Since then, I made sure to keep my hat and veil on to avoid their superstitions. We sped along without a driver to spread gossip, but the fear of the evil eye seemed to follow us. Dr. Van Helsing, full of energy, didn't rest all day and insisted I rest instead. At sunset, he hypnotized me, and I spoke of darkness, lapping water, and creaking wood, indicating our foe was still on the river. I worried for Jonathan, but felt a strange lack of fear for both of us. I wrote these words while waiting for horses at a farmhouse, with Dr. Van Helsing asleep, looking weary but determined even in his sleep. Once we set off, I planned to insist he rest while I took the reins, reminding him we had days ahead and needed his strength. On the 2nd of November, in the morning, we took turns driving through the night. Now, with the day upon us, bright but chilly, there was an oppressive heaviness in the air. Only our warm furs kept us comfortable. At dawn, another session of hypnosis revealed darkness, creaking wood, and roaring water, signs that the river was changing as we ascended. I hoped my dear one wouldn't face unnecessary dangers, but we were in God's hands. The evening of the 2nd of November found us traveling all day, with the landscape growing wilder as we ventured further. The distant Carpathian spurs that once seemed so far at Veresti now loomed high and close, encircling us. We both kept our spirits up, finding that in cheering each other, we lifted our own hearts as well. Dr. Van Helsing was hopeful that by dawn, we would reach the Borgo Pass. The houses were sparse in this area, and the professor mentioned we had to stick with our last horse since switching may not be possible. He had secured 2 more horses, giving us a rough 4-in-hand team. These dear creatures were patient and caused us no trouble. With no other travelers to worry about, even I took the reins at times. We planned to reach the pass in the light of day, not wanting to arrive too soon, so we paced ourselves and rested in turns. What would tomorrow bring? We were on our way to find the place of my darling's great suffering. I prayed for guidance and protection over my husband and our dear ones in grave danger. I felt unworthy in the sight of the Almighty, unclean until perhaps he would allow me to stand before him, not as one who has incurred his wrath. Abraham Van Helsing penned a note on the 4th of November for his old friend John Seward, M.D., in case they wouldn't meet. He wrote it in the morning by a fire he and Madame Mina had kept alive through the night's biting cold. The gray sky threatened snow, which seemed to weigh heavily on Madame Mina. She was not herself, heavy-headed, and spent the day in a deep slumber, unlike her usual alert self. She didn't eat much or make any entries in her diary, which was unusual for her. A sense of unease whispered to him that something was amiss. However, by evening, she appeared revived and bright after her day-long rest. At sunset, he attempted to hypnotize her, but failed to induce the trance, the power of which had been waning each day. He accepted it as God's will, wherever it might lead. He continued to record events, as Madame Mina had not written in her shorthand. They had arrived at the Borgo Pass just after sunrise the previous day. Preparing for the hypnosis, they stopped their carriage and created a makeshift couch with furs. Madame Mina lay down and eventually succumbed to a brief hypnotic state. Her report spoke of darkness and swirling water. Then she awoke, radiant, and they continued on their way, soon reaching the pass. Here, she was filled with a fervent zeal, as if guided by a new force, and pointed out the path they should take. When asked how she knew, her certainty was unwavering. She knew the road well, as her Jonathan had traversed it and chronicled his journey. At first, the road seemed unusual to me, but I quickly realized it was the only path of its kind, seldom used and starkly different from the well-trodden, broader, and firmer coach road connecting Bukovina to Bistritz. We traveled this less frequented road. At times, we encountered paths so overgrown and obscured by light snowfall that only the horses could discern if they were roads at all. I trusted the horses, letting them lead, and they moved with such patience. As we continued, we discovered all the landmarks Jonathan had detailed in his extraordinary diary. The journey stretched on for many hours. In the beginning, I urged Madame Mina to rest. She tried and eventually found sleep, remaining in slumber for the duration. As time passed, a sense of suspicion crept over me, and I tried to wake her, but she continued to sleep, undisturbed by my attempts. I refrained from trying too forcefully, fearing I might hurt her, knowing she had already endured much and recognizing that sometimes sleep is the best remedy. I must have dozed off myself because I was suddenly jolted awake by a pang of guilt, as if I had neglected something. I sat bolt upright, reins in hand, and found the horses still trotting steadily. Madame Mina was still asleep beside me. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a golden glow over the snow and creating elongated shadows against the steep mountainside. We were ascending ever higher into a landscape so wild and craggy it felt like the very edge of the world. I woke Madame Mina with ease this time. Attempting to coax her into a hypnotic slumber proved futile. She remained awake as if my presence was unnoticed. Despite my continued efforts, darkness enveloped us as the sun set. Her laughter caught my attention, and I saw her fully alert, looking healthier than she had since our night at Carfax in the Count's residence. Her radiant and caring demeanor eased my unease, making me forget my fears. We had wood, so I started a fire while she prepared our meal. After tending to the horses and ensuring they were fed and sheltered, I returned to find my supper waiting. I offered to assist her, but she declined with a smile, having already eaten out of hunger. This concerned me, but I kept my worries to myself to avoid alarming her. She assisted me as I ate alone, and afterward, we wrapped ourselves in furs by the fire. I instructed her to sleep while I kept watch, but soon I too succumbed to sleep. Waking intermittently, I found her awake, watching me with bright eyes. Sleep claimed me until the early hours. Upon waking, I tried once more to hypnotize her, but to no avail. As the sun climbed higher, she finally fell into a deep sleep, too profound for her to awaken. I had to carry her to the carriage after preparing the horses. She continued to sleep, appearing more robust and with a healthier complexion, which unsettled me. Fear gripped me, but I knew I had to press on, for we were playing for stakes higher than life or death. On the morning of November 5th, I must stress the accuracy of my account. Despite the strange occurrences you and I have witnessed, it's important to understand that I, Van Helsing, am of sound mind, even after facing countless horrors and enduring extreme stress. We traveled closer to the mountains yesterday, entering increasingly desolate and wild terrain. Madame Mina remained in a deep sleep, unresponsive even to food, which worried me. Perhaps she was under the spell of this place, already marked by the vampire's touch. I resolved that if she would sleep during the day, I would not sleep at night. Despite the bumpy ancient road, I dozed off, waking to find her still asleep and the sun low. The landscape had changed. We were near a castle reminiscent of Jonathan's descriptions, filling me with both excitement and dread as the end drew near. Arousing Madame Mina from sleep, I attempted to hypnotize her once more. But my efforts were in vain, failing before it was too late. As the last light of day touched the snow, casting a twilight glow, I tended to the horses, giving them shelter and food. I then kindled a fire, making sure Madame Mina was comfortable among her rugs, now fully awake and looking more delightful than ever. I prepared some food, yet she refused to eat, claiming she wasn't hungry. I didn't insist, understanding her reluctance. However, I ate, needing strength for the challenges ahead. Fearful of possible dangers, I created a protective circle around Madame Mina, sprinkling crushed wafer to ensure her safety. She remained motionless, her complexion growing paler, matching the surrounding snow. She remained silent, but held onto me tightly when I approached, her body trembling from the fear that gripped her. When she calmed down, I suggested she move closer to the fire to test her abilities. She tried to move, but could only take one step before freezing in place. She returned to her seat, looking at me as if waking from a deep sleep, and simply stated she couldn't move further. I felt a wave of relief, knowing that the limitations that affected her also protected her from our enemies. Her body might be at risk, but her soul was secure. Suddenly, the horses erupted in a chorus of shrill cries, straining against their restraints until I approached and calmed them. They sensed my touch and nickered softly, a sound of relief, as they licked my hands and settled down for a while. Throughout the night, I returned to them multiple times, especially during the coldest hour when nature seemed to hold its breath. Each visit brought them peace. As the fire dwindled and the snow began to sweep in with a biting mist, I prepared to feed the flames. Even in the darkness, the snow's reflection cast a faint glow, and the swirling mist seemed to morph into figures of women with flowing robes. Silence enveloped us, broken only by the frightened whinnies of the horses. A creeping dread filled me, but within the protective circle, I felt a sense of security. I told myself that my fears were just shadows cast by the night and my own weary mind. It was as if the harrowing memories of Jonathan's ordeal were playing tricks on me. The snow and mist danced around, conjuring brief glimpses of those spectral women who had once threatened him. The horses, gripped by fear, crouched lower, their moans echoing the pain of terrorized men, yet they were too paralyzed to flee. I worried for dear Madame Mina as the ghostly figures drew near, but she remained composed, her smile a beacon of calm. She stopped me from tending to the fire, her whisper barely audible, assuring me of her safety. I looked into her eyes, concerned for her well-being, but she dismissed my fears with an eerie laugh, confident in her immunity from harm. Puzzled by her words, a gust of wind suddenly illuminated the scar on her forehead, and the awful truth dawned on me. Had I not realized it then, the unfolding scene would have made it clear. The vague shapes in the mist and snow took solid form, standing just beyond the sacred boundary. If my senses were to be trusted, the very same trio that Jonathan had encountered materialized before me. I recognized their hypnotic movements, the piercing gaze, the gleaming teeth, the flush of their cheeks, and the seductive curve of their lips. They fixed their gaze on Madame Mina, their laughter slicing through the night's silence as they gestured towards her with a chilling allure. In my trepidation, I glanced at my dear Madame Mina and my heart soared with joy despite the fear. The look of utter revulsion and horror in her gentle eyes spoke volumes to my heart, a beacon of hope. Thankfully, she had not become one of them. I grabbed some nearby firewood and, clutching a piece of the consecrated wafer, I approached them, moving towards the fire. They retreated from me, emitting a low, dreadful chuckle. I stoked the fire, undaunted by their presence. I knew our protective barriers kept us secure. They could not come near me, armed as I was, nor could they get close to Madame Mina within the protective circle, which she could not leave any more than they could enter. The horses had stopped their pitiful cries and lay motionless on the ground. The falling snow gently covered them, turning them ever whiter. I realized the poor creatures were beyond fear now. We stayed like this until the dawn's red light began to pierce the snowy gloom. I felt desolate, afraid, full of sorrow and dread, but as the sun started its ascent, life seemed to return to me. With the coming of dawn, the terrible figures dissipated into the swirling mist and snow, the ghostly shapes drifting towards the castle and vanishing from sight. As dawn approached, I turned to Madame Mina, intending to use hypnosis on her, but found her in a deep, sudden slumber that I could not break. I attempted to hypnotize her in her sleep, but she did not respond at all, and the day broke. I dared not move yet. I had made my fire and checked on the horses. They were all gone. Today, I have much to attend to here, and I wait for the sun to climb higher. There may be places I must visit where the sunlight, though dimmed by snow and mist, will offer me safety. I will fortify myself with breakfast before I embark on my daunting task. Madame Mina still sleeps peacefully, and for that I am grateful. Jonathan Harker's Journal. November 4, evening. The mishap with the launch has been disastrous for us. Had it not happened, we would have caught up with the boat by now, and my dear Mina would have been safe. The thought of her near that dreadful place fills me with dread. We've acquired horses and are tracking them. I jot this down as Godalming prepares. We are armed. The Skaney had better be wary if they intend to fight. Oh, I wish Morris and Seward were here with us. We can only hope. If I don't write again, farewell, Mina. May God bless and protect you. Dr. Seward's Diary. November 5. At dawn, we spotted the Skaney ahead of us, hastening away from the river with their wagon. They clustered around it, moving quickly as if under siege. The snow falls gently, and there's an odd stir in the air. It might be our own emotions, but the atmosphere is heavy. In the distance, the howling of wolves reaches my ears. The snow drives them down from the mountains, posing threats from all directions. The horses are nearly ready, and we will soon depart. We ride towards someone's end. Only God knows who, where, what, when, or how it will happen. Dr. Van Helsing's Memorandum. On the afternoon of November 5th, clarity of mind is my one solace. Thank heavens for that small mercy, though proving my sanity was a harrowing ordeal. After leaving Madame Mina asleep within the sanctified circle, I ventured towards the castle. The blacksmith hammer I brought from Veresti proved handy. Despite the doors being ajar, I broke them off their rusted hinges to prevent any mishaps or malevolent forces from trapping me inside once I had entered. Jonathan's harrowing experiences guided me, and by recalling his diary, I navigated to the ancient chapel where I knew my task awaited. The air felt heavy, almost as if tainted by sulfur, making me lightheaded at times. I couldn't tell if the noise was in my head or if it was the distant howling of wolves. Thoughts of my dear Madame Mina filled me with dread. I was caught in a terrible bind. I couldn't risk bringing her to this cursed place, yet even within the holy circle, she wasn't safe from the wolves. I steeled myself, accepting that my duty was here, and whatever came of the wolves was in God's hands. Death or freedom lay beyond this point, and I chose for her sake. If it were just me, I'd rather face the wolf's jaws than the vampire's tomb. So, I pressed on with my mission. I had to find at least 3 occupied graves. I searched tirelessly until I found one. The vampire woman lay there, her beauty and vitality so striking that I trembled, feeling as if I were about to commit murder. I can imagine that in ancient times, many who set out on a mission like mine would lose their courage at the last moment, their resolve melting away in the face of such enchanting yet monstrous beings. They'd procrastinate until the vampire's trance ended at sunset, and then, captivated by love-filled eyes and a seductive kiss, they'd become yet another lost soul in the ranks of the undead. Even I, Van Helsing, with my firm resolve and hatred for these creatures, felt the pull of their charm. The need for rest and the oppressive air nearly lulled me into a trance. But then, a mournful wail pierced through the silence, a cry so filled with sorrow that it jolted me awake. It was Madame Mina's voice I heard. I steeled myself once more for the grim task ahead, prying open the graves to discover another of the sisters, the one with dark hair. I avoided gazing upon her too long, fearing the enthrallment I had felt before. I pressed on, searching until I found the tomb of the last sister, beloved and revered. She was stunning, her beauty and sensuousness almost overwhelming, stirring within me an instinct to love and protect. Yet, the echo of Madame Mina's despairing cry kept me focused, and I continued my grim work. After searching all the tombs, I concluded there were no more active vampires. A grand tomb stood out, marked with a single name: Dracula. This was the lair of the vampire king. I placed some of the wafer in the tomb to banish him from it forever. The task was daunting. The horror of dealing with sweet Miss Lucy was one thing, but these ancient creatures were another. But I had to persevere, driven by the memory of the dead and the fear for the living. I shook with fear, but my resolve held firm. Seeing the peace that came over them after the deed was done gave me the strength to continue. The gruesome task was unbearable, the screeches, the writhing, the blood. I could have fled, but it is done. The souls are at peace, and I weep for them, for the brief moment of death before they turn to dust, as if centuries-delayed death had finally claimed them. Before leaving the castle, I made sure the Count could never enter again as a vampire. Approaching Madame Mina, who awoke from her sleep, I could see the pain in her eyes for what I had endured. She beckoned me to leave the dreadful place and join her in greeting her husband, who she was certain was on his way to us. Her appearance was frail and her complexion pallid, yet her eyes shone with a fervent purity. Despite her sickly look, which I found comforting amidst the fresh terror of that blood-red vampire slumber, her determination was clear. With a mix of trust, hope, and underlying dread, we set out eastward to meet our companions and him, whom Mina Harker had assured me was approaching. Mina Harker's journal, November 6th. It was well into the afternoon when the professor and I began our descent eastward, knowing Jonathan was en route. We moved slowly despite the downhill path, burdened with heavy blankets and wraps to ward off the biting cold and snow. We also carried provisions, as we were amidst utter desolation with no signs of life visible through the falling snow. After about a mile, weighed down by the trudge, I paused to rest. Looking back, we could see Dracula's castle, a majestic structure perched atop a sheer cliff, soaring 1,000 feet above, distinct against the sky and separated from the neighboring mountain by a vast chasm. Its wild, uncanny nature was underscored by the distant howls of wolves. Their cries, though muffled by the snow, filled the air with an eerie terror. Dr. Van Helsing seemed to be searching for a strategic spot, a place where we might be less vulnerable to an attack. The rough path continued to wind down as we followed it through the snow. Before long, the professor gestured to me, and I rose to join him. He had discovered an ideal location, a natural cavity within the rock, its entrance framed by 2 large stones. He guided me inside, explaining that this refuge would offer protection, and if the wolves dared approach, he could confront them one by one. He arranged our furs to create a cozy nest and offered me food, but the thought of eating was repugnant to me. I couldn't muster the will to eat, despite wishing to appease him. He did not express disappointment, but instead retrieved his field glasses and scanned the horizon from the rock's peak. Suddenly, he called out. I quickly joined him on the rock as he beckoned me to observe through his binoculars. A dense snowfall had begun, driven by a strengthening wind. Despite this, there were moments when the snow paused, allowing us to see far across the landscape. From our vantage point, the river appeared in the distance, winding like a dark ribbon through the snowy expanse. Not far ahead, a group of horsemen rushed forward, a cart swaying wildly among them, reminiscent of a wagging dog's tail on a bumpy road. Their attire suggested they were peasants or perhaps gypsies. Atop the cart rested a large square chest that made my heart race with anticipation of an impending climax. The day was waning, and I knew that the creature trapped within the chest would soon be free to transform and escape at sunset. My anxiety heightened as I realized the professor had vanished from my side, but relief washed over me when I spotted him below, drawing a protective circle in the snow. He reassured me of my safety within the circle and resumed his watchful gaze across the plain. The horsemen were pushing their steeds to the limit, racing against the setting sun, a race we feared we might lose. As the snowstorm momentarily lifted, he spotted 2 additional riders approaching swiftly from the south, possibly our allies Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris. My gaze then caught 2 more figures to the north, one unmistakably Jonathan, accompanied, I assumed, by Lord Godalming. They too were in pursuit of the cart. The professor, filled with a boyish excitement, prepared his Winchester rifle for whatever might unfold, anticipating that soon we would be surrounded by gypsies. I readied my revolver as the howling of wolves grew louder and closer. In a brief respite from the snow, we observed the peculiar sight of heavy snowflakes falling around us while the sun shone brightly in the distance, nearing the mountaintops. Scanning the surroundings, I noticed wolves converging on their prey from various directions. As we waited, each moment felt like an eternity. The wind, fierce and sporadic, whipped the snow into a wild dance around us. Sometimes we were blind to our surroundings, other times the wind seemed to sweep the air clean, allowing us to see into the distance. We had grown accustomed to the rhythm of the days, so we knew sunset was approaching, even as it seemed we had only been sheltering behind the rocks for less than an hour. The northern wind grew stronger, carrying the snow away except for the occasional flurry. We could make out the figures of both the chasers and the chased. Oddly, those being chased appeared indifferent to their pursuers, hastening instead as the sun dipped lower. The distance between us all closed quickly. The professor and I stayed hidden, weapons at the ready, determined to block their path. Unaware of our presence, they continued until suddenly, Jonathan and Mr. Morris called for a halt, their voices full of passion and command. Though the language might have been foreign to the gypsies, the tone was unmistakable. They stopped, and in that moment, our allies appeared from both sides. The gypsy leader, regal on his horse, signaled for his men to move on. They spurred their horses into action, but our group, with rifles in hand, signaled them to stop. The professor and I then stood, our own weapons trained on the group. Surrounded, the gypsies halted, each man readying his weapon for a fight. The tension snapped, and the confrontation began. The gypsy leader made a quick gesture, pointing to the setting sun and then to the castle, his message unclear to me. In response, our friends leapt from their horses, charging toward the cart. Despite the danger to Jonathan, I felt no fear, only an intense desire to act. Seeing our groups advance, the gypsy leader issued an order. His men scrambled around the cart, jostling each other to follow his command. Amid the chaos, Jonathan and Quincy were determined to reach the cart, unfazed by the setting sun. They pushed through the crowd, ignoring the gypsies' weapons and the wolves' howls. Jonathan's fierce drive and clear goal intimidated the gypsies, who stepped aside as he leaped onto the cart. With astonishing strength, he hurled a heavy box to the ground. Meanwhile, Mr. Morris used force to break through the other side, his progress marked by the gleam of gypsy knives. He deflected their cuts with his Bowie knife. Though he was injured, he joined Jonathan by the cart without hesitation. Together, they attacked the chest, Jonathan prying at one end while Mr. Morris worked on the other. Their combined effort forced the lid open with a screech. The gypsies, now at gunpoint by Lord Godalming and Dr. Seward, surrendered. The sun neared the mountain tops, casting long shadows on the snow. Inside the box lay the Count, pale and glaring with vengeance. But as the sun set, his expression shifted to one of triumph. In an instant, Jonathan's knife and Mr. Morris's Bowie knife ended the Count's menace. Before our eyes, the Count turned to dust and vanished. A sense of peace settled on the Count's face in his final moment, a sight I'll never forget. The castle of Dracula stood stark against the evening sky, its silhouette clear against the fading light. The gypsies, bewildered by the Count's disappearance, fled without a word. Those without horses leaped onto wagons, urging the riders not to leave them behind. The wolves followed, leaving us in solitude. Collapsed on the ground, Mr. Morris propped himself up on one elbow, his hand clutched to his side as blood streamed through his fingers. I rushed to his aid, the sacred circle no longer barring my path, and the doctors followed suit. Jonathan supported him from behind, allowing Mr. Morris to rest his head on his shoulder. With a weak gesture, he reached for my hand with his clean one. His smile, despite the pain, revealed his joy in helping us. He expressed his contentment, then suddenly sat up, pointing at me with a sense of triumph as the sunset cast a warm glow on my face. The men around us dropped to their knees, uttering a solemn "Amen" in response to his gesture. Mr. Morris, with his last breath, expressed gratitude that his efforts weren't in vain, comparing my unblemished forehead to the pure snow, signifying the lifting of a curse. He passed away with a smile, leaving us in deep sorrow for the loss of such a brave soul. Reflecting on the past 7 years, the trials we endured seem worth the happiness we've found since. It's a bittersweet joy for Mina and me that our son shares his birthday with the day Quincy Morris died. Mina secretly believes our son carries a part of our friend's spirit. His name connects our close-knit group, but we simply call him Quincy. During the summer, we revisited Transylvania, reliving memories both vivid and haunting. It was hard to accept that our experiences were real when all evidence had vanished. The castle loomed unchanged over the desolate landscape. Back home, we recalled those days without despair as Godalming and Seward are both joyfully married. I retrieved the documents that had been locked away since our return. We realized that our story, supported only by typewritten pages and a few notebooks, lacked conventional proof. Van Helsing, with our boy on his knee, wisely stated that we need no proof, nor do we seek belief from others. He believed our son would grow to understand the depth of his mother's courage and the extent of the love that drove men to brave dangers for her. Thanks for tuning into BookyRookie. Together, we're turning pages into possibilities. Let's make learning limitless. Catch you on the next stream.